So if you're not living under a rock, you've probably seen this new trending business model where everyday people with 0 followers are making simple videos and landing brand deals worth thousands of dollars every single month. A year ago, I was one of those people wondering exactly how it worked. And at the time, I was broke with less than $200 in my bank account. I was actually still working at Walmart, believe it or not. This last year, I made my first 6 figures from UGC with literally less than 300 followers. It's called UGC, stands for User Generated Content. And here's why brands are paying $500 to over $3,000 per video. It's because people trust other people. When you see someone like you using a product, you actually believe them. And I have creators who are making anywhere from 10K to 30K per month. I've helped over 500 creators go from having 0 experience ever recording content on their phone to landing their first ever paid brand deal online. And in this 10-hour course, I've summarized 2 years of personal trial and error into one comprehensive training. How to find the correct brands to pitch, how to build a portfolio from 0, live brand call negotiations, editing breakdowns, and insights from experts who are the ones literally paying millions to us UGC creators. And this is everything you need to go from complete beginner to running a 6-figure UGC business. So without further ado, let's start getting you paid. Hi guys, first of all, welcome to the course. Oh my gosh, congratulations for joining and starting the course. Second of all, this video is specifically for, intro to me, who I am, who your UGC coach is, how I got into UGC, hopefully giving you, an understanding of my backstory and maybe a kick of like inspiration and motivation on, your journey as well, because my journey was definitely a bumpy road. So I want you guys to understand, what it took to get here and what I put together for you so it could speed up your process. So hang in tight, watch this video at like 1.5x 2x speed to just like fly through it and we'll just like sail. So first of all, my journey actually started in 2020. I got my first job. In 2020, I was a high school student. I got my first job at a local restaurant during high school. That was my first taste into making money in general. Just months after starting, I'm already burnt out. The restaurant job like overworked me, underpaid me as they do. I was paid like maybe $10 an hour, $11, $12 an hour, something like that. Barely made any tips. Became obsessed with self-development during this 2020 time. And, I was obsessed with reading like those business mindset books, like Jay Shetty. I read, Robert Kiyosaki. I read a bunch of sales and just like random books around like self-development. And that really, really, really got me into, oh my gosh, like understanding that, hey, there's a whole new world out there. I don't have to work my life away. At the time, I did want to become a real estate investor, but I did have $0 to become a real estate investor. And I also back then had that limited belief that, hey, I'm too young to become a real estate investor. I also was struggling with COVID depression at the time and was finding any way to kind of get through that time. And that was my 2020. Fast track to 2022. Things got a little bit better. I forced myself to hit the gym. I started like curing my social anxiety back then in 2020. And actually my whole life, I struggled with very, very, very strong social anxiety, even at family events, anywhere. I couldn't talk to anyone. I couldn't hug anyone. Physical touch was like very scary to me. So I started to like slowly bit by bit get over these weird fears and realize I had these fears and kind of over them, and put together like game plans in my brain on how to get over them and take action and find that desire to become a better person. I joined an online college, a local online college to get out of like high school. So that was kind of my junior and senior year. I started realizing I was distancing myself, from my friends and my old life. I was starting to think a little bit differently. And I realized that the way that I thought, back in 2020 was very different than the way that I thought in 2022. So I started to like not connect with my friends anymore. Like literally like I'd see a very, very straight line, like a spiritual awakening almost between like my old life and my new life that I was developing for myself. I joined like multiple like random general entrepreneurship groups online, and that was my first step to like taking action and becoming an entrepreneur. And I started my first business later in 2022, which was a marketing agency. And I started that business because I thought it was the best option for me at the time. And it was really for the period of time. And at the time, I still was working at the restaurant. I still was grinding. I wasn't making enough money with the marketing agency. So it was kind of a learning curve. Fast forward to 2023, things really started to come together. First of all, though, I did feel lost in my business journey in 2023 with my marketing agency. I quit my restaurant job and joined Walmart for more money. So I made the switch between my restaurant job. I quit to go to Walmart so I can make $17 an hour so I can invest more money into my business. And then 90 days later, I actually quit Walmart because I realized I had, it was kind of a wake-up call, that Walmart journey. I had the grit and I had everything in me to quit and actually go all in on my business. I was actually on a call with a mentor, like a live call with a mentor. Hundreds of people were on it. And I dropped a comment on there and like, yo, should I quit my job at Walmart? I feel like it's holding me back from scaling my business. At the time, I was working at Walmart, but I was also living at my parents' house, had like $0 in living expenses. So my mentor was like, Gloria, quit your job. You always can go back to working. Like, there's always jobs out there. People are always looking for jobs, or there's always job openings. So I quit my job, and that was the one thing that helped me skyrocket my business. I scaled my agency later that year to 15 to 20K in a single month. Screenshot right here. And then later that year, I met my friends in person in Miami. I traveled to Miami for the first time for a business event from a girl from Minnesota in a small town that's never, ever been in a big city like that before. Minneapolis is nothing compared to Miami. This was scary. It was scary, but it was also exhilarating and exciting. Seeing Brickell, like walking around, I'm like, yo, there's a whole new world out here. I had no idea any of this stuff existed. This was kind of the prime peak for my agency, until I kind of wrapped it all up. And I got to be a guest on one of my favorite podcasts at the time, which was crazy. I was listening to that podcast, and then I became a guest on that podcast. I met my online friends in person, which was crazy for me at the time. I still was hitting the gym. I was meeting new people. 2023 was kind of a turning point when it came to entrepreneurship for me. I saw like my potential and what could, happen. And I was surrounded by so many people, right? I was surrounded by multimillionaires, especially in Miami. I was chilling with millionaires, right? I saw, what I could do with my life. Fast track to 2024, this is where, things really started to come together with UGC specifically. I started UGC in 2024, at the beginning of 2024, actually technically in 2023, I did like side UGC projects. I didn't call it UGC at the time, but it was 100% UGC for other friends that were in the business space. But I started UGC because friends needed female models in their ads. So friends would like tug me aside, DM me, be like, Laura, please like just make a video for me. You have a background in marketing. Like, please like make videos for me and everything like that. And I'd be like, okay, sure. So they'd pay me to make videos. I traveled out of the country for the first time to Colombia in 2024, which was crazy. I had culture shock, 100%. I stayed in Colombia for a month with multiple friends. Fast track to mid 2024. I graduated high school. I attended more business events. Mid 2024, I actually stopped my agency because I was drained and overwhelmed. I'm like, hey, I think this is a turning point. Because the month I was in Colombia, I actually made more with my UGC business than my marketing agency. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's time to actually, switch gears. I remember mid 2024, I went down to my mom's office back when I lived with her, and I told her, yo, I'm changing my business. And she was like, Gloria, please change your business. You're not listening to me. You're depressed. Like, she literally told me, you're depressed, you're overworked, you're underpaid, you hate your life. Like, it's kind of gotten to that point with the business. She was like, in the second I'm like, yep, I'll switch it, she saw an instant change in me and instant relief, which was like a crazy moment for me. It's hard to explain. But I stopped my agency because I was drained and overworked. And I started my UGC business full time. Through referrals, I made $7K in my first month doing UGC full time. And that was a great kickstart for my UGC career. In 2024, it just got better with UGC. I started traveling more and started working with big brands and making 5 to 10K per month consistently with UGC. In 2024, I also obviously had a grad party. It was a big turning point because I graduated high school, no more school. And I also moved out of my parents' house. I was in a place financially in August to move out of my parents' house, and I actually live on my own. Me and my sister are roommates in our own apartment, which is crazy. It's always been a dream of mine to kind of live on my own in the city. So I live in Minneapolis right now. And fast forward to 2025. So far, it's we already passed Q1 of 2025, but I've traveled to Hawaii already. I worked with many dream brands. I make 5K to 15K a month consistently with UGC. I cracked systems to make UGC scalable, started coaching students to do the same, and I gave birth to my UGC Academy in UGC World, teaching young women just like me and like you, learn how to make UGC and income with UGC that's consistent income with UGC, so you can live that lifestyle, so you can move out of your parents' house, so you can travel and work with your dream brands and build a brand and do whatever you want with UGC. And I created this so you can hit your goals and dreams just like I did. So thank you so much for watching this video about my story, and hopefully I gave you a kick of inspiration. Yes, you can do it too. You can do it too. I built all these systems. I did everything that you're about to consume in this course. I made this so you can achieve your dreams as well. It's more than possible, even though it might seem far off now. It is just right around the corner.
Hey, shall we start, guys? And Gloria runs a community called UGC World on School. And where are you from, Gloria?
I am from Minnesota in the United States.
And how did you get into this this whole UGC thing, and kind of maybe give us a bit of background on yourself?
100%. First of all, guys, drop a 1 in the chat if you're ready for this. It's right now in America, it's like 8 a.m. I know for a lot of you, it's like 8 p.m., right? So I appreciate you guys hopping on a Sunday morning or evening time to learn about UGC. I'm going to make sure that this call is worth it. It's life-changing, and you're going to have, a lot of clarity on how you can make money traveling abroad, because I know a lot of you guys in this community are traveling. So yeah, we're about to have one hell of a time. And I'm super excited to do a quick intro of myself. Like I said, my name is Gloria Stonelake. I am from Minneapolis, Minnesota in the United States. If you don't know where that is, that's up north in the US. Right now it's like maybe 40 degrees Fahrenheit right now, and it's getting colder. My background is that I started entrepreneurship maybe about 3 years ago. I started in digital marketing and online business, and running ads for local business owners of all kinds, like loan officers, gyms, spas, everything like that. And that's what kind of got me into UGC. And I'll walk you through. If you guys don't know what Land of 10,000 Lakes, 100%. If you guys don't know what UGC is, it stands for User Generated Content. I'll break down A to Z on how you guys can start UGC and make money online from UGC. But a quick background on myself is I started online business. I started to learn systems, and I started to learn how to make money online at an earlier age of 16 years old. 3 years later, I am a UGC creator, and I make money online through video content. So over my past 3 years, I learned systems. I learned how to run a business. I learned all of these things to generate income online. And at the time, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I realized I was getting burnt out from my first online business of running ads and dealing with clients and everything like that online. And that's what kind of led me to UGC, which is creating videos essentially like on your phone. Right? On your phone, sending them to businesses and getting paid for the videos that you're creating for, their local business, or for, their Airbnb or hotel, or for their, products. Like, for example, the supplement brand. right? So any kind of company, product, or a service, you can make UGC for a video around their product so they can use it as marketing material to market their business and essentially, grow their business through the videos. So that's a little bit about my story. I started a business. I got a UGC and I realized that the UGC space doesn't know anything about business. So the thing about content creation is that once you understand it and start content creation, you can make a lot of money from content creation, right? So I started running ads. I started doing these things for business owners online to make money online. And then I moved to content creation and I put systems into my content creation, right? So I can start making money like a business as a content creator. So yes, it is, Toby, I'm reading the comments here. It can be a standalone business model, and that's what I'm going to jump into today.
So I've got a quick question. When you say content creation, we're talking about like TikTok, Instagram. We're talking about like creating a profile on those platforms, or are we talking about creating it purely just to send to businesses so they can use it for ads and stuff like that?
100%, yeah. And we can just break this down bit by bit because I know that was a lot of information of what I just said. But yeah, to start off, all you need is like a phone, some sort of like recording device, a phone, a camera, something like that. A social media profile like a Instagram or a TikTok profile. That's where you get started. Essentially, you can start creating content on those profiles. And you don't need a following. That's the biggest misconception. You need to be an influencer. You need to have 1 million followers. You need to have tens of thousands of followers or even 100 followers. You don't need any followers. As a content creator myself, the first 5K month, $5,000 in a single month I made from, content creation, I had 12 followers. Dead serious. 12 followers. And it was from leveraging the videos that I create. So essentially it is, yes, you need social media profile, but the social media profile, we're not directly posting the content that we create for these brands on our social media. We can, but we don't have to. We're actually taking we're creating the videos, we're taking the assets and we're sending it to brands.
Daniel said, is it like product reviews?
So UGC is more so, yes, of product reviews, product testimonials, service, problem solution videos, essentially a marketing video that will help a brand market, their business, right? How about this, Brett? Would it be cool if I share my screen and show you guys some examples?
Yeah, that'd be great.
I think that will help you guys out better to understand what UGC is and how you guys can utilize it for, to make money yourself.
Because when you say content creation, I think a lot of people's brains just go straight to like making a YouTube video, right? Or something like that.
Yeah. So UGC is more so of like a short form video. It's more of like a short form content video where we can just like whip out our phone. And yeah, I'm going to show you guys right now. I prepared some like videos and I'm going to kind of show you like what a UGC video is. And I think that will help you guys better understand what it is. And I'll walk you through how you guys can get started as well. But let me stop share and reshare with sound so you guys can hear it. So let me show you what a UGC video looks like. And this is a video I made for a company, a travel company. It's actually this suitcase brand. And I landed this client. They paid me like $500, for a couple videos just like this. So yeah, let's play it. Pack with me for Hawaii with my stylish haze luggage. Start with the carry-on. I chose the gorgeous ice blue color and it's giving serious model at the airport vibes. First I'm packing tops, bottoms, and swimsuits with the beach towel and a couple of sweaters. The foley line inside features a zipper divider, buckled compression straps for holding my luggage safely, and zippered pockets perfect for holding smaller pieces like underwear. I'm also adding my beach shoes, sunscreen, and bathroom products. Thanks to the zipper release expansion system, I'll get 20% extra packing space, leaving plenty of room for souvenirs. The built-in TSA pre-approved combination lock keeps my belongings secure and gives me peace of mind while traveling. The suitcase is made with a lightweight polycarbonate composite with a brushed metal texture, metal corner guards, and gel cushion handles to make sure it doesn't dent or scratch during my trip. And the 360-degree spinner wheels make gliding through the airport a breeze. Now for my personal item, the puffer tote bag. It's perfect for carrying my bathroom bag, device cords, and smaller items I'll need on the plane. It even has a padded pouch for my laptop, making airport security quick and easy. This tote is so chic with a feel and quality that's unmatched, and it slides seamlessly onto my carry-on, making travel practical and stylish. This haze luggage has officially become my go-to for every trip. If you're looking for luggage that's both secure and stylish, you need this set in your life. So that's a UGC video. Not all UGC looks like this. UGC comes in many different forms, but essentially I am the main moral of the story. It doesn't have to be, I know you guys are probably overwhelmed by how jumpy maybe and quick it was, but not all UGC has to be jumpy or quick. This video showcases the product and how I use it and how I'm going to use it in the airport and traveling. And that's the point of this. This video got over 1 million views on TikTok. Over 1 million views on TikTok for the brand, and it helped the brand generate more sales. And that's how we can get paid for getting these products in the mail. This product, I got it for free. this $200 suitcase, I got it for free in the mail.
Right.
And then I got paid on top of it for my labor putting this video together so this brand can use it as marketing material. And when I say marketing material, guys, I'm saying run it as ads, like on TikTok, or post it on TikTok organically, or post on their website, or use it in material to get someone to purchase the product. Because UGC, user-generated content, it combines an ad with raw experience with the product. Do you guys understand on how that can be, very impactful for a brand when it comes to marketing material?
I've heard that like UGC ads are like they're just like outperforming regular ads that the brands produce because people want to relate to normal people, right? So
that's right. That's right. UGC does. There's a stat out there. UGC performs 2 to 4 times better on average than traditional or normal, marketing material. So as someone that is okay with being on camera, honestly, you don't even have to. You can do faceless UGC as well. But as someone that has a phone, right? Guys, if you're listening to this right now and you have a phone on you and you travel a bunch or you're looking to travel a bunch, you can make the same thing, right, for your traveling products like I do, and you can pitch to brands and get paid for it. Or you can take videos of your travel destination. So I'm going to show you guys another video that you guys can see, and this might pertain more to you guys and what you guys do. But I'm going to show you a video you guys can make on your travels. And you honestly, you can get free stays at hotels. You can get free stays at Airbnbs for making videos, no matter how old you are, no matter what age you are, for these companies, for these Airbnbs, for these hotels. And I'm going to show you an example of a travel specific UGC video that anyone can whip out their phone and make a bag from it. This is a great example. There it is. It's that quick. It's that simple. This walks through Airbnb. Does that make sense, Brett?
Yeah. Would that be so just to get clear, when you said like the last video had like 1 million views, that wasn't on your channel. You've recorded this, you've sent it to the brand, and they have driven 1 million views to it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the thing about UGC is most brands don't require you to post it on your feed. You send it to the brand, they post it. You can have 12 followers. But this video here, this was like another UGC example. And you don't even have to show your face. You just take a few shots. This is like 10 or 15 shots of the Airbnb or hotel that you stayed at. There's a cool caption on here or a hook. Right? And it gets someone to have that FOMO or have that desire to stay at this Airbnb. This video got 2,900 likes.
Right. And is that published on the brand's Instagram, right?
Yes, it should be published on the brand's Instagram.
Got it.
Sometimes brands will have you post on your Instagram, but you can actually charge extra for that.
But still, if you post on your Instagram, you will charge them more.
Yeah.
Got it.
So a video like this, it could cost anywhere between, $100 to like $300.
Okay.
The average UGC video is like $200. So you can make videos like this and charge brands like $200 and a free stay on top of that, right?
Nice.
Because brands need this marketing material. Gloria, okay, I understand what UGC is, right? It's a video I make for a brand or a company. I don't have to be in it. I could be in it, right? I don't have to post out my organic. How does like the payment work? How do I get paid? How do I approach brands, right? Which is probably the next question you guys have. So really how you do it is you reach out to brands on Instagram. You pitch them on Instagram. You pitch them over email. You pitch them on the Airbnb app. You can search up hotel websites or Airbnb websites, right? And you can find contact information and you reach out to them. You pitch them your service. And we put together something called a portfolio. It's kind of like a photography portfolio, but for UGC videos. And essentially you present that to a brand and that gets a brand to ask you, what are your rates? And then you break down your rates for them. You hop on a call with them, like a sales call, or you go over email, you break down your rates. And my rates are like $200 a video. If they buy a package, I'll knock the price per video down. So maybe from a $200 video, if someone orders 3 videos from me instead of $600, maybe I'd do a discount like $500. And then you can make, UGC, like once you get enough clients, right? Okay, you're interested in traveling products. Beautiful. That's a niche. So we niche with UGC. And once you get enough clients every month and people coming back to you as you create better and better content, that's when you can make a full-time income. I'm talking 5 to 10K and beyond There's creators in my community that make 25K plus, Gen X creators, right? A month from creating videos with UGC. So once you get really strategic and get kind of good on the camera, right? Get practice with your phone, you can make a big impact. And same time, you can make a lot of money.
It's interesting as well, like, because I never really took on any sponsored videos on my channel, and I had a sponsor reach out. This is not really the same because I'm like, it's just a channel sponsorship. And I always just ignored them because I was too busy. And then my friend said, "Oh, you should just you should work with a company." I said, "Okay," and I went back to them, and I thought it would just be like a one and done, like they'd pay me to do a video and then that would be it. And they were like, "Oh, the way we work is we'll just probably pay you like every month, just keep going, keep going." So it's like, wow, like these brands will actually basically become clients and just continuously pay you, which I didn't realize. I thought the way it works is they pay you for one video and then that's it, you know?
It depends on how you structure it as a creator. You can approach a brand and be like, "Hey, here are my rates, here are my packages. It's a one-time fee." Right? But also something that I like to do to get several payouts over time from a single brand is I like to charge usage rights. So technically, when you create videos for brands, guys, you don't necessarily have to give your content to a brand and it's theirs forever. You give them usage or leasing rights on your content, if that makes sense. It's kind of like renting an apartment. Like right now, I'm in a rental apartment. I pay every single month to the landlord, but it's kind of the same thing with UGC where they're renting your content and every month that it's performing, they want to use it, or every 3 months, they pay you a fee. There is a supplement company I worked with and they pay me every 90 days, like an extra like $100 to $200 every 90 days because they use my videos. But a brand is only going to pay you once you create good content. They're not going to pay you more if your content isn't good because they're not going to use it in their material anymore.
It's actually genius from like the brand's perspective because creating ads is so time consuming. And like, I guess if the brand's creating the content, like the ad, it's kind of like they're forcing the product down the consumer's throat. Whereas like, if a regular person's creating it, it's so much more authentic, it works better, and they don't even have to create it, right? They can just pay like a small amount of money.
Yeah, 100%. It's like taking care of like the whole studio and actor costs and like the whole setup, like a professional studio setup, right? And it's putting it on a creator to do that whole thing in their home, right? For that video you guys watched of me with that like suitcase, I actually restructured my whole living room for that. I put together a set for that, right? And that's why it's not just creating a cute video, guys. It's creating a video that's going to convert, which is decluttering your apartment or wherever you live, by making sure you have good lighting, making sure your outfit is okay, changing, putting on makeup, or, you know, changing your appearance to fit the part. It's like So the cool thing about UGC, it's a little bit like acting if you're in the videos, but it's videography combined with acting. And the cool thing about it is you can pick up your phone and do it today. You can pick up your phone and start doing it today.
User-generated content that makes money. Can it be digital flyers, not videos on social media, animated GIFs, a video in which you don't show your face, like a screen recording?
Yeah, that's a great question. So UGC can be faceless, like that example I showed you of that Airbnb. It can be faceless like that, where you don't even show it, your face. But the thing about UGC, guys, let's break it down. User-generated content. Showing your face shows that you're a user. You can make money faceless, UGC, but it is more authentic and you're going to have the ability to work with a bigger pool of brands like I do if you go with, you know, your face, if you're okay with showing your face.
Would you say that like to do like faceless, like the type of people that would gravitate to that would probably be like very good videographers and stuff? Like you said,
Yes.
The shots of the hotels and stuff. Because if you're making kind of like, I'm guessing if you're making like an average faceless video, like the brand could just do that without paying you.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
So it leans more on your aesthetics and it leans more on like what makes you unique as a videographer, because you're technically stepping into a videographer role instead of like an acting role. Right?
Yeah.
UGC combines both.
It's quite eye-opening. After seeing this, I'm thinking about all of the ads that I've seen, like on YouTube and stuff, and I'm like, that's not effect. Like that's the user-generated ad. Like all the ads that I've seen are like coming back to me now. I'm thinking, I wonder how much they got paid for that one. You know, now, and also now that I've seen it, I won't be able to unsee it now. I'll be wondering now every time I see an ad if it's like a user that's created it. Okay, what if I live abroad? What the company sent the product to me? If it is what if I live abroad? And I guess what if I live abroad and the company sent the product to me? If it's a London company, I think he's basically saying, what happens if I live abroad? Yeah, Freddie said he was in Hue Hin, I think. That was a
Yeah.
question I had as well originally, because I was like, can this only be done in the US? But you did say hotels and things like that.
Yeah, so UGC, I mean, any UGC pertains, and it's one of the top 5 ways to market your business, right, in the world. It's so popular. Any single company that has a product or service, which is all companies basically, uses UGC, meaning that you can work with software companies and AI apps and all of those niches, online. Right, where you don't actually need a physical product, you just need to log into their software on a free trial or whatever they have for you. Or you could do, yes, that travel, Airbnb, hotel UGC or destination UGC. You also could do UGC around professional services, right? Or B2B like SaaS companies, right? Where they need spokespeople, kind of like how I'm speaking to you guys right now. They need people to speak to the camera like that as well. A lot of companies and CEOs don't want to be the face of their brand. They want someone else to be the face of their brand. So they hire actors and creators like us to create a series of content for them in this way as well. That's more spokesperson, where you're speaking directly to the camera. So you don't need, for a lot of UGC deals, yeah, you kind of need to live in the same area or the same country so they can ship it, but you don't need a niche in product-based UGC. You can niche in software and tech and online companies. You don't need like a physical product, or you don't need to be locally around the restaurant or anything, for example. So you can do UGC anywhere. It depends on which niche. Software, physical products, supplements, skincare, beauty, professional services, local businesses like real estate agents, things like that. And you make content for them. But you can niche in again, AI companies, crypto, like fintech, health tech, cryptocurrency stuff online, right? There's a lot that you can niche in that's not product based, especially if you're traveling a ton. I travel a ton. I just got home from Bali, and the whole time I was doing just service based UGC around certain digital, companies.
Oh, cool. And brands will send you stuff as well. Like I've had brands send me stuff from all over the world, like different bits and stuff.
Yeah.
But I guess if you were solely focused on I don't know, if you were doing UGC for office chairs and you lived in somewhere where it was expensive to ship office chairs, you'd probably be ruining your chances of landing a lot of deals.
Yeah.
Right.
Something you also could do, something I did for a brand is they're like, Gloria, this can be $50 to ship this thing because they're in the UK, I'm in the US. I'm like, you know what? You can just take that off of my payment fee, right? Because the product is very valuable in itself, and I need this product either way. So just take that off of the fee, right? That's something you also could do to propose to brands is hey, okay, I know I charge $200, but I can do it for $150 this time because of the shipping costs. And you can kind of negotiate with brands. You can talk, you're running your own business, guys. This is not an MLM. Right? This is not something that is controlled by someone else. You are your own business owner. You are your own business owner. You control your own business here. You control your flow. No one else does. Meaning that you can negotiate. You can hop on sales calls. You can talk to brands and negotiate for a rate that you want. And you can get the rate that you want to once you properly propose it to brands and negotiate and price anchor and, position yourself properly in front of brands to make an income from it.
It sounds quite funny when you say it like that, because it's okay, I'll give you a discount on shipping me your really expensive product that you're going to give me for free.
Yeah.
You're getting the free stuff as well on top of it.
Yeah.
Daniel said, okay, but how will you make the brands pay?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we do is we align a contract with the brand because we're technically freelancers, contractors, business owners, whatever you want to call it. We put a contract in place. So I have a contract template I have in my free community, and then we just give them our PayPal, right? And we make sure we're very clear on hey, when are we looking to get payout? The brand typically will pay you out 5 to 7 days after you deliver the videos. Sometimes brands are they request revisions where they're okay, I don't like how you pronounce our brand name wrong, something like that. Okay, cool. Let me go back and redo the voiceover or redo something like that. And then that's where you send it to the brand and they'll pay you out typically within 5 to 7 days. I have a lot of personal relationships with my brand owners in the sense of just being friends. So a lot of brand owners I'm connected with on WhatsApp and they pay me out same day. So once you start building business is relationships. So once you start building these relationships, you can get payouts. Right? You can build relationships and get long-term clients where you get paid monthly, $500 or $1,000 or $2,000 a month from certain brands that you build relationships with and provide value. How do you find the companies that are interested or need videos? That is an amazing question. So what you do is you surf kind of the internet, and I also use software. I'm strategic like that. So I use software as well, like Apollo. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that. Apollo.io. It's a lead scraping or a contact scraping software. I scrape contacts, guys. I don't want this to go over your head. But I scrape contacts and I email them with a different software on autopilot. So when I email and pitch these brands and approach them with my pitch around UGC, and the email is pretty simple. It's like, hey, I'm a UGC creator. I've done this for other brands, and this is what I'm looking to bring to your brand. And if they're interested, they'll let me know and I'll send them my portfolio. And if they're interested in that, I'll walk them through my rates on a call, and then I'll put a contract together, and then I'll make the videos for them and deliver on them.
So how do the brands select the UGC you make?
I'm going to share my screen with you guys, and I'm going to show you what a portfolio looks like. And a portfolio is your main selling point. It's like going to a restaurant and looking at the menu, right? What am I going to get here? It's kind of the same thing with UGC. This is kind of your menu in a sense. Yes, portfolio is very important. So this is essentially where a brand, and this is my portfolio, and this portfolio made me tens of thousands of dollars so far with UGC, and it's very simple. So essentially, I just have an introduction on myself with a picture up here, my full name, all my social media that they can look at. Some brands I've worked with. I don't know if any of these look familiar to you guys, but I've worked with, quite a few brands in my past, which only helped me to generate more collabs. But at the end of the day, if you haven't worked with any brands, that's no biggie, because the biggest selling point is your videos. So I have many videos on here, and I have many niches: apps and software videos, skin, hair, body videos, health and supplement videos, marketing agency videos. I've worked, and this will show brands that I've worked with a variety of companies so far. And you can trust me because I've done so much work for other companies, right? Or I've created so many quality videos. They can go on here and watch my videos live. Here's exactly how I stop my stomach bloating and fatigue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. And I guess when you're starting out, you're probably not going to have much of a portfolio, but I'm guessing kind of like freelance. It's kind of like freelancing in a way. Would you just work for like lesser rates and then build your portfolio up over time? Or
yeah, you can do that. Also, you could just take random products that you use every day in your life without even technically working with the company. You can just make videos around their products.
Got it. Okay.
The companies that or say that you're going on vacation next week and you're going to stay at an Airbnb that's video worthy, right? Take videos of it. And the cool thing about that is you can put that video in your portfolio, and you also can pitch the brand. Turn around and pitch the brand. Hey, I made a video of your Airbnb. I usually charge $200, Mrs. Brand or Mrs. Airbnb. This time around, I can just give it to you for like $50 or $100.
All right. So you could still get paid, even if you don't get paid, you're creating something for your portfolio, but you might get paid in the process.
100%. Yeah, David's comment here. If I had a great experience with a natural product and I wanted to share that experience, could I reach out to manufacturer of the supplement and ask them if they're interested in hearing my experience with a product to start? Yes, go right to that brand, look up their email, right? Go to their website, look up their email, or even DM them on Instagram and ask them if they're looking for UGC. Tell them about your experience and say, I'm motivated and inspired to make a video for you. And here's some video examples I can make for you. Guys, I don't want to assume anyone's age in here. There's a very big need for Gen X creators. Why? Because Gen Z grew up with, I'm Gen Z. I grew up with a phone. Like I had a phone in my hand since like 4th grade. Gonna be very serious with you guys. I grew up with videos, right? And making videos and creating content on like social media ever since I was young, like with just random stuff without related to UGC. But Gen X, you guys didn't. So if you guys get good at creating videos and raw testimonials and reviews and videos for these brands, you can get paid a lot of money, because these brands that target your demographic, right, will really use your videos. So there's actually more of a need and more of a market for people in the Gen X age range to start a UGC business and to be a UGC creator, because you can make a lot of money because it's a blue ocean.
Yeah, the demand, there's demand there, but no supply, right? Whereas like young people they're all like tech savvy, so they're all competing to try and do it. Yeah.
100%.
Do international brands accept other spoken languages in the vids, or must be English?
Check with the brand. If you're bilingual, unfortunately, I'm not. I want to be. But if you're bilingual, that's a superpower, guys. So you can go to a brand and say, hey, I can make the video. If you're going to like a German brand and you speak German, you can go to that brand and be like, hey, I can make an English and a German video for you. Or which one would you like, Mrs. Brand? Right? And they can tell you, oh, we want it in Germany. Okay, cool. Because if a brand is from Germany and they're marketing in America, chances are if they run a German, ad in America, it's not going to hit, because Americans, they speak English. So with that being said, that's kind of the approach you can take. There's a lot of abundance, guys. There's a lot of abundance in the UGC industry in the sense of you doing whatever you want to. If you're German and you speak German fluently and you just want to target German brands, by all means, do it. You can target any kind of brand, any kind of company around the world. It's that simple.
Cornelius basically asked a similar question. If English isn't my native language, then what's the likelihood of being hired for UGC work probably, well, it decreased significantly. But I guess, like you just said, if you're doing it in Germany for German brands, then that's your niche, that's your market.
Yes. And if you have like an accent, maybe some people in here are thinking about an accent. Gloria, I have an accent. I speak 2 languages, but I have an accent, or I have some sort of speech thing. That's okay. As long as you can articulate things clearly in the language that you're making UGC for. Brands love diversity. It's 2025, guys. There's a lot of diversity things and movements luckily going on right now with brands and companies online. They love diversity and they love different people making videos for them. So if you target brands, and chances are a lot of the products you use, the brands are targeting you as a customer or someone in your age range or someone that looks like you with the same interests as you, right? As a customer, you can reach out to the brands that you are interested in and you can start pitching them.
Yeah, I think there's a market for everything. I mean, I used to have a friend. He used to do modeling, but he was an older guy, and he used to make loads of money. But I think he modeled for like Land Rover and all these different companies, but their demographic was him. So yeah, Daniel has said, like, it's a good example. I'm sure brands for vitamins for people over 50 and so on, supplements to take it after a certain age, like a young person, I guess they wouldn't be able to hire for UGC for that product, right?
No.
Okay.
It really depends if the brand is doing some crazy wacky angle, maybe like I'm nobody to judge, right? But a brand can, they're gonna probably want to hire someone in the demographic that they're targeting, most chances. I'd like to kind of open the room.
First question I had, I'm ugly, so I just didn't know if I could use somebody else's face.
Why don't you want to use your own face?
Oh, okay.
Because I'm ugly.
It doesn't matter what you look like. And first of all, you're not ugly. God bless us all with a, unique look. But second of all, you can make faceless UGC. Yes. If you don't feel comfortable showing your face, you can make faceless UGC.
I have 2 nieces that kind of look like you. They're about 24 years old, actually. And they do video content all the time. I see them, all day long. They make TikTok videos, Instagram, whatever, because they used to it. They've been doing it since they were, real young. And so the question I had is, can I share this with them? And I want them to make millions for me.
Yeah, you can share it with them. And you guys definitely can find a way to collaborate on UGC, definitely, and start a UGC business together if you want to. But no matter, they can do it, you can do it, anyone can do it. So for the digital nomads and, the Gen X creators in here, I mean, I work closely with Gen X creators.
Would you do training if you're compensated? Would you do training?
Training on what?
Yeah, so Gloria has a community, David. We mentioned it at the start, but I'm not sure everybody's in here. It's called UGC World. She's got a community just like Nomad School with like 2,000 people in it.
Yes.
Okay.
You'll get access to that. You'll get free access to that.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Has anybody else got any questions?
Do international brands look for UGC contents in different languages? Because in the end, they will post it or make the marketing in the countries they want to.
Yeah, that's a toughie because every brand is different. Most likely not for each brand. A lot of brands will just market in their own country unless they're looking to do like a world expansion. Some companies do that, but it actually is completely dependent upon the company. So that's something you'd have to ask the brand.
Yeah, I think with a lot of these questions as well, it's so vast, isn't it? Because you can literally work for any brand. Yes. And it's like what you said, David, about like if you're shy and you don't want to be on camera. I think like if somebody's showing an ad to somebody, the user, the customer wants to see somebody that looks like them because they relate to them. This is why UGC, I think, is working, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the expert on it. But I'm guessing consumers are kind of tired of like just perfect ads all the time. And that's why they're not performing as well as when they see ads that are made by people that look like them. And they're like, oh, that person looks like me. So they relate and then they go and buy the product. Am I right?
That's correct. So it has to hit home. It has to hit home for the viewer, for them to purchase it.
I've got a quick question for you. Like, what's the turnaround time in like terms of creating these videos, like editing them, etc., like how long does it take to like get sort of like half decent at it and then to like churn them out quickly?
Yeah, so for me, when I pitch a brand, I'm like, hey, it'll take me like 3 to 5 business days to get you, the few videos that you order. For me, it takes maybe about 4 hours to create one full UGC video, meaning I scripted it, edited it, I filmed it, everything like that. But when it comes to like maybe just a video that you just script read, something like that, and you just send it over, that's going to take just a few minutes, to be honest. If it takes you 10 minutes to script read, or if it takes you like 5 minutes to do it, 5 minutes and then just send it over. So it's like, it's going to take an hour or like less to get everything sorted together, get the email put together, put it in the Google Drive, everything like that. to send over that live link. So when you first start off, I'm assuming you're asking that from a beginner standpoint. When you're first starting off, expect, give yourself time, maybe like 3 to 7 business days for you to create the batch of videos, whether it's one video or like 5 videos. Give yourself tell the brand 3 to 5 business days so you can plan it. Spend one day planning, spend day one script filming, editing, and then delivering. Give yourself that time. I've been doing this for a while, so I'm very understanding about me and my process around creating UGC. So if a brand like the supplement company right here were to order UGC from me, like 3 to 5 videos, or say 3 videos for this instance, I'd say 3 to 5 business days.
I guess when they're starting out as well, you can always just make a practice video, right?
Yes.
You don't have to jump in the deep end and get hired by a brand and then say, oh shit, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, no. Do practice videos as well. Fill your portfolio first. So make 7. I give my creators all the time, no matter what age they are, right? I tell my creators all the time, do the 7-day UGC challenge. Make 1 video a day for the next 7 days and put it on your portfolio. And the catch here is you have to create a video, guys. You have to create every day of the week. You have to create a different video for a different niche. So one day you can do supplement. Another day, go to a local hotel and ask them to film for free. And then the next day, do a travel, suitcase. Right? And the next one, do just different companies to add more diversity into your portfolio.
I like the software idea as well. Hey, I never even thought about that. I'm sure there's lots of angles as well that most people just will never think of. Yeah.
What about technical stuff, in terms of the equipment that you need to do it? I know you said just the phone, but obviously if you're going to do a decent video, right, you're going to need decent mics, right? Audio, maybe a decent camera.
If you have an iPhone 11 and above, you're fine. Or if you have an Android or a newer Android, that should work as well. We just need to make sure the video quality is great. I use my iPhone 15. I have an iPhone 15 and I just use it. I have microphones that you can buy. Guys, you need 3 things. Let's just cut it to that. You need 3 things. You need a good camera. It could be your phone or camera. You need some sort of microphone. This microphone is $200. It's a wireless Me microphone I got from Target. You can get a $15 one from Amazon of just a small microphone you can clip to your shirt or hold, right, to make sure that audio is crisp. And then also you need, most times, if you're not doing travel UGC, you need a tripod. What this is it kind of holds your camera. It holds your camera to stay, grounded. And so you don't have to hold the camera, it holds it for you. So it's basically a pair of hands for you.
Already, actually. It's just the mic is the only thing missing.
Yeah, you can get I bought some and they're really good. You can buy Bluetooth wireless microphones and you can get them literally for $20. And they work really well. You just plug the USB-C into your phone and then the phone will start recording straight off of that. But I've actually got a friend, he's got a YouTube channel that's pretty decent. It's a travel channel and he's never had a computer. He's built his entire channel just from his phone. He even edits all of his long form videos on his phone. So it can be done on a phone. There's video editing software. I mean, do you know any video editing software that you'd recommend for a phone?
I recommend 100% CapCut. I actually edit all of my UGC videos on my cell phone as well. Okay. And it's all done on CapCut, guys. It's the best video editing software out there because it's beginner friendly and advanced combined in one. It's very simple.
It's pretty cheap as well, I think, especially out here in Thailand. Yeah, cool. Has anybody else got any questions? Can you use CapCut with Android? Yes, you can. Yeah. So what would you suggest for your portfolio? I noticed that when you shared your portfolio, you had it on a website. Was it your own website or did you use a separate platform?
I use Canva to create my portfolio. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Canva. It's one of the biggest graphic design, simplified graphic design tools out there in the world. And essentially, you put it in Canva, you connect your website. It's very, very easy. They have great support as well and great step-by-step process to help you with that. And that's how you do it. And that's how you get the live videos, kind of like that, structured like that. And I tell all my creators, use Canva because it's very simple to use. It's very streamlined and you can get a portfolio up in 10 minutes, once you have a few videos done.
I had a question I wanted to ask you just because as we're coming towards the end, if you could break it down, what would be the 3 steps that somebody would need to take to get started in all of this? Because we mentioned a portfolio, you mentioned brand outreach. What would be the steps for a beginner to say if someone has done this, they want to start tomorrow? What are the next 3 to 5 things they have to do?
Yes, that's a great question. Number 1 is choose some niches. Choose 3 to 5 niches of okay, I want to start focusing. I'm very interested in animals, right? I love animals. I have 3 dogs, whatever. Okay, animals. Choose your interest. If you're very outdoorsy and you like camping, choose that one. If you're a great speaker, choose professional services. So choose a few niches like software, SaaS, Airbnbs, travel destinations, physical products like supplements, right? Choose a few niches, and that's step one. Step two is pick up your phone and start recording videos. Gloria, I don't know how to film. Gloria, I don't know how to present myself on camera. Gloria, I need help. Gloria, I need help understanding how to put the lighting together. Right? Really, we just need outdoor lighting, or if you have some sort of softbox or ring light, that works, right? But lighting, it's not necessary to have a softbox or ring light if you have access to that. That's all in my free community, so I can walk you through that. But that's what we'd have to do, is we'd have to start creating, because the obstacle is the way, right? We don't know how to create content. It sounds scary. Okay, that's the obstacle. We have to start doing that because that's the way, right? That's the way to move forward, is to actually create content as a creator. So step 2 is creating content. Step 3 is putting together your portfolio. So once you make 3 to 5 videos, or 6 or 7 or 10 videos from the random products that you're finding around your home and the niches that you chose, that's when we start putting the videos on the portfolio. So we put the videos on the portfolio, and then step 4 would be pitching brands. So we go to brands, we'd email brands, or we'd find them on Instagram or X, or we find collab opportunity. The best ways to find collab opportunities is creator apps like Backstage, going on Instagram and searching just up brands, and going on your Explorer and finding supplement brands and everything like that, and then going on X and searching up collab opportunity. And I have these resources in my school community that you guys will get access to. And then 5 is pitching and landing clients, right? So to walk you through it step by step again, to make sure everyone's kind of following here, we go from choosing a niche, to creating videos around those niches, to putting together a portfolio, to reaching out to brands, right? And pitching brands, to land clients.
When you mentioned the camping as well, another thing I thought is even if somebody was living in a place like Thailand, they have to market to foreigners as well. And a lot of they might do marketing to Westerners. That could be a good opportunity as well. Even if you want to work with Thai brands for the Western market, or if you work in a foreign country for the Western market.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was just in Bali for 3 weeks with my team, and we're going to have to eat. And there's multiple service-based businesses there, around massage, and they target Westerners and they target foreigners with money. And typically it's people from, Bali's or Indonesia is a third world country, I believe. Don't quote me, right? So the economy is very different than, America or Australia or Europe, right? So they target people like that, and a lot of them speak English. So that would be a great opportunity to create content targeting those people in Indonesia, right?
I have a friend, he's got a property company here in Chiang Mai, and he basically rents properties primarily to Westerners. And he had a YouTube channel with his Thai staff running the channel, and it just did awful for years. And then as soon as he got on the channel just took off, because he's marketing to Westerners. But he could have equally hired a UGC creator to have done that for him, I'm guessing. That's a YouTube channel. It's not the same thing, it's a YouTube channel, but...
Yeah, thanks, Cloris. Brilliant. I just wanted to ask about China. A lot of Chinese brands or companies, do they reach out to people like yourself to market their products, sort of give them perhaps international legitimacy and that sort of thing? And how does that work with the jurisdictional issues between countries like you and me are outside China, and China can be quite strict with its firewall? And I just wondered how that worked.
For sure. Yeah, that's a beautiful question. So essentially, I've worked with Chinese companies through Amazon. A lot of Chinese companies are on Amazon, and a lot of Amazon companies are searching the web and searching X for creators. So they'll reach out to you with chopped up English, speak English, and they will reach out to you for, they look for their Amazon storefront. They look for a lot of the review and testimonial style content. I worked with this brand. I think they're a Chinese company, this glass brand here from Amazon. And I created just a raw testimonial style UGC video for them, and it's on their website or their Amazon storefront, and they loved it, right? So that's something, is that these Amazon companies actually reached out to them. I sent them a message in the Amazon chat to the store seller, and I'm like, yo, I love your glasses. Let me make UGC for, let me make some videos around them for you and your brand. And they're like, yes, let's take it over email. We took it over email. I got paid out maybe $200 for the video, something like that, for a product I already had, right?
So you made contact with them first through our Amazon.com or another version of Amazon?
Amazon seller. So you'd have to kind of look up the direct steps on how to get in touch with an Amazon seller. But you go to the storefront, and then you press the product, and then you press Amazon contact Amazon seller or contact support, and then press Amazon seller and go in there and send a message. And it's a very limited amount of things that you could say, but you can just say, hey, can I create videos or UGC for your products? If they're interested, you send over your email and you take it over email. The main point of it is to take it off of the platform.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
percentage of your clients are Western versus Chinese? And
I'd say maybe like 75% of my brand or companies are from the West here in America. And then maybe 25% are from kind of random companies around like the world. But not to say that you can't niche in 100%, companies around the world that aren't from the West.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thanks very much.
Hey, Gloria, I was just wondering how you pitch yourself when you were saying, emailing companies. Do you just attach your portfolio? Do you have a set introduction? Do you do it live? How do you do it? And how do you get in front of everyone else that's doing it?
Yeah, for sure. I have certain pitch frameworks and templates. They use psychology and they use, sales frameworks to make sure that my pitch stands out and my pitch is better than all of the other creators that pitch them. Also, pitching brands in the first place that aren't reached out to by many creators is a hack as well, right? Because it separates you from everyone else. You can have a mediocre pitch. You send it to a brand that doesn't even get pitches from creators. Okay, cool. The chances of you landing a client is higher. Right. But second of all, when you do pitch brands, give them a quick introduction of how you found them, walk them through your service and what value you can provide the brand. And then ask them, hey, are you interested? I can send over my portfolio. It's a very simple thing. In our community, we have like pitch examples for you.
Should you expect it to be sort of like looking for a job and getting, either rejections or just not hearing from people at all, like because they're probably being inundated? And when that happens, and when that happens, do you just like give it a rest and then relaunch? Or
it depends upon the company or brand. It's a sales game and it's a numbers game, right? Send out 100 pitches, maybe you'll get 5 positive replies, which is actually a pretty good rate, right? And maybe like 10 are saying no, but you got 5, right? So it's taking that sifter and sifting out the diamonds, right? Sifting out like the rocks that are in the pile. So it's like having that understanding of it's a sales game. You're always going to get rejected, but just because I get rejected from a brand doesn't mean I'm not going to get accepted by a different brand. So it's having abundance around the process of like, okay, I'm pitching a bunch of brands. I have that expectation. Some people will say no, but some people will say yes. And we're going to focus on the people that do say yes.
Thanks.
what is your process for outreach? Is it automated, or do you sit down for like an hour a day and say, right, I'm just going to do my pitching for an hour and just get really fast at it? Or how do you do that?
It's automated with software. So I use Apollo and I scrape leads. And then I use something called Lemlist. And it sends emails for me on autopilot when I sleep. Not to say that you have to do those. You can just find brand emails from their websites you search up online, right? And you can manually send emails to them. If you're a beginner, right? You can do that. But I use different software to scrape leads. And then I use software to send, the emails out. I wake up with positive replies and I wake up with brands saying yes, no, and yes, technically. But
It's cold email, basically.
Cold email, yes. Cold email pitching.
Just a quick one. Because you're so old, and you were talking, that's being ironic, and you were talking before about, and Brett was saying about automation and so forth. It sounds quite a lot sometimes, to someone like myself who hasn't learned all that. Do you hire people? Because when I'm sort of sitting here listening to it and saying, I have to practice videos, and then, and I think the automation thing's great, but the learning curve on a lot of these things, I would suspect, like, do you just pick that up, and is it easy, or did you hire someone to do that for you and teach you?
The systems?
Yeah.
I have a background in business. So I know systems only because I started business about 3 years ago. Not to say that you guys have to have a background in business. You guys just need in-depth tutorials on how to get the software up. Is that right?
Yeah.
And can they get access to those tutorials inside of the community, right?
Yes, definitely join our community. We have all of the resources. We have the software, tutorials. We have everything in there.
Awesome. Okay. Well, if there's no more questions, we'll wrap it up there. Gloria, thank you so much for coming on and telling us all about that. Yeah, it's amazing.
For
And
sure.
I think with something like this as well, I don't know if you would agree, but like, because it's so vast, would you say, like, for a lot of people, like in this hour, it's kind of easy to think like, okay, but what am I going to do? But I think this is the type of thing where so many different ideas can come to you. I thought of just a bunch just sitting here for the hour. Like when you mentioned the like the outdoors stuff, I just straight away was like, all right, there's so many companies that produce tents, and I think Dane said he's going to do one with a kayak, and like the ideas are vast, right?
Yes, you can do many different things with UGC. And the more creative we get with our UGC, right, and the more creative we get with the products we use and the videos we create, the more opportunity we have. We're naturally creative as human beings. So when we have that thought of like combining our interests with UGC and the products that like fuel our interests, it gets really easy to be a creator because you're creating content around things that you actually enjoy doing and enjoy using and services you enjoy having.
Sorry, Gloria, isn't this similar to like the Amazon kind of ad thing that you can do when you record, you do product reviews, but obviously cutting out the middleman, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit similar. A lot of creators come from that Amazon review kind of side of things and go into UGC. You can do both. I've done Amazon reviews. Like I said, I got paid for this glasses. And it's all kind of UGC combined. It's kind of combined together. You can do like, I just like section Amazon reviews into UGC in general, but don't limit yourself just to Amazon.
Yeah, it looks very like low paid because I did actually look at that recently. But yeah, it looked like it was just like a lot of work to make them money, which is why I thought I'm not doing that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So we're cutting out the middleman here, right? And just sourcing the products ourselves, outreaching to companies.
Yeah, we're a business owner, right? There's no middleman. We don't got to depend on anyone. We don't got to depend on anything. We're our own business, right? And that's what makes it so attractive and why I jumped in. I'm like, content creation business? Or I don't even have to have followers, right? Who doesn't want to do this, guys?
Because my niche is like music, so I got that kind of music equipment stuff like that around. So just like kind of start off with that, cool. But then just like, I know you mentioned tech. I code as well, but like, how would you like frame that in a tech way? Because like I've contacted loads of tech companies already. They're probably sick of hearing from me, but maybe a new angle is a good way of putting it.
It starts with understanding their problem. Like a lot of tech companies struggle with turning this complex tech software, even if it's not that complex. A lot of people aren't naturally tech savvy. I'm not, I promise. And turning that into a very digestible tutorial or demo. And that's where tech companies, that's where they can run them as ads and put that video on their website. Someone taking a complex thing and turning into an attractive, video tutorial that's comprehensible and easy to consume.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well is like to realize that this isn't just like testimonials or reviews. Like Nathan in the group who did a workshop recently who is an ad buyer. They were using UGC stuff as well. So, like on Amazon, a testimonial might not be worth a lot and they may not pay you a lot, but a company that is going to drop $1 million a month on an ad that you have created and that you're in is going to pay you a hell of a lot.
Yes.
So your content is not just being used for testimonials, it's being used for paid advertising that companies are paying for. And yeah.
And then companies like, I don't know if anyone knows Motion. It's a brand new, SaaS company out there, I believe. It's like a productivity software for entrepreneurs and business owners. I've done UGC for them. They have a huge, like companies like that have huge budgets because they have investors and they're pumping out ads. And that company's worked with like hundreds of creators over the past year here, which is insane. So companies like that have those budgets, have investors or have, a chunk of money to spend on advertising because their product or their service, software as a service, is so good.
You do get a lot of VC backed companies that will just throw money around, even with like YouTube sponsorships. Like some YouTube sponsors will want to pay me like hardly anything, and then others like, oh yeah, just whatever. So yeah, and it's because they're VC backed and they've got money.
Yeah, 100%.
Cool. Okay, guys, we'll wrap it up there then. We've passed the hour, but Gloria, once again, thank you so much for coming on. We really, really do appreciate it. It's been awesome. Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Bye.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
In this video, it's going to be pretty brief. I'm going to walk you through how to set up your portfolio, page by page, what needs to be in each page to successfully convert brands into calls and brands into collabs, brands into sales, brands into clients, everything else. So yeah, for example, we're going to be using my portfolio here because it has produced $5,000, $10,000 to $15,000 every single month for me for the past 6 to 8 months with UGC. So yes, we're going to use mine and you can copy and paste it and we'll just go from there. First things first, setting up a portfolio. How do you get to this page? Everything like that. I'm going to walk you through it right here. Go to Canva and go to the home page like this. You would need a paid Canva account to host the website, get a domain in there from GoDaddy. I can make a tutorial on there another day, but yeah. We'll go to Canva like this. Please just pay for it. It's like $10 to $20. It's worth it. You'll probably need Canva in the future. But yeah, so what you're going to do is search up UGC website like this. And then you'll press Canva templates like this. And then everything that says UGC website, I'll show you when it loads right here. Everything that says UGC portfolio website, boom, website, everything that's like this website right here, you see that? You can click on it and go from there. I'll choose this website here, customize this template, And boom, now you have a Canva portfolio website that you can use. If you decide, oh my gosh, I want to use a different design, I want to explore more, you literally can just like scroll down and figure out what you want to do. And then the cool thing about Canva websites is you can like by key, like make the page longer. It's so cool. I love Canva. And then also it gives us the option to, paste videos easily and everything like that and host the website super easily. Recommend Canva. There are other options, but I'm just going to give you the tutorial on Canva. Now we're jumping back over here to my portfolio. The first page includes name, title, social handles, location, and picture. So name right here, put your name front and center. Title, I have a background in marketing, so I'm going to put my marketing background here. If you have another title, if you have a degree of some sort, right, that pertains to UGC, if you have a degree of any sort, put it on there. It shows that you're credible in any way, shape, or form. At the end of the day, we're selling ourselves on this Canva site and we're selling our service on it. We're showing that, we're true to what we say we are, and then our work is top-notch UGC at the same time. So that's why we add the title there. If you don't have anything, if you don't have a college degree, it's okay. Just put UGC creator. I mean, it helps with credibility. It's brownie points, but a lot of brands won't really look at that necessarily, won't make that the number one determining factor. And put your location. I recommend city, state, and country. Put a nice picture of yourself. Make sure the picture shows fully your face. You can do your body as well. I have a different picture on my portfolio as well, showing more of my body at the bottom. I'll get to that in a second. But at least show your face. Your hair color should be on there. Everything like that. Show everything. Don't make it a weird sideways picture. Make it normal. Make it look normal so they have a good idea of what you look like, which is very, very important. Your number one way to contact you, which should be email. And then make sure the email is linked. I clicked on it. Make sure the email is linked. So if they click on the email, it will open up like a fresh new email for them so they can email us right away. Just make it stupid simple for the brand. You can put a little description of your past work experience. Again, I have a background in marketing, so I can put that on there, how long I've been in the industry. If you're brand new, you don't need to put anything like that on here until you have been in the industry for like months and that show credibility. But yeah, you can do that. And then also put your socials. I put icons on here. You can customize that however you want, but put icons, put your socials on here somewhere on page 1 that are linked as well. All my socials are linked to these, and it's obvious, like, hey, if you click on this, it will go to my social media. So any brand that's looking, any brand marketing team that's looking at my portfolio, they can literally click this and go straight into my social media. Page 1 is done. Let's jump to page 2. 2 is literally all about social proof, insights, reviews, credibility, case studies, etc. The funniest part is you actually can get away with not having any necessarily social proof, real social proof, like insights or anything. The biggest factor a brand will work for you is always going to be the videos, because that's what they're buying. If you have any data, put it here. I'm still working on, it's a full-time job to get data from all of these brands. I'm collecting it. I'm getting it into like a compiled case study, and I'm going to be adding it to my portfolio later on. I've made a full-time income with UGC without having any actual insights, but of course, brownie points, more credibility, probably bigger brands you can work with if you put more, data on there, which personally I am collecting. Make sure we're staying truthful as well. Don't lie about the brands that you've worked with. Don't lie about anything. Stay truthful. All of these brands I've worked with, and I'm putting it on here as social proof of some sort. They see the logo and they're like, oh my gosh, this girl worked with this brand. For example, my biggest brands are on top. I'm showing that right front and center on top to show brands, hey, I am a credible UGC creator. I worked with brands you know of, right? So for this like testimonial case study, social proof insights page as well, you could get bigger, but also like add more about yourself. If you've been on a podcast before, if you've been featured in a magazine before, add the links there so brands can kind of stalk you there and see that, hey, this girl is real, and they can learn more about you as a creator as well. That is page 2. Now, page 3 to page 5, depending on how many videos you have, is for all of your UGC and videos. So really my biggest advice is to make your videos very smooth, very organized in a clear and simple manner. Make it look good, make it look organized, so brands can just click on all of your videos, look at them, be wowed, and book a call with you. My videos are not play automatically, so please make sure every single one of your videos, you go to edit, play automatically is turned off, because if that's turned on for every one of your videos, which automatically it is on Canva, if it's on for every single one of your videos, someone will scroll and all of your videos will just play out one point and give someone a seizure. So do not do that. I organize like this because I worked with different niches, but you can organize your page 3 to page like 5 to 7, how many videos you have, into different pillars. So you could do, hey, I've worked with this kind of brands, I worked with skincare, hair care, or you could do like, here's organic videos, here's paid ad videos, here's pictures, right? Just all of your services and good examples you have. See, for mine, I've worked with a lot of marketing companies, I've worked with a lot of B2B companies, so I have case studies for them. I put a lot of my videos on here for them. Now the 6th and 7th page for me is my specifically what makes me unique pages. So literally I'm doing like a list, like this is what I do, this is what I don't do, showing brands, hey, this is what separates me from everyone else. I have this on my portfolio. Most creators don't have this on their portfolio. So you can kind of take what I have here and make it your own and make your own list, or make your own way, make it in your own way to show brands, hey, this is how I create my videos and this is how I don't create my videos, showing brands all together what separates you from everyone else. Going down here, here's my strategic UGC framework that I made, and it's proven across 7+ industries. Brands read this and are like, oh my gosh, this girl knows what she's doing, right? She's worked with all these brands above, and she has a framework that she put in her UGC. Oh my gosh, I'm sold, right? They're not necessarily thinking that exactly, but that's kind of the point of this, is to get the brand to feel, oh my gosh, like trust in us and our framework and everything that we have. So this is another point, what makes me unique and separates me from every other creator that they're looking at, And you are in the UGC Academy, so I give you permission to steal this whole thing. If you want to put this and feature this on your UGC portfolio, by all means do it. You don't have to link me, you don't have to tag me in any sort of way. Put it on there showing us, hey, this is the framework I use that's proven. I did it so you could do it, right? I walked so you can run. Steal this, put it on your portfolio, take it from me. And yeah, last page should be, or section should be the about me. Do a little spiel about your past, your background, who you are, how you grew up. Don't make it so centered around you though. Yes, it's about you. Do a spiel about you, but also whip it around and wind it around the brand, and like kind of smoothly put together a spiel about you and what makes you like the perfect UGC creator. You can pause and read mine and put together something similar for yourself, but I also use ChatGPT to put something together for me as well. So that's something to keep in mind. I have another picture of me here, and then I also have my location again in case they forgot. And then I also, this is something that no other UGC coach will ever tell you, that you are niched in like health and wellness or skincare, right? Or say you don't even have a niche, but on the other side of the spectrum, you're very, very passionate about like the outdoors, or even hitting the gym, fitness, and you're very serious about it. Maybe you even have a social media account and you're growing around it. You can also make another page around that to show brands, oh my gosh, she's into fitness as well. She's a jack of all trades, right? Or whatever that saying is. So show brands like who you are and what you offer to the table, all of it, instead of just like what you currently have done. If you're really passionate about something and you have content around it, put it on here, because you can get brand deals around that as well. Linked around here, right? And that brands can check out in case they're a outdoors brand or a fitness brand or something like that. And the last page should be the call to action. It's very simple. Brands, oh my gosh, this is the end, and this is what you do now if you like what you saw. So I say, let's get started. Next step, book a 15-minute strategy session below. I literally have a link to my Calendly. Open that up, and it's literally like a calendar that you can book anytime for the next few days. And then also I put on here, regardless of whether you decide to move forward, brands often find these calls incredibly valuable, which sells the call. What brand in the right mind doesn't want to learn more about UGC and how to structure it for their brand, no matter if they work with me or not? I say that we'll chat about possibly aligning your brand, telling the brand, hey, there's no obligation. I'm just going to give you a quick intro of myself, what I do, and you can kind of make the decision there. Give them the power, right? Sales. Tons of like booked calls from this like Canva site, and I've also gotten tons of book calls from just sending the link via email. But brands love to book calls because most UGC creators don't offer a book a call funnel. So they literally just have it and their rates on it, their portfolio. They have their portfolio, they have their rates on it, and they have it all, and they just go by via email. Like, that's how you get $200 collabs. That's how you don't get monthly retainers from brands, because to get to that monthly retainer point, you need to make sure you're building that relationship with brands. I give them the option to book a call, and then sometimes they just email me back and we'll kind of book a call from there as well. I do not put my rates on the portfolio. Do not put your rates on the portfolio. That's the biggest misconception. That's not how you make sales. Do not put the rates on the portfolio. The only way I would like pitch rates or like tell a brand my rates is like via DM or via email if the brand is huge and they've worked with creators before and everything like that. Then I add another copy of my, socials that are linked, and then my links of more social proof of the podcast and website I was on. So that's all. Steal this, make this your own, make it better than mine. Please do that. And I hope this helped for you to help build your portfolio. Hey guys, this is Future Gloria. That video that you just watched did an amazing job showing you how you should set up your portfolio properly, but there's a couple things that I want to make very, very clear. When a brand hops on your portfolio, it has to be centered and tailored towards a brand. It's called brand centered, quote unquote. So every single thing on our portfolio has to be tailored to the brand's liking. Otherwise, we're not going to land brand collabs. So when we hop on a portfolio like this and say the portfolio is very messy and chaotic, right? There's many fonts used everywhere. It's hard to follow along. The videos are all the way at the bottom, right? A brand isn't going to want to work with you. A brand isn't even want to look at your portfolio. Why? Because it's not brand centered. It's just a headache, and they know you're going to be a headache to work with. It's like a job application. If your handwriting on a job application is like so bad, barely can read, they're probably going to get the memo that you're unorganized and you don't have your stuff together, right, for the job, because your handwriting, you can't even read it on the job application. Immediately throw away. Same thing here. We need to make sure everything is organized. Like in the previous video, I know I walked through what needs to be on what page, but remember that everything has to be brand centered, including the about me. Make sure that every single sentence on your about me is tailored towards the brand. Hey, I've done this. I got this college degree. This is what I like to do. Why do you like to do it? And how will it impact the brand? It means nothing if you don't walk through why and how it will help the brand, because the brand doesn't care that you love dogs. The brand doesn't care that you like to travel. The brand cares if you like to travel and how it can impact them. Make sure your location is on there, loud and clear, and it's arranged in a way that is brand centered. This is a funnel, guys. When a brand hops on your portfolio, your website, this is a funnel. You're funneling them down from the very top all the way to the bottom. So essentially they're looking, okay, very clear, very big. I like it so far. She's worked with many brands. Scroll down even more, right? Okay, good. More and more videos, looking at a few, scroll down more, case studies, scroll down more, what makes her different, scroll down more about her, scroll down, boom, book a call. This is how you get in touch right here, right? My email is there in case they don't want to book a call at the very top. But it's very, very known on how to get in touch with me. And if that's not present on your portfolio, I'm so sorry, you're going to fail. Right? That needs to be set up correctly in your portfolio. It needs to be brand centered. Right now, I'm going to tear apart a real UGC creator's profile live and rebuild it from scratch. And you're going to see exactly why she was getting ghosted by brands and how we fixed it literally in under 15 minutes. I'm Gloria, and I've been on both sides of this game. I've pitched hundreds of brands as a creator, and I've also hired creators for my own campaigns, so I know exactly what makes brands say yes or delete your email immediately. The creator we're helping today thought she had a solid portfolio, clean aesthetic, good lighting, trendy sounds, everything the TikTok gurus tell you to focus on. But she was stuck in the gifted collab trap, getting lowball offers and watching other creators with worse content land $2,000 deals while she was fighting for $200. So here's the brutal truth. Your portfolio isn't about showing off your content creation skills. It's about proving you can make brands money. And most creators completely miss this, which is why they stay stuck while others skyrocket past them. In this live breakdown, you're going to see the exact moment we identify what was killing her conversion rate, the 5 video types that actually get responses from premium brands, and the simple psychology shift that turns you from just another creator into someone brands see as a strategic investment. If you've been sending pitches into the void, settling for free products while watching others get paid, or wondering why your beautiful content isn't translating to bigger checks, this is going to be uncomfortable to watch because you'll probably recognize your own mistakes. But by the end, you'll know exactly how to position yourself as the creator brands fight over, not the one that they ignore. Let's see what really is holding her back. How long have you been a creator for?
Like a month, really.
A month. Okay, awesome. Let me just do a quick once over. Okay, cool. I already see a couple things, but first of all, when we create a portfolio, we have to have an intention in mind. Most creators, when they create their portfolio, they just like kind of focus on what looks neat, pretty, and aesthetic. They don't focus on, hey, what is the portfolio actually about? A portfolio is literally to convert a brand into a customer. A portfolio is like a website. If you go into like a random software company's website, you're going to see how it's like it's kind of maybe like a funnel, or it's very precise on what information is added into it to make sure it speaks to a certain person, right? So it's all marketing, essentially. This is marketing material. We need to make sure that there's a specific goal with this portfolio, which is to turn these brands that look at your portfolio into a customer. You follow?
Yep.
So with that being said, you let me know, like, what kind of brands are you working with right now, and what brands are you looking to like focus on in the future?
So I think that that's part of I know that that's going to be part of the challenge, is that I was TikTok shop through and through, and decided that I wanted to steer clear of that, or at least get away from it. I don't think it's a long-term solution. I want to find something long-term. So that's like the first thing. Niche-wise, it's hard for me because I was a model for 10 years. So I feel like I'm supposed to go into the fashion, but it's not what I feel like I can make the best content with. So I'm like in this little bit of a debate. I'm just going to be really honest with that. So like niche-wise, I feel like tech would be it's the most long-term. Longevity there is there, but it's the one I'm the least aware of. So you're going to see I have one on there that is a tech style, like app style based. The partners that I have booked paid partnerships with are all going to be clothes, fashion, things like that. I want to try and stay clear of that a little bit, if that makes sense.
100%. And if like we want to think long-term here, hey, if you want a niche in tech and software and you're reaching out to a ton of tech and software companies, right? What we need to do is make sure that your portfolio complements that kind of business, right?
For sure.
Those business, tech, software, B2B SaaS, any B2B kind of company that you're helping with UGC, a lot of them are very, very ROI driven. The results driven. They want to see metrics. They want to see data, right? So we need to make sure our portfolio is for that type of market, for that type of audience, and it speaks to them in their language. It's okay that we have several niches as a creator. Gloria, I have several niches. How do I do that, right? How do I shape?
And I don't want to just niche down. Like that is one thing. I don't want to niche down. I don't think that for me, that's the best possibility. I also have my dog and he's created content. So pet UGC is something that like you'll see. So yeah, I'm kind of all over the place, and you'll see that one of my pages isn't showing up.
So we just have one page here with your videos.
Oh no, there is 2 pages. I don't know why it's not showing up.
It's okay. Either way, it's okay. But really, like if we have multiple niches, we need to make sure we have like we have sections that complement the niches. Say that you're really successful in tech, beauty, and like supplements. Make sure there's tech, beauty, and supplement headings on here that speaks to the people you're reaching out to. Because I talk to UGC creators all the time, and they're like, Gloria, like I'm getting positive replies, but brands are ghosting me. I look at their portfolio, I'm like, this portfolio screams beauty. Like beauty brands would say yes. You're reaching out to tech brands right now. You think they're going to respond, right? They're probably not. So it has to be very, very custom to your target audience. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, like my first initial thoughts here, I like this. Your name, what you do, and who you are here. Very clear, very big. I like that. Location and email, good. Something I would do is I like promotional model. I like that. I like this. I feel like the picture over here is a little bit maybe too much and extra. Just do a simple picture with a simple, like maybe a simple picture in like a normal looking frame, something like that. Instead of like 2 pictures on top of each other, it's a little bit distracting. I'm like, okay, why are there 2 iPads on top of each other, right?
Okay.
Just like a picture of you with a frame. Make sure the picture is clear. Make sure it looks like you don't even have a filter on. Make sure it looks like sometimes even a normal selfie that you take of yourself. because it's kind of like when you have a background in modeling, it's kind of like modeling where you need something that looks organic. You need to show who you are, right? They need to see like your sometimes even eye color. They need to see like your face, your skin color, your hair, how long your hair is, right? All of that, and to show like who you are. I recommend like a picture with like at least shoulders and above. And I also have a full body or almost full body picture on my portfolio at the bottom too, to just like show another picture of me. But it's very simple, guys. Just a picture of you to make it very, very clear.
There, are you saying more so, you're saying more so like a selfie style headshot?
It could be a selfie style. It could be like maybe a photo shoot that you've had, but it has to look very organic and not with like filters, you know?
Okay.
Like this picture is fine here. Like I like this, but your head is turned to the side. You have a cowgirl hat on, which is a little the country niche or something. Like it's like it's bringing that to my mind, you know?
Okay.
And then
So one of the things that I'm curious on that is, so like my first three, like before I really started UGC, the only three paid like online modeling UGC style things, people had reached out to me because I have that Western background.
okay.
And they actually reached out to me specifically to create content with the cowboy hat on, talking about things like one of them was a drink that was for ranchers,
Okay.
things like that. That's kind of why I like have that.
Yeah. Are you looking to focus on those companies to grow with?
I don't think it's a large enough, I don't want to niche down to that. I don't think it's a large enough clientele audience for me to be able to stick to that. So I do
So
get what
that's-
you're saying.
Yeah. So if that's a no, I'd take it off because it's not going to complement. It's not going to help. It's really cool that you have that background, right? But it's not going to help your UGC business.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just really getting like logical about like your end goal. I like this like trusted by. It's a little bit like spread out. What I like to do is like put them in frames. Like I just put everything in frames, guys. Like everything I add to my portfolio is in like a frame. And what I mean by frame, I like put this, say for this like logo right here, I'll put that into Canva and I'll download the Canva picture. So it's in like a picture or like a picture with the logo and a white background on it. That's it. And I put it into a frame on this Canva site. So it looks like nice and clear, and all of these logos can be like kind of the same size with a white background. So it's very like clear. And that's something here as well. Like all of these logos are spread out. It's a little bit hard to look at and like comprehend. If they're all just nice order, that could help.
When you don't have a lot of them, do
Yep.
you feel like it's better to just still size them larger and then you can, or what do you think?
You
When you don't
can
have
just make them look like clean and neat. Like you can do a row here, you can do like maybe 2 rows, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Just make sure it looks neat and clear, and it's very obvious that you've worked with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 brands.
Okay.
You know? That's not something to get too caught up on though. The main thing about your portfolio, obviously, is the content. And the content is what drives like all of your, you know, success with the portfolio. So overall, like let me like stop screen share and I'm going to reshare with sound so I can review one of your videos and give you pointers here.
For sure.
Second, guys. I'll just click the first one here.
Within the last 24 hours, I've created 5 custom apps. The wildest part, they were all apps I used to say, I wish someone would build this already. Well, I stopped wishing and started prompting. With Rourke, I just gave it the idea, and within minutes, my first app was built. I said CRM, boom, done. Gave it all the things I wanted, and the CRM was created. Task tracker, content creator, fitness hub, all of these done, done, and done. No coding, no waiting, just me, my ideas, and the power to bring it to life. It really is that simple.
So is this an app that creates apps or a software that creates apps?
It's an app that creates apps.
Interesting. So that was my first question after the video. I didn't know. So it's like, maybe make that clearer. Maybe I'm just,
Well, I guess it's actually both.
okay. So
It's both. 100% it's both.
okay, sure. So make that really clear. Like, hey, it's very simple. You just download on your iPhone, right? Something like that. Also, I like to use like the 2-second rule. Every 2 seconds, there's a new element, there's a new background, there's a new video or B-roll popping up on the screen to keep the viewer engaged. We just watched a video of you talking about a screen recording in the background. It's like, it could work, right? But it's most likely not gonna, because there's nothing really much to the video. What I recommend, if it's an app, show you walking through the, I like that overlay of you on top though,
Boom.
that background. Something you could do is like use a microphone as well, because there's an echo. You can put a nice, if this was edited in CapCut, you can put a nice glow around you to like help it pop out more.
Okay.
For the app, I would create like a fake custom app even. Like, hey, I created this app, and you don't have to go crazy on the app that you created, but like show an example of an app that you created. And honestly, you can spin several ideas from this app. Hey, I just created a XYZ app, maybe an app that's being created a lot, or a certain niche of apps that's being created a lot out there that's trending. I just created an app to help people learn how to play pickleball, right? Something like that, or coach people with pickleball, whatever. So it's like, you can say that as a hook. Hey, in 10 minutes, I just created this app, that helped me whatever, right? And you can too, no matter what kind of app you want to create. This is how, guys. First things, boom, 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 boom. And that's like maybe a tutorial video on how someone will use it. Because maybe some questions that for especially an app like this that can be a little bit complicated, some questions someone might have is like, hey, how do I even use it? I downloaded it. What's the next step? How about make a tutorial video on how to do that? Right? Mm-hmm. I like the video though. Is there a reason why you're like wearing sunglasses?
I was creating a content literally in my car randomly. It was like, I need to make some videos.
Okay. I like it. I like it.
I thought it was just like, I was like, you know what? Let's make it a little bit more casual. Like, oh my gosh, I just finished this. And that was my thought process. I literally was just like, I need to put some content together.
100%.
This is not a paid one. This was literally just, I was trying to find different things that I could do. And so put that together in I think 8 minutes.
Okay, sure.
I had really been playing with the Rourke app, and a UGC video is what actually got me to download the app.
Okay.
And so that was.
I like it though. I like how you just started creating content around apps. That's like the good mindset of like just picking up your phone and filming, right? And getting feedback like this and then filming more, right? That's how you do it. With that being said, yeah, that's a pretty good UGC video. I would even add like captions on here to like help with like following along with what you're saying. But yeah, overall, like your portfolio is like everything else is like frosting on the cake, but the cake has to be good for you to like the right flavor or good for you to like eat it in the first place. Same thing with brands. Like all the frosting on the cake is like the data, or I guess like it'd be like the brands you've worked with and all the logos that you have up here and like your headshot and the little things, right? But at the end of the day, I'm not going to eat a cake if it's red velvet because I don't like red velvet. If they don't like your videos, they're not going to buy your videos, no matter how much social proof that you have. So getting the videos down is very, very important, especially if you're reaching out to tech brands. You got to get tech videos on your portfolio. I'm sorry. I'm not going to go to Chick-fil-A and ask for a hamburger, right? I'm not going to do that. So it's the same thing here. Like I'm going to walk into Chick-fil-A with the intent of buying chicken, right? That's just how it works. So for you to send your portfolio to software brands, you need to have software videos on there. So they have a menu of things to kind of look at to see what they want. So far, so good though. Video style and production. I like this. It separates you from everyone else. So strategic UGC framework. I like that as well. Guys, if you don't have this strategic UGC framework on your portfolio, put it on your portfolio. It shows brands that like, hey, you have actual like frameworks with your content. You're not just making it for fun. You have frameworks for your content, right? It shows a brand, hey, you know what you're doing. About me, with 10 plus years in the beverage industry and a license in cosmetology, I bring a rare fusion of consumer insights, aesthetic, and performance-driven storytelling to every partnership. I create UGC that doesn't just look good, but it converts, whether you're in CPG, wellness, beauty, or lifestyle. My content, if you're looking to niche in tech, talk about tech.
Yeah, whenever I created this, it wasn't tech. Like, I don't want to really, like, I'm like stuck in this like pickle right now. That's where I struggle. It's like, I'm like, do I niche down to something right now? Or do I go with the things that I know I can create content with just to get my foot in the door and really start, So I'm like, that's where I'm definitely like battling, I would say.
Okay. So you can just start, like, you can keep it like this, but add something about tech in there maybe.
Okay.
I like how you're like, so far, I like how it's very brand centered. Like when we put anything on our portfolio, it has to be brand centered. Brand centered means like every fact about me is a benefit to you. I have a background in sales and marketing. Okay, Mrs. Brand, this is how it's going to help me create better content that helps you. Every single little fact on our portfolio has to be about that. Brands don't care that you love to travel. They care that you love to travel and you can help them, since you have such experience with traveling, you can help them make very versatile, content with their Airbnbs or whatever niche you're in, right? It's like they don't care about what you like. They care about what you like and how it helps them, or who you are and how it helps them, to be real with you guys. So I like it. Let's connect and collaborate. Is this going to
Is it not working? Okay, so that should be working too.
Okay. Make it maybe like a button instead of words, or like a link
Okay.
on there or something. You just put the link on there. Make it very obvious on where someone can book. Email, location. Yeah, I like this picture. It's a full body picture. I do the same thing on my portfolio. But overall, like you have a pretty solid portfolio as a beginner. Like I'm like when I started UGC, like my first month in UGC, like it did not look like that. I didn't have a portfolio. The fact that you have a solid portfolio with a few adjustments you need to make, right? Add some more videos on here, make some adjustments to the videos. You'll be just fine.
How many videos would you say is a good amount of videos?
That's tough because if you are reaching out to tech brands, all you really need is a couple videos of tech so they can see your style. I do maybe like 3 videos a niche. So if you're reaching out to one niche with your portfolio, just one niche, if you have 3 videos on there, you're fine. But if you're reaching out to multiple niches at multiple times and you only have 4 videos, and you're reaching out to niches where like you don't even have any of those videos on your portfolio, that's where it's a problem. But a good base would be like maybe 7 videos on your portfolio.
Okay.
Do
Do you think having like they're pretty big on my portfolio, like they're phone size, they're using the phone frame. Do you think having them that size and having 4 on one little slide area and 3 on another or something is that ideal?
Yeah, you can do that.
I just see a lot of like UGC portfolios that they'll have like too many, it seems like, on one slide. So I'm just curious.
4 is good. Like I like that 4. It's very clear. Like there's nothing wrong with it right now. Like it's very clear. I like it. It's nothing to overthink about either. It's like put the videos on there, make them big, make them easy to consume, and we're good to go. The first thing a brand, like it takes 7 seconds for a brand owner or marketing manager to look at your like portfolio and be like, nah, I'm not looking at the rest. Bye. X out, right? Because if it's so cluttered up here, if there's too much going on with the pictures, whatever, they're gonna be like, it's not worth my time, because I can just tell by the top their videos are not good. They don't even understand. Their videos are probably cluttered if their portfolio is cluttered. Let's be real. So if they scroll down, okay, she's worked with a bunch of brands, and then boom, videos. Beautiful. And that's where a brand will just start binging your videos. If your videos are good, that's where they'll be like, they'll scroll down a little bit, send you an email back of like, yeah, let's book a call, or book a call now. I've gotten that both,
And then being like nicheless, let's say, where it says organic videos, what do you, like you mentioned, putting a specific niche on the top. How, if you're gonna be nicheless and you have 2 videos of tech, 2 videos of fashion, a video of skincare, I'm just saying, like miscellaneous, what do you recommend there?
I don't say I'm nicheless on my portfolio. I just like say UGC creator like you are right now. Just put all your niches like in different sections. So instead of organic,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. What would you put? Like, how would you do that exactly?
I would
like,
just put the niche. I would, instead of organic videos, I'd put the niche name here. So if all of these are skincare videos, I'd put skincare up here. And then underneath the video, something I forgot to mention is put a description. So I always do brand name, video, location, organic or paid ads, and then style of video. Yeah, brand name, brand niche, and then video style. So brand name, say it's like Skims. Put Skims here. Niche, clothing or fashion. And then bottom, is it used as an organic? Did you post this organically? Did the brand post this organically? Or is this meant to be a paid ad? And you put paid ad at the bottom.
Okay, perfect.
And that's how I label all of my videos. Like all of my videos are like that. Also, if you have it sounds like Riki, you have a like strong background on just like a lot of things in general. For extra social proof, you can make like a quick, like maybe around the about me down here, you can add a quick small section of like, if you've been in any magazines or anything that adds extra social proof to you as a human being, you can. Because my portfolio, I was in a podcast that had nothing to do with UGC. I was in a magazine, nothing to do with UGC. But the fact that I was on a podcast and a magazine in the past, that's where they're like, okay, she's trustworthy. And that makes the sale a little bit easier as well, if you want to.
Do you think it would be better to be on the about me or on the trusted by, since I don't have a lot of brands right now?
I actually have it on both. Like I have mine like down here, and I have it like, I have one down there, and I have one, so I had it on 2, I think.
And I can look at yours and see where, because like I have like music videos, TV shows, podcasts, magazines.
Yeah.
So
yeah, like even small like links, like, hey, I was featured on this, I was on this, I was doing this, right? They can be like, okay, this girl like knows her stuff. Like it just subconsciously gets someone to like trust you if you're like on so much, on so many things. But yeah,
for sure.
This was a really, really great like portfolio breakdown. Really, like there's like, you're like, Gloria, rip it apart, but like really there's like almost nothing to like, rip apart. It's actually pretty good. But I assume you've been looking at my portfolio and you've been going through the course, right? So it's like, you've been making adjustments. But yeah, so far so good. Just make those like quick things I talked about. I'll send you this recording as well. And then you go out there and make those adjustments, and you'll probably see like more brands saying yes, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And then whenever I make those adjustments, can I send it over and you be like, awesome.
Cool. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for everyone who attended and stayed this far. Bye-bye. Hey guys, let's walk through the power of niching. When it comes to niching, there's some things that you hear online on how to niche, and then there's some things that you don't hear online on how to niche. And spoiler, a lot of the things you hear online on how to niche, they're keeping you broke. So let's talk about the real way on how to niche properly, and how to actually go about niching. So let's jump in. So the power of niching, first of all, and this module is all about niche selection and domination, by the way. But why niche specialization wins? Premium pricing, specialists command higher rates than generalists. When you go to a surgeon, say that you broke your arm and you need a surgeon. When you go to the surgeon, the general surgeon that's just good at surgery on the whole body? Or would you go to the surgeon that specifically specializes in the piece of bone you broke in your arm? You'd probably go to the second surgeon and pay more. Why? Because your result is more quality, right? It's a result you know you're going to get. Reduce competition, 100 generalists versus 5 specialists. Understand that. And when you become a specialist as a UGC creator, it doesn't mean that you're Xing out all other niches. You can become a specialist in multiple niches, but starting with one is the starting point. Say that you originate from Africa, from a specific region in Africa, and you're trying UGC. Start there. Start in America for African-based companies. Companies with maybe shea butter, right? For example. What's common in your culture? What products are common in your culture? Say you're from Australia. You're Australian male. What products are common in your life, in your culture? And start dominating. And each of us, the cool thing about UGC is that you can be anyone and become a UGC creator. You can be anyone. You don't have to look like me. You can look like anybody. It don't matter. You can become a successful UGC creator because we all are our own niche, basically. But deeper expertise, understand customer psychology intimately, and stronger referrals. Become known as the person for that market. Become the person for the market. So efficient marketing is focused messaging reaches the right audience. The specialization paradox. Thank you. By serving fewer people, you serve more people better and make more money. Quality over quantity, right? And actual niches, and here's one pillar of them. I will put the rest down below because there's a lot. And please download that and save that in your files. But for example, SaaS and technology, customer relationship management platforms, project management software. There's so many of those out there. Cybersecurity solutions, marketing automation tools, human resource technology, fintech, edtech, health tech. They all need creators for multiple different reasons. So if you can turn a boring CRM into a fun UGC video, if you have the skill of turning cybersecurity solutions into UGC, you'll become unstoppable in these niches. When you develop that skill, and it starts by taking action now, it starts by finding random cybersecurity solutions online and just creating for them. It starts there. Niche selection framework. The specialization paradox. Niche selection framework. First of all, the profit analysis. Evaluate potential niches using these criteria. P, profit or profitability. Average project values $500+ minimum. Client budget availability, high, medium, low, right? Which one is it? Pricing sensitivity, low equals better. And payment terms, net 30 or better. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. Reachability, decision maker accessibility. Can you reach them? Communication preferences. Email, LinkedIn, phone number, which one? Gatekeepers, how many layers to decision makers? Industry events, networking opportunities. If you're reaching out to a bunch of chiropractic local businesses for UGC, they have decision makers you're like 3 phone calls away from a decision maker. Or you have to go through the front desk lady, and then you have to and then they're going to talk to each other. It's like there's extra steps there, right? So we have to be very strategic about this. Opportunity size. Market size is number of potential clients. Growth rate, expanding or contracting. Competition level, is it saturated or underserved? Barriers to entry. Low equals more competition. A low barrier to entry would be skincare. Anyone has skincare, everyone has skincare. A high barrier to entry would be, fintech or SaaS companies for B2B use, right? Those are crazy. Like what? You have to learn them. High barrier to entry, right? You have to learn them. You have to do work to actually create content around these. You have to build the skill of developing, angles for this type of software. It's difficult, but once you crack it, it's very, very high profitability, high opportunity. F, fit with your skills. So content creation requires, do you enjoy this? Technical knowledge needed. Can you learn it? Relationship building. Do you connect with this audience? And long-term interest. Will you stay engaged? I, influence potential. Referral likelihood. Do they network with peers? Case study value. Good portfolio examples. Testimonial quality. Credible endorsements. Industry recognition. Awards. Publications. What about this brand can you use in your own branding? Timeline to results. Sales cycle length. Shorter equals better cash flow. There's some companies that literally take a lot of wellness, bigger wellness companies. From my past experience, they take months to pay you out. Months. But with the medium-sized SaaS companies or the medium-sized apps, whatever, they take days to pay you out, or they can pay you at the beginning because they're used to it, right? They're used to paying people up front, and people are used to paying them up front. But for wellness companies, maybe not so much. Maybe they're already seasoned in the UGC industry and understand that industry standard is to pay months after. They don't care. Something like that, for example. Seasonality, year-round or seasonal demand. Say you're making UGC for a lawn mowing company or a lawn mowing local business, maybe some TikTok ads or something. They're only going to need ads in the summertime, unless they live in in the South. Urgency level, time-sensitive needs. And then niche research methodology. There's different phases to this. Phase number 1, market size analysis. Research questions. How many companies exist in this niche? Guys, this is very important. If you were to pay attention, it'd be now, right? How many companies exist in this niche? If you want a niche, you have to figure out how many companies exist in your niche. Otherwise, there's 3 companies. You send 3 emails, say you get 0 responses. Bye. What? What's the average revenue size? What's the growth rate? What's the competitive landscape? Tools, LinkedIn Sales Navigator, IBIS World Industry Reports, Crunchbase for funding data, Google Trends for interest levels. Google Trends is really good, by the way. Phase 2, customer psychology research. Research questions. What are the biggest pain points? What solutions do they currently use? What's their content consumption behavior? What influences their purchasing decisions? Interview existing clients in the niche, analyze competitor content strategies, review industry publications, study social media conversations, go on Reddit and find these company owners somewhere. Look at their conversations. Competitive analysis. Ooh, this is fun. Research questions. Who are the top UGC creators serving this niche? What are their positioning strategies? What gaps exist in the market? What unique angle could you claim? Social media monitoring. SaaS UGC creator, hashtag. Search that up on X, Reddit, Instagram, TikTok. Website analysis, portfolio reviews, pricing research. Literally go on one of their websites to see if they're doing UGC, or go on TikTok ad library and search up SaaS UGC or SaaS companies and see if there's any UGC videos or anything related to UGC. And then let's jump to niche. Hey guys, today I'm going to walk you through how to film UGC from like the planning processes to the actual like shots that we film, all the way to like kind of the filming basics and what to kind of expect. So let's jump right in. The first thing we need to do is plan the shot. How do we film UGC? So let's go to the shot list and take a look. You will get access to these sheets, don't worry. There's 18 different shots that you can film, from product shots to environment shots to product plus you shots, and even a green screen shot here. Right now, I'm going to insert a video explaining more. Hi, what's up? It's Gloria. Let me walk you through 18 different UGC shots you can put in UGC videos. We'll start off with the 11 different product shots. Flat lay, the camera angle is just flat, and we lay the product down. Next is panning, a slow pan. To get a smooth pan, make sure you hold the camera to your body while you move instead of just your arm. Here's zoom in. I'm sure you can get yours smoother. Another zoom in. It's just a slow zoom on your phone. Hold to the wall shot. We literally just hold the product in front of the wall with good lighting. Close-up packaging, just show close-up of the packaging color and the branding. Product texture shot, show the consistency of the product. Look how smooth that is, and the lighting is just perfectly bouncing off my skin. Aesthetic background shot, which is this silk pillowcase. You can get artsy and use like shirts too. From covering camera down shot right here. In the shadow shot, where I'm holding my hand in front of the light source and I'm casting shadows on it. This is meant for outdoor lighting. So if you have any beautiful outdoor lighting coming from a window, this would be great. Product slide in shot. And this is the final shot, the product dispensing shot. Now let's walk through the 3 different environment shots. Product environment shot, where you literally place it in like a makeup bag. That is its home environment. Lifestyle shot, you can put it on your car seat, car cup holder. I just put it by some books, showing how it's used in everyday lifestyle. And we have product focus background blur shot, cinematic mode on your iPhone. And finally, the last 4, the product plus you shots. Face shot, there's many ways you can do it. Put it by your face like that, or just hold it up by your face. Make sure you're always smiling. I like to do the iconic head nod. Yes. Next one is covering the face shot with the product. You just hold it in front of your face closer to the camera. And then third is using the product shot, displaying how to use the product with your face showing. Boom. I like to look off in the distance sometimes as well to make it look more natural. And finally, you over green screen shot. You can do a green screen over their website or any promotional pages they have, or you can do a green screen over any of the other shots that I mentioned in this whole video. And those are all the shots. You've watched that and you understand like what shot is which. Let's move to part B, align on the script doc. So let's open the script doc and do it. Let's take a look at this script here. Video 2 for this company, Love Your Face Cream, original formula. So we have the script here, and I already walked you through how to script it. The next thing we need to do is read the script and visualize. How do we visualize enacting this in a video now? So what we're going to do is we're going to make a shot list of different shots that we're going to convey in the video. You can use that shot list from the other page and kind of section it off. There's 2 ways we can go about this. You can put bullet points underneath the script so you know step by step which shot, when you're planning the video and when you're filming the video, which shot you're going to do, right? So you can block off time and get them done and make it super easy and streamlined on your calendar. Or you can go in here and highlight each sentence or each part of the video where you want a new shot. Keep in mind, every 2 seconds, there should be a new shot, or it shouldn't be a new something on the screen. So you can aim every 2 to 5 seconds, put a new video on the screen. Put a new video on the screen. So meaning you can go through this whole entire thing and you could plan like different shots per like sentence or per part. For example, what if their skincare is so clean you actually could eat it? That took like 3 seconds for me to say. Okay, that's in the 2 to 5 second range. I'm going to put a bunch of shots maybe in there, or one shot of me like possibly eating the skincare as a joke, something like that. And then, for example, going through this here, like this is Indian Meadow Herbal's original Love Your Face Cream. I probably am going to have a shot of me unboxing it, a shot of me like a close-up or a panning shot, or even a product usage shot on there. And that's where my mind is going. So I just add it to the bullet points down here. And as I'm going from the first sentence to the second line to the third line, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. I'm adding more and more bullet points. So it's going to be so easy for me to like check them off and then get them into CapCut and edit them. So that's how you plan the shots. And I already planned them. Applying skincare from the jar to face, many angles. So use the shot list here. Flat lay, this is how I want it. So you can write flat lay and then do a dash and do panning close if you have an idea of how you want it to look. But you can just put a bunch of like shots in the shot list and you can just piece them together. But make sure that what the shot is, it does make sense for what you're saying, because what you're saying and what you're showing, it needs to be congruent, because what you're showing will tell the story. Showing tells the story. So that's something to keep in mind. Make sure it's congruent. It smooths out my bumpy skin. I had textured skin, right? Textured skin. Okay, smoothing it out. Anytime it mentions like, it describes something, we need to show what it's describing and possibly a transformation. Smooths out bumpy skin. Bumpy skin, show that and show smooth version of it, right? From the product. So hopefully this makes sense. You'll kind of put a shot list underneath here. It's really not that complicated. You just go by line and put together the shot list. So you can block off time the next day and like an hour and just film all of it, get it done. And then you can go through and just block off more time, and I'll walk through this later to edit it. So that's how you do it. Now that we understand how to plan shots, let's go to the voiceover section. A lot of my videos, my UGC videos, do have voiceovers. Not all of them do though. Some organic videos I film don't have voiceovers, or they have sections. Even some UGC videos I film, not organically, but paid ads, they have sections where I'm actually speaking to the screen. It's not necessarily a voiceover. But what I recommend doing for each UGC video is to literally do a voiceover anyway for it, because first of all, it's practice for your voiceovers at the beginning. And second of all, you don't know when you're going to need a voiceover, so you can plug and play it. Essentially, you should have a good idea if you want a semi voiceover, a full voiceover, or a no voiceover for the whole entire video. Before you do voiceovers, there are a couple things you need to do to prime yourself, to get yourself in the tonality before you jump right in. I added it on here. I added figure out tone on here because that's number one. Figure out your tone. If it's an elegant skincare company and you go on their website and you talk to the company and they describe themselves as elegant and pure, you're going to have a tonality that complements that. And if you don't understand how to align, the voice of the brand to a tone that matches in your voice, you can look it up on ChatGPT. Hey, ChatGPT, this brand, words that describe the skincare brand is elegant and pure. How should my voice sound on this voiceover UGC ad for this company? I'll tell you, you're probably going to have a more softer, maybe a more even kinder and polite sounding voice, a more elegant sounding voice, right? But if you're working with a very maybe a tech company, you're probably just going to talk normally or a little bit more aggressive if the ad is faster paced. So you need to adapt your tonality to what you're talking to. You're not going to go heavy metal, hardcore voice over on this small, elegant skincare brand. For this example, for the skincare brand in the scripts, they're more elegant, right? But also the brand describes themselves as a little bit bold as well, because they're doing stuff different in the industry. So elegant and friendly, but also a little bit bold and out there. That helps. Make sure it kind of matches and it's congruent with your video style and the brand tone. Next thing you can do is tongue twisters. So this is more in the prepping before you voiceover. First of all, voiceovers, it's not that scary. It's nothing you should be worried about, really. You just whip out your phone and speak the script. You whip out your phone and speak the script. What I like to do is I like to Google tongue twisters, and recite 10 of them on this website here. Recite the first 10. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? My favorite one is Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy, was he? Susie works in a shoe shine shop. Where she shines, she sits, and where she sits, she shines. Just repeating these over and over, you'll get better at your speech when it comes to voiceovers. You'll also get better at just pronouncing things and just being ready. This helps you make sure you're not stumbling and everything like that because you're practicing. Something else to get in your mood, say you're like in a stressed out mood, for example, you can just laugh for 30 seconds. Literally put your phone timer on for 30 seconds and just laugh to the camera. I'll do it for you here. Literally, I have my timer on anyway. I'll go, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, and then you'll naturally start laughing because like you'll think about how stupid you sound. But do it for 30 seconds and that will lighten up the mood. Something you could do is like listen to your favorite song, listen to some Coldplay music, some like old like 2010s pop music that was like fire and it still is fire. You know, that those songs, get out your playlist, listen to a pump up song, something that'll get you in the mood, or your favorite song, something like that. Get in a lighthearted mood, and then read the script a couple times over. Like read the script a couple times over before you actually read it. Or what you could do is, first of all, read the script a couple times over, or you could just do 3 takes, like 3 different takes with your voiceover and go from there. Now let's move on to B in the voiceover, speaking. Adjust your tone, which we talked about. Fluency, make sure you are fluent when you're talking. No stumbling, no anything like that. Make sure it's fluent. And if there are mistakes, by all means, just reshoot it. Like reshoot the voiceover. I record my voiceovers on TikTok. So every single line, I can press stop, right? And if I mess up on that line, if I go back and I'm like, okay, I don't like how this sounds, I will press the back button and reshoot that line. I try to get as many lines as I can in like one take, but we have that option to like button it, stop, and then press the back arrow. Or you can just go on your phone and film it on your normal camera and just have the camera face down or something and bring it into CapCut and extract the audio. That's what I do, but I just do it like that. Insert correct emotion and voice during script. Hey, is your script more emotional? Like at the beginning, is it more emotional and like you're struggling a lot? Say that you're helping a brand with like an app that helps someone, you know, with depression, fighting depression. At the beginning, if you're like, your scenario is that you were like, you know, struggling with depression, you're not going to have a happy tone. You're going to adjust yourself to have a more emotional and deeper tone. But as you're, you know, fighting through the depression and bringing your viewer through that story, through the app and how it solved that depression for you, that's when you're going to have a more, you know, pumped up, lighter tone, you know, friendlier tone, happier tone. So kind of read the room with your script. And then also embody what you're saying. When I am reading scripts, I am embodying it. I am feeling what I'm reading. So for example, I will read the script off for you so you can listen to how I read it. Here. What if their skincare so clean you actually could eat it? I'm not joking. I found one of the purest face formulas on the earth and it's quite literally food for your face. This is Indian Meadow Herbal's original Love Your Face Cream. It smooths out bumpy skin, melts away acne, and keeps your face hydrated and moisturized, all in a USDA certified natural and organic way. Take a look at these ingredients. No nasty preservatives. Instead, it's packed with antioxidants and multiple vitamins, making it a natural remedy for bumpy, dull skin and acne. After just one use, I could feel the formula working deep in my skin, leaving it radiant and glowing. This little jar will last you up to 4 months. A little goes a long way, and I simply use it once a day after I wake up. It's not greasy, it's perfectly creamy. In fact, some people have been using this organic gem for over 10 years. Start your completely natural skincare journey now and feed your face with food so pure you'd eat it. You know, I'm also using, as you've probably noticed, I'm also using my facial expressions. When you're expressing yourself, when you're using your facial expressions and saying things, it comes out how it should. It comes out more natural. It comes out more enunciated. It comes out more emotional to the emotion that you're feeling. So if I'm happy and I want to sound happy, I'm going to embody happiness and it's going to be more natural. But if I want to sound more sad, right? If I'm smiling and trying to sound sad, it's going to be really hard. So make sure that you're showing it on your face and practice it through what you're doing. Reading the script. When we edit the voiceovers, say that we did film it on TikTok, go on TikTok and just like cut out all the blank spaces, cut out the mess ups, cut out everything and make sure it sounds all connected. There should be nowhere in the voiceover, there should be no like 1 second periods where you're not saying anything. There should be no blank periods you're not saying anything. Really, everything should be completely aligned and then you cut out the excess time. So it should sound fluent, like you're talking in a sentence, even though there's cuts in it. So there should be no extra spaces in there at all. Cut every single one out and double check that too, because if you submit a video with extra spaces, it's going to sound very choppy and it's not going to perform as well. It's going to sound unprofessional. So don't do that. And then after you film it on TikTok, you download it from the TikTok app. So download it, save with watermark, download it, save with watermark. You can save without watermark. It doesn't matter. Just download it and then bring it to CapCut and then insert the file from CapCut. And then like you can bring it to CapCut and then insert the file from CapCut, or you can open the project and just extract the audio, delete the video, and then just add the rest of the videos in there that you've shot, and then just go from there. I will blow this up here. Let's walk through camera settings. Sorry for Android users, this is just iPhone at the moment. The first thing you need to do is make sure your video is at 4K 30 frames per second. And then when you upload it to CapCut, or they're posting on Instagram, say they have a special request, or they're posting on TikTok, that's when you do, you download the actual footage in 1080p, right? But always record the video at 4K at 30 frames per second, because that's a very, very high quality video. So make sure you do that. Make sure your settings are like the same as mine. Make sure the grid is on. And then in the record video settings on your iPhone, 4K 30 frames per second, enhanced stabilization is good. And then make sure you turn HDR video off, because that's going to kind of ruin your footage. It's going to make it look weird. So please follow these steps. So I'm on an email. I just landed this collab. I'm on this email for a company, and I'm going to kind of walk you through quickly like how I go about it and how I contract them and how I, do everything to make sure this is like a collab that's, a good collab going forward. So first of all, I just started with this email, right? I reached out, normal email pitch, just offering some video ideas, right? Everything like that. They responded asking for portfolio, and then moving forward, I gave the portfolio. It led into more questions that the brand had, rates, everything like that. I gave a package option. I followed up with them like twice, because they left me on like delivered for like weeks on end, and then they sent over their contract, right? So this is where the UGC collab starts, is right when you sign that contract. That's when it makes it completely official. I signed the contract, $500 for 2 videos. Really, really, really good deal, especially for a brand like this, skincare brand. I signed that, I sent it over. I made sure I double checked the whole contract, and I made sure that everything was correct on the contract, as we discussed earlier in the email, right? The rates, what was delivered, making sure that the usage rights are what we talked about as well. And then I just double check things. Something I like to do is I like to copy this whole contract, and I like to put it into ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT to give me any red flags or anything like the main points of the contract, so I can double check everything after I read through it. So after the contract, I'll sign it, I'll deliver it back, and that's where the actual UGC collab starts. Up here was the pitch, and I have other videos on my channel like walking through the pitch and everything like that, and the process up into the contract. But I want to make it clear the contract is where everything starts. And how we go about like putting the contract, making sure like double checking the contract to make sure that, all of the, deliverables are set like we discussed. What we'll do is just like download the contract, like literally download the raw copy of the contract that they sent to you. And then we'll go into ChatGPT. It's very simple. And we'll ask ChatGPT, analyze this contract and summarize it in a few main points and point out any possible red flags in it that I shouldn't overlook, right? Just to make sure that we're fully reading through it, because sometimes when we read a contract, it goes in one ear out the other. So we're going to add the file right here. We're going to press open. We're going to wait till it loads, and then we're going to hit enter. While it loads, this is just like a brief overview of my pitching process. If you want to dig deeper into my like full pitching process, that's going to be in a different resource in a different video. All right, it loaded. So we're going to submit it to ChatGPT, and boom, there we go. So the main points are summarized by ChatGPT. We just double check as it's, summarizing everything and possible red flags. So we'll review this quickly, like parties between Clean, Nutra, and Gloria. Payment is correct. Scope of usage, the brand can use your content for for both organic socials and paid media. Term and termination, that's good, that's right. Content rights, that's right as well. Forever, I allowed them for forever usage. Depending on the brand, you have to make sure that you're paying attention to that, because some brands like to sneak that in, where forever usage when you didn't even discuss that, right? So that needs to be discussed before you even talk about a contract or sign a contract. Expenses, confidentiality, that's good. Relationship, that's good as well. So possible red flags, this is where we really, need to pay attention. Usage rights is always going to be in the red flags part. We need to triple check again the usage rights. Hey, is this what we discussed? Pre-approval clause. All videos must be pre-approved. Okay, maybe that went in one ear, out the other when you read the contract, meaning that you have to send, the brand the videos before, they're officially done. And usage rights, what they are is it's when you send a video to a brand, they're your videos that the brand is using, right? Unless you say there's two types of usage rights or two sides of it. One is forever usage rights, where you just give the videos to the brand and it's theirs forever, right? And the other side is them lending or leasing your content from you, right? So it's technically still your content if you put it in a contract, but they're essentially paying you every 90 days typically to use your content on their ads. And typically you will make a big return from usage rights, 90-day usage rights, if you make good content, because they'll keep using it over and over and over again. And that's a great way as a creator to make passive income. So the average usage rights for a creator would be maybe an extra 50% plus of the base rate every single 90 days. So every 90-day cycle and period. Why 90 days, Gloria? Because that's typically how long great UGC ads, perform, if not longer, 180 days. Yeah. Termination terms, make sure that's right. That's good. Expenses, just double check to make sure they don't require you to purchase anything with the collab. Confidentiality, that's good. And then no mention of revision usage limits. If the brand doesn't mention that, that's okay. That just means that they're pretty chill about that. As a creator myself, I like to give revisions to make sure that, my content is utmost quality when it's fully done for the brand. All right. So now that we know the brand isn't scamming us, we're going to jump into more of the planning, the briefs for this collab. Keep in mind that not every brand is going to have you plan, the briefs. We're stepping into a creative strategist role, right? A creative operator role in the sense to get this collab up and running, because I do have full creative freedom in this collab. Keep in mind, not every brand will have you do this, but I want you guys to fully understand how to go about a full UGC collab like this. So that's done. We checked this whole thing. Now it's time to get started with bringing UGC to life, as I said. And this is the part in this process where I just start creating it and getting it done. And yes, so that starts with the brief. So again, guys, this brand, I pitched them the 2 videos, right? And meaning if you actually really look here, 2 videos, typically $600. I have full creative freedom here. I pitched them the idea, so I'm going to start creating the brief for them. If I scroll up here, the actual pitch, I give ideas on what I'm going to, do, peak wellness essentials video, right? And lifestyle videos. So I already pitched that. Now it's my turn to turn that into a brief for the brand. And just to be clear, that's why we're, going all creative strategy on this. So moving into the actual collab. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to get very, very clear on what information we need from the brand in the first place, right? So that actually starts with putting all of the information, right, that we pitch them, right? The video styles that we pitch them, so we can incorporate this into the brief. So I'm going to put all of that in here. I'm going to put the information about the product that I'm going to make it for as well. And that's step 1, is getting all of the information we have on the collab and information even on the product by going to their, website, the Amazon product link here. And I'm just going to paste it on this brief doc, so we have something to, use going forward. We always have the information on the product. So I'm going to go to the product page and let's check it out and make sure that we're getting the correct information on the brief. Here's the product page for the skincare product that we're making UGC about. And all we're going to do is just copy and paste this section here about this item onto the doc. That's going to give us full information about the product and how to market it for this brand, how to put it into a UGC video. So we're going to copy this. We're going to paste it on this doc right here, as you can see. And this is going to be the foundation to the video, because of course we have to get the information of the product to actually make a video about it. So we got that. And then the next thing we need to understand is the strategic UGC framework, which is the foundation to a UGC video in general. Right? So we have the information, we have the strategic UGC framework, which is hook, problem, solution, benefits, and call to action. Right? Hook, beginning of the video, problem. What problem do people have to actually purchase this product in the first place? Solution is, okay, what is the product? What is the solution? Which is all of this information up here. Benefits, okay, what separates this product from all of its competitors? And call to action, which is, okay, how can these, viewers get their hands on this product? And that's the strategic UGC framework. And once we have that filled out, and I have make headings on your doc, right? So once you get all of this information put together, it'll be very easy to structure a UGC video. So for us to fill this out, we need to understand the product at the very most. What I like to do is I like to just take all of this information from the product. I literally copy it, Control C. I go back to ChatGPT, and then I give ChatGPT my strategic UGC framework and all of this information so it can organize it in, tidy bullet points. So what I'm going to tell ChatGPT to do is organize this information into my strategic UGC framework, which is hook, problem. Actually, we're gonna talk about the hook later, but really the main meat of it is problem, solution, benefits, right? Because it's hook, problem, solution, benefits, call to action. We're gonna take the meat, problem, solution, benefits of the product. We'll talk about the hook, the call to action later, and we're gonna get very strategic about it. So we're gonna just paste all the information we got from that Amazon product description, and then we're gonna press enter. And then we'll see what ChatGPT says. Okay, good. What we're gonna do is make this in a bullet point list. So we can make it into a bullet point list and just paste it on the doc, our brief doc that we're creating together. So copy this, check, that looks good, Control C, and then I already have it pasted, but we'd essentially just Control V, paste it in here. Now that we have the meat put together, the problem, solution, benefits, we just need to put together the hook and the call to action. So for these videos, for this brand, we didn't decide, they want the videos, they weren't very clear about where they want them, right? So that's where I make a generic call to action. So the call to action would be go get this now, or go buy this now, or you need this now, something like that, where they can run it on many different platforms versus click the link below, which is directly an ad, right? If you know it's gonna be on an ad, you say click the link. But this one is generic and they wanna use it everywhere. So we're gonna do just go get this now. So that's the call to action. We can add the heading here, call to action. Really just go get this now. Hold here. And then the hook, this is where we can get, ideas, is the TikTok ads library. So what we need to do is we need to go to the TikTok ads library, and this company is a skincare company. So this company is a skincare company. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna search up skincare, right? So industry, beauty, personal care, and then we're gonna go directly to skincare. If you're not familiar with the TikTok ads library, this is where you can look at ads that are running in the whole TikTok, right? And chances are if they're running for a certain amount of time, over 90 days, or even over a month or 60 days, it shows that the ads are performing, meaning the market, people that are interested in skincare, they're resonating with the video hook. And this is where we can get hook ideas. So we scroll down on here, we can see some examples. So what I like to do is I like to press showing us the top ads dashboard in the first place. So these ads, are performing, but we can take a look at some of them to get ideas for our hook and how we want to structure our videos with around every single, detail in the strategic UGC framework that we got for the product. So good. So what I noticed about that hook, so check out this array. So what it's doing, this hook, we have to get very strategic about how we're processing this, because this hook, there's speaking, there's text, and there's also showing it. A hook, there's 4 parts to a hook: visual, text, on-screen text, audio, and the caption on the video. But for this one, we can look at the visuals, what we hear, and the text on the screen. So this one is showing us that they're demonstrating the skincare. They're demonstrating how it works. So we can use that into our video, right? In the hook. We can use that in our video in the hook when we even create the video and the footage. Let's check out the next one here. So why this is working is probably because she's in her bathrobe, right? And she's holding the skincare, and she's actually immersed into the world of using the skincare. So that's something to note down. Okay, these hooks are I'm seeing a pattern here with these 2 videos. These hooks are very visual, and they're, demonstrating the product live or in the environment of where the product would be used. Starts right away with speaking as well, just like this one. Also pay attention to what they're saying. So check out this skincare product. There's a reason why this is, best selling. Those are just 2 hooks that we can rip right there. So that's where we can just start. I mean, we don't even have to we found videos, skincare videos. We can go back here and then we can put those hooks as ideas up here. And this will complete this strategic UGC framework together. Let's go back. There's a reason why this best selling body wash is always out of stock. So check out the spray. So we have 2 examples here. Honestly, we don't even need that many more because what ChatGPT can do for us around scripting, duplicating them and making more specific for the product that we're making UGC around. Because obviously this isn't a body spray, right? And this isn't like a body wash, but we can take what's working and iterate on it to make our own UGC video from, the style of these hooks. So all right, guys, now that we're done with our competitive research and understanding what the market actually looks like and what the videos look like, I feel like we have a nice understanding of where the industry is going with this, right? Where we can go with this, especially for this video. Now our next step here is to go into our free school community, which is called UGC World. It should be linked. It's called UGC World. It should be linked in the description. And then we're going to go to our AI script generator post here. And what we're going to do is going to copy this whole thing. Literally just copy this. And then we're going to go back to ChatGPT and we're going to paste it. And then we're going to go back to that product page, right? That we pasted onto then we're going to go back to our product page that we, pasted into our brief that we're creating. We're going to copy the link and then we're going to paste it here. And we're going to say to ChatGPT, use this product page, analyze it, and create, and then I'm going to put it in parentheses here, and create a script from this prompt here, right? And then colon. And then we press enter, and then it should create a very good script. And this script is using our strategic UGC framework. And let's quick read through the script to make sure it's okay and we like the sound of it. Okay, I did not expect the serum to actually work on my skin. I've wasted so much money on skincare that either burned my face or just did nothing. I was honestly over it. My skin was dry, dull, fine lines. My eyes were starting to show, and every product felt like false promises. Then I tried this all-in-one anti-aging serum with snail mucin, retinol, vitamin C, a bunch of other stuff. Basically, it's the whole routine in one bottle. Within days, my skin actually felt hydrated. My texture smoothed out, and the glow was real, and makeup started setting way better. It's crazy that it didn't irritate me. Yeah, so this script is really good. It's really highlighting those pain points in the solution. The thing about the script though is it's pretty long, right? We want to make sure our script is within the 45-second to 60-second mark, or maybe 30-second to 60-second, right? So what we're going to do is ask ChatGPT to combine this script. So what we're going to do is tell ChatGPT to combine the script, and make it more concise all together while hitting all of the points above. And what it's going to do is it's going to combine it. It's going to make it into a script. And this looks like a pretty decent sized script to hit that 30 to 60-second mark. We don't really want to go too above 60 seconds because it's very hard to retain a viewer. You're going to have to shoot tons of content to do that. Okay, I did not expect the serum to actually work on my skin. I tried so many products before. Either they burned my face or did absolutely nothing, and my skin was dry, dull, and a little fine lines were creeping in. There we go. That's the problem. So hook, problem, and we're using the strategic UGC framework. Problem, my skin was dry, dull, and a little fine lines were creeping in. Solution, then I found this all-in-one anti-aging serum. It's loaded with snail mucin, retinol, vitamin C, more, basically a whole skincare routine in one bottle. Within days, my skin felt more plump, smooth, and I actually had a glow again. And the best part, no irritation. It's balanced with aloe, ceramides, and it calms while it works, right? This is all benefits. Right? This is what it does. This is a solution of benefits. And another benefit is the reviews. I saw the reviews and thought it was hype, but I get it now. And if your skincare drawer is full of letdowns, save yourself the stress and try this. There's a call to action. Go try this. I seriously wish I found it sooner. See, this is a great script. The next part is we just copy this script, Control C, and we get it into the creative doc down here. And I already made videos on this, but I'm going to show you how I did it. So Control V, script, and there's script 1. And then we do the same thing for script 2, but we'll go into ChatGPT and tell it to make it a certain angle, like the angle, and we promise them 2 videos, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to scroll all the way up. We're going to see what we pitched, Peak Wellness Essentials video. It's very easy. We're going to copy that. We're going to put that into ChatGPT and say, make a new script like this, similar length, but make it to this angle, right? Paste it, and then ChatGPT will do its magic. There we go. When I think of peak wellness, it's not just workouts or green smoothies, it's taking care of my skin too. Longest time I felt, skim through it. Honestly, it looks great so far. All-in-one serum. Double check to see if the problem, solution, and benefits are all in here. Dry patches, problem, solution, all-in-one serum, benefits, right? Solution, benefits, and then call action. Beautiful. So we'll get that in here. Control C. We'll go back to the script here, and then we'll mark these from script 1 to script 2, right? And then that's where we start planning out our shots. So guys, that was like literally the hardest part of this whole process. Now it gets a little bit simpler and easier. And this part that we just covered is where like most creators actually make them, the biggest mistakes. Like 90% of creators make the biggest mistakes in that part. Now it's time to jump directly into how we get this into an actual video and how we edit it, which is pretty simple. So the first thing we want to do, I'm not going to do all of the scripts. Pretty sure you guys would understand if I would do one. I'm just going to start off with one just so you guys got it. But I just look at each line and I literally visualize in my brain. It is very simple. I visualize in my brain, I close my eyes, and I think of that line in video, right? So it's very simple. I did not expect the serum to actually work on my skin. I'm talking about my skin and I'm talking about the serum. Of course, I'm going to add a bullet point right under that line. Add footage of you putting the serum on your skin. So every single shot that we're planning out here for this video is going to complement every single line in this video as well. So we're going to film a shot with our phone of us putting the serum on our face. All right, I tried so many products before. Okay, maybe we could do a clip holding many products in the bathroom, and maybe something like that, showing emotion that these like a pain point, these products didn't work in the past. They burned my face or did absolutely nothing. Right, that's where the frown is. We can show dry skin or red skin to show burn, right? And this is a small clip in there. My skin was dry, dull, and a little fine lines were creeping in. Okay, show your before skin. Show before product skin. The cool thing about UGC is you can just if your skin isn't like that, you can dig through your camera roll if you have past videos of your skin like that, or you can just go into a certain setting or do something to your skin to make it look like that for a second. Meaning that you can just take a shower, wash your face, pat your face with a towel, and it's gonna be very dry. And what that will do is before, right? That will help you make before footage, even though it's not your actual, before, just for the video. And then fine lines, dull skin, that all has to be featured, right? Fine lines and right. And that's how we do it. And then we go through this whole entire script. Then I found this all-in-one anti-aging serum. Okay, show the serum. Show the serum. I would just show the serum. It's loaded with snail mucin. Here's the ingredients. We're gonna show the ingredients now on the bottle. Basically the whole skincare routine in one bottle. So show the product going on your face. I'm sure we can dive deeper into that. You guys can, but I'm sure you guys kind of get the point of this whole thing. I'll just quickly run through the last 2 sentences here, or 2 parts. Within days, my skin felt more plump, smooth, and I actually had a glow again. We're going to show the product smooth on our face, right? And ready. So we're actually going to use the product. We're going to put it on and we're going to show the aftermath of our face. And that's where we can get very strategic and artsy with our shots. We can do some mirror shots. We can do close-up shots with our back cam, with our phone. And then all of that, we're going to just note that down here. Cam close-up shots. Do some sunlight shots. Brands love sunlight shots with skincare products. We also have the TikTok ads library open. We can see how this lady right here, her ad is performing very well, how she portrays that in the video. We can see what shots that she's doing, and we can just replicate that for this video. And then last bit here, I saw the reviews and thought it was all hype, but I get it now. If your skincare drawer is full of letdown, save yourself and try this. Seriously, wish I found it sooner. Something I like to do is mix it up. So I have different video styles in here. So sometimes I like to even add talking heads with voiceovers. So I want this to be a talking head, and I'm gonna add B-roll and add B-roll. And if you don't know what B-roll is, it's just like, silent footage over the A-roll, which is me talking head. So I'm planning out me directly saying this to the camera with footage of me using the product over it every like 2 seconds. But I get it now. If your skincare is full of letdown, save yourself stress and try this. I seriously wish I found this sooner. So of course, show more aftermath shots and show more of applying the product, and even a shot of it in your drawer. So it's in your lifestyle. Now that we planned this whole video, obviously I already made the video up here. I'm gonna show you the aftermath of kind of creating the video myself and what it should look like once you get all of the points down and once you get everything, all set. So I'm gonna show you the aftermath of the video, kind of how you can go about editing it, how you can go about producing it, and so you fully understand like the whole gist of this. All right, now that you guys understand, now that you saw the aftermath of the video, I'm gonna walk through the main points around actually shooting the video with your phone and same time around editing it, the main points that you need to understand about creating a video tangibly. So the first things first that comes to mind is we'll start with shots. I really mixed up the type of shots that I did. Like I said, I wanted to add a talking head. So I added a talking head here, and the rest of the video was a voiceover. And that makes the video more engaging, and it switches it up, and it makes the viewer, more entertained. I had that talking head here. Look at the footage here. It's very pristine. It's a close-up of my head. I like to do more close-ups with skincare because you're showing the skincare. It has to be close-up. When shooting, be very dynamic with the shots, right? I was showing my before skin. My skin is relatively clear for the most part, but I decided to film this on a bad day with a bunch of stuff on my skin. And I also dried out my skin before this as well. So I got artsy with this. I did some more close-up shots. I did some side shots. I added many different shots, and I'm using the 2-second rule. While editing this, I'm using the 2-second rule. Every 2 seconds, there's a new visual on the screen, meaning there's a new B-roll, there's a new transition, there's a new something new footage on the screen every 2 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds. I'm doing more talking head here or visuals of my face. I'm showing the product. I'm doing some edits in here of the product. When I'm describing the product, I'm showing the product. If I'm showing the texture and I'm talking about the texture in the script, I'm gonna show it, right? I'm gonna show the texture if I'm talking about it in the script. For preparation for this video, I actually did put on makeup before I filmed this video. Why? Because this product is used, right, with makeup. So I put on makeup to really make sure my skin is glowy and it looks healthy. For the aftermath, showing the product, right? See, there's makeup on. That's how you should go about UGC, is you have to get very strategic about how you portray the product. If this skincare genuinely doesn't look good on your face for whatever reason, you have to make it look good on your face. That's why I put makeup on before even, filming this video in the first place. And then I do more shots of close-up shots, outer shots, side shots. They're all in here, and I'm showing the before and after with all of those shots. I'm also showing the texture on my skin, right? It's very important to incorporate 5 senses into your UGC, right? So I'm showing the texture. I'm trying to incorporate, it's really good to incorporate different visuals and different, scenes that complement the 5 senses, right? Another thing, one of the biggest hacks around UGC is smiling. No matter what shot it is, in the aftermath portion, the solution part of this strategic video is smiling. It doesn't matter if you don't want to smile. It doesn't matter what your emotions are. You need to smile because the viewer can feel that energy. It portrays to the viewer. And then for editing, adding different transitions, I added 3 clips here, right? A clip over this, patting my skin, the before and after of skincare, actually film the whole process of putting the skincare on and maybe even taking it off. So we can have that footage and add it in here for the 2-second rule. Again, when it comes to editing, make sure you're very dynamic when it comes to the shots that you do. Try many different shots because we're using the 2-second rule, and this is a 60-second video. So every 2 seconds there needs to be a new shot, and 60 seconds we need 30 plus different shots of us putting the skincare on and using it in the video, right? That's how I go about, and that's my thought process around creating a video from the very start to, the very end after editing. Now that we covered the full process with plan, film, script, and editing the video, now it's time to deliver the videos to the brand. So this brand ordered, we discussed 2 videos, so we're gonna right click, share, and make sure we upload these from CapCut to our Google Drive folder. So we're gonna share this, make sure the Google Drive is accessible, right, to the brand, copy, viewer, done. And it's up to you. We did sign a contract and they signed it as well. So it's up to you if you want to add a watermark on here. If you did not sign a contract, you need to sign that. But if you're very skeptical, you can add a watermark. I don't add watermarks to the very end, typically, if we sign a contract, because it's already, protected. You're gonna make this open, a viewable link, and then you're gonna go back onto the email chain, and then you're gonna go back onto the email chain, and then you're gonna literally submit the video. So what I said here, hi Kaylee, both videos are complete here. I put it in a Google Drive link or a WeTransfer link. I prefer Google Drive now from when I'm filming this video. I had a fun time. I reassure the brand I had a fun time creating for them. And I hype up their products a little bit too. Your products are amazing, right? They changed my life. As someone who has such, dull, this is all extras about how I like the product and enjoyed it. It's up to you if you want to do that. And then say, looking forward to hearing back, right? And open the floor for them to give you feedback and thoughts back, right? Like I say here. And then if they don't respond for a bit, like this was like 23rd, March 28th, this was like almost a week. So I followed up again, like, and there's a pattern with this brand where they need to be followed up with. They're very busy. So after a few days, if they don't, respond, you follow up again with them. And then Kaylee responded a day later. Hi, Gloria, thank you so much for your patience. These are great. I will put your payment request on the queue. Can you let me know your PayPal email? Apologies if you gave that to me already. Apologies if you gave that to me already. And that's where I give the PayPal. And then, they sent me the payment and that's the whole process. All right, guys, that was the whole tutorial, A to Z, how to start a UGC video with a brand, how to pitch them, all the way creating the video, planning it, scripting it, editing it, and delivering the video. So hopefully you enjoyed that. As for the community, it's linked down below. The UGC World community is linked down below. Definitely join that. And that's where we have this AI prompt, so you can use that yourself and create your own videos. Stay tuned for more in-depth tutorials, and we have other tutorials on our channel around pitching and UGC in general, so definitely go check those out. All right, guys, well, thank you so much, and subscribe, like, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, I'm going to show you how to edit a video. This is a small organic / paid ad video. It uses both. First of all, I'm going to start by selecting the voiceover. I do my voiceovers over TikTok, press add. I'm going to separate the voiceover from the actual video by pressing extract audio. I do like to cut out parts of the audio that I haven't, that just don't make sense, like blank spaces. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. I also like to increase the volume a little bit. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. Okay, awesome. So that being said, let me find the videos. Yeah. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower. All right. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally. Only at Hannaford, the. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats. The Lavish Goats. Our shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some totally changed my mornings. Totally changed my mornings. Some morning. First, I am chopping up all of the footage. So this is not the correct footage order, but I'm making sure I'm chopping up all of the footage so it fits in the video correctly and I have the right pieces that are like the most interesting pieces. Some mornings I wake up exhausted. Some mornings I wake up. That's not centered. So I like to zoom in and center it as much as I can. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I want to. More. This brand specifically wanted me to like open the package. Exhausted, more tired. Exhausted, more tired than. I went to bed. I went to bed. Tired than I went to bed. I remembered. I remember. I had one of these. Popped it in the shower and instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bath again. Breathe again as it made my breathe again as it made my bath. Then I went to bed. I again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and bathroom into my bathroom into a, my bathroom into a steamy spa. My bathroom into a steamy spa. Breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. My bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the gave me that wake up I didn't even know. Gave me that wake up I didn't even know I. Okay. Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted. All right. Only at Hannaford, the lavish goats. Now I have the footage organized. Looks like I need another 10 seconds of footage, which is not a problem. But I'm going to start organizing this footage in the correct order now that I'm speaking. Only at Hannaford. I want to make sure the hook is engaging. I like this shot. And the hook needs to be interesting, engaging, and sell someone on watching the rest of the video. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to slide it over. Only at Hannaford, the lavish. Only at Hannaford. Only at Hannaford. Only at Hannaford. Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower steamer. Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. Wake up exhausted. I'm gonna put a video of myself exhausted here. Mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. Mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. Boom. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I want to add a video of it steaming in the shower. I want to add this video in there, in the hook. Duplicate. I want to show what it is a little bit as well, and still curiosity. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower. Lavish Goats flower shower. The Lavish Goats. Flower shower steamers have only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Flower shower steamers have totally changed. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my. I'm gonna add like an effect in here. Effects, video effects. I want some steam. Steamers have totally changed my steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings steamers have totally good. Shower steamers have totally changed. Flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. Mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these. It popped more tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these. I popped it in the shower and it instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up. I didn't even orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of yourself and busy. Okay, I need more footage. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these. I popped it in the shower and it instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of yourself on busy days, and the flower is so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're at. I'm gonna add more footage of yourself and busy days, and the flower is so Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these, I popped it in the shower, and it instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of yourself and busy days, and the flower is so adorable. Grab a so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're at Hannaford. Flower is so adorable. And the flower is so adorable. Grab a so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're at Hannaford. They're only available there and worth every second. Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these, I popped it in the shower, and it instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of yourself on busy days, and the flower is so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're at Hannaford. They're you're at Hannaford. Only available there and worth every second. Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower.
Sometimes I end off my videos with like little to no sometimes I end off my videos with a little bit extra like voiceover. What I do from there, sometimes I end off my videos with little to no like footage left for the voiceover. It's like 3 seconds you have to fill. Something I do is sometimes I repeat clips and I juice out all of the content. So let's see.
Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these, I popped it in the shower, and it instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me I had one of these, I popped it in the shower, and it instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of yourself on busy days, and the flower is so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're yourself on busy days. Yourself on busy days. On busy. And the flower is so adorable. Yourself on busy days, and the flower is so adorable. Flower so adorable. Is so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're at Hannaford. They're only available there and worth every second. Only at at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these, I popped it in the shower, and it instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree into a... When I say steamy, I really, really want it to hit, so I'm gonna just search up steam. Get that sound effect in there. Steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect... I want the steam effect. Steam. I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing. I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way. I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to. I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect. Of yourself on busy days, and the flower is so adorable. To take care of yourself on busy days, and the flower. Yourself on busy days, and the flower is so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're at Hannaford. They're only available there and worth every second. Only at Hannaford, the only available there and worth every second. Boom. Only at Hannaford. Alright, so I think I aligned the footage. So the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a filter on here. The filter is gonna be a little bit different. I'm not putting an actual filter on here. I'm just brightening up the colors and making them pop more. So essentially, I'll brighten up the pinks. I'll brighten up I'll actually decrease the yellow and the orange a little bit because my bathroom light is yellow and orangish, and I don't want that on there. I'm gonna increase the highlights a little bit, brilliance a little bit. Let's see. Contrast tiny bit. We'll see how that looks. As you probably can see, I make sure every single piece of footage and every single even like sentence in my voiceover cuts to the next point very, very quickly. Every single part is moving. Every single part is moving. I'm either moving physically, the camera shot is moving, my thumb is moving with like the shower steamer in my hand, there's steam moving right there, I'm moving there. Something I could do here honestly is like, or maybe not there, but like here, since I have many shots in the row same, I can zoom in like that. I need it. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of it. Moves it a little bit, maybe a little bit more, to be honest. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of yourself on busy days, and the flower. Wonderful. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. As you can see, there's a lot of movement in here. If there's no movement, I am adjusting the keyframe to make sure there is like a zoom in, zoom out movement of some sort way. So, yep, good. Okay, cool. Next thing I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna add captions. And with the captions, I like to keep them stupid simple. The more simple the captions are, the easier. Like, the better, in my opinion. And also, like, the simpler your video is, the more it's going to perform. Like, the easier it is to comprehend. So, it just needs to be comprehensible and aligning with your target market. I like to do, like, my font, classic font. And then I like to go to the style. I go to bold italic and I just bold it. And as you just saw for glow, I increase glow a little bit so it just hovers a little bit, but it's not too distracting. Only at Hannaford, Lavish Hannaford, I use the
1 to 5 word rule, meaning there's only 1 to 5 words on the screen at one time. So I do a lot of cutting. I want to make sure I spelled that right. Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have the Lavish Goats I go in and I adjust the spelling mistakes, especially around the brand name. For the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. I remember if it stretches too long, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's 6 words here. I think it's fine as long as I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these. I had one of these, cutting that out. Oh, shoot. I remembered. To bed. I remembered I had one of these. I popped it in the shower and it instantly felt like I could breathe. I could breathe again. As it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. In into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam. Gave me that wake up. I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of your and the perfect way to take care of and the perfect way to take care of yourself and way to take care of yourself and perfect way to take care of yourself and the perfect way to take care of yourself on busy days, and the flower is so on busy days and the flower is so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're at Hannaford. They're only available there. Grab a pack next time you're
next time you're at Hannaford. They're only available there and worth every second. Only available there. And worth every second. All right, I finished the captions. Let me check this out. Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower. Let me see if I spelled Hannaford right. Jannaford. Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these, I popped it in the shower, and it instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of yourself on busy days, and the flower is so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're at Hannaford. They're only available there and worth every second. Good. Cool. Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went. Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. More tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these, I popped it in the shower. You can add some more, I could add some
Only
more
at Hannaford,
the lavish
effects, but also this is like a clean, simple ad video, and honestly there's no need. So I could do like video effects of like
Only at Hannaford, the lavish goat's flower shower steamers have Only at Hannaford, the lavish
there's so many effects in here. I could do a glitch, retro.
Only at Hannaford, the lavish
I could do anything, but it doesn't align with the cleanliness of this video. I feel like we have a vibe going on, and you can choose to add, what you want. In this case, this is how I edited the video. This is I chopped it up. I feel like I'll add some headings of like how to use the shower steamer, because most people actually don't know how to use them. So I'll add like 3 headings of like, okay, unpackage, set, okay, so set in, okay. I'm gonna do same classic font, but I want background here. There we go. Boom. And then I want set in or out. On. Set out of direct stream of water. Stream of water. There we go. We got number 1. This heading is going to go like up here.
gave me that wake up I didn't even
2 is going to be like continue with regular shower.
didn't even know I needed. It's strong.
And then 3 is going to be wait until it steams up. 3 is going to be like scent filled soothing steam. enjoy. Refreshing and the perfect way to take care of yourself on busy days in the Only at Hannaford, the Lavish Goats flower shower steamers have totally changed my mornings. Some mornings I wake up exhausted, more tired than I went to bed. I remembered I had one of these, popped it in the shower, and it instantly felt like I could breathe again as it made my bathroom into a steamy spa. The orange and tea tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. Tree steam gave me that wake up I didn't even know I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of I needed. It's strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of yourself and busy. Strong, refreshing, and the perfect way to take care of yourself on busy days, and the flower is so adorable. Grab a pack next time you're at Hannaford. They're only available there and worth every second. Only at Hannaford. On a normal UGC video, maybe I'd add a few more edits and stuff like that. But this video is for like a short video for a brand for local advertising. But overall, it goes over, you know, how to create a UGC video, how to cut it, all that fun stuff, the headings. And I think it could really help you guys out either way, understand how to create and edit a UGC video. And the flower is so adorable. Before I submit it, sometimes I sleep on my videos and I'm like, sorry, Mrs. Brand, I have to make sure my videos are up to par. I'm going to deliver them tomorrow morning. I sleep on them. I look at them the next morning. I'm like, yeah, okay, these are, I need to adjust some things on them because sleeping on them does help. Grab a pack next time you're at. Also review them a couple times. Look for grammar mistakes, everything like that. They're only available there and worth every second. I don't think there's any mistakes here, so export and
now on my computer, and I'm going to give you like a full A to Z walkthrough of like everything, and it starts with lead sourcing. So how I source my leads is pretty simple, and I'm going to give you a brief overview. We have other tutorials on this, but essentially I just go into apollo.io, and then I have a search in there, right? So this is where I search for companies. For example, the search is around supplement companies. So I'm going to search these companies in Apollo, and this is where I source my list so I can start reaching out to these brands in the first place. So that's where we go into Apollo. We make sure, and we just go about the search. So we make sure that the email status is verified. We go to job titles. We do all of these job titles: CEO, founder, chair, CMO, CAO, marketing, growth, business development, president, management level, owner, right? All of these. You can pause if you'd like. Then we go to location. Honestly, like you can do North America, Australia, and Europe. Those are the best ones. I'm just in North America typically, so I just do North America. Employees, honestly, the best brands are in the employee count of 11 to 20, 21 to 50, 51 to 100, 101 to 200, and 201 to 500. And then we would go to the next one, industry and keywords, supplements and pre-workout. And this is what gets us into the supplement search. Yeah, so industry and keywords, supplements and pre-workout, this gets us targeted and gets us, in touch with this, database of supplement brands that we want to reach out to in the first place with UGC. So how we export this list is we simply just press this, select all, apply, and then we essentially export it. This is an example. But we export it and we get the lead database, and then that's how we get the leads in the beginning to reach out to in the first place. The second thing we need to talk about is, okay, we got the leads. How do we even touch base with the leads? Have a touch point with them? How do we even approach them in the right way where they do say yes to look at our portfolio and then eventually hop on a call and become a client of ours? So that leads us to the next part of this, which is the email pitch and how we're even touching base with the leads in the first place. So it comes down to writing a pitch that actually works, and it starts with just like the subject line. So I'm going to name this doc pitch. So we'll start with a subject line, one of the most proven subject lines out there, and I've used to land thousands of dollars of collabs, is content for brand name. And I'm saying brand name because when we put it in our email sending software, or even when we manually, email these brands, we're just going to replace brand name with the actual brand name. So there's the subject line. And the thing about the subject line, we have to have the mindset of coming off to these brands in a more authoritative, casual, and nonchalant way, essentially, and less of an excited, salesy way. Because when you have a very excited, emoji-filled subject line, it sounds like it is promotional. It sounds like it is spam, and it sounds way too salesy, and a lot of brands don't even open that. So we have to have something chill and personalized, like we actually whipped out our phone and texted the brand, right? And we whipped out our phone and created an email for the brand right on our iPhone, right? So there's a subject line. Other subject line examples would be UGC content for brand name, or I like to put the brand name in the subject line to make it more personalized like that. But UGC for brand name, content ideas for brand name, something chill like that. ChatGPT can easily multiply that for you if you want more ideas. With that being said, we'll go straight into the body. It's separated into about 3 to 4 parts. So part number 1 is the introduction of the email. We like to keep the emails pretty concise, because if it's too long, like a brand's not going to spend time, no matter how good the email is, the brand's not going to spend time reading an email if it is like a college essay. So we have to have the mindset of keeping it short, concise, and consumable. So we'll start with how we found the brand. So I'm just going to type out what I'm thinking. Hey, brand name, address them. I came across your brand on social media. We're starting with how we even found out about the brand in the first place, even though we scraped them from Apollo. We need to address like how we got the brand's email, or how we got their contact information, or how we found out about them, so they don't think we got it from, scammers, or they don't think we're a scammer. So I came across your brand on social media and totally had to reach out because I admire your supplement line and how it is natural and clean, right? A lot of supplement brands, they want to sound clean, they want to sound natural, right? Same with skincare, clean and natural. So these are terms that are industry specific and not necessarily brand specific. So we have to shape this email around the brand niche instead of the brand itself, because it'd take a lot extra time and effort to make it super customized towards the brand itself when we can just make it niche specific so it sounds like it's brand specific, if that makes sense. So natural and clean. Okay, Mrs. Brand, this is how I found you. And this is why I'm reaching out. I really admire, your product, and it's very clean and natural, right? The next thing is introducing ourselves, what we offer, basically the pitch, and our why we're credible. So what we do, who we do it for, and what separates us from other people around our credibility and social proof. So we'll go to this next paragraph. I am reaching out because I help brands like yours create conversion-driven UGC for brands like yours, and had some ideas for this, whatever season it is. Right now, as I'm filming this video, we're actually going into Q4 here soon. If we look at the seasonal pitch strategy, and by the way, you guys, this is in our UGC World school group. What you can do if you want access to this is you can just click the link below in the description and you can get this free post. But really just I have, the strategy here to walk through why, we're reaching out and help us create ideas around this period of time. Because once we make it seasonal, every creator reaches out to brands at all times, right? But if we make it a seasonal idea, no matter if it's Q4, like that Christmas, Thanksgiving, a New Year, Cyber, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, we can make it around summer and fall and spring as well. So once we go the seasonal approach, adding the season into our pitch, we make ideas from that seasonal approach, and it separates us from other creators. So I kind of break it down in this post here, but what we can do is just back up why we're reaching out and propose some, content ideas and why we're doing this in the first place. How can we help the brand with this? So with that being said, say the season is, right now is September, but say the season is October and we're reaching out to brands for Q4, Christmas. So some ideas for this Christmas for this Christmas, right? So it shows the brand that we're thinking ahead. We're thinking of their Christmas promotions, and they can understand that we're thinking strategically through, saying this in the pitch. So for a supplement company, a good Christmas angle could be like maybe stocking stuffers. And a lot of supplement companies help, like there's a lot of supplement companies out there, especially that look for UGC, that help women over like 30 years old, right? With like bloating, for example. So for this example, we can focus on a supplement that helps women with bloating. So we could say something about something that's Christmas related, like a stocking stuffer for a parent, right? Or something that, could be a Christmas gift. All right, so this pitch is actually proven and it's landed me like tens of thousands of dollars in UGC deals. But this is how we can like incorporate it for like supplement companies around a certain season, like the season, like October. We can just angle it like that. So here it is. Hey, first name of marketing manager or company name. Hope you're doing well. I want to reach out with some ideas for content around your supplements and health products. Perfect for summer. With its bold flavor and clean ingredients, I think we can create some content that really speaks to those who love a good, summer reset, right? Moment without all of the needed junk. So we're complementing the product and how it separates itself from the competitors, and brands love to hear that. You see their product like they see their product, right? And then also same time, it ties it into the fact that it's, a seasonal approach. I've worked with brands like Brand 1, Brand 2, Brand 3. I've worked with brands like Veracity and Source Naturals and like other brands in that niche. And if you don't have other brands in that niche, you can just do other brands you've worked with in general. If you haven't worked with any other brands in general, you can just cut that out. Say I've worked with many brands, or I've worked with other brands like this, helping them create relatable high conversion UGC. Why do we say high conversion? We have the mindset of a conversion driven business owner instead of a creator. Creators literally ask brands, can I work with you because I like your product, right? What we're doing is we're proposing a new idea as a strategist, a content strategist, instead of someone that's just needy for content. It's a high conversion UGC, and I'd love to bring that same energy to your brand name. And I'm sure we could showcase the boldness of your product in a way that resonates with your audience. Would you be open to hearing a few ideas? I'm confident I can come up with something really fun. Something we also could do is just propose the ideas right here. Hey, I'm thinking for the summer, we can do a summer lifestyle reset, a summer lifestyle, pool angle where we show how your supplement helps women feel more secure about their bodies while they're at the pool or at the beach this summer, right? Taking it a few layers deeper on why your supplement would crush with my marketing strategy. And then we ended off with like, looking forward to hearing your thoughts, or let me know if you'd like to see some content examples I've used for other brands. And then best your name and then add your signature at the bottom. So now that we have the email done, all we need to do is just copy and paste it into our email box and send it to the brand. So we're going to copy the subject line, content for brand name. We'll fill that out in a second. And then we'll copy the email, whole thing, and then we'll paste it into the email box. And then I have my automatic signature on here. I'm going to take that out. And essentially you just fill out the variables for the exact brand that you're reaching out to. So we're on Apollo and we found these brands and we got the list of brand leads. What we're going to do is we are going to choose the first lead here. We're going to choose the email, obviously, and then we're going to copy that and we're going to get it into our email box here. And then we're going to go to it's very simple. We're going to find the company name and then we're going to copy that. And then we're going to replace every single, company name here. Where is it? Brand name. Right here. There we go. We're going to adjust the formatting in a second. And then we're the product here. We're going to talk about the supplement, which is a niche. And then obviously put your name here and then your actual signature here. It should be there already when you make a new email. We're going to make sure that the brand name is also in the subject line here. So brand name, subject line. And then what we're going to do with the whole email is we're going to make sure it's formatted correctly. So we're going to go here, normal, make sure everything is formatted correctly. I know there's like a better way to do this, but for this instance, I'm going to show you like that. That's the whole email. And then we're going to see on the list to see if they have, like there's a first name associated with this email. If not, right, it's just a support, right? Usually we shouldn't reach out to support, but we, scrape what we scrape. We'll get this a first name sometimes. If not, that's chill. We just reach out to company name again, right here. There we go. And then we format it to make sure it is A-okay. So that's the whole thing. And then we send it. I'm not going to send it for this instance, but we send it. And that's how you pitch the brand. All right, so we covered how to source a brand email in brand emails at a mass scale and how to pitch them and what's behind each pitch. And now we'll jump into negotiating with a brand and what happens after a brand like response, right? So let's talk about mastering negotiation and how to go about negotiation moving forward. So turning how to land high-paying collabs without burning bridges. So the number one thing that you have to understand while negotiating and responding to brands is the mindset of a negotiator. So before tactics, you need the right mindset. So brands expect negotiation. It's not rude, it's business. A lot of creators, they struggle with the belief that they're not good enough to negotiate. We have to act like a business owner. Business owners negotiate. Brands will actually have more respect for you in the long run for backing up your rate and why it's that way. So you're not just a content creator, you're a creative strategist who drives ROI. And negotiation is about collaboration, it's not confrontation. Meaning that it's not like we're not competing against each other on who's gonna, get the rate that they want. We're going with the brand, right? We have to have the mindset of going with the brand and doing the best for them. That's why we're negotiating with them. It's because we're doing the best for them. We want the best for them. The backup why our rate is the rate it is, which usually leads to the fact that we can make the most quality content at this rate, this brand. So number 2 is the value positioning framework. So when negotiating, always anchor yourself as a problem solver, not just someone making videos. So ask yourself, what problems am I solving for this brand? Conversions, awareness, retention, content problems. How does my content reduce their risk? Authenticity, cost effectiveness, traditional ads. And what's my proof? Past results, metrics, testimonials, portfolio. That's the best way to position yourself as a problem solver. Some core negotiation tactics. So number 1 is anchor high, then adjust. So always quote slightly higher than your baseline rate. So example, if you want a $300 rate, open it up at $400, knowing that the brand's gonna probably negotiate you down to, whatever number they can get. So have that mindset of, okay, I'm gonna negotiate in either way. That's gonna help you in the long run when you secure collabs. Number 2 is trade, don't discount. So never just lower the price. Instead, just adjust the deliverables. So for example, at that rate, Mrs. Brand, I can do 1 video instead of 2, or that budget works for usage if it's cut to 30 days instead of 6 months. Right? Those are a couple examples of hey, yeah, I can do that rate if that's all you can do, but here's a different deliverable that will make more sense for that rate. And Mrs. Brand, here's why I think that would work best for you, and just back that all up. 3 is silence as a weapon. So after giving your rate or counter, pause, right? If they read your email, if you notice that they respond pretty quickly and you send your negotiation counter and they're taking a few more days, leave it until maybe 5 days to even 10 days to follow back up and let them take that time to figure out what they can do, right? Because if you break the pause, brands will see that as desperate. But brands often come back with okay, that works after, checking with the finance team and checking with different things around finances and what they truly need as a brand. And number 4, ask questions, don't just answer. So what kind of ROI are you hoping, these videos will bring? Instead of just securing the rate right on top, and just getting the first rate that the brand proposes. We need to actually beforehand figure out why the brand even needs UGC videos in the first place. So if the budget wasn't an issue, how many videos would you ideally want? Is another example. And we need to uncover the leverage and help you frame your value. Number 4 is handling common brand objections. So our budget is small. I get that all the time as a UGC creator. So what we'd say is totally understand that at that budget, here's what I can deliver without sacrificing quality. That's a good frame. We usually pay creators $100 a video, not $200 a video. Got it, Mrs. Brand? I've delivered consistent results at this level, and I've been paid closer to this much instead. Here's why. And then we can't pay, but we'll send free product. I appreciate that, Mrs. Brand. At this stage, I focus on paid collaborations, but I'd be open to a discounting rate for the first time and potential for a long-term retainer in the backside or something like that, and in hopes of working with you long-term. Number 5 here is the role play framework. So this is very powerful when it comes to negotiating, because it's a 3-step sales framework. So number 1 is validate, right? When a brand hits you back with some sort of objection or response that's not yes, we use this framework to reiterate why we're even putting that in the first place to shift their mindset. So for example, number 1 is validate. So what we'd say is if a brand were hey, I can't do that rate because our budget is low, right? An objection, we validate first, totally understand, budgets can be tight. We validate it first. Yeah, I acknowledge that, Mrs. Brand. Reframe. What most brands find is that UGC is actually more cost-effective long-term than influencer campaigns. Or this one would be, what most brands find is that UGC is actually more cost-effective when you get the right UGC in the first place, right? Or you invest in the right UGC in the first place. And then redirect. So if ROI is the goal, here's a package that fits both your budget and gets results. So we propose a new idea. So validate is at the top, and then we reframe it. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but here's why I say what I say, right? Or here's a new proposition. And then redirect. Here's where we can move forward, Mrs. Brand. And then 6 is your non-negotiables. So know your floor rate. If a brand can't meet it, politely decline. I'm sorry, I'm not doing a $10 video, ever. I don't care who you are, I'm never doing a $10 video. Protect usage rights, don't give unlimited usage for free. Sometimes I give exceptions to brands if they pay me more upfront. They're gonna pay me more, a couple extra $100 upfront on top of my current rate. Okay, maybe we can talk about it. And that does help you get a sale in certain occasions. But same time, if you create really good ads and you have a track record of that, or you're trying to build a track record of that, I recommend charging usage rights. And then always get contracts in writing. This is prime for, any UGC collab, because everything's backed up by a contract that both of you guys sign. So you always can go back to the writing. Closing with confidence. So end negotiations with clarity. So reinstate deliverables, deadlines, and rates. So when you come to an agreement or almost come to an agreement, always recap the future. Okay, and after we do this, it'll be pretty simple, Mrs. Brand. It'll take 3 to 5 business days to get the couple videos to you. And so it's expected by next Sunday. And then again, it is 3 videos for, $600, whatever. And just reiterate in a couple sentences, the whole collab. And then action plan for mastery. So write down your floor and ideal rates. I like to write them down. I don't present them as a rate card. I actually have them in my brain that the lowest I'm going to go is $200 a video. Sorry, right? That's in my brain. But if they order more than 1 video, 5 videos, okay, that's where we can make an exception and maybe reduce the cost slightly of each video, right? Practice objection responses out loud until they feel natural. Meaning that when a brand hits you with an objection, always know what you're kind of going to say. And we give examples up here. And then track all negotiations to see where you can improve. So if you're seeing common objections with your, pitch over email or over a call, start writing them down and tracking them so you can iterate moving forward, because there's a reason why you're getting that objection in the first place. So that's the whole negotiation, is you have to understand to keep your frame. You have to understand to back up your rates and go with the tide, not against it when it comes to negotiating with a brand. And that's the mindset of a business owner around negotiation instead of a creator. Guys, that's basically it. Like, that's the whole A to Z process on sourcing a brand and actually like pitching a brand and negotiating with a brand to land that collab. So if you haven't already, join our free school community. It's linked down below in the description at the top. It should be. And then you can get, the resources that I, talk about in this call, like in there. Also stay tuned. I also post YouTube videos around like creating, UGC, right? And editing UGC and, creative strategy and all those fun things that a creator does need to know to become a successful creator or successful creative strategist. So with that being said, hopefully you enjoyed this video. Drop a like if this made sense. Drop a comment of like your biggest takeaway. I read through those, and yeah, subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Bye. The next class is a presentation from one of my first students ever in the UGC Academy, Sasha Day. Sasha started off working with me less than 3 months ago with little to no experience. And fast forward to today, she's used UGC to quit her 9-to-5 job, travel the world, and make consistent income online with UGC. Just recently in October, she's hit her first $8,000 month after passing the Cluely trial, one of the fastest growing startups in the world. Brian started working with me on and off and also is able to make consistent 5K months as a part-time UGC creator while still doing what he loves, which is fitness coaching. So in this class, Sasha and Brian expose a new style of UGC. They also reveal how they work with software and apps and AI companies and generate them results with UGC. And they use these techniques to land multiple 2 to 5K per month retainers. So enjoy Sasha and Brian's presentation.
Yeah, let's get started. Brian, are you able to share my slides by chance? Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. So yeah, this is my masterclass, super quick. I wanted to share 4 really key secrets to viral organic UGC that I personally have realized probably in the past month or so. I've been doing a ton of these like high volume organic campaigns on TikTok with cross-posting to Instagram. So really just like the key points that I want to go over that will hopefully help you guys crack the viral formula. So next slide, please. So if you don't know me, I'm Sasha. I'm a UGC creator, and basically I have been creating content since 2022, pretty much on and off. If you look on the left, you can see basically what my feed used to consist of, really like food blogging, cafe hopping, wellness, all of that. And I took a pretty extended break just because like I didn't really see a path forward with like content at all. And I actually did know about UGC back then. People were already posting about it, but I was kind of like, this isn't really something legit that I should pursue. So I'm going to forget about it and move on with my life. But then earlier this year, I was like, I keep seeing so many videos about UGC. I think I'm just going to, do some research. And I found that it really is a viable business model. And that's when I decided to just try one more time. And thankfully, everything has gone really, really well. And I was actually able to quit my job and do this full time starting about mid-June. So yeah, and then the last point is just like really the essence of why I love doing this is because of the freedom, like creatively in terms of time, money, it gives you so much flexibility. So that's something that I emphasize a lot in my own personal branding, which I'll get to later on. But yeah, next slide, please. So yeah, my first secret is basically for any organic content, like the audience always has to come first. So what you need to do, this is the first phase really of any campaign. It's throwing whatever at the wall and seeing what sticks. And what sticks is the audience's emotional pain point. So basically their most important problem that, hits a nerve and they do need a solution for it. And they also want to, commiserate with people that understand that problem. So basically, you need to test out different formats, like yapping videos, long text hooks. You can kind of see it on the right-hand side of the screen, like that really long, like blurb of text over my face, like hook and demo. Basically, like experiment with the vibe that you give off in your videos, and also the lengths, and just see what sticks, and then go from there. But also, another key part of this first phase is really like scrolling and engaging with your For You page or your feed on Instagram, because this is literally like super important data that is going to inform all of your decisions about the content that you're making for this audience, for this niche. So like when I was doing this campaign on the right-hand side of the screen, this is like probably my best performing campaign. It was for a Japanese startup long distance app, basically for like connecting people in long distance relationships and people who want to like co-work with each other like remotely. Um, so that was my best performing one. And what we discovered is like in this niche of long distance relationships, basically it has to be like very strong emotionally. It has to be something that's either, pretty depressing and sad, but also realistic, or something that is like so funny and chaotic that it makes people laugh instead of cry. Because like being in a long distance relationship is hard. So if you scroll on your For You page, you get a sense of like what your audience is actually thinking and the thoughts, the trends, and basically like the motifs and messages that are really popular with them. And then going from that, you want to test out the different angles and see which ones perform better. So next slide, please. So the next one is about selling the feature or selling the feeling, not the feature, excuse me. So basically like all of your content should hone in on those strong emotions that you discover in the initial phase. And what you do is whatever product you're trying to pitch or sell, whatever you're promoting, that has to be seamlessly integrated into all of your videos in the sense that it's not like, oh, like here's an app that helps you stay connected to people. I'm going to download this app because I want to be connected to people. This is so useful. It's not necessarily like that. It's more like, I'm so lonely. Like, I wish that I could just have that kind of constant communication, but I don't want to feel like needy. Like, I don't want to feel like I'm asking too much. That's more of the emotional pain point. And so the app is actually like the means to an end. Whereas, like, and the end or solution in this scenario is feeling connected, feeling happy. So that's another strong emotion. So basically, another really important part to this is you need to blend into your For You page, into your feed. And I use the term guerrilla marketing. I don't know if that's actually a thing, but that's basically how I would describe what I did on this campaign. And we did it so well that people were like, in our DMs being like, I need to ask you for advice. Like, I just got into a long distance relationship. Like, please help me. Like, what is your advice on this? Because basically what we were doing is scrolling our For You page and seeing what formats and what messages are so popular with people, and then experimenting a little bit with tweaks here and there to make it seem like, we're just an ordinary person in a long distance relationship. And I did do a long distance relationship, so I did have that advantage, but it's really important to come off authentically and not just like you're trying to throw something in their face. Because if it seems like a really obvious ad, people are going to scroll away so fast. And that's another thing that we discovered too, is one format that we tested in the initial phase was the hook and demo, where we would like show our face, have a little text hook on screen, and then we would show like a screen recording of the app or like just our phone recording the app on another phone. And all of those tanked. Like they did not do well. We did try a little bit towards the end with some of them and they did okay, but basically like the message that we got was this is not performing well. And it's because people don't want to have it thrown in their face because there are so many apps right now in the long distance relationship niche that are just like, pushing all this UGC that's like, oh, like here's a pretty girl for like 0.5 seconds. And then here's the screen recording of an app. And it's like, people can't relate to that. People don't like it. So they're going to scroll away. And then the last point is, people were commenting, like I said, on our posts, especially my top performing posts being like, oh, I needed to see this. I'm so lonely. I don't want them to feel like I'm asking too much, just going on and on about their personal experiences. And if you can evoke that emotion from people, that is a really, really good sign that you've hit on, the most pertinent pain points in the niche. And it also helps your content too, because when you do that, when people comment about their own experiences, like everyone will be, reading through the comments and trying to see what relates to them and responding to all of them. And that just helps your case. Next slide. Okay, so this is my first example, and this is my very first and only video that hit 1 million views. It's sitting at 1.1 right now, and it's for the long distance app Terracy. So if you want to click on the blue link, we can watch it, and then I'll go into why it worked. Yeah, I don't know if you can. Can you hear the audio on that?
It's just music.
Yeah. It's not that important. It's just kind of like an emotional, like, kind of like sad indie song. So it just kind of like adds to the ambiance. But if you go back to that slide, I can break down why that worked. So yeah, basically like the most important thing is it's extremely natural, like almost too natural. It's basically like me lying down in my bed, no makeup, with my stuffed animals next to me. And I was like recreating a format that, I had seen on my For You page that already worked. People were posting like really close up videos of their faces with like this emotional text hook over it. And that was something that I had seen work. So I, kept improving on that. I kept pushing out videos like that. But I think the key thing about this video that really made it pop off is the pain point is extremely strong. It's like you want to be connected, you want to stay, connected with your partner all day long, and you want that reassurance that you're on the same page. Um, but like maybe your partner is busier, like they're at work, they're at school, and it's like you don't want to seem like you're super needy and you don't want to be constantly messaging them and asking them for reassurance, but you want to know that you're on the same page. So basically, like that was a really strong pain point that I had not seen really exploited on my For You page. Like I had seen a lot of videos that were like, like long distance is really hard, but I know it will be worth it, right? Like, long distance is worth it if the person is right for you. Great, right? I tried a few of those and they did well, right? But this one I think was different because no one was really talking about it. It was kind of like an unspoken pain point. So if you can figure out an unspoken pain point that people haven't really played on yet, I think that is a huge, huge part of it. And so, yeah, I realized this because it was my lived experience. So again, drawing from like natural, authentic emotions, and then also just like scrolling on my For You page like a maniac and like commenting on everything and really trying to get into people's mindset, like just being in the thick of it. So yeah, and then technically it's a very short video. It's only 5 seconds long. So that's like retention mechanics. It's looping. So people are going to want to read it again if they can't read it in 5 seconds. And then tons of people commenting about their like personal lived experiences and like how they're struggling, how they wish they could send this to their partner. And as those added up, like people were just commenting and replying and like, sending like memes, reaction pictures in the comments. And it just like, it snowballed. It was so crazy. So yeah, that's my explanation for that. So we can go on to the next slide. So this is the second example. And this one is a little bit different. But again, it's really natural and we can view it first. It's pretty short if you want to click on the link. I don't know if that's enough time to read it, but yeah, it's like, for every long distance boyfriend who says he's tired from working all day, there's a girlfriend waiting by his screen who wants to talk because that's the best part of their day. That basically like sums it up. So I would say the reasons why this particular video popped off, it's because it's extremely natural and you can look at it right away and it tells a very clear visual story. Like it's instantly recognizable what's going on, especially like being in this niche on your For You page. If you see this, you probably know like what's up. It's a girlfriend waiting by her computer, waiting to be contacted because, she's lonely. She wants to connect at the end of the day. And again, I was like lying down in bed, no makeup, like my hair looked a mess. So I think that's definitely part of it too, like not making it super polished, right? Like it's very much like I just took my phone and I recorded this. It's very authentic. And it was an iteration of something I had already seen on my For You page. Someone else had done something pretty similar to this. But again, I think they had not touched on this pain point of like wanting to be connected, but not wanting to come across as like needy and like needing too much. But it's a very like fundamental human need, right? To stay connected and like have that companionship, even when you're like far apart from each other. And then technically, yeah, it's another really short video. It's only 5 or 6 seconds, I think. So again, it loops and that encourages people to watch it over and over again. And as people commented on it, again, it just added up and people kept like replying and sending reaction pictures and everything. So that only helped it. And then for this video and the previous video, I only mentioned Terracy, the app, in the caption. But then in this video, obviously you can see like it's on screen, like I'm literally like playing on it or using it on my computer. So it's kind of a subtle way to integrate it. And the result of that was that people were in the comments on that video being like, what game are you playing? Like, what is that on your computer? Like, what is that? And they were asking me about it. And that was a way for me to plug it. And I had multiple such comments. So it was really cool to see people take an interest in that because it was really naturally presented. It wasn't like, oh my God, here's this app, use it. You need to stay connected. So basically, yeah. And we can go on to the next slide. So yeah, my third secret is basically just double down on what works. Like once you find a few successful formats from the first phase, you need to iterate. Basically just take them and tweak things like tweak the long text hook, tweak your setting, like tweak what you're wearing, tweak the lighting a little bit, tweak your facial expressions, because all of these things do play a role, like your micro expressions. And then like when you do find ones that work, you need to study them and ask yourself, like, why did they pop off? Why did they work? Is it because it was really strong emotionally and it touched on a pain point? Or is it just like providing straight up value that like people just want to save it and come back to it for later? So yeah, and then tweak them as you go. And then I did want to add a point, like if nothing is working, if none of your organic videos are hitting, basically it's a sign that you need to revamp your strategy. You need to like revise it. And basically like the best way to do this, excuse me, is to go really deep in your For You page. Like you can find a ton of golden formats, like basically like evergreen formats, but you can tweak them to make them kind of fresh again. And what I mean by that is like not just trends with like trending audios, because those can kind of like die off in a week or so. And then they're like, kind of relevant, but not really relevant. But you can find strong formats that will basically always perform well, but just tweak it and improve on it. And that's kind of what I did in like the previous 2 videos, is like that has been something that people always like connect with, those really strong emotional text hooks. But I tweaked it in a way that it was like people were like, oh, like you're really speaking to me. You really called me out with this. And I had a lot of comments like that, like, wow, the timing is crazy. Like, man, you really called me out with this one. Like, I did not need to see this. You're twisting the knife, like I was evoking a really strong emotional response in them. So yeah. And basically, like people get really tired of seeing the same formats over and over again, and they will, start to perform poorly pretty quickly. So you need to be able to adapt to this and, keep an eye on the trends and keep an eye on the general mood of the niche, which sounds kind of weird, right? Like if it's good content, it should be able to perform regardless. And like, I think that is true to some extent, but I think it's important to consider the mood because like in the long distance relationship niche, for example, I think it was like mid to late August, we were still on the campaign and we were like, there's a lot of really depressing content on our For You pages. Like people are really sad. And it was at that time we noticed like there were so many videos of people just like straight up crying, like on camera, like sobbing, tears down their faces. So that's when we were like, okay, we need to like take a step back from like the happy, funny, chaotic meme content and kind of pivot towards like emotional, sad content, because that's like targeting people and they will feel seen and validated. And that's like that emotional connection that we want to like forge between us. So yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so this is my last point. And basically like the key point here is just keep it super quick, like be very concise, be very simple, and don't ramble if you can help it. You want to seem like you're just your friend, you're their friend, and you're just like sharing something that is really exciting with them. Like it's some new insight, some new movie that you saw that's super cool. And so like this campaign that I was working on the right-hand side of the screen, I was working on a campaign for this movie called Trust, and it was with Paramount Pictures, the movie studio. And it was Sophie Turner's new movie that came out in August. So basically it was like a thriller movie about like this actress who got like locked in an Airbnb and there was a home invasion and like her like baby daddy tried to like assassinate her, and it was like really crazy. So we were just trying to keep it like, very concise in the sense that we wanted to touch on like really key points of the movie's plot, but we didn't want to give away so much that people were like, okay, well, like now I feel like I've already seen it. Like there's no point in me like even going to see this movie. So we tried to kind of like play on Sophie Turner's past projects, like, being on Game of Thrones, for example, and integrate that into the plot of this movie because, she's like being betrayed and it's kind of like Game of Thrones. Like there was a lot of like backstabbing and politics. So we were just trying to like basically like tie it all together in a very concise way. So yeah, you need to hit on strong emotions like that, like curiosity. You want to pique people's curiosity. You want to make them intrigued, basically like save it for later and come back and go see the movie. And basically like less is more. I know it kind of looks like I wrote a lot in these videos on the right, and I kind of did, but they were very successful because like it was mostly just kind of drawing the scenario for people in the sense that it was like, oh my God, Sophie Turner's in this new movie and she like made her whole brand on like Game of Thrones and being betrayed. And now she's being betrayed again? No way. basically like that, but we just kind of tweaked it and iterated it a bunch of different times. So we were really trying to like play on, suspense, curiosity, shock a little bit, and just like dramatize it, but not like oversell it, basically. And then another point to this is like you need to be expressive, which is like easier said than done. So I would really just try to practice being comfortable on camera because like the smallest details make a difference, and people will say this, and I like used to not believe it, but it really does make a difference. Like how you speak on camera, your facial expressions, the speed that you're talking, like your cadence, how you like give different intonation to different words, all of it plays a role. So if you can seem really natural and excited but not like, oh my god, like this is an amazing movie, like please go see this movie, then that will really connect with people. And then the last point to this is like just keep it super short. I have seen videos that are like over a minute long go viral, and I think it's definitely still possible. But like me personally, my talking videos that have done well have all been like under 30 seconds or under 40 seconds. So I think that's also something to keep in mind. Like people's attention spans are very short. So just keep it like, very concise and packed full of value and emotion, and that will keep people watching. Next slide. Yeah, so we can watch this one. This is my best performing video for this campaign. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear the audio.
Can't.
Are you able to share the audio? If not, it's okay.
I could stop sharing it. I think I could turn it on. Let me see.
Yeah, that might work.
Let's try it again.
Yeah, so that's like a very, very, very simple talking head. And it's really crazy because this one did not perform well when I initially posted it. I think it maybe had like 500 views or something like that, but it actually got picked up like maybe a week and a half later by the algorithm, and like people kept saving it, reposting it, commenting on it. So I think the reason is because it has a lot of value in it, and it doesn't really seem like a very obvious ad. It's more just like I'm this girl and I'm like really excited about this movie. And as you can see, like the language is very, very simple. And like I basically recorded this video in like 2 minutes in my kitchen with no makeup on, and it was like extremely simple. And I kind of just like I hit post and I didn't really like overthink it. And I was kind of like, well, I don't really know. Like I think I kind of summarized it pretty well, and I hope people will go see it, but I didn't really like, put tons of time and effort into scripting and being like, I have to touch on this point of the movie and I have to talk about Sophie Turner's like previous roles in Game of Thrones. Like no, it was very much like off the cuff. And I think that helped it because people were like, oh, like this is very authentic and this isn't like I'm being targeted. And then again, like this format was an iteration of something that I had seen work really well in this niche. For film and entertainment, talking heads are extremely popular. But the thing is, this video was like maybe 25 seconds, 30 seconds tops. And a lot of these videos, talking head videos in the film niche, are quite long. They're like over a minute long, sometimes like 2 to 3 minutes. And I'm like, if you're already deep in that niche, you'll probably watch it because you want to know more about the movie. You want to know like that person's review and their opinion. But if you're an ordinary person, like you're not going to care most likely unless you have a really like deep interest in film and you just weren't targeted by that niche. You know what I mean? Like if you want it to go viral, I think that you really need to speak as concisely and plainly as possible while still keeping a lot of emotion and fact in your language. You don't want to overcomplicate it and like sound like a professor, sound like you're trying to market to them. You want it to seem like you're their best friend and you're like super excited about it. So, and I think another part of this too is like I kept it very vague on purpose, and I just kind of like gave them just enough to be like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like Sophie Turner, like, ooh, new thriller movie. And I said the ending is good because a lot of people care about the ending of a thriller movie. The movie can be great, but if the ending is crap, like people are going to be super disappointed and it's going to be like a waste of time. So that was kind of like bait in a way to get people to go see it. So yeah, I think like the main points are just keeping it concise and keeping it natural here. So we can go on to the next slide. Those are like my 3 examples of my top 3 viral organic UGC videos, but we can go into like 3 types of personal brand content if you guys want to pivot to that, Alex, because I know we wanted to talk about that at a later point, but let me know.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, so if we're talking about personal branding, it is something that I started focusing on probably like a month and a half to 2 months ago. And I have learned that there are really three types of personal brand content that are essential to growing your brand, having kind of that like really strong presence online that will have brands basically be in your DMs and in your email inbox. Like even if you haven't been super active, like I haven't even been super active on my Instagram in the past like several weeks just because I've been so busy with all of these campaigns. And I still have had brands in my DMs and in my email inbox being like, hey, like we love your content. We want to collab with you. So the first kind is just plain UGC examples. And if you could click on the blue link, we can just watch it real quick. So yeah, that is an example in the skincare niche that I did. That was a paid collab with MediHeal. And it very much like followed the brand's brief and guidelines, but it performed pretty well. So I had it pinned to my reels and like the top of my feed on my Instagram page. And brands have like consistently like commented on it and messaged me about it. So I think it is a pretty strong example of the skincare content that I am able to create. So if you're able to, pump out UGC examples, like whether they're example videos, because I did example videos too, like when I was first starting out, like they weren't like collabs of any kind. It was just products that I had in my house already. So you can pump out those videos and basically like see what performs well. I think like it needs to be pretty clear what the benefits of the product are. You need to have good lighting. You need to have good pacing. And that's pretty much it. And I think it's so essential to your personal brand because it shows brands what you can do. It shows your skills. And if you keep posting it, it says, I'm still working, I'm still producing, and I'm still leveling up my content. Like I'm just getting better and better. And here are all of these examples to speak for my work. And it's like, they don't even need to see your portfolio because you already have it on your page. So yeah, then the next kind is lifestyle content. And this is kind of like talking more about like content pillars. I don't know how many of you guys are like super familiar with that, but it's like basically like key messages of your personal brand that you really want to focus on. So yeah, this is like a super short video. I think it's like 5 or 6 seconds. And I just like put some text. Yeah, I put some text over it. And yeah, it's like after 27 years, you finally understand that real freedom is not having to ask permission to see the world or your family. So that's like one of my content pillars, and my key messages that I decided on for my personal brand is like freedom, having that flexibility to live for yourself basically, and like not be chained to a 9 to 5, to a boss, having to ask permission. So that's something that I have been repeating like pretty frequently in my posts, and something that I want to continue like honing in on because that's important to me. And if you have strong content pillars, that will reinforce your identity as a creator, and it will set you apart from other creators because like it is hard to have content pillars, and the more you can kind of refine them, the stronger your content seems. And like you seem more professional when you repeat the same things over and over again. People start to understand who you are. And then the last kind of content is just like educational. It's really straightforward. It's just UGC tips and tricks. Yeah, so that's a really simple video. I'm just like sweeping my deck, and you can see like in the caption I have some tips. I can't really see it because it's kind of small on my phone, but I'm basically talking about like pitching yourself as like a business owner rather than just like a fan, taking it seriously, and like presentation of yourself as a creator and a business owner is extremely key to being able to grow and being able to scale, because it's like, this is serious, this is your job, and you take it seriously in the sense that you have a strategy, you're always refining, you're always learning, and you're not just like, yeah, like I'm taking some pretty pictures and some pretty videos and like maybe we can collab. Like the difference between those two is pretty huge. So basically, like I'm sharing my opinion, but I'm also providing some value to my audience. And it doesn't have to be like that. It can be like more straightforward tips, like how to improve your lighting, how to improve your framing or your pacing in a UGC video. But that is really key because it's like authority positioning. It's showing that you know your stuff and that you're able to help out your community. And that will just help people like flock to you and, respond to your posts, and like it'll help you build that community with people. And I have a note here that it's like the educational stuff is bottom of the funnel content. So that's basically like the nitty gritty, like the specific stuff about UGC. And that's more for like the people that are already in your community. They want to learn from you and they want to improve and basically get value from you. And then in the middle, I put top of funnel for lifestyle content. And that's more like broad messages. Your content pillars are supposed to draw people into you and kind of be like, why would I want to follow this person? What about them speaks to me? Like, what is so interesting or what is so valuable that I would want to stick around and follow for more and see what's going on? So that's the difference between the middle one and the last one. So those are the 3 types of personal brand content. We can go on to the next slide. So yeah, this is like, what Alex was talking about earlier. I am doing a UGC trial for Cluely as we speak. And I had one video pop off on Instagram and it's at like 13,000 views or something. So yeah, that is an example of like a yapping video that did really well. I posted it yesterday and it's already at like 14,000. So basically like that is the kind of video that they're looking for and a lot of these other companies are looking for. And this was a script that I followed. They have a bank of like successful videos that they want you to recreate and you can definitely like tweak them and, like play around with them a little bit. But I think the reason why this video did so well is because, again, it's really short. It's like 20 or 25 seconds and it's very value packed. It's like, hey, we have a problem. Like you're going to get exposed for using ChatGPT and Google Docs. And then I immediately go into the solution. I'm like, okay, here's how we're going to fix that. And then basically like I just keep it very tight throughout the whole video. And like a lot of people, I guess, didn't know about it. So even though this video has been recreated by a lot of creators, I think if you can keep the pacing really strong and provide value and, speak in an engaging way, people will like that and people will continue to, watch it and share it and save it and so forth. So yeah, next slide. That is everything that I have in my little presentation. So if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Yeah. And also after this, Brian is actually gonna go into what Sasha mentioned is Cluely, right? They're hiring a lot of creators. This is what you just saw is the exact type of content that these AI companies are looking for. And Brian's actually gonna break down one of their most, I guess, the biggest case studies, which is Clueless Mags, right? Should reportedly making 20K a month just by filming these types of videos. The video that Sasha just showed you is pretty much one-to-one the style that Clueless Max does, and she's making 20K from it just because they have cracked the format Cluely internally, and I guess Clueless Max as well in producing it. Just produces repeatable virality. And if we talk about the CPM model that I mentioned before, she gets, when she hits 1 million views, around 1K US dollars for that one video. So yeah, I'm looking at the chat right now. So we are putting our effort into getting Sasha into Cluely as well, as we do, of course, with all of our creators.
Yeah, for sure. And I can definitely like share the link to these slides for you guys if you want to look at them later.
Yeah, I think that was one
That'd
question.
be good.
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right. I think everybody should say yes and agreeing at this point. I think that is very helpful. Brian, I guess you can go into actually breaking down your part, breaking down Clueless Max as a case study, everything that you wanted to do.
Sounds good. Hello, everybody. If you don't know me, I am Brian, and let's get straight into it. Actually, let me introduce myself. If you don't know me already, I actually originate from the fitness industry. I've been creating content for 3+ years now. I've grown an audience of 23,000 followers. If you don't think I can generate views, I've got a recent video hit 9 million here. My most viral is down there, but I hit 15 million before. And then I also make food UGC videos, and I've done UGC before, but then I fell off and now I'm back. And then now we're at it again. So that was a quick little introduction of me. And now we are getting straight into it. Okay. So oftentimes when we do UGC, right, especially when we see everyone, oh my gosh, I just landed a $300 video. Oh my gosh, I just landed a 1K, 10K retainer for the company. That is really cool. But honestly, it's very difficult now because yes, it is still possible, but companies are shifting away from that. So some of the upside of this stuff obviously is like you get large upfront cash, right? Who doesn't want money in the door? Then you have long-term retainers. So you have good relationships with these companies. Like some people work with like Nike or like MyProtein, and they stay with them for like years or even like just months. And they have a higher ROI on the portfolio piece, right? Like you get to make money on exactly the video that you make for them, and you just use that for longer term. But the downsides nowadays, this is where it seems like it outweighs the upside. It's hard to break through without proof, portfolios, or a system in place, right? So like if you're starting out in UGC, I can imagine that some of you are struggling to get to $300 for one video or like get a 1K retainer. It's difficult because you don't have leverage yet. And then another thing is a lot of companies are moving away from this model right now, especially software and app companies. And we already made it aware that we agree that the most common business nowadays is software and apps, because everyone can use AI to use no-code tools, vibe code, and they can make an app like that. And then now they're on the App Store, they have a business, but they don't have distribution. Lastly, with high ticket UGC, you risk the failure of paid ads, because in high ticket, you're charging over $250 for one video that you fully edited. And they have to use that video and run paid ads on it, use their marketing budget, and they run the risk of not being able to get success with that. And that's one video. But we already know the value of hooks, the value of changing CTAs, and the value of maybe changing the body as well. Like, all these things contribute, and you're supposed to test paid ads. So it's very difficult with high ticket UGC videos. So using low ticket.
Real quickly, can you explain and break down the terms high ticket and low ticket? How would you define them for everybody?
Oh yeah, perfect. I was about to say that. So for anyone that doesn't know, low ticket and high ticket are very common things in sales, but in UGC, what that means is low ticket is basically you're making videos for a much cheaper rate, right? Anything probably under $150, we can consider you low ticket. But for high ticket, it's anything that's past 200, 250, all the way up to thousands and even millions of dollars, right? So like even like people like Kim Kardashian, they can charge hundreds of thousands for one video because they have the leverage. That's high ticket. Low ticket's what a lot of these companies are doing nowadays, especially CPM and like software app companies. They're doing this stuff. So how do we capitalize on low ticket? So low ticket, it helps us build our skills, right? We get to practice yapping, right? Like I'm yapping right now, and that's an art. You need to be able to articulate your thoughts very clearly, but being authentic to you. You need to be able to practice hooks, right? We all understand the first 3 seconds is a key determining factor if you are going to get someone to watch the video. You need to test triggers and like test your wording, right? Like if you say the word abuse versus like harm, there's huge connotation differences. So obviously you got to find your way of speaking. And then CTAs, you need to test CTAs because sometimes we feel too salesy. No one wants to buy from you. But if you just go chill with it, like, yeah, go check me out. Like there's a completely different vibe there, and you got to test it out with your audience. Then you got to learn what content goes viral through your analytics, right? We look at the view rate. We look at like the hook. We look at the retention graphs. You've probably seen that J and all that stuff. Those are all things that we need to look at because stats never lie. Numbers don't ever lie. So you should be using it, especially in Instagram with the Edits app, if you didn't know that. Another thing is you need to build repeatable systems to scale your output. I will get into that more very soon, but you need to have systems in place. We always talk about systems. Why? Because that's how you gain leverage. You do business so that you can unlock more time and do more things more efficiently, right? We want to be like a Bezos. We want to be like a Musk. We want to be smarter with our time. Now, we can also leverage low ticket for our portfolios so that we can actually get high ticket credibility. So in low ticket, we can actually practice a lot of videos, right? And we can stack CPM campaigns with major brand names. Earlier, like Alex said, Cluely, Perplexity, massive company names. I don't think you can get that very easily, but these low ticket deals are making it so much easier on a site like SideShift or 99 Creators. These are perfect areas where you can find these companies that have huge brand recognition that you can put on your portfolio and be like, dang, this guy works with Perplexity, a like 8 or 9 figure company. That's not common. And people know that name because it's just a big name and competing with ChatGPT, right? And then you use the screenshots. Like if you go viral, 1 million views, throw that on there. You get a bunch of followers, throw that on there. You get a lot more ROI. You get a bigger ROAS for the company, throw that on there. You're making yourself seem like an authority that they need to hire you because you bring so much value and you brought it to a big company. That's a big plus. And then they see the results. So then they want to pay you, right? They want to give you retainers. They want to work with you long-term because they see your value, right? And now we transition to audience growth because when you pump out so much low ticket volume, you can literally make so many people love you, right? Like we talk about Clueless Mags, and she's someone that has built an audience, I think, to 60,000 followers, and all she's doing is promoting Cluely like a chill girl. That's all she's doing. And you're just posting at scale, and you keep practicing, and you're gonna get something to blow up, and then now you get an audience, and it completely changes your life. One reel can literally change your entire life. That's what happened to me, and I'll get more into that later. You can build a monetizable audience. You can sell anything to almost anybody. I've sold people on fitness coaching online. I barely have to do anything. And then there's people out there that sell coaching. There's people that have school communities. There's people that have digital products. There's so many things that you can sell. And then you position yourself as a thought leader in UGC. You're now an authority. People respect you. People look to you for education, and people want to work with you. Okay, so now I want to break down how Clueless Mags is a college student pulling in not even 10K. It's actually 20K plus a month just from posting videos in her dark bedroom, bro. Like, she cracked the code to viral content, turning such simple videos into a bunch of money because it's performance basis. We're so used to getting low or high ticket, and we just get that money up front. But if we perform well, why don't we get incentivized? Like how we go from a 9 to 5 to a sales job that gives us commission because of our performance. Now we're not getting paid just for our time, but for our value and our performance. So let me show you exactly what she did. Plug doesn't show, but this landed, I think, let's see how many views. I think that was like 5 million views. And 6.2 million. That right there could have been, I think they cap it off in Cluely at like 3,000. She probably made like $3,000 off that video. But on a lot of companies, this could be $6,000. And she grew an audience of 60,000 followers. That's insane. And if you check her account, she started this account very recently too. So why did that viral video go off? Well, it immediately grabs your attention, right? It is so unbelievable that she's in her hoodie in a dark room, just chilling and saying, yeah, you can make $50 in your bedroom, chilling and just making videos. Like, that's so crazy, especially for broke college students that don't really have money. That's a lot to them. And then we got trust building, right? Like, she has that genuine, like, yeah, just like chilling in the corner. I'm just giving you the value, giving you the sauce, saving you a lot of time, giving you all this value, right? And then proof in action. She has literally shown you the exact framework of what she's doing to get herself to finish her resume, to apply for the job so that she can make more money. And then insider advantage. It feels like a secret. Like, you don't know what this AI is. How do you not know? It's so common. But I guess I need to put you on some sauce. And you are now informed and you're like, dang, that's crazy. This AI is kind of cracked. And now you're bought into it. And like, you're curious, how are you making this money? And then frictionless action, right? It's very simple CTA, nothing crazy, just following her and like just checking out on all her content. Next up, her second video. It's about as a chill CTA. This is a very strong pain point right around here. You're not getting hired. You're using it open to work. Huge pain point that a lot of people use when they apply, especially when you're a broke college student looking for jobs and internships. So now going back, why did that go viral, right? The common frustration that a lot of people have when they're unemployed. Then you have authority, right? Like, she told you exactly what to do on how to apply, how to have the keywords, how to also have the vertical lines to make sure you look like an authority. Plug and play. It shows you a simple, repeatable system because now you have this AI tool that can instantly give you a quick transformation for your whole LinkedIn profile so you look good in front of employers, so you can actually get a job, make some money, and not be poor on the streets. Then you have recruiter secrets, right? Now you have behind the scenes information. You feel like you're set for success now and you're never going to be unemployed. And this just feels like a huge value add to all these college students. So I want to talk about how exactly you could do even better than her. She's a college student. She definitely does not use VAs, I can imagine, because you could pump more volume and she could probably get a lot more done. But a lot of college students, they don't think like business owners. But unfortunately, we do, right? So what are VAs? They're virtual assistants. Virtual assistants tend to be overseas for us, right? Like, companies like Amazon, Microsoft, their customer service, oftentimes when we call them, they tend to be from overseas, usually the Philippines. So what do we like to do? We hire VAs to help us do the grunt work that we don't want to do. You can use it for low ticket, but you can also use it for high ticket, but I'm going to disclose how we use it for low ticket. So we're outsourcing stuff, right? So I'll give you a direct example. I'm actually about to work with a CPM model related to a company that does cheaper flights. And how it works is all I have to do is follow their format. And that format, I could just teach my VA it and they could just pump it out for me. So I give them the systems and process, and now they can edit for me, compile all the files, post it for me if I wanted them to, file management so it's all clean and organized, and then they can track it for me like their time, and I could pay them the $3 to $5 an hour, right? How are you paying $3 to $5 an hour? Because the US dollar is so much stronger than a lot of currencies that we can pay such a cheap price and get workers that are willing to work harder than a lot of Americans that are getting paid $20 for minimum wage. So use VAs because there's a lot of things that can make them even faster, right? So a lot of people that have talked to me, I always suggest WordBoard. WordBoard is a simple app that's free. There is a subscription that you can use, but you can use it for free with 6 custom buttons, and you just click it, and all you do is automatically input the message that you want. So if they're outreaching for you, or if they need to put in a certain hook in there, you just click the button and it automatically populates. It's amazing for Apple, might not be on Android. CapCut, we all know CapCut. It's a fantastic app that you just put stuff in. You might need premium if you want to make it better, like reduce noise and all that stuff. So that's another thing. And then Google Drive folders. At some point, you might have to invest into getting some subscription to add more files because obviously memory is not cheap. And then what happens when you get all these VAs? You become a true business owner because now you have leverage, but you're also now focusing on being a creator and a director. All you have to do, for my case at least, is film raw hooks. But for you, now you just gotta film. Focus on filming content, what you want to do, which is literally why you did this in the first place. You provide direction to VA. Now you're managing people. And lastly, you approve the content. And if it's not good, you just give revision information and you give it back to them. They fix it up and they give it back to you. And you post it. Then you achieve scalability. So your VAs are literally saving you so much time. Because for me in this specific example with this company, I can make one video. The raw hook, the raw CTA, the hook has a body. And then I could literally give them 6 hooks. They make 6 videos for me in 20 minutes. I don't have to do that. Maybe I'm slow. Maybe I just don't want to edit. Maybe I just don't want to stare at my phone and, get all that blue light in my eyes. But now you have someone that's willing to work for you 24/7. You could hire more VAs whenever you want. If they don't do well, you fire them and you're quick to hire as well. And then you teach them systems and they keep doing that for you at autopilot. So what happens when you have these VAs? You can reach your revenue goals, right? Like we're gradually growing, but we need to be willing to invest and hit revenue goals of 10 to 20K a month. Now you have more volume, more performance. I have VAs literally outreaching on like 3 Instagram accounts, and I get to apply on UGC platforms. I don't even have to do it. I just got to check it from time to time and then just keep in touch with my VA. So much easier. Audience building. You can grow so much easier because you have a VA to manage and do the grunt work that you don't want to do. Now you can focus on content and get more and more and more out. Portfolio creation. Now you can use these low ticket campaigns to get the brand logos at scale. Now you can handle more brands. You can handle more scripts and creatives. Now you're not bottlenecked by who you are because you're not the one that's doing everything. You're now out of the business and now you're focusing on what you want to do. Systems. You develop workflows for editing and posting. Now, whenever you have to hire someone, you can just easily give them the system, a process, and they can just learn how to edit and post for you or do whatever you want, like outreach and stuff. Scaling. You can scale, and then at some point you get high ticket retainers and you can manage all this more efficiently now. Now you have workers under you. It's so much easier. You get more money and you just keep investing back into these VAs that you're helping and you're employing them. And you're going viral more often. Who doesn't want that? So it's very important to realize this. I think a lot of people have seen business as something you got to go ham on, right? You got to go balls to the wall, all you. That's not the case. Leverage is key. You need to outsource the repetitive tasks that are not worth your time. You need to keep your time for high value work. You think Bezos is going to go drive to go get groceries? No, he's going to tell someone to go get it for him because that's not worth his time, right? He has to do stuff that drives a business forward. Investment mindset. You have to spend money to make money. You're going to get burned sometimes, but that's completely fine. Some things that you got to invest into are workers, VAs, tools, especially AI, self-care, like the gym or like a better bed for better sleep and recovery. Time allocation. You need to be smart. You have to invest your time into the strategy and the filming. You get more quality and more value out of that time, and to make more viral, more audience-driven content. And then you're not doing the stupid stuff that you don't want to do anyways. And you need an identity shift. You're going from a busy freelance UGC creator to a business owner who cares about being creative, who likes to being filmed, and you care about growth now. Hormozi always says the buyback time principle. Your time is the most valuable asset. Invest in delegating tasks that free up your time for strategic thinking and high impact activities. You need to move as if you're Elon. That is how you'll truly drive the needle forward in your business. So, what do I have coming up? October 1st is very close by, and I am running a special challenge. And this challenge is probably very, very outlandish to hear from some of you. It's a 30-day sprint that I call volume maxing. So what is it exactly? So this is the first sprint of my creator maxing lifestyle. One day you may learn what that is, but I have a whole vision for that. For 30 days, I am going to be posting at an extreme consistency. And I'll tell you how much in a second, but I'm inviting people to also join me on this journey because we're trying to build our portfolios to be top notch, test systems, and prove that discipline truly drives results. This isn't just another typical content challenge, post one time a day. This is your transformation from inconsistent posting to becoming a true content machine. So what is it? What am I doing? I'm going to be in the trenches, and in the next 30 days, I'm going to be posting 300 videos in 30 days. That comes out to 10 total videos a day. And I'm going to be using the exact system that I've been talking about and teach it to you at the exact same time. And this is going to be 10 videos on each platform. So technically 20. I may be making content for like Cluely or whatever brand, but I got to make 10 on each platform total. That's a lot of videos by myself and my team. So it's going to be crazy challenging. So what will you do? If you decide to join me on this transformational journey, these are some of the deliverables. 1, I don't want people to be like, oh, I'll start tomorrow. No. I set the deadline. It's October 1st. If you want to make it happen, it's time to make it happen. You have systems in place. You can easily make this happen. You can choose one of these 3. 3 posts a day. It's probably ideal for you beginners out there that are new to content. 5 posts a day. Probably a sweet spot. You're getting ready to scale. Or if you're trying to be a savage like me, 10 a day. I know, it's a lot. So what are the daily commitments? You're posting every day without fail. Sometimes you might have something come up. Figure it out. You gotta schedule it out on your Instagram manager, or you outsource it to someone that you know to post it for you. You just gotta show up daily. You gotta film content in advance if you need to. You gotta do what you gotta do to make it happen. Because we're gonna lose motivation at some point, but you need to keep pushing. It's 30 days, 30-day challenge. You need to track your metrics. You don't post to just post. You should post and try to learn from it, right? We're using this as an experiment to learn and to gather knowledge for ourselves, to better ourselves as a creator and business owner. So we need to track the views, saves, shares, followers, scripts, everything, because data drives decision. Numbers can never lie. You need to share the progress in the community. If you decide to join me on this journey, we are going to be using WhatsApp and School. And accountability is honestly how you succeed at any business, because if you're not doing it with other people, you are going to burn out and you're not going to feel supported. You're not going to feel like you're getting any advice or anywhere because you're doing it alone. If you want to go fast, you can go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. You should join the daily calls. I'm going to try to go on daily. Actually, I will go on daily, except October 18th. I have a crazy event that day that I need to prepare for. But every single other day, I'm going to go live and you're going to be there and we're just going to do work. But if you have a question, raise your hand. We'll talk a little bit, get back to work. Like, we got to be like doing a lot of stuff because 10 videos a day, that's a lot. So we got to get scripts dialed, got to have the editing dialed. You got to be able to outsource, hire. You got to do a lot of stuff. So your future self will thank you if you decide to show up to these calls. It may be spontaneous, but there's going to be calls almost daily. And you're going to apply creator maxing frameworks, right? So hook testing, you got to test hooks. That's key. CTAs, you got to make sure you're chill. Don't be too salesy. Volume, you got to be disciplined with this. I know it's going to be a lot, but it's a challenge for a reason. What will you get? It's not just a normal challenge. It's going to completely transform who you are because I want you to succeed genuinely. And you're going to get the daily coaching, 29 live calls for accountability, Q&A, support from me, and direct access to strategies at work. You have access to me in the WhatsApp in school. We will answer your questions. I genuinely love answering and helping you all out. If you have ever hit me up, I generally do reply. Sometimes I send voice notes. That's very personal. What are the things I would give you though? You saw that girl earlier? Clueless Mags? I actually have a homie that's a top 5 creator in Cluely as well. And he's one of those creators I'm analyzing. And there's 4 total creators. Clueless Mags, best friend, or one of my homies, and then 2 other people. I have full in-depth analyses of these creators and how they have succeeded in going viral and how are they succeeding in Cluely in general. And we can copy and mimic their playbooks. I have a complete Yap guide from the CMO of Cluely. This company has mastered marketing, but the CMO has gone out to tell me exactly how do we Yap to be effective. A full 13, 14-page guide. And then I have a VA hiring system. I will give you a Loom to show you exactly how to go about doing hiring and doing this new business stuff that you're never used to. And now we can actually scale without burning out. And maybe if you're someone that's early, I can set you up with a VA myself. So what are the outcomes of this? After 30 days of volume maxing, you won't just have more content. You have a completely different relationship with content. So you're going to have a proven portfolio. You've pumped out 90 to 300 posts that have shown that you're consistent and you're capable of possibly going viral. It's not like you're working on content. You actually have receipts now that you have genuinely put in the work. You learn attention grabbing skills. You understand human psychology. You understand marketing. You understand yourself and your brand voice and what resonates with people. So now you have a potential business opportunity. You could maybe make a crazy network. You could maybe meet a new CEO of a, crazy big company like Cluely. You can meet your future wife or something. It's crazy what content can do for you. Scalable systems. You learn how to scale. Now you can travel and still get work done. You can sleep and get work done. You finally built a system, a business. You also have truly developed measurable growth. You have dramatic increase in impressions, reach, credibility, your portfolio leverage, all that. And now the algorithm will thank you that you exist. So remember, you're posting a lot. Most creators are usually posting 2 to 3 times a week because the norm is, you could just do daily or, you just post sometimes, just stay consistent overall. No, let's push volume. Let's truly push volume. Hormozy posts a lot of videos a week, even a year. It's insane. So why can't we do just a little bit like him and Mr. Beast? So my promise to you, by October 30th, you'll become a UGC creator and a business owner that has a viral portfolio that attracts clients, high-end clientele. You can get high-ticket deals while you're doing these low-ticket CPM models. You now understand daily posting systems. Now you can actually be consistent, understand how to tap into people's minds and be converting. You now have a clear path forward to actually go on in the UGC Academy and actually feel like I know what I'm doing. I can actually scale. I can truly achieve freedom. Volume reveals everything. It shows you where your skills are strong, where your systems break down, and where your discipline really stands. Most creators will never know because they never push hard enough to find out. And I want you to remember this one last thing. One viral video can change your entire life. I had one video blow up before, and that video has led me to meet a top 5 streamer in Clash Royale. I've met real estate clients that I now get to talk to on a weekly basis. I've gotten access to work with brands. I'm sponsored with a supplement company. These things don't happen because you're scared to post. They happen because you literally locked in and kept going. Even when times got tough, you felt like quitting, but you kept going for that one viral video that completely changed your life. So I want to ask you, are you in? So if you're in, you're someone that's going to be pushing past your comfort zone. You're going to be someone that's embracing the challenge, and you're trying to attract your ideal clients, and you actually want it. You're not just saying it, you actually want it. And you're getting closer to your dream lifestyle. So if you're truly, truly in, I want you to DM Gloria, I'm in, on school right now. And if you're a little nervous about the content ideas, and you're also texting me and texting Gloria, oh my gosh, what do we do? What do we do? I'll be helping y'all out. I have to post 300 videos. I'm going to give you hooks. I'm going to give you content ideas that you may or may not use. And that's perfectly fine. This is just to help you out. And we're going to have a group chat. We're going to have everything all synergy, and we're going to make this happen. So if you are in, DM Gloria, I'm in, on school. And let's pump volume.
The next class is a live 6-figure UGC training from Will, who's helped me on the agency side of things where we directly hire UGC creators. You'll receive an interesting perspective on how brands hire UGC creators and learn the full, timeless business principles to scale your UGC income to 6 figures sustainably.
Basically today is like, as promised, how to actually, make 10K a month as a UGC creator, basically complete blueprint. I'm going to go into my story, my background in just a second. But yeah, I know we talked a little bit in the 30 minutes right before the official class session started, but there are new trends right now in terms of, okay, certain TikTok styles that you can compete on. Obviously Mike was talking about podcast UGC. So we're just going to talk about what's working right now in 2025, kind of UGC, the new opportunities within UGC right now. And so, yeah, let's just get straight into it. But yeah, there's going to be no gatekeeping here. A lot of UGC creators are trying to make 10K a month, but there's really no plan. There's no kind of clarity here. It's kind of like driving somewhere you've never been before, like without a GPS, right? And so there's like that term right now in the UGC space, which is like, if you treat UGC, you need to treat your UGC like a business. And if you treat it like a side hustle, you'll make side hustle money, which a lot of people here are trying to turn it into a full-time income. And so here's how to actually make it like a full-time income, right? Business. And so why am I giving this away for free? This is my background. I'm basically a marketing consultant that I've sold over 7 figures in online sales with my own products and as an affiliate for other different products. Basically B2B services, digital online products, software. And during this period, I've worked with over 1,000 different UGC creators, placing them into the brands that I've actually worked with, right? So I've taught these UGC creators, pitching them, not just UGC and the concept of UGC, but like higher level tactics like creative strategy, right? High level business tactics, turning their UGC business into an actual business, right? And I've seen the full journey from pretty much everything from UGC creator to social media manager, creative strategist, creative director, creative agency, and sometimes even a brand owner, right? I've seen some of these UGC creators start their own brands. And so currently right now, I'm also a host of like a private invite-only UGC mastermind of creators doing minimum 10K a month and some even doing 30K a month. And so my network consists of working closely with these UGC creators and coaches. And so yeah, on the side of that as well, I also have a publishing company where I'm consistently hiring and working with these UGC creators. And so that's kind of like how I know Gloria too, because She helps me with that aspect. And so it's a win-win for everybody. I'm here to teach you the fundamental skills. You make money, maybe you work with me and the brands that I work with, and I make money. Simple, you know. If you guys also have any questions, want to unmute your mic, drop in the chat below. I have I'm reading everything, and I also want this to be interactive. So I'm not like talking to a screen. So feel free to unmute your mic. Feel free to drop in the chat anything you have in terms of questions. So yeah. But these are the coaches in the mastermind that I'm referring to. There's Alex Gedlin, who actually Mike, he runs a podcast, UGC Creative Agency. This is Austin Gregory, this is Yvette, this is Mike, this is Jared, and this is Emily. They're all basically six-figure UGC creators, and they're also coaches right now in a private mastermind that I'm working with. So like we're all learning from each other. These are just examples of like the high level kind of industry that I'm learning from. But yeah, I just wanted to give a background in terms of, okay, you know, this actually works. This isn't just from, you know, people who've done UGC, let's say in 2023, this is what's working right now. And these are kind of like my resources in terms of the trends that I'm coming from, not only from a brand owner on the other side of the table, but from UGC creators actually doing it, right? And so this is going to be an advanced training. I've worked with UGC creators making up to 30K a month, and I am very aware of the systems that takes a UGC creator from like 10 to 30K a month. But I know a lot of people here are just trying to get their first steps, whether it's the first brand deal, maybe it's 2 to 5K a month. But even if you are just starting out, you will get value and you'll get a lot of clarity in terms of what steps you want to take. And the analogy I give is like this vehicle analogy. And basically, whether your goal is to make 5K a month and have a lifestyle business and enjoy it, or whether your goal is to push yourself and try to get to 30K a month and reach that 1% UGC creator, it's still going to help you because it's consistently upgrading your systems and your strategies so that you have a vehicle. And so if you think about traveling, right, when you start at point A, you're always walking from destination A to destination B. But when you upgrade your systems, your knowledge, your network, and your strategy, it's like, you know, from now on when I walk, I can use my bike. Or if I upgrade my system, I can use my car. Or if I upgrade my system, I can use my plane, right? And so what I want to go into is basically how to actually think like a business owner and treat your UGC like a business. And so I came up with this thing called the restaurant analogy, right? But you want to think like a business owner. You know, you're not the best chef in town, but you're the best restaurant owner. Because at the end of the day, I think everybody here, you know, I think UGC is really good to channel your creative expression of yourself, but also at the end of the day, it's like we do want to make money, right? And yeah, it's the same thing. You're not only the best UGC creator, but you've also mastered the business fundamentals. And so the way I perceive UGC and teach UGC in terms of treating it like a business is with this restaurant analogy. So think of your UGC business like a restaurant, okay? And so your UGC portfolio is your menu. It's like the restaurant menu, right? And your marketing, right? UGC creators use social media. They use, you know, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, X, the main four. And restaurants do the same thing. They use social media. Everybody's using social media to market. UGC creators can pitch. They can send cold emails and cold DMs. In a restaurant, you guys have seen people like, have you guys seen maybe like on a restaurant on a busy street and there's like somebody outside handing brochures, come over. This is just called one-to-one marketing, right? And so it's the same exact thing. Platforms, UGC creators use Fiverr, Billo, all of these platforms, right? The same thing, you know, restaurants can leverage the existing marketplaces, right? Think of like a mall and a food court. You're leveraging the existing audiences. Another source of way to actually sign UGC creators is partnerships. You can partner with creative agencies and they handle all the marketing for you, and then you basically just fulfill the same thing. If you guys have maybe, if you guys go to local businesses, maybe you go to a barber shop, a nail salon, and there's a flyer or there's some sort of advertising saying like this is the best food and the best restaurant, right? They share similar customer bases, right? And I didn't put this on here, but you can also do partnerships with other people who sell to the same style of brand. So let's say you're targeting e-commerce brands, you know, maybe you can do partnerships with graphic designers, video editors who are targeting the same exact clientele as you, and you're getting word of mouth and you're getting referrals through there. So On a high level, we want to understand that there are these key components to actually market your business. And if we were to go here to this chart, right, it's important to understand that high level. But there's pretty much the 3 main ways, which is inbound, you posting content, and think of it like a magnet. You're attracting these brands for you, right? And then there's pitching, which is like one-to-one. You can pitch these brands one-to-one. And then you have partnerships where you're leveraging existing partners to market for you, whether that's like a platform, aka a marketplace, or whether it is a creative agency, right? Think of it like that. So on a high level view, this is it, okay? And then if we were to go even more specific, right? I think it's important as UGC creator to know how you're competing, right? And so if you were to look at even the specific restaurant analogy, it's like, we don't really want to be the McDonald's, we want to be like that premium steakhouse. And so we want to compete, let's say on high ticket, as Mike was saying earlier, right? He's getting paid, you know, $850 for like a video. And it's like, how do we position ourselves in terms of attracting higher level brands and positioning ourselves to do that, right? So what are the key actions that we can take to compete in our business? And so if we're to go even specific, that's another topic I'm going to talk about in today's class. But yeah, I want to make sure everybody understood that so far. We're definitely going to go a lot more specific into our actions that we need to take. But you know, unmute your mic if you have any questions, or you know, drop a 1 in the chat if you guys understood everything so far. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, so we can move on to the next topic. So this is how you build your UGC business. And so we're gonna start with the service delivery here, okay? And the reason we start with service delivery, not our marketing, so let's say our inbounds, our pitching, our partnerships, is because the same way you were to build, let's say, a skyscraper, the biggest skyscraper in the world, it starts with the base, the foundations, okay? And so before, as a restaurant, you know, before we can tell our friends, before we start advertising, it's like, what is gonna be on our menu first, okay? What are we actually gonna sell first? And so let's go really, really back to the basics, square one, the fundamentals. Who here knows what the fisherman's story is? Whoever raised their hand, if you guys can, feel free to unmute your mic if you know what the fisherman's story is.
I guess like the fisherman's story is like where you, it's like the brand is the fisherman. You as a UGC creator, you're not the fisherman. The brand is the fisherman, and the fish is the consumer, the customers of the brand. And that's really like the brand is trying to.
No, you nailed it. You nailed it, Mara. That's great. That's exactly the fisherman's story, right? So like, we can go into the advanced topics, which we will, which is like your niche, your positioning, your offer, right? But we got to understand what our target audience is. Do you guys understand what UGC is? Do we know how UGC solves a problem for brand owners, right? Because 99% of UGC creators cannot understand what UGC is. They're just I think it's getting marketed online as like this way to get rich quick. And so because of this, people are making these decisions about hopping into UGC emotionally, which is basically leaving the most fundamental and important part, right? Which is actually understanding UGC. Like, not many people can describe on a deep level and articulate the problem that UGC solves for these brands. And that is super flawed, because if you cannot understand and explain that and articulate that, right, that is going to show up in your portfolio, that's going to show up in your pitches, that's going to show up on your relationships when you speak to these brands, brand calls, negotiations. That is going to show up in your content. It's going to show up in everything. So we also want to start with the fundamental principles. We want to build our house on a solid foundation. We don't want to build our house on sand. Sand is just following templates. Here's how you do a portfolio. Copy my template. Just copy my script. Copy XYZ. Copy templates. That's what sand is. It's shaky. But when you build your business on foundations, it's like you'll survive in the long run. You'll also make more money, and you will immediately separate yourself from everybody. So this is why I created the fisherman analogy, right? And so this is the fisherman framework, right? You have to understand there's 3 parts to this, which is you as a UGC creator, okay? And you are selling to the brand owner. And the brand owner is selling to the brand's consumer. And you have to understand this in this triangle, which is why we have the fisherman framework. But the fisherman story, right? The beginner fisherman is trying to think like the master fisherman, but the master fisherman is thinking like the fish. And so as a UGC creator, you actually have to think like both. You have to think about the brand owner, and then also how, right? How UGC helps the brand owner market to the brand's consumer, okay? And so, you know, pretty much if you asked, you know, let's go back real quick. All of these coaches who start with UGC and all making 6 figures as a UGC creator, they can ask this and articulate very, very deeply to these brands how UGC will help solve their problems as a brand owner, right? And so this is really understanding the fisherman, the brand's perspective, right? And this is how UGC is actually going to help brands. UGC is not just content. They're investing in outcomes, right? Customer acquisition costs. Basically, we know brands are spending on advertising, and UGC being a more personalized form of content, putting a face on there, it will lower the amount we have to spend on these ads, lowering our customer acquisition costs. You have to understand what these metrics are, right? Our click-through rate, that's like how good our hook is, right? Will it really increase our return on ad spend? It's kind of like at the end of the day, right? Does this content actually convert? If so, how? Can you explain that, right? And so a lot of these brands, they operate on data, not feelings. And so when we're managing our budgets, we have certain data that we need to look at. And so you have to kind of articulate how does you as a UGC creator fit in terms of helping the brands solve these problems. And so the misalignment of these expectations is why a lot of these UGC creators can't really compete. And, you know, a lot of the UGC creators, they get stuck with gifted or low-paying collabs, unfortunately, because they don't really understand this at a sincere enough level, right? And then we also have to kind of understand the fish, right? Who these brands are scrolling, right? Because at the end of the day, we're fish, we're consumers online, and we have to understand, you know, who they are and how we can actually help them as a UGC creator, right? And so that's what the fisherman story is. It's basically tying everything, the 3 kind of tipping points in this triangle. And we're understanding that we're the middleman. We are the gap in between all 3. We're the solution providers. And so, yeah, going even like more specific, there's conversion, which is the main point of content. And we have to understand every step of this kind of equation to understand, you know, where UGC fits. Because a lot of people, they just kind of operate on vibes, like a gut check. Hey, UGC is just content. It is pretty content. It is aesthetic content. And that's not the case. You know, sometimes it's the case, sometimes it's not, right? So we have to understand what is true and what is not. And so when you understand it, it's like usually brands is just driving traffic to the website, okay? And so maybe your job's not always to convert. Maybe it's to get engagement, right? And then the website does the selling. Right, you have to understand sometimes maybe to generate email signups, whatever it is. That fundamental understanding is really going to tie into, I guess, the brand, their narrative, their strategy. And when you can understand the brand and make the brand feel understood, the brand owner feel like they've been heard, they will immediately want to invest into you in terms of a relationship, right? And so it's all preparation. Right, 99% of UGC is your preparation. It's like reading these brand briefs and understanding the narrative you're painting with your UGC. You know, a lot of amateurs, they just wing it, they just film. It's a lot of gut feelings, and when you don't really write it down, which is why we have this class, you're not going to be able to articulate it, which is a big red flag. Because if you don't understand what you're going to compete on, you know, your portfolio is going to look at the same as everyone else. Your messages are going to be the same as everyone else. Right, but when you actually understand and your preparation, right, your research happens beforehand and you understand, you know, the brand's target demographics, the objections, the pain points, that gives you so much more leverage when you're competing. And really at the end of the day, it's just standing out, right? So like, how are you able to actually stand out? And you know, if you are competing off reading a script, right, which it's fine if you are right now, I think it's a very good gateway. You're not going to get those, let's say $500 per video, 1K per video type of brand deals, right? Realistically, if your only thing is just reading off a script, it is not going to work like that. It's simply not, because why? Because in 2025, UGC, like, it's like what Gloria was saying, you know, UGC isn't what it was in 2023 when, you know, or even Mike, like in 1989, there was no such thing as UGC, and it's not popularized or marketed as this like lifestyle get rich quick scheme. And so everyone is doing UGC. Everyone is kind of like just everyone can read off a script. You know, I can just give my grandma a script and she can read it, really. And so what makes me different? So why am I able to charge more? Why am I able to retain a brand more and work with them more long term, right? You have to understand that there's a deeper aspect. There's other levers you can pull, like this sort of professional research. So that's understanding the fisherman story. Anyone feel free to unmute your mic if you have any questions, or feel free to type in the chat. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next topic.
So like doing a good job on presenting. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate
I think
that,
actually
Mike.
it almost made the point of, I think most people want to be professional actors versus marketers. I think that is a distinction that you're kind of making here. If you're a marketer, you're helping the brand. If you're just an actor, then you're just a paid actor. Then there's the other level of, I want to be an influencer. So I think there's like 3 levels of the UGC, and people have to figure out which box they're in.
And let's go deeper into that, because you know, a lot of people, I don't think a lot of people here like even want to become marketers. Like, I'm a marketer, and it's like a different level of requirement. But I think fundamentally, if you just understand the basic principles, like if you can just understand a fisherman framework, like let me go to one of my students, Mike. Okay, he just hit 15K this past month. He was doing 10K before then, but he's a professional actor. If you guys search him up, you can feel free to search his name up. But like, he's a professional actor, and just from his skill itself, you know, you're gonna get gigs and stuff. It's gonna be harder to compete as an actor, right? We all know with the acting industry, it's really hard to compete, because like being the top 0.0001%, like, you make the most amount of money, but like everyone else, you know, gets screwed over, and they're working on like some terrible wages because of how hard it is to compete. But you know, if we go back just to like the fisherman framework, and we were to go, you know, and understand just like a basic level, like I think it's absurd right now that a lot of UGC creators are doing UGC, but then like the first time I speak to them, they're like, do you know what UGC is? Can you understand what it's doing for me? And they're not really understanding that business aspect, right? And so I think there's a certain like it's not like black and white, go marketer, go UGC. It's like in a spectrum, you know, learn the fundamental skills, you know, and if you have these fundamentals, this framework, this mental model, you know, you can do anything. You can do creative director, you can do creative strategy, you can go marketer route, you can go influencing, right? And this is just going to really help you, you know, in terms of literally everything, landing more brand deals, making more per brand deal, right? Just understanding that perspective more. And it's the same thing with every single service, right? When you just understand your client and their problems and how you can solve that problem in and out, it'll really, really help you. But I really appreciate that feedback and that point, Mike. Yeah, Tasha said that she was in a child acting since basically she was born, and a lot of you guys are actors here, and so you guys have like that fundamental skill of, hey, this is your tonality, this is how you need to act on camera, these are like the basic things, right? Which really is going to help understanding this business principles so that you can implement this. Next thing I want to go over is like an offer, right? A lot of creators are positioning themselves into poverty, right? I think the traditional like okay, so most UGC creators aren't running it like a business, and subconsciously they're running it like a business, and the business that they're running is like Costco and McDonald's, which is competing on pricing. And so there's a difference between like features and benefits, which we'll go into, but they're competing on a lot of features and transformation. And instead of transformation, right, it's just kind of like begging at this point. Like a lot of UGC creators, you know, I think if they're gonna ask me what separates you from everybody else, they're gonna say something like, I have a cat. You know, like 1,000 other people have a cat. You know, and it's like, okay, well, if you were to just compete on a cat, sure, that's fine. I can pay you for what 60 other people have a cat for, right? Or a million other UGC creators have cats. But then if you were to say, you know, I have a cat, I bought every single cat product, your pet brand, I liked your pet brand the most. One thing I liked is that your pet brand that services these cats really expresses this emotional problem that solves this. And it's like, okay, you immediately just decommoditize yourself from every other UGC creator. And so the first thing was kind of like with your offer, you talk about the brand more instead of talking about themselves. That's a really, really big mistake. But yeah, the offer is kind of like everything. The offer is just like, okay, what are you offering at your marketplace? What in your menu, right? Are you gonna give? Jennifer Alford just says everything about marketing. I agree. It's understanding first, guys. It's learning first. She basically says that if you cannot articulate the fundamentals of yourself, your service to these brands, you're not going to land these brand deals. And so your offer is literally everything, which is you have to think about the dream outcome. What is the dream outcome of these brands? You know, lower their cost per acquisition and higher conversion, content conversion, right? How likely are we able to achieve that? Divided by the actual, you know, how long it takes in the effort, right? Gloria, I'm pleased to see you joined us.
Yo, what's up, guys? I was actually late to the webinar because can you guys hear me all right? Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. My mic is like, sometimes it bugs out. Okay, awesome. Cool, I'm seeing some ones. I was actually late to the webinar because I was on a brand call with a supplement brand. And everything that Will is saying is absolutely true. When we hop on brand calls, when we hop on calls with these brands, when we even contact these brands, right, to work with them, the first thing they want to know from us is how can we make a result for them? How can we do something that will actually make an impact? The content is not there for the vibes. It's not there to just sit there. It's there for us to actually make something that's conversion driven and makes an impact, drives more sales, right? More traction on their pages, right? More loyalty with the customers, right? So that's the first thing that brand owner asked me was, Gloria, what can you do to make an impact with my brand? And I took the reins, and at the end of the call, he was like, Gloria, I can tell you're a professional. Let's make this work, right? And we're getting a proposal set up. We're doing all of that. Why? Because I came off as an authority figure because I knew that we needed to have a conversion-driven conversation. I knew I needed to take the reins, right? So everything Will is saying is a complete fact. In this equation he's going to walk you through here will help you understand how to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate your testimony, Gloria. It's funny because me and Gloria actually met on a brand call, and so one of the reasons why I respect Gloria so much as a UGC creator is because I can relate and I can kind of talk brand level. I can treat her as a brand owner, and the level of status is kind of like mutual, right? And so therefore the pricing reflects that level of status and competency and actual her value and skill that she provides, and that's why we've been working together so long. She's recorded tons and tons of UGC for me, and so for her to really display that is a cool testimony, because it's a huge level of respect as well when we can collaborate on ideas and she can talk about, hey, this XYZ is working. She can tell me, like, she knows what my goals are, what my problems are facing, instead of it being like a lot of other UGC creators, which, you know, let's say you just go on Fiverr, just you DM them, just read the script. There's a huge lack of respect with brand owners and UGC creators. I personally respect a lot of UGC creators. I'm respectful to everyone. But I know a lot of brand owners will just, when we'll talk about it later in the negotiations part, but brand owners will just abuse UGC creators. They will treat them like they will treat them like assistants, and there's a lack of status and respect. And to be honest, right, a lot of UGC creators can't do anything about it. They're not in a position to say no. If you're getting like 5 brand deals a month, you're not in a position to say no. And therefore, these UGC creators allow these brands to treat them like garbage. And so we're going to teach you how to separate yourself with like kind of like the offer equation. And so it's like, can you kind of like answer these questions, right? What is like the result you guys are promising? How likely is it that we'll actually achieve it, right? How much time is it going to take, and effort and sacrifice? You know, a lot of these creators. Okay, cool. A lot of like, I know what UGC is. You don't really have to sell me on UGC. A lot of these brands that are, you know, doing 7 figures a year minimum understand what UGC is, right? But here's where it gets tricky. It's like your perceived likelihood of achievement. Can you display, you know, can you actually replicate? Let's say you were to pitch me and you were to say this competitor is running this, or this organic style, this trend, which we'll go into a little bit later. It'll make a lot more sense. This format of a UGC video worked really, really well. It's like how likelihood, I'm thinking how likelihood can you replicate that exact format, right? Time delay and effort sacrifice. And I know Mike's an OG from his last comment, but it's like your time delay and your effort sacrifice. But it's gonna be like, how am I gonna have to micromanage you? Am I gonna have to, you know, ask you for 10 different revisions, right? How much energy am I gonna have to allocate that, right? So that's kind of like your offer. You can compete on your speed, your results, your industry expertise, your strategic thinking, and obviously your professionalism, your reliability. That one is widely neglected. So that's like the offers portion. Super, super simple. But another one is like your niche positioning. And let me know if I'm going too fast. Just feel free to unmute your mics or comment below. But this goes hand in hand with your kind of your offer, because there's like there's something in business called the starving crowd. But like, you guys could have the best product ever, even be the best UGC creator ever, have the best content ever, but you know, the most important thing is actually your positioning, right? Like the starving crowd analogy is like, has anyone heard of it, by the way? Perfect. Mike, can you explain it for us? Yeah, so the starving,
No, can you explain
so
it?
the starving crowd analogy, and absolutely, I would love to explain it. The starving crowd analogy is, think of the best hot dog stands. You know, you can have the best hot dogs ever. You can even have the best, you know, maybe customers ever. Like, you can have the best pricing for your hot dogs, but the only thing that matters is like, are you outside of are you outside of an NBA stadium at 2 a.m. in the morning, and you're only hot dog and everybody's starving and there's no other restaurants open, right? That's your positioning. And so there's kind of like the red and blue ocean analogy, which is like what I'll go over, but like, you have to select a less saturated niche. There's 2 ways to differentiate yourself. You can either upgrade your skill set, which we learned a basic glimpse on how to do, okay? Or you can select a less saturated niche. And I'll teach you guys how to do both in this class. But the red versus blue ocean analogy, clearly we want to be in the blue ocean. We want to be fishing alone with tons of fish by ourselves, just alone with our entire ocean of fish to us, instead of, well, realistically, this is all UGC creators right now, okay, in the red ocean. And so, yeah, this is the hot dog analogy, right? But supply and demand reality, right? Gloria talks a lot about untapped niches, and it's so true. Like, if you're going to send thousands of messages pitching, and if you're going to pitch, you know, let's say 10 pitches a day for 30 days, and you're going to send 300 pitches, right? There's a few things we can optimize: the actual pitch itself, our portfolio, right? But the easiest thing to do is actually just see who we're pitching to, our positioning, right? And so, like, I have a lot of friends who are brand owners, right? And they'll pay you 10x the budget that these other niches will give you. And I want to hear Mike's opinion in just a second, because like, I think we all know that the traditional beauty space, which like works still, it's always going to be there, but like, it's just supply and demand. If there's 1,000 different UGC creators in that niche, in a skincare niche, then you know, it's going to be very, very hard to compete, as opposed to something like Mike's found himself in a blue ocean. He talks about B2B SaaS. I think he spoke about telehealth earlier. He's even doing podcasts UGC. So Mike is actually doing both here, where he's simultaneously, he's competing in a different niche. SaaS is called software as a service. So it's like advertising for software's apps. It's basically a niche, right? Instead of like skincare, instead of fashion, instead of beauty, which is like a little bit more popular. These are very, very trending niches right now that Gloria's all participating in. Like there's ed tech, telehealth, real estate, financial services, home services. Mike, I don't know if you're on, but you can explain real quick, because I know in the beginning you were talking about how there's not enough men in those niches.
Yeah,
and talk about what you've seen working really, really well in 2025 in terms of the way to position yourself and the niches that you've been in.
I did this is for anybody at any age. Pick a niche and then a super niche, whatever your skill set is. I don't have the nicest house. I rent a house. The house before me, there was 7 kids lived in it in a family. So it looks like a house that 7 kids lived in previously. So I can never do kitchen UGC or house stuff. I do have a commercial studio in Venice, Florida. So on my portfolio, I have one of the actual intro gigs say I'm in Florida, I have sunny days, I have beach, historical downtown, things I can use in an office. So I'm using those skill sets when I search for things that need that, which would be office supplies, outdoor living. I'm never going to do a snowblower. There's no snow here. So you have to figure out a geographical niche and maybe a weather niche. And me personally, I'm the old guy now. So I have to figure out where can I do like the Gen X style stuff. That's finance, tech, Medicare, things that have to do with maybe men's health and supplements, which I'm not personally going to do, but it's there. So I'm not gym shape anymore. So, but I can do, there's like the men version of Spanx. I get those all the time. So I can do the fat guy stuff. I can do senior dating. So I go between that 40 and 55 look. And again, my personal niche, I have the voice, I have the toys, so I can do podcasts all day, every day, and that's kind of my low end hanging fruit. If you think that going back to Costco, the Costco hot dog has been $1.50 since the 80s. They do that so you come for the cheap hot dog and then you end up with a $300 cart. So my Fiverr gig and some of my low end stuff, hey, podcast style UGC starting at $45. And then by the time somebody does a $45 inquiry with me, it's $300, $400, $500 left, because what I did for like Lending Tree, $45, go to lendingtree.com for $100,000. Boom, $45, took me 5 minutes. So that's kind of my low end fruit. That's why I can do podcasts, because it's already set up. So if you can do something that's always set up, if you have a guest bathroom, leave one that's specifically and only your beauty bathroom, so that you can bang out low price stuff and then upsell later. Because that's and I'm also a market strategist. So like what Gloria said, I don't go in with I'm a UGC creator with a nice camera and iPhone, whatever. It's like, hi, what is? I have a conversion style conversation. And you guys can borrow my line here. I'll give you this best line. It's like, what I do is I expedite the know, like, and trust factor using the power of video, and regular user-generated content is what builds trust.
Yeah, that's amazing. Can you actually write that down in the chat so we can save that?
I might have to go. I'm like 4 glasses old. Hang on.
Yeah, guys, I
that's kind of the joke. I'm using the old guy status as my niche.
I literally met Mike like 40 minutes ago, and obviously he's a professional who's been into the space since 1989, and like everything he's just living proof of what we're demonstrating today. Okay, so somebody in the chat said hot dog is a loss. Yes, hot dog is a loss. It gets you in the door though. Okay. We'll actually explain to that, but Cameron, that's amazing. Hold on to that thought. But here's a good exercise that I did on the spot. I even forgot that I did this with my past students when I was training these UGC creators. But think of yourself. What is like at the end of the day, you are a niche. So there's only one you in the world. Like there's only one Mike. There's only one Mike in the world. And so like obviously he has his physique, he has a podcast studio, he has this, he has that, right? List down 5 things about yourself in this little bubble right here. Okay. Now list down current trends that are unsaturated right now. Software as a service, let's say, right? These are like more so evergreen niches: financial services, telehealth, ed tech, real estate. These are like evergreen where all different demographics can work. Now the sweet spot is when you combine the two, and then write the niches down here. So write down 5 things. There's 2 ways you can position yourself. There's the internal ways of positioning yourself, which is like there's only one me in the world. There's only one William who's 30 years old, who has this experience, who understands this. Okay, and then there's the current trends. There is the software, there is whatever's popping right now. There's these startups, right? And then in the middle is when we combine the two. Okay, and so that's a really, really good exercise that we've done, and it'll take some time to do some thinking, and we'll revisit this towards the end when we have Q&A. But I do want to go back into this in a second. And so the next thing is your portfolio. By the way, guys, I know we just went through a lot in terms of positioning. Let me know, drop any questions if you have it in the chat, or feel free to pause me if I'm going too fast. Okay, perfect. So portfolio is an extension of who you are and the services you provide. Remember the portfolio, the restaurant analogy, your portfolio is your menu. And guys, you are the menu at the end of the day. And so don't overthink your portfolio. It's like part of the business, right? It's just one part of the business. You can have the best portfolio in the world, but if 5 people, 5 brands see your portfolio, oftentimes that's not going to do anything. Remember that the restaurants with the best menu doesn't always make the most money, right? So that's why I have to think like business owners. The same way, we all know that one restaurant with the best food ever, even, right? The best food in the world, but like for some reason they're just not packed. And then we also know that one restaurant with decent level food, but it's always packed, right? And so we have to understand all aspects of our business, how to market ourselves, how to position ourselves. And so, Gloria, you can basically, and feel free to unmute yourself, but Gloria's a professional. She's optimized her portfolio for over 2 years. What are if you can give like a 30-second summary, like what are the key things with your portfolio? I think a lot of UGC creators definitely overthink it, but let's say you're to start with 0 experience from tomorrow, what would you do? I even say another one, in terms of SaaS right here and telehealth, these are brands you can do online. And so I tell a lot of UGC creators, record a content online. You don't even need a physical advice, but that was what my piece of advice. I know you gave a really good advice on portfolio. So if you could give a 60-second summary.
Yeah, first of all, guys, this portfolio has made me tens of thousands of dollars, and this exact portfolio still makes me thousands of dollars every single month. So I want to preface that. Second of all, look at my portfolio. It's very simple. There's nothing crazy about it. It's not like this crazy website that a professional made. I literally put a picture of myself on there. I put my name on there. I put the essential details on there. There's brands I've worked with. And if you scroll down on that portfolio, you can't because it's a picture. There's my videos. But the main fundamentals is, first of all, you have to remember a brand 5 to 10 seconds until they click off your portfolio, right, when they hop on. All right, so we have to make sure it is conversion driven and brand centered from the start. So take notes if you're not already. At the very top of your portfolio, put a nice picture of yourself. No hat, no sunglasses, no sombrero, no crazy. Yes, I've seen that. No, nothing really covering your face. It's kind of like a model or an actor picture, right? Second of all, put your name front and center, Gloria Stonelake, right? And then put what you do. Okay, UGC creator. I'm a micro influencer and I'm an entrepreneur. Just put what you are. And then put your email front and center with your social media on there. That is all linked to all of your social media. And then put your location on there. And that's the top page. They need to see what you look like, what your location is, who you are, what you do. It all has to be very clear.
Yeah, guys, keep it simple. At the end of the day, even if you're starting at 0, okay, just understand this comes back to your niche and your positioning, right? It's just an extension of that. So if you don't have this, which is why we started with the fundamentals, it's just an extension of that. And so Gloria's keeping it very, very simple. It's nothing super advanced. What I wanted to say in terms of my tips with the portfolio was that I never corrected anybody's portfolio when I helped, for example, when I see these UGC creators go from 10 to 30K a month, the portfolio was almost never to change. They had a social proof, they had basic videos of them talking, but the issue right now that I'm seeing in the industry is incongruency. I'm seeing that people are spending, wow, Jennifer's advanced. I'm seeing people are spending 5 hours a day in their portfolio, but no one is looking at their portfolio and they're not spending time pitching or marketing themselves. It's the best menu doesn't matter if nobody knows who you are. A lot of these creators are invisible, and so don't overthink it. It should be, this is like a one-day task, and then let's get it moving. Let's start marketing ourselves. And so
it's the 80-20 rule.
The 80-20 rule. And so yeah, guys, Jennifer is a very, very high level creator. I don't think I've gotten a chance. Jennifer, feel free to unmute your mics, but basically in the chat she said there's a heat map. And so for us brand owners, we use heat maps. I definitely never seen a UGC creator use a heat map, but it basically allows yourself to see like where, if you can scroll, like where the user drops off in the heat map, where they click, which video they spend the most time watching. And so that allows you to get data and feedback to know what you're optimizing on your actual portfolio. So Jennifer is clearly a professional. Would love to hear from you personally, Jennifer, if you want to mute your mic real quick. But those are some advanced topics I did not expect to speak about today, to be honest.
Okay, yeah, I web designer, SEO strategist, so I look at heat maps a lot. So yeah, I agree. You definitely don't need to spend a ton of time on your portfolio. You just need to spend smart time on your portfolio and do the things that will help get you found. And you can even put a tiny bit of SEO in there and it will pull you up, even on Canva, which is not great, but you can do it. But yeah, but like if you look at heat maps just in general, most people are not scrolling more than once or twice. So if you're putting a lengthy about me and they never see your videos, you've lost them. You know, if they're sitting there scrolling and it's, you know, 2/3 the way down the screen, then, you know, because Gloria's right, like 5 seconds is generous. If it takes 5 seconds for your portfolio to load, you may have already lost them. So
she has a point. She has a point.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard it yourself. You know, Jennifer is clearly a professional. She's using heat maps. She's a professional web designer, and so like this is very, very true. You know, if you're spending, like for me, if I'm spending over 1K a day on ads, I'm gonna want to know all the data. And so if I'm driving all this, you know, traffic and I'm getting all these people to view my actual website, I want to know what about it converts so that I can double down on it, right? Because even another thing too, guys, is like, let's say you understand, you know, where certain clicks happen, and you understand that XYZ portfolio, like this testimonial, is where they spent the most amount of time on. What are you gonna leverage that as? Because the portfolio is like the bottom, right? When you go to the top, let me go back. Okay, this is why I created this. Like the portfolio is like step 3, right? But like step 1 and 2 is like your pitching and your platforms. And so like, let's say, too slow with this. Give me a second. Portfolio is like step 1 and 2. Okay. No, it's the portfolio is step 2. Apologies. Step 1 is like your pitching in your content. And so if you understand that XYZ brands like the fact that you position yourself, they like this video that demonstrated that you understand XYZ topic, or that you're in this niche, it's like, or they like this case study, it's like, okay, in your pitching, you mention your case study for every single pitch. In your content, you put that on your pin profile. That's how your brand, as a brand, you can fundamentally make these decision-based feedback loops and these decisions, which Jennifer's clearly doing because she's an expert herself, right? And so that's like the actual feedback. I don't think this is super applicable right now for most of these creators, but it's like it's just an example for you guys to make these decisions, right? We'll talk later, but one thing Gloria does for every single brand is a post feedback review form. So like with every single UGC video, she requests the statistics, the conversion metrics for every single UGC video that performed, and also what the brand liked about it. Did they like XYZ about her communication skills, her professionalism, and she knows what to double down on, and also feedback for what she didn't do good so she can improve. And then we were able to basically make these data and feedback loops. And so it's like, we're able to now leverage that, because I know Gloria is sending, you know, over 500 to 1,000 emails a day. And so we have to consistently keep changing that. How are we changing that? We're using data. We're not just doing, oh, I feel like this brand's like this, or this is trending, whatever. Like we're using actual feedback internally, right? Internally from the brands we work with, and then externally when we research our competitors, right?
And when you're hopping, Gloria, how do you, you know, hop on calls with brands, and how do you diagnose their situation, and how do you put together a a case for them so they can't, they're sold on the call and they trust you. It's from this feedback form. You get feedback over and over again. You can literally share a spreadsheet with the brand of data, right?
Oh,
On
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And it just takes a few videos and a few forms to send out for your brands to fill out, and make sure that's in your contract, guys. Hey, you have to fill out a feedback form. It's small. It takes 5 minutes.
That's
After
huge.
you.
That's huge. 99% of creators don't do that, which I mean, hey, I'm not complaining, saves me time. I don't have to fill out a form, whatever. But if you also do, I'm just like, damn, this person is serious. Jennifer asked a really, really good question. The brands that I work with are holding on to data very, very tight, and that's very true. A lot of the times, I don't want to leak data about the specific brand I'm working with to these UGC creators. Now, the way you want to position that is not a UGC creator. Like, you're not reading off a script. It's like, I want to know how this video performed. That way, I can let's say you put here, I'll explain this. I want to know how this UGC video performed. The reason why is because obviously we're going to keep this relationship going on as I'm going to create more content for you, but I want to know also what worked, what didn't work, so that way in the future we're making better decisions, and I'm creating I'm optimizing our future content when we work together, right? And so that's the way you want to position it, because a lot of creators, they talk about themselves. They say, hey, I want the data so I can put it on my portfolio and I can brag and work with other brands and I can show your competitors and then I can work with your competitors. No. I'm like, in that case, you can screw off. I'm not giving you any data. But if you position it as like, hey, I'm curious. I want to learn about you and how this worked, and so I can improve, right? I was like, oh man, this, Jennifer is sharp. Okay, let me give her that data, and then it's gonna be like, okay, let me get the data first, and now I'm gonna be like, okay, can I put this data externally, like on my portfolio? I'll blur your name if you want to, but I'm gonna convince them, and obviously tying it down into their benefit, right? Because yeah, that's the one thing also that Gloria asked this question, and I appreciate, because you're asking very high level questions on this class. But yeah, it's like the same thing on the pitching on your portfolio. Please speak about the brand the most, the brand and their problems. A lot of your students like, please give me this data so I can put it on myself and work with competitors. Just speaking in the other person's shoes versus your own shoes. But I hope that helped, Jennifer. Yeah, I want to make sure we're on the time, but Venus Flytrap, I created this strategy actually because I use this with my own brands, the Venus Flytrap method. But Cameron talked a lot about McDonald's and Costco. Clearly they're one of the most biggest businesses. I think I'm against it. For UGC, I want you guys to be the premium steakhouse. But one thing I did take from McDonald's, Costco, is the Venus Flytrap method, how to turn one-off gigs into monthly recurring retainers. And you guys can do, I don't really suggest free work, but some sort of low-paying work in the beginning has worked to get your foot in the door and to prove some sort of competency, right? And then from there, you can turn into monthly retainers, show your professional, give them your chance after you get your foot in the door to improve on that. And so a really good example is like capitalizing off certain trends. For example, I remember when the POV format was working really, really well, we had a UGC creator basically just completely replicating that on the pitching, and every brand just wanted that. Right now, it's podcast UGC that I'm seeing that's trending, and basically there's like 3 creative agencies that are doing podcast UGC that are getting all the brand deals because that's working really, really well. And so they have a repeatable format off that trend. And so that's like the Venus Flytrap method. But like think of like a restaurants that you're doing like seasonal trending items to attract new customers first. Like I don't know if you guys remembered, but like I know McDonald's does that, and when Travis Scott had a new album release or something, they have a Travis Scott burger or a milkshake or something, right? And they use that seasonal trending item. And so the best way to do that is actually by just scrolling TikTok organically and looking what are the best performing methods. Like let's say if it's software, or let's say that's like startup apps right now, AI apps. If you look at Cluely right now, there's kind of like that authentic comedy skit, right? If you look at whatever your competitor, whatever your niche is, go back to the offer positioning doc. You guys can think about it from there. And then another one is like TikTok ad library. Just save this link. And then basically you can filter by the longest duration. That's how you know there's profitable, and continuously research, right? So yeah, that's like the Venus Flytrap. You wanna look at that. Like it's just the plant is very attractive. There's just something about the honey that's really sucking them in, and That's the same way you want to treat your business, right? You don't, I mean, sure, you guys can this happens a lot. I know Gloria has signed brands for, 4 or 5 figure retainers on like the first brand deal. But in most cases, like most businesses, guys, they go negative day one. It's very hard to be profitable day one on these businesses because the money is made in the relationships. It's made in the recurring and repeat services. And so that's why we start with the offer, our foundations, our skill sets as UGC creators, and get really, really good at that. But yeah, that's like the Venus flytrap method. It's like, for me specifically, the way I use it in my brand is like, I'll give something for free in exchange for your email, and then I'll build a lot of trust and rapport in their email, and then I'll build them onto my email list to get them on as a recurring subscriber. But for me to pay for their data, run an ad, and actually get their email, I might be negative in even hundreds of dollars, right? But I understand that on a long enough time frame, if I know that my product is good, my service is good, I can recoup that lost money. And so same way, I feel like UGC creators should be doing some sort of Venus flytrap method. And the last part is like your referrals, right? Word of mouth is always going to be the strongest form of marketing, but like would other brands actually refer you in terms of your service and your entire service delivery? But you guys have to have word of mouth and repeat customers and a service where you guys can actually get referrals. And so that's the service delivery section in terms of what I had prepared. Does that kind of make sense for everybody so far? Feel free to unmute your mic or drop something in the chat.
Between the comments and what you're saying, I'm eating this up. This is so good.
That's great. I appreciate that, Chantel. And Chantel's always learning. She was on my other class I did like a month ago, and she's always learning something new, right? It's kind of like maybe you read, some of the information. I'm going back to the fundamentals a lot, and I'm always going to start with the fundamentals. And so maybe I repeat myself a couple times. But it's like kind of reading your favorite book, or I don't know if you guys read the Bible, but I read the Bible 5 years ago and I read the same quotes, and now when I read it now, it's like it's a completely different. It's the same quote, but it's a different feeling I had to it because like my identity changed, my skills changed, my thought process changed, and so like your interpretation layer changes. And so I appreciate that, Chantel. That's a sign of a very, very, very good student. Is just somebody who can always get feedback and learn on those fundamentals.
I have a question.
Of course, I'm open book.
Like, I just want to know more about the feedback form. Feedback form, yeah. Like, how do you make it?
We'll get that. That's a proprietary information right now. I can't show that completely. I had to look at some stuff right now, but super basic, right? You're gonna look at the basic metrics, that a brand had in terms of conversion metrics. After this, you guys will get the resources. So this entire thing right now, you guys will get, and then also let me write down on my notes real quick. I'm gonna add you guys that brand feedback form, which everybody should be doing. I don't care if it's gifted, I don't care if it's paid. Everybody needs to do it. It's a system. You build a system once, it's like a habit. You brush your teeth once, you brush your teeth for the rest of your life. These are the systems. You practice good habits. You build a system once, you build it, you have it for the rest of your life. And so, yes, job form can make a Google feedback form. Google Forms work. Perfect, Tasha. Do I give a more detailed step-by-step course? I mean, I'm not sure which process it is, but yeah, these are good questions that you guys are asking right now. I'm gonna go to the next part though, because I'm a bit short on time right now. So now you guys have the fundamentals. You know how to like offer a really, really good service delivery. You guys have the foundations now, and now it's just like clap your hands, sign clients, So we're gonna go into landing brand deals, and if we remember, there's 2 parts actually to becoming an actual paying client, from a stranger to a paying client, right? Generating new customers. You have to master that marketing and sales aspect, where restaurants, UGC, everything. If you guys understand this, you'll be set in terms of online business, whatever business for the rest of your life. And so there's your marketing, which is inbound pitching and partnerships, and then there's your sales. It's your portfolio, it's your brand calls, It's your negotiation. And if you guys don't know what brand calls are, it's basically what Gloria was saying that she came back from, which is why she was late to our class actually. But she hopped on a call with a brand, basically discussing their strategies and going over, step by step about how her as a UGC creator can help them as a brand. It's basically like a sales call, but we call it brand call in the UGC space. And so if I were to start with the 4 main ways, we'll go without inbounds, right? Think of your content as your best friend. Your best friend that works for you 24/7, telling everyone about yourself, what you do, and how good you are. That's the way you want to think about your inbound. So it's similar to a portfolio, right? It's a reflection of yourself, and all content is kind of the same. It's just different formats. IG, TikTok, YouTube is just video. LinkedIn and X is just text. But fundamentally, they all kind of start as text, an idea in your mind. It starts from an idea, then it goes to a script. And I guess from the script, you can either revise it to post on X and TikTok, depending on the platform, or you can turn it into a video, which you guys are professionals as a UGC creator. And so there's really 3 styles of content to post that we've seen work really, really well. For Gloria herself, which we've been very precise about that. But it's educational content, right? Explain how UGC and methods on how UGC can kind of help these brands, right? Like, let's say you study competitors that are using UGC, right? Explain why it works, the scripting, breaking it down, the concept, the new styles, the trends, right? There's your personal content, leverage that you have a personal life, right? If you're a dog, use that. If you're a Christian, use that. If you're a mom, use that. If you're a podcast, use that, right? And then there's like authoritative content, your credibility, like why are you different versus everyone else, right? What are you competing on, right? Your position and offer, kind of go back to that over and over. And bonus, get hype theory. If you want to repost, like you guys should have the everywhere effect. You guys want to be kind of like on every single platform. In the beginning, definitely stick to one. Just build a habit first. Just do something once for 30 days. A lot of, and I do this too, so I know the feeling. If you overwhelm yourself with too much action steps, too much things to do, you're just not going to do anything. Analysis by paralysis, right? But I'm not going to BS you and say, hey, it's like the best restaurant the best restaurant is everywhere. They're on billboards, your friend is talking about them, they're on every single piece of content, they're running ads, they have whatever blogs, everybody knows about them. And so I'm not going to BS you and say, hey, you guys want to get rich as UGC, you should be everywhere. You should be on every single platform. And so we just use Hype Theory. You can feel free to look into that. It's basically a software that just helps you distribute and batch all of your content at once. And so there's a lot of advanced UGC creators in here. Obviously, there's Jennifer, there's Mike, and there's a bunch of other people who I haven't introduced myself yet here who are, masters at UGC. And so, sure, in the beginning, let's say there's a lot of beginners, which is fine. Everyone starts somewhere. And so if you were to start somewhere, pick one, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, and X, and just get a habit of posting every single day. Like I know Tom and Carice in here, we did a 30-day UGC challenge. They posted every single day for 30 days straight. And if you guys looked at their day 1 videos, they have significantly changed as content creators. This is really good reps and practice. And so, yeah, if you're starting out, stick with one, post yourself. These are the 3 types of content you can post, right? And then if it's easy and you're already in that habit, and if you built that, right, post on more, repurpose that content. But hey, we posted this on X, okay, and this signed a huge brand partnership, right? Let me just read it. So quick update from a brand who we helped beat their top performing ad. UGC ad outperformed their best control. Control basically just means ad, right? 17% higher click-through rate, lowered their cost per acquisition by 22%, and increased their overall conversions by 35%. Immediately introducing a lot of credibility and statistics, right? Here's what I learned as a UGC creator. The brand's top ad was burning out. During our initial brief, aka the brand call, the brand owner told me their best performing ad had hit a ceiling. They'd been running it for months, it worked, but it was hitting what's called creative fatigue. It's basically what happens when people are sick of seeing the same thing over and over. We all know that it's like a YouTube ad. If you guys see that same thing and just humans keep seeing the same dude over, it's like, no, like, it becomes like a defense mechanism. So that's called creative fatigue, right? That's what brand owners know. And the performance was plateauing. They needed a new creative angle. They needed a new style. So their existing strategy was like bottom of the funnel, right? As I audited their existing ads, this just shows the personalization. She audited the brand, okay? She noticed their competitors are running the same style as well. Lots of, if you're struggling with X, use Y. This is a hook, okay? And this is a product-aware targeting. And so she's talking a lot about this brand terminology. And it's a very, very in-depth thing. and I don't have the time to read the whole thing. You guys will have this as well, but it's like, it's just going super, super in depth, right? And this isn't going to get much views or followers, but you should just use the frameworks in here. You know, if you're just at least talk about the same metrics here, at least talk about the brand struggle and what you maybe have learned. I think here is like, I mean, Gloria's on another level, to be honest. She's been doing this for 2 years, and so she's really obsessed with how this works. But if I were just starting out, I would just speak in terms of, okay, data. We know brands use data, and then we would just articulate the brand's problems, right? And this is on school as well, and on Gloria's X. And so, you know, this landed her a huge brand partnership, and I think it got less than maybe 5 likes. Like, not that much people viewed it, right? Which is fine, because you're speaking to a very, very small audience of, let's say, 7-figure brand owners. You know, there's not much of that type of demographic out there, but it's the type of content you want to pin on your page, or it's the type of content at least you should create some sort of maybe format within your portfolio, right? These are just mental frameworks. A lot of this, guys, is just mental frameworks in your mindset, because when you have the mindset and the foundations, right, it's just like an expression of it. It's just content, you know. Your content is your social media. Your content is your portfolio. Your content technically is your pitches too, because when you send a cold DM and a cold email, what is that? That's just content. And what is content? Content starts with your ideas. And what are your ideas? Your ideas are your mindset and the way you approach UGC, the way you think about businesses, the way you think in a brand owner's shoes. Okay. And so we're going to go into pitching next, but let me know if you guys understood the basic gist of how to operate in terms of personal branding and inbounds. Unmute your mic or drop a 1 in the chat. Perfect. Thanks, Evelyn. Cool. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, again, guys, just want to make a quick reminder, if you have anything in terms of questions, I'm always reading the chat, and I am always listening if you want to unmute your mics. Just a quick reminder, guys, I can also see you guys. It would really help me in terms of my energy. If you guys could turn your cameras on, that would feel amazing. But I want to go into like pitching, and here's my approach to it, right? Think of your outreach as if you were a sniper. Okay. Most UGC creators are using a machine gun. You want to be precise. You want to carefully source your brand and prospect well. You want to create your dream 100 list, which is 100 list of your dream brands, and cater to each one that will. If you're going to pitch, do it correct. So like, think of restaurants. You know that one restaurant that has like every single cuisine, all styles of food? We all know they suck. We all know that that style of restaurant like isn't that good. If you sell, you know, Indian, you sell Korean, you sell American, you sell Chinese, whatever. Like, if I want Indian, I'm gonna go get an Indian restaurant. If I want Mexican, I'm gonna go to a nice Mexican spot. You know, same thing. It's just like simple, you know. And a lot of people are doing copy and pasting pitching. Like, that's not gonna work, because imagine this as a restaurant, okay? If there's a like the best restaurants, like, okay, so let's talk about the how that works. Platforms are one to many. You're selling to like one, and you're thinking about who your ideal customer is, and you're selling to the ideal brand. Okay, you're selling one to many, but with pitching, you're selling one to one. So you're directly getting into a brand owner's inbox. Why not make it good? You know, if I have a restaurant employee, I'm a restaurant owner, and my employee's during a slow hour, and we need more people. It's like, okay, we don't have enough, whatever. And I tell my restaurant employee, please go outside and hand brochures. When I hand these brochures, don't just say, hey, want to come eat my restaurant? At that point, you know, I might as well put a sign outside that says that. No. If you are working for me as an employee, I want to be like, hey, with every single one person that walks by, make a funny joke, compliment it, personalize it to that person. You know, it's like a lot of people try to like copy and paste this and use this template and send a bunch of like cold emails and pitches to these brands, when a million times 0 is 0. So come with a sniper approach. Okay, the way Gloria started first is like, she got really good, number one, as her offer positioning and everything, and then she worked her way from sending, you know, very like 5 to 10 a day. Find out positive replies, get your few brand owners, know it works, and then she starts sending, you know, 1,000 a day. Right? And so there's a dream 100 strategy, but you guys don't really want to be like this person to the right. You guys want to be precise like a sniper, you know, taking your time, chilling in the bush alone and looking at who you even want to target first. You want to get like this animal, you want to get that animal, be precise about it. Everything in your business, you got to consciously, intentionally decide on what you want to do. You can't listen to UGC gurus, you can't listen to whatever templates, which, obviously sometimes they work. Otherwise, not a lot of people would be doing them, but for the most part, you have to think about yourself. What worked for someone else might not work for you guys, which is why, like, I'm not really giving you guys hacks in this thing right now, because they don't work. It's like everyone here is so unique and everyone here is so different. And so what I'm going to give is the principles. It's like I'm not going to give everyone 10 niches. I can give a suggestion of niches. I can give a suggestions of what type of outreach works. But at the end of the day, like, you're the niche. I'm going to teach you I'm going to teach you the frameworks you can use, right, to equip yourself to find a niche, to find whatever, to problem solve on your own. And so this is the Dream 100 strategy, 4-step process basically. But you got to understand what your prospect looks like. What is a brand? Like, create your Dream 100 list, right? Like a lot of these UGC creators, it's like all vibes, it's all gut. It's not like an actual data. And these creators are just randomly scrolling in Instagram, like for any product that they think is like, do I like the brand? Is the brand cute? Would I like to have the brand in my house? Whatever, like I feel passionate about it, which is fine. I want somebody who's gonna be passionate about my brand, but at the same time, there's another, I guess, better way to filter out, right? You want to look at brands that are kind of already running UGC and paid ads, because a lot of these, and I know a lot of people have experiences, but if your brand doesn't even know what UGC is, they don't know what influence, they think UGC is influencing or whatever, they're not going to be sold on UGC. Then you have to convince them what UGC is or whatever. So that's why you want to be a sniper first. You don't want to like sell to people who don't know what UGC is. And so they already you want to find brands that want UGC, they need UGC, and they'll pay for UGC. So they're probably already going to be using UGC, right? So that's the most important thing. What does your dream brand look like, right? Create a list of your dream 100. Step 1, you want to use TikTok and Meta ad library, right? You can see on there, if you guys go to Facebook ad library, you can search it on Google, Facebook ad library, TikTok ad library, right? You guys can see certain red flags, right? They're not running ads, they're not posting any content, whatever, let's say they're just running off Google SEO, or let's say they're advertising only on Etsy, right? Or even Amazon. Like, they're not gonna probably need UGC. Those are like just product shoots. And so that's something, right? You have to understand, where are your brands hiding, right? Are they advertising on TikTok, Meta, TikTok Shop, organic, right? And then you have to look at their product type, right? Some don't even need UGC, some do. You have to look at how it's demonstrated. What is the emotional pain point? Is it like a repeatable or consumable, right? Or both? Is it like a direct-to-consumer brand, right? You wanna look at these brands that are using this UGC, and analyze the product type, so then you can create your pitch, which will go back to the fundamentals here, auditing their content strategy. Look at the current content they're running, right? What kind of creators are they featuring, right? Sometimes they already have proven UGC formats, and you just need to replicate that, right? What are they doing good? What are they doing bad? That's how you want to do your research. And then everything should be in your Dream 100. You should create basically their name, have their website on there. What is the product that you want to, maybe shoot UGC content for? And then the creative research process notes about why they're a good fit to work with you, how you can solve their problem, and tie it back into your niche, your positioning, like that doc that we talked about earlier about like why you, right? Because remember, you're not trying to sell to everybody. When you sell to everyone, you sell to no one. You are trying to help a small specific segment of these brands. And so the first thing is finding these brands carefully, right? And so yeah, just avoid these mistakes, because I've seen a lot of people do it, but it's like just pitching to aesthetic brands because they look cool. Whatever looks cool might not always be the most profitable, right? Like sometimes you aren't the customer. I'm gonna go to step 3 real quick because Chantel asked me, but it's like audit their existing content strategy. You'll have access to this, actually. You'll have access to the entire thing. So I want to go to this because it also explains on step 3, Chantel. But yeah, basically you don't want to just pitch because it's aesthetic. When it's just aesthetic, it's like you can tell guys that's a very, very shallow way of thinking. Like you don't want to be that UGC creator is like, oh, it's cool, you know, it's cool, I like it. No, 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 you want to actually have a systems thinking, right? Your thinking is a system, and so you want to do that. You don't want to prospect too slow, right? You don't want to target these people like on Etsy and Amazon. These dropshippers, they're not going to invest into UGC, and if it is, it's going to be like $5 a video. And then you don't want to do things only because it's familiar. So I think right now, going back to what I said earlier, UGC is basically marketed as this get-rich-quick scheme. And so basically, one of the most viral Instagram templates right now that UGC gurus are using is like, oh my God, POV, you got 1 million different products in your house, and now your house is like a Sephora store or something, right? That's the way UGC is advertised. And yeah, they're making money selling their courses, but understand there's a lot more to UGC in that. When you understand what UGC is just a form of marketing, right? There's different styles of marketing. There's like Google SEO, which is like blog posts. Then there's content marketing, which UGC is a form of content marketing. And so do every single business in the world need marketing. A good majority of them need UGC marketing. So it's not only limited to beauty and fashion, right? And then another one is like tracking, which we'll go deeper into in a little bit. But yeah, pitching and outreach reality, right? The more personalized you can get, right, are the ones that talk about the brand. I'm always going to say talk about the brand more than you talk about yourself. If you guys have read the book, one of the most popular books in the world, How to Win Friends and Influence People, the number one thing Dale Carnegie, the author, talks about in that book is just like, if you can just make a one-sentence summary, just talk about the other person more than you talk about yourself. And as humans, we love talking about ourselves. And so when you just talk about the other person, you become a valuable asset. And so what doesn't work is when you talk about yourself. I'm a passionate UGC creator who loved your brand. You know, I personally get that in my inbox all day, every day, you know. But what does work is when you talked about this, like nobody ever says this as a UGC creator. Like, I noticed your customer acquisition cost has likely increased because you're not running this ad as much, or your competitor is doing this and you're not, you know, outspending your competitor or whatever. So I specialize in creating scroll stopping content that converts. And you know, this is a testimony of the metric that's actually worked. A lot of people here don't have it, which is completely fine. You can also leverage the testimonial, but just even increasing that, right? That putting that statistic will really, really help you guys a lot, right? And so just evidence that you've researched my business, like just a sniper approach again. Did you do research? How much personalized can you actually do this, right? Specific results, right? And a clear value proposition, right? Number one is follow up, right? The make or break difference. Like brand owners are busy, and a lot of times you guys have actually, if you've done a really good creative brief and you've understood that, you just have to follow up until they block you, you know? And if you've tracked this, like if we go to Gloria's tracking sheet right now, not sure if she wants to expose everything, but she'll see that we've tracked the sales cycle and how long it takes to send an initial outreach message, and then how long it. Who said that? Megan, I think you accidentally, yeah, perfect. So we track the sales cycle, which is how long it took to send, so day one of initial outreach message, okay? And then how long it takes for the brand to actually pay you, right? And if we look at the entire sales cycle. Okay, there's a process to it. It's not just, okay, send a DM, or it's not as easy always. With pitching, there's a longer process. There is a longer process. It's not like Fiverr where somebody just send you a message, send you a brief, and then payment done. With pitching, it's actually harder because you're selling to people who don't know you, and it's not the same as inbounds, right? People who come to you in platforms. Pitching is like you're doing outbound, which is like harder to build the trust right away. Meaning there's a longer cycle in how long they're actually going to convert and move forward with your UGC, right? There's probably going to be a brand call. There's going to be a negotiation phase. There's going to be a phase where you guys are just sending emails to each other back and forth. And so the reason it is important to understand that is because a lot of people give up after like day one or day two of the follow-up. They send the first initial email and then they give up. But when you have the data that supports, hey, the average brand signs 5 to 7 days after my first initial one, or the average brand signs 2 to 3 outreach, is that not going to give you more motivation to continue following up, right? So it's like data. If I was operating on emotion as a brand owner, when I run an ad, right, and I knew that I'm, not profitable on day one, I'm losing money to get somebody on my email list, but then I know that after day 90, I make $100 from them, and then after day 180, I make $200 for them. Now I understand and I have that motivation to make that decision. So that's very, very important, and I love that. I love that, Jennifer. Perfect. So yeah, just data-driven decision making is what we say with our brands, but that you do want to follow up. And yes, you actually are going to be getting a full copy of this presentation for completely free. Yeah, you guys are going to get that. So I'm going pretty fast because I am short on time, but you guys are basically going to get all that. And so this is like the funnel revenue formula. It's your number of qualified leads you sourced. It is outreach, right? Reply rate, your portfolio interest, how many brands are interested in you, your closing rate, your average deal value. That's the formula, which you guys are going to get. And that's what we personally track. So if you guys want to make 10K per month and you guys have these conservative metrics right here at a 20% reply rate and 50% are interested after seeing that into your portfolio, and then let's say you have 40% who close on the actual like brand brief, research, brand call, sales call, and then your average deal size is around $750 US, then you just understand that for when it comes to tracking, you have a certain amount of outreaches you do every single month. And you need to send 300 leads per month at this conversion. And then that makes you like it gives you the data to say just, hey, every single day, let me spend 2 hours sending outreach. Let me just send 10 outreach today, knowing that if I just do this, I will make X amount in that day, just give you a lot more motivation. But yeah, it's just tracking at the end of the day. It's like if you want to make more, you can send more code emails, you can send better code emails, you can send new styles of pitching. And so we have this interactive calculator, I believe, which is not working for some reason. But it'll be linked on here and it will work. I think it's because I'm screen sharing right now. It's not allowing me to switch, which is totally fine. It's just playing around with these metrics here. If I were to send 100 leads, I'd make 3K a month, and you guys should have that in there. Gotcha. Nice to meet you, Misty. Okay, I'm gonna get on to the next one. Partnerships, right? This is kind of like the final way of signing brand deals, which is partnerships, right? So there's two ways of actually partnering, and it's with creative agencies who source the UGC creators for you. So that's like Gloria right now, because she's running a creative agency. And then there's also, you can partner with platforms like Fiverr, right? Basically, they find customers for you. You don't have to do outreach. You don't have to post content. They just do it for you. You just have to have a portfolio, and then they receive a percentage off what you make. And so, yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't think platforms are partnerships, but you're a partner. Fiverr takes 20% cut, but in exchange, you don't have to do a cold email. You don't have to source them. You don't have to do whatever. And there's pros and cons. I'm going to get into the pros and cons, right? But before I get into the pros and cons, the top 5 best platforms to get started with, according to Gloria, of course, I've only used Fiverr, but it's Fiverr, Join Brands, Billo, Backstage, and Upwork. And it's basically free advertising. I mean, you set up your profile once on there and you get awareness from these brands. It doesn't take much maintenance as opposed to inbounds and pitching, which obviously require a lot more consistency and volume, right? But you don't want to rely on fully on these platforms. They're good to get initial attraction, but at the end of the day, you kind of want to create your own ecosystem because remember the starving crowd analogy? If you were the only hot dog outside of an NBA stadium at 2 a.m. in the morning, there's 1,000 people that are hungry, you're going to get the most clients. But obviously, if you're on Fiverr and there's 10,000 other UGC creators, it's going to be a little hard to compete. If you go to a food court in the mall, we know that food court might not give you the best luxury experience. It's going to be good. It's going to be like, hey, if I need a quick $100 video on Fiverr as a UGC creator, sure, good money, get yourself up and running, right? So I'm not biased. Or I am, I said that in the text. I am biased towards pitching, right, and creating a stronger personal brand in the long run. But obviously, it's good to get yourself up and running, TLDR, get on platforms, but don't be reliant upon them, because that's not a stable business. And somebody raised their hand. You can feel free to speak and then unmute your mic if you raise your hand. I think it's Jamie. Okay, looks like it was a misclick, but that was a 4 ways or 3 ways, which is partnerships with creative agencies, platforms, pitching, and then inbounds. Let me know if you guys understood that. Drop a 1 in the chat, or if you have any questions, please type the questions on or mute. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna go to the next part, which is like negotiations now, which is like, okay, sure, you got interest, they're interested, they have the portfolio, they're pretty sold. And then now it's like the brand calls, which a lot of people don't do for some reason. But it's basically hopping a call with this brand, giving them creative ideas, going through creative briefs before you actually film the content. And unlike restaurants, you're selling a service. In a service, if you really think about it, it's kind of like thin air, because like you're recording, it's like you can't really feel it. You can't, it's like not tangible. And so you're kind of selling air, you're selling yourself, you're selling content, you're selling like it's kind of like a digital product, right? And so it's not a commodity like food. Like food, I can just make an impulse decision. If you know I'm hungry, I'll go to Mickey D's and get a burger. But yeah, so it's the same sense. You don't need 1,000 different clients. You just need 10 to 20 reliable clients. Therefore, you do need to learn the art of sales, negotiations, brand calls, developing good client relationships. And so negotiation skills, why you must learn to negotiate. Because if you don't negotiate, this is a great quote from Alexander. I don't know if you see it, but if you do not negotiate, then brands will negotiate you on your behalf. And that is the secret to low-paying collabs. Okay. At the end of the day, it's not charity. It's capitalism. It's a hard market. You know, it's a struggle for these brand owners as well. A lot of 95% of brands, according to this statistic I read on Google, and even for myself from losing tons and tons of money on ads, are unprofitable, are negative. And so if you don't negotiate and you can't really defend yourself from these UGC creators, Alexander, my man, how's it going?
Yes, what's up, Wolf? I am here.
Yeah.
The quote is, I'm just gonna swoop in here a little bit.
Yeah.
It's pretty much, if the UGC creator is not negotiating for themselves, then I am gonna negotiate for you, pretty much. So during my career, you know, I am a brand owner. I've talked to at this point, you know, hundreds of UGC creators personally, but hiring them for me to make these UGC videos, to make content. And pretty much, right, I think, well, I don't know if you mentioned this exact example, but pretty much, guys, if you go on like a brand call and you're negotiating over price, or if you don't, right, I'm gonna do it for you. So pretty much, let's say everybody has a budget, right? Every brand has a specific budget. Let's say your budget in this case is $800, right? And so if the UGC creator is not going to negotiate for them, of course, I'm not going to reveal the budget all of a sudden, just like that. If you're not going to negotiate for it, and let's say you say 200 right off the start, or people try to lowball you. If you agree to that 200, right, I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, you said 200, but actually, you know, the budget is 800, so I'm just going to give you that 600 on top just because I like you. Right. At the end of the day, all this is capitalism, right? If you like it or not, this is business, this is capitalism. If you're willing to go for a lower price, I'm going to take it. Right? I'm going to take it. So if you don't negotiate for yourself.
It's a harsh reality. Like Gloria and Alexander are correct. Like, if you guys can't really defend yourself and negotiate for what your value, like if a UGC creator genuinely is creating really good content and it's like $500 for video, and if I were to tell Gloria and on a brand call, I'm like, what do you think about 100? And she doesn't have anything to objection handle, right? Then I'm not gonna say I'm gonna pay you an extra $400 for no reason. Just being realistic, not saying I'm an evil person or whatever, but I'm just trying to optimize, you know, I mean, everybody's thinking about themselves first. And so, hey, here's the thing. On the opposite hand, not only you learn to defend yourself from evil brand owners, definitely not me, you also can charge 2 to 3x your average rate if you're just really, really good. Like, if you think about designer brands, like we all know, they're the same material, they're the same BS, you know, that they're made of. But why are they charging 10x more? Is because they're competing off their positioning, their status, their competency, their professionalism, right? Their skill level. If you guys really do think about it, that's how they're doing it. You guys kind of do want to replicate it with negotiations. And also, this is systems thinking, right? If you just have this in place, you have a strong personal brand, you have your pitching, you have partnerships, and you have too many brand deals to handle, and you can say no. When you can say no, you're not as needy as you need to be. And when you're not needy, right? Because neediness is like whoever has the most leverage in a position can just walk away from the brand deal. If you can just walk away and say like, screw off, don't even lowball me, you know, that's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna chase you now. I chased the best UGC creators. Like, I'm always chasing them because they're always busy. These 6-figure UGC creators always got opportunity. They snap their fingers, they got like 200 brand deals a month, and that's just gonna help them elevate their prices, right? Because the more brand deals you have in your arsenal, it's like, then the more, it's like supply and demand. You know, you have a limited amount of time there, therefore you can raise your prices, and therefore, you know, you can actually charge more. And so that's negotiations. And so yeah, you have to learn how to defend yourself, and then you also learn how to use this to your advantage to charge more. And so that's the truth, right? And here's actually how to negotiate properly. Number one thing is you don't want to put your rates on your portfolio, because that just talks like you're not personalizing it to the brand. You're selling to a specific brand, you're doing catered solutions to the brand, different packages, different types of content. And so that just shows, you know, if you're putting your portfolio, your rates on there, you're scaring a lot of brands, right? And so that's like the number one way to negotiate. The second way is just like personalizing it to the brand, okay? If you just can personalize it to the brand and justify your price with your value, and actually hop on a brand call, take the time to actually come on a brand call and speak with me and show the actual creative process, 90% that's negotiations right there. Is like the sale will happen before the actual brand call, if you think about it. And so that's negotiations, but that's landing brand deals kind of like in a nutshell. And so you guys by now are pretty advanced, and so you understand your service delivery, the fundamentals of UGC, and you also understand the fundamentals of like landing these brand deals. Feel free to unmute your mic if you have any questions, or drop like a question in the chat. Type of one in the chat if you guys are enjoying this so far. Just want to see the feedback. Okay, I'm flattered. Okay. Yeah, bonuses. So there's a few things that are like kind of miscellaneous that I do need to go over. That's very important to your success as a UGC creator, right? But by now you do have the majority of the foundations, service delivery, and this. If you just take action on this, you can you focus, double down on the fundamentals, you have a majority of what it takes. These are our bonuses that is also very important, right? Number one thing that we can start off with is like your systems, right? Like, what are the systems that work for you when you're sleeping, right? Number one is like, do you have an AI pitching system that's like sending emails on your behalf when you're sleeping? Your content is one. If you just post one piece of content, it's like your best friend that's working for you for 24/7, telling you about, oh, how good you are as a UGC creator, right? Your referrals and your relationships, right? Your perceived value, that's your systems. And so if you can consider the following scenario, it's like creator A is motivation dependent, extremely motivated, ready to start their UGC business, works harder 4 hours a day and send 30 pitches a day. But creator B is like systems driven. Let's say they have access to certain information that only 1% of UGC creators have. They have a system that sends 500 emails per day. She's motivated some days, but doesn't rely on motivation. It only takes her 1 hour a day to manage a pitching system. So that's like an example of a system. Microsystems are like your thinking systems, right? System thinking is understanding that everything is connected to everything else, right? One of my favorite mentors, Leonardo da Vinci, he said, study the art of science, study the science of art. Realize that everything connects to everything else, and nothing is in isolation, right? Because if we just look at isolation, which is how most UGC creators are operating, it's like they focus on their portfolio. And if you focus on your portfolio, but no one's seeing it, it's like it doesn't matter, you know. And so everything needs to be in place. And so I think the number one most important system is yourself as a system first, your personal productivity systems, which I can give a recommendation. And then understanding the system of UGC, right? Because everything is a system, right? It is your marketing system, getting brands to be aware of who you are and your services. It is your sales system, your negotiations, and how you sell yourself right here. Even like the fulfillment systems right here, right? It's like your scripting, your revisions, your delivery, right? Your back-end systems. It's just understanding that nothing really is in isolation. You know, it's like a lot of the creators, they ask like, what is the best email template? But emails aren't the problem, you know. They're getting a lot of UGC creators like, how do I sign more brand deals? But the brand deals aren't the problem. It's like maybe like you're getting too much brand deals. You don't have time anymore. It's like make more per brand deal now. So it's like work on here, work on the back end. You don't need more. You don't need to spend more on ads. You just need to make more per customer, right? And so it's understanding that systems thinking, which is very, very important. And obviously there are like certain AI systems that we can install, the same one Gloria used in terms of sending 500 emails per day, but I will get into that. Second thing is Ascension, right? The money is made from repeat clients. Cameron talked about today how McDonald's is one of the most profitable companies in the world because they have repeat clients, right? You need a consistent way, not only to generate new customers, but to make more from every single existing customer. And so Ascension, right? This is your upsells. And so the power of, you know, repeat business, right? Everything is there. So relationships are everything. Relationships are the fundamentals of repeat business, right? If you have good trust and you have a good product and a service and you are also good at taking care of your clients, you can always, I always say the relationship is there, okay? So let's say a brand is doing really, really well. I'm not gonna upsell them as a UGC creator for more content. You need more content, I'm gonna upsell them. Let's say they're doing really, really bad, okay? And they're having a slow month, which happens sometimes, you know? It happens. I'm gonna actually downsell them. Still make something, not gonna let them get away for like, you know, not using my service at all, but what is there is that the relationship is there, you know? And so, actually, if you guys didn't already notice, brands want to work with you on a long-term basis. And here's why. Acquiring a new customer, it's like easier to sell to someone that already knows you, okay? Than to sell to complete strangers. Like if you, it's like, why do you guys buy from the same fashion brands, the same restaurant? It's like, it's better to just stick with one person because the trust is there. You already know they're going to deliver. And so the same thing as the brand owner, you know, working with a new creator, you have to review their portfolio, vet their professionalism, test their communication style, risk if they understand the brand or not, right? The deadlines, they have to see if they even create good content and meet the expectations, meet the culture and standards, right? It's the same thing, you know? It's like better just let me be comfortable, let me get like a few good creators I can work with, and let me stay on that. And so the creators I worked with, right, I already know they can deliver. I trust their judgment, and therefore I want to work with them on a longer basis, which is why I brought up in the beginning that I have worked with tons and tons of students that have started as UGC creators, but then they became creative directors. They became creative strategists. They became my social media managers. They went from handling just paid content from UGC into like social media management for organic. They became brand ambassadors, influencers, right? So it's like if you have the relationship, the opportunities are always going to be endless. Upsells, downsells, the different roles that you're in right now, creative strategy, right? And so that's very, very important. So opportunities come from doing exceptional work on the first project. We talked about the Venus flytrap, that you can go at a loss, you can do something really, really good on the first one, and then you can upsell them into later on, right? You don't always have to go for that sniper shot of like going for the kill on the first shot. You don't always have to go for a 4-figure, 5-figure retainer. You know, you can start small. Cheat code, really, really important. Have multiple contacts. Be so valuable that, you know, it's like Chantel, you know, if she's working with my brand and she knows me, she knows my business partner, she knows my creative director, she knows my media buyer, she knows even my video editor, she's communicating with everybody, they'll be like, what? You fired her? Have multiple sources of contact. And that's a cheat code for increasing your retention like crazy. I tell all of the UGC creators I work with, like, that's a hack. But yeah, just prioritize trust and relationships first. You know, phase one is like prove your value, actually be indispensable, and then you guys can form into like a strategic partnership, right? In whatever way that is. And so you can go really, really deep here in the scaling opportunities, right? The upsell path, there's a monthly retainer, right? You can take them into a recurring monthly retainer. There's a retention path. There's refer, renew, resell, the 3 R's, right? You can basically get them for new brand owners that they know, referrals. You can renew them for the same thing, or you can resell them for additional services, okay? There's the ascension path, which is like you can come into a social media manager role, the creative strategist, creative director, and form a long-term relationship. And the 2 ways of generating more money as a UGC creator, right, is scaling horizontally versus vertically. And what that means is vertically is you are making more per brand. You're making more per brand. So like each brand deal, let's say we talked about average deal size is like 500. You can make like maybe 1 to 2K. And then there's like horizontally, which is like you're signing new brands. So yeah, horizontal signing new brands, vertical making more from each brand that you have. When you sign new brands, we already talked about that, pitching, content, partnerships, platforms. Now, how to make more from each brand. These are 10 proven ways. Package your concepts into monthly retainers. Don't sell one-off videos. Make bundles. Make bundles, include marketing consultations, creative strategy, performance reviews. Position it as an ongoing creative partnership, right? Add performance videos to your bonus. Base rate is 1,500, but if this earns above XYZ indicator, which in this example is a 2.5 return on the ad spend, so how much ad we actually perform, how much ads we actually spend, you get a performance bonus. And that incentive, like, I love it when UGC creators ask me that. It's like you're literally getting a bonus for performing, and it's like a win-win. If I spend more on this ad, I make more money, therefore I should pay you more money. And that's how the long-term relationships work. I'm not trying to milk a UGC creator and work with somebody and lowball somebody all day long. I want to keep everybody happy. Yeah, we talked about upselling, creative strategy, and consulting. You can sell definitely multiple hook variations, right? That's big one. Become creative director. So like that's the role, creative director, creative strategist, manager, consultation. Usage rights, it's really, really big. But like if there are exclusivity is really, really big too, because a lot of times if you're really good at as a content creation, like top 1%, I don't want you working for my competitors, and I want to keep you on. So like you guys, a lot of UGC creators don't do this, and they're missing out on a lot of money from not charging exclusivity, right? And also like if for however long the brand is running for, this is kind of like the performance bonuses, but you guys should get some sort of a usage rights and licensing for your content, which of course brands would be incentivized for this. You guys can cross out to other departments. Basically, organic. What works on paid, has a high chance of doing organic. And so maybe you guys can offer to run, if they're only on TikTok, maybe get them on Meta, right? Whatever it is. That's another one. Offer performance. This is basically creative strategy. Seasonal campaign packages, let's say Black Friday, Cyber Monday, whatever trend's working right now. We talked about that earlier. And then, huge, but this is like the creative director one, which is sell a brand creative playbook, where you kind of like document, because let's say you're a UGC creator and let's say like you're doing really, really well. A big one is like oftentimes when brands hire UGC creators, they hire like in batches, like maybe it's 5 to 10 working, especially depending on how big the company is. And if you're the best UGC creator and you have the best service, you can literally offer to like say like, hey, I understand creative strategy. I understand how this works. I can also train your UGC creators how to communicate properly, how to submit their briefs on time. My scripting process, I can actually go over it live because a lot of the brands don't know, depending on how much creative freedom that they give you, right? And so that's a big upsell, right? And so there's a lot on this, and so that's kind of like the ascension path. But Mike, I see your comment. You're saying that this is valuable, and I appreciate that. Would love to hear your feedback. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next one. Mindset. No problem. Peace out, Corey. Hope you enjoyed. This one goes back to like you are the system, right? Like your system is your routine. It's like how you act yourself. If you don't really have a business problem, you have a personal problem that reflects in your business. Like your business is just a reflection of yourself. So if you guys are doing something you're not supposed to be doing, like if you're smoking weed all day or drinking all day, that's just going to show up in your business, as we all know. You got to build a routine. Like first 1 to 2 hours, post content, do pitching, one of the arguably most high value tasks in your business. That's a system, that's a routine, right? yeah, business is always just going to be an expression of how you handle yourself personally. Like if you show up late to your job and you're unprofessional, that's going to show up in your relationships with brands. Like your routine as well, right? I always tell, you know, I mean, shout out to Gloria for giving me this, but it's good, you know. It's the same thing I run my brands too. In the morning, I run paid ads. In the evening, I fulfill, I ship the product. Same thing, you know, pick 20 brands, create yourself a checklist, post content, research, right? Set up these calls, track your life like a business, you know, track what it is. If you can track, you can know what are the steps I can take. Like if you guys want to run, the biggest thing with your routine, and here's what most creators get wrong, is they build a business, no, they build a lifestyle around their business. So they're like, whatever, working 10, 12 hours a day, and then you want to build a sustainable long-term business, meaning you want to build a, you want to build your lifestyle or your business around your lifestyle. So if your lifestyle is to play pickleball and enjoy time with your family, and you know you have 2 to 4 hours a day, you have to look at what are the most important tasks to do during those 2 to 4 hours, and you can do it, right? So you don't want to build a lifestyle around your business. You want to build a business around your lifestyle, so it's sustainable, and that depends on what you want and what you're optimizing for. Which, if we go back to the beginning, if we talk about the different vehicles that we have, right? If your goal is to make 5K a month and enjoy that lifestyle business, you have that opportunity. But if your goal is also to make 30K a month, work as hard as possible, let's say you want to be young and you just want to retire early, then you have that, right? And so you have to understand that, what do you want? A lot of this class, guys, the way I see value is like how much people actually implement it, and the way people implement it is depending on yourself, really. What value can you take? Your offer positioning, your niche, your perfect and ideal dream life, right? What does that look like for you? And what are the daily non-negotiables? Which for a lot of people, it's pitching, it is content, it is fulfilling for the brands, and it is like maybe getting yourself out and networking on, let's say, following up with brands on platforms, creative agencies, whatever. But you have to find out what that is for you. And yeah, growth really isn't linear, and this is like one of the most important messages, one of the final messages, as I do have to go pretty soon. But yeah, like growth isn't linear. It's rarely like how it is when, like, for example, I don't know how many people here work a 9 to 5 or corporate, but like when I worked corporate, it was like I get a raise from like 16 an hour to 18 an hour to 20 an hour, but it's really like that. And this is why like 10K a month is easier than 1K a month, because like when you do linear thing, it's like add more hours, send more pitches, make more money, right? Create more content, higher income. That's how 99% of UGC creators operate. It's like they're trapped in a grind, trading time for dollars. But it's like when you're thinking bigger, when you're thinking that's 1K a month. If you want to make 1K a month, you just do more brand deals, you sign more low-paying collabs, you do whatever. But like, if I wanted to say become a billionaire or a millionaire, I know I cannot use that same vehicle. It's like I can't, if I have to travel 1,000 steps, okay, I can walk 1,000 steps and like brute force it. If I said I had to walk 100,000 steps, I'm forcing myself to build myself a bike or a car or a vehicle. And so that's exponential thinking, which is like you're building the systems and the skills right now. A lot of you guys, according to the feedback I got, have never heard of this stuff before, which means that there's a lot of learning to do. There's a lot of feedback to implement, which is completely fine. It's all part of the game, right? This is just things that we need to do and we need to work on together. But it's like during this time, it's going to be a build phase. You know, you might not make money right away. You're going to build systems. You're going to implement the skills. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to have a lot of strategy, and you're going to build your positioning. You're going to build your brand. You guys are going to be intentional with the way you build your business, but you're building a vehicle. Right, it's like the story with the rabbit versus the tortoise. You know, the rabbit is like beating him, but then because you have that vehicle now, it's like like this line. You know, it's like this line. It's like slowly all at once. No, slowly at first, and then all at once. It goes like boom. You snap your fingers, and everything starts clicking. And I don't know if you guys have the same experience in life, whether it's maybe hitting the gym or hitting other accomplishments, but it's like that in other areas of life too. Systems thinking again, which is like you put in a lot of, it's like it's slow in the beginning, the beginner phase. It's just a learning phase. We all know what it is, right? And so the difference isn't working harder. It's like working on completely different like things. And so this is an entire mindset, kind of like what I'm teaching. Is like, how do I land more brand deals? It's like, how do I become the only logical choice? You know, can I make 10K a month? How do I produce a system that makes me 10K a month, right? The former works in our business, the latter has their business work for them, right? And so everyone is copying TikTok templates, viral hooks. You're learning the actual psychology and the systems to actually scale. So your competition is busy being pretty. You're busy being profitable, right? It's systems. You're not relying on motivations or luck. And so it comes back to your mindset. You know, if you just think the right way, you think like a business owner, you're thinking logically. And maybe a lot of you guys did come in emotionally. Maybe, I know UGC, once again, UGC is like something where it's marketed as, hey, it's a great way to like make money, $200 a day, recording for brands and whatever. And yeah, I'm just giving you guys this information so that you can implement into your own business, right? And when you have the mindset, it starts with you as a person, because then your mindset is going to show up into your content. It's going to show into your pitching. It's going to be in your portfolio. It's going to be in the brand calls when you speak with brands. It's going to be in your creative production process, right? It's an entirely new kind of lifestyle and a way of thinking. So yeah, I do have to, we'll do a Q&A. We'll do a Q&A. And that's pretty much it for everything I wanted to teach today. I know there's going to be a lot of questions and things I didn't talk into, but let me know if that was helpful at all, guys. I appreciate that. That's the end of the class. Oh, one more thing. Okay. Drop a school post about your insights and what you took away from this class. I'm only going to give the bonuses and this presentation, like the calculator, everything I went through, all the resources, as promised, if you drop a school post about what is the insights. And here's a challenge. Post one or even multiple, I mean, if you want to challenge yourself, piece of action that you will take on this, so that in 1 week, me and other of your fellow UGC creators can look back and hold you accountable to this. Because at the end of the day, there's a ton of stuff I went through. There are so many things I went into. Gloria, can you link the UGC World community, please, in the chat? There's a million different things I went through today. And the biggest thing is having an accountability group, community, and support to help you achieve that, right? Just the same way I have my own mastermind of UGC creators. I have my own circle. I have you guys in the UGC world. Start a new one. So start a new post. Just create a new post. Gloria, you can even do an introduction post and share your screen real quick. But yeah, this is the only way to get the notes and resources, because at the end of the day, right, I don't care if you guys found value from this. What I care about is if you guys made more money, if you guys had more clarity, if you guys took action. And the only way is for me to see that by posting a school post, so that we can hold you accountable. Your fellow peers can hold you accountable. And that way I can see if I, maybe wasted my time or not. But yeah, that's actually the last thing I wanted to go over. That's the class, guys. Let's do a Q&A. I know there's going to be a lot of good questions that I skipped over, but yeah, let me know what your guys' takeaway is, and drop a 1 in the chat if you found any valuable insights at all to implement into your business.
This next session is a live recording from David G. He's a UGC creator, 52 years young, and is making $30,000 every single month with UGC. He was the top 10 ranked UGC creator on Fiverr in 2025 and is statistically in the top 1% of all UGC creators. Dave's biggest secret, he doesn't invent a new wheel. He literally copies what's already working. So Dave shows live how he takes winning UGC videos and ideas from TikTok ad library and recreates it in order to pitch brands. So enjoy Dave's session.
4 days later, he's like, I owe you a huge apology. I let the ad run and now it's overwhelmingly doing awesome. And I'm actually getting sales now. And so he turned, after 4 days, like the algorithm found its home for his ad. So you just don't know what's going to do well. That person didn't really understand advertising because he thought he could put one ad online and then have it do well, which isn't the case. All right, so here's what I'm going to do today. I've kind of got like a hard out at 6 instead of the usual 2 hours that I like to do. So I'll just get into it, and then now I gotta find my page to share. Okay. So when people are looking for like ideas of like what kind of ads they want to do, there's a great resource. There is the Meta Ads library, and there is the TikTok Creative Inspiration Ads library, it's called now. And there's a new version that I discovered actually very recently, and I haven't even gone through to kind of work through it. So we're going to work through it kind of together because it's set up a little bit differently than the old one was. Is anybody here familiar with like the creator library for TikTok?
I've poked around it
Okay.
a little bit. Like I'm
So
familiar with it.
yeah, so it's if you just type in like TikTok ads library, the link will come up and it'll kind of guide you through on how to get there. Sometimes it wants you to open it with a business account, and then I would kind of like open up a business account on TikTok anyway. And that's totally separate from like your TikTok regular account. You can connect them, but it's basically lets you advertise on TikTok as just an advertiser, like all the people who are hiring you are doing. And then this is a spot where they want them to get ads and they give them ideas. And now with AI, what TikTok and all the other platforms are doing is giving you the information that other services used to charge to kind of collect. Even YouTube's doing it. I've noticed when you have videos, it's like, would you like inspiration and ideas? And we'll give you like top performing titles and subjects to use for your next YouTube video. So like YouTube instead of using like TubeBuddy, if anybody's familiar with that, YouTube is now giving you that advice. So like, here's 6 videos that have a lot of clicks in the same subject, and here's the title, here's the thumbnail, that kind of thing. So, let's see, share screen. All right, share screen. Got it. There it is. It's called TikTok One is the new name. All right, so you guys can see this, right? Cool. So this has just about everything that we all need to find the ads. So I have it opened up, and I went to region United States. You can pick anywhere in the world that TikTok is operating. And so this is what, as of the last 30 days, has the most views for ads that are pushed. And so it's mostly, so I guess this purse has 72 million. Ladies and gentlemen, that is, so they're basically, it's all camera angles with a model and a very clean purses in that she just probably bought out with her for the shoot. And according to this, the CTR is like top 28%, which isn't crazy great because there's a bunch of other ones that have better, but this has the most views. And so we can sort by, this isn't the kind of ad that we're going to make, but you can also see just by scrolling down that there's more TikTok-ish videos. And I've been seeing this a lot lately is these work. Nobody's even talking. They're just looking at the camera because this is what is popular for organic content. So if you've seen anybody who's like quote unquote an influencer or whatever, a lot of their biggest videos, even like if you're just a regular TikToker, you'll get more views. If you're literally like standing there with a funny expression or pointing at something and then you change the headline and text. But these are paid ads. I think that's smart to do. A lot of the people that are going to hire you aren't going to be doing this because their customers won't think that this is effective because they don't understand exactly how social media works. But I would say that this is super effective. And it's obvious because somebody has spent enough money to push this to 23 million people for views. That's not impressions, that's views. So it's got to be watched for at least 3 seconds to count as a view, which means, let's take a look at the stats on this. And I'm going to do the math wrong probably, but you can see that she could reuse this clip. They could reuse it 1 million times and it's only 7 seconds long. And this is an ad and it's got a lot of playback too. You can see this chart right here. So United States, it's got 1% engagement and it's got 22 million views. So who's good at math? Think about that. So that's 99%, not percent, because that would only be double. It's literally 100 times more impressions that somebody is paid to push this. Am I wrong on that? Is my math off? Anybody?
That's a lot of zeros.
That's a lot, right? So they paid for all those impressions to get the 22 million video views. Their click-through is 16%. So and it's a dating app. And so let's see how many conversions. This is where they get people to click the link because they probably watch it like 6 times. That's pretty amazing. So let's take a look at the landing page so we follow the whole process. So they have everything in here that you're going to need as a digital marketer. And so it's for Duet dating app. And their conversion might have been just visiting this page and not an app download, but I'm going to take a look at that in a second because you can sort these by app download. Apps are one of the bigger clients that you're going to get in volume because apps make a lot of money. And once they're created and they're up and running, it doesn't take a lot of money to maintain them. I read a story last week about somebody who's in college. He's 18 years old. He made $30 million by creating a calorie tracking app that had AI and scanned food, which, by the way, is available for like $50 a month if you pay for like an app service to make your own calorie app, just like his. He's got $30 million in revenue a year on his calorie tracking app, and he's 18. And here's the kicker. He was turned down by every Ivy League that he applied to, and he had a 4.0 average, and he had a really high score in his ACT, and he got rejected by all these colleges. And so he ended up going to Georgia Tech because he wanted to go somewhere he could have parties. So, and he's already making $30 million. So
That's so funny because I feel like a lot of entrepreneurs have the opposite. Like they get shitty grades and it's like a different track, you know?
I hear that a lot, and I think it's more of a focus of, it's not that people that get shitty grades are better at being entrepreneurs. I think that entrepreneurs are generally people who are desperate to make something happen, and they can't or don't want to work or are unable to work for somebody else long term. So their only other choice is entrepreneurship. And so for the ones that succeed, it's like there's like the 10, say there's like 10 out of 100, and then the other 90 are all in the same boat and they all failed out of college too, but they just didn't make anything happen. That's my theory on it. But I do see that is something definitely exploring. And then the famous ones we know, of course, the Zuckerbergs and the Bill Gates, they dropped out because they were making millions, and they said it's stupid for me to finish this degree because I'm already doing what I'm trying to get the degree for. So why do I need the degree? I can always go back and get that degree, but why would I need one? So, and as we all know today, unless you're studying something classical, things like digital marketing, a lot of, not the business fundamentals, of course, remain the same, but you can't possibly learn something in a textbook that's even 3 years old that's going to be relevant today. Everything on digital marketing is different. The SEO, the way ads are performed, the way you track ads, the way we're looking at ads right now, the type of ads that people use, the type of marketing. There's basic rules that always are true. You have to tap into somebody's emotion. Generally, fear is the biggest motivator for people. Their fear of missing out, their fear of not being adequate. It's unfortunate, but in all honesty, most advertising picks on people's fears to motivate them to do something. And the reason people buy something is because they're afraid of not being able to solve a problem. And so that something is going to relieve their fear when they purchase it. So I could spend $100 on this, and it's going to help me relieve this pressure. So, but you can learn that in 15 seconds. So, I was a sociology major. I'm not sure it helped me or not, but I took statistics 3 times, so I know statistics now. That's what happens when you fail it twice. So let's do a search here. So you can search for industry, the region like I went over, and the objective. I would say that traffic is not a good objective because traffic just means that it's basically impressions, and it means somebody's spending money, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's getting them anything. Okay, this video, I recognized it from also being in the conversion area somewhere, I think. I thought I saw it in here earlier when I first went, but let's take a look at, maybe it was, so let's look at traffic and let's see what this one. So this has 67 million views for traffic, and let's see what it's all, it's TikTok. I'm gonna pause this because it's TikTok, so it's misleading. So it's got a lot of views. It's got terrible engagement. The click-through is okay-ish. it's not really good because top 50% means it's dead middle mediocre. So, and also it's TikTok. So TikTok, of course, they're going to have lots of their own ads shown if they have a filler area to post it. So let's take a look and see what this one's about. All right. So we can't make this ad. Are these people celebrities? I don't even know. So I'm assuming they might be celebrities. Anybody know?
D-list.
So I don't even know. So that one's a little not what we're looking for. So you really got to pick through and see what are the type of ads that I could make or that I'm going to make. So let's go to app installs. And now we're going to see more UGC style stuff. All right, here's a kid. All right, so this has a lot of installs, but if you look at the numbers, it's got the engagement is not great, and either is the click-through or the view rate, but they're spending money on it. And as an ad, I would say that it's pretty terrible because the audio is distorted because the microphone levels are too high, but it's authentic. The kids are excited, and that's what sells with these apps. I've gotten quite a few ads that I've done, and it's basically you're supposed to be like somebody excited about playing a game. And then they tell you to put in your own interjections, and that you hold the phone and you're like, oh, I've got to, build the castle. I get a lot of those. I've done a lot of Royal Kingdom, which there's they use celebrities for those now on TV and stuff. So I'm curious to see how the UGC does compared to paying a talk show host like Jimmy Fallon to do those ads. I would be curious to see what kind of stats that has. Let's take a look at another one here. So this is so you guys see what they're doing here. So this is basically what people do for their TikTok trend, and they'll take an audio and then they lip sync it and pretend with whatever. And so if you're an advertiser, you can just change the text because this is just everything's awful. And it's for credit card. I think it's credit card consolidation, like a debt consolidation. So it's a 6-second ad. It's got a top 16% click-through rate, which is good. And it's got 111,000 views. So the engagement isn't all that great, but it seems to be working for these people. And I don't know if if these are legit, then I mean it's kind of got decent likes. So it's just a TikTok trend. Now, generally, you're not going to get hired to do something like this because they'll find someone in the office that'll do it or something like that. So that's not necessarily what we're looking for. Let's go to the engagement rates and get the highest engagement rates for these kinds of things. So let's see. Let's go to an industry. You can sort by industry. Financial services is big, and business. Let's go to business. This is a faceless one with an AI voice. So that's not good for us, but that's what somebody's spending money on because it just shows the app in use. It's kind of like a faceless ad. So let's just look at this one. This is also an AI ad. So most of these are TikTok trends with young ladies or skits. This is a giveaway. So I'm going to say that the new TikTok 0, this is my first time going through the new interface because it asked me if I wanted to use the new interface, is not quite ready for prime time because we're in the United States, and I guess it's anything that also has the United States. But I'm guessing that okay, there's even really weird ads here. So that this isn't really ready for prime time quite yet. And I also think that in order to be listed in these ads, you have to check a box to participate. So I'm going to guess that a lot of companies choose not to participate to have their ads listed in here. Because this looks totally different than what I usually see if I'm in the old format. And the old format is tons of just all UGC people selling insurance and stuff like that.
One load and just drive. You can even bring pets.
These are just voiceovers with clips. And here's the thing with what I get asked to do. It's not all stuff for me being on camera. It is also, can you edit this video together? Can you make an ad like this? Can you put this stuff together? So editing as a skill of its own is a worthwhile endeavor for bookings. And you might want to start like a different type of listings or whatever, but it's kind of one of those services that people ask me for that I don't advertise, but they'll ask me if I can make an ad of a certain type. And it's usually something like that, where it's like, here's some clips. And then they'll send me 2 clips, and then I have to go find a bunch of other clips to create or to use. And I use Envato to make those. It's ENVATO, and there's like a membership per month. It's not that expensive. It's like $25, but there's like unlimited stock video and images that you can use to place together a video. And then AI will also create clips that you can kind of use for B-roll, but the AI ones are, these look real, and the other ones you can kind of tell that they're not. So I only put them on for like 2 seconds, and then I go to some other new one. So let's scroll down here, and this one, it's not showing up now for some reason. So I'm going to say that so far, that only had like, was it 7,000 views, and it's showing up in here just because of the engagement rate. So this is not showing us everything. I want to go back to the old one, but I don't know if I can go back after I already told it I wanted to do this one. So let's go to lead generation and see what it gives us. It gives us some of the same stuff. Oops. There we go. I thought somebody wanted to be let in. There we go. Oh, this is a little more formal UGC. This is an interesting one. Just fast forwarding.
A little over half a year.
Because it's a cheap ad, and this is for, it doesn't give us the landing page because it's a conversion rate. The conversion ones generally don't show the landing page. So this is for VetCom, and it's for VA disability, which is usually an affiliate offer or direct from an advertiser. This ad, I'll just pick it apart. The audio, you guys can't hear it, but it's only in one speaker. So they recorded this on mono and then didn't bounce it, so it was in both tracks, which is an error on their part. So once you get into audio, and if you're recording with a Rode, there's a setting on here that you can do it in stereo or in mono, and they didn't change it, so it's only in one speaker for her speaking. This was also recorded in a landscape aspect ratio, and then they edited it as best as they thought they could, and they didn't even do a good job of it, into portrait so that it could go on TikTok. And that's why all these people's heads are cut off. And what they didn't do is they used an app that did it without somebody taking 2 minutes to do it the right way and slide these guys over to center them.
Because they don't know the process.
Funny for something
so you guys
that
really
make money on. Let's see. UGC. I'm going to go back for a second real quick. You see how she's clapping her hands? Those are pattern interrupts, and that was in the script. So whoever had her reading this script, and this is like your standard UGC, right? There's a problem with the audio. Her audio levels are way too low, and I don't know why the people who posted this didn't adjust those audio levels. But Jacob, you're probably feeling the same thing. If you hear it's like super low and you're like, why couldn't they just adjust it so that the levels are proper? Yeah. So, but when you're doing the thing, it's like this is like a pattern interrupt, and generally in the hook they'll ask you to clap, and then midway through. So if you're writing a script, don't be ashamed to add something like that where you're just like, this stuff works. I have said this stuff works in at least 5 different ads for different products as instructions in scripts that I'm getting. And so this is real straightforward though. I mean, it's just somebody talking in clips, edits with a couple pop-ups. This is like your standard bread and butter. You could do 20 of these a day in probably 2 hours if you just sat in the same location and just had people that were hiring you, which is, of course, as we all know, the harder part than actually making these ads. So, but here's something that's got 90,000 people have watched this video. It actually has a click-through rate. These are where the people are all clicking. They're either clicking in the beginning, the middle, and then they click at the end. So whatever is happening in this ad, it's got a lot of likes. It's converting for the people who are advertising it. It's a minute long, 1 minute and 6 seconds. It's pretty cut and dry. And this is a real good example of just simple UGC. And this is the kind of stuff that if you want to put in your portfolio, there should be an ad that looks like this. because this is real standard for an ad. Did you guys notice the pattern interrupt, putting the phone down, right? So somebody who doesn't do this for like, you know, who isn't familiar, they think that that's just like by accident. It's not, right? That's planned. You put the phone down. This is important. I just had to talk to you about it, so I'm going to put the phone down right here. These are all things I think maybe you guys went over yesterday with Gloria. Any kind of pattern up in the beginning, like it fools your brain. Yeah. So I mean, this your standard UGC, and it's right next to these ads. And let's see what this ad is. So they have equivalent engagement rates. Another different product. But we also didn't need to hire a friend to film us and us walking. Kind of hard to compare the two, just because this one's for Spain and the other one was in the US. But this is a different style of ad, and sometimes some people ask you to do this. I haven't figured out a way to do this without an assistant helping me. I was trying to figure out if I could put something on a skateboard and roll it and then chase after while I was saying my lines for real.
There is, I don't mean to interrupt.
That'd be great. Yes, tell me.
I watch a YouTuber who actually films everything solo, and he's a farmer. So he films like overhead shots with drones, but there's also, I don't know what he uses in terms of like the product name, but you might want to like research into drones, because there are some drones that come standard with like stabilizing features and isolated sound stuff, or you can connect your phone to like a microphone. So that way the actual like, you know, what's it called? Oh my God, my brain is
the rotors. Yeah.
Propeller. Yeah, that. But that's just an option. They're a little expensive, but if you're established and stuff, it might be handy to have. You can even use it in the house, and he uses it literally everywhere.
That is interesting. I never even thought about getting the. I know because DJI actually has drones with the camera. I'm gonna see how much they cost real quick.
Yeah, and the one that he uses, it like actually tracks him, and so if he moves, if he's like walking around his farm, it will actually. He's not like remote controlling it. There is no remote control. It's just flying and following him around. So it's pretty advanced.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that stuff existed until like a couple months ago.
I've got a DJI gimbal holder, and like in the software it tracks me. So if I'm in a room and I'm walking, the camera moves and follows me. It's got a couple other features like zoom and everything, but I couldn't get one that was going to get me walking. But now that you mentioned that, this is probably one of my next investments, is to get a drone that follows me. And I say DJI because DJI is made for creators, basically people that want to film stuff like videographers and things like that. So I've got their mics, which I found better. They were better than the Rode mic I used to have, and I lost. I think I left it on a cruise ship, which was a bummer. So that's a good one. I mean, because I've had people, not a lot, but one or two people ask me for that. But that's how to step it up, I think, for VSLs. And so VSLs is another thing that I'm going to be focusing on, because I get paid more per my time for a VSL because they're expected to be of a higher quality. I get by with my camera phone, but I did buy an actual like YouTube vlogging Sony camera with a lens, so that was an investment. But it kind of paid for itself after booking like 3 VSL gigs with a better camera, because I can charge more. And if you have like a background that's like suitable for a video sales lander, that's kind of dark with like the typical vlogger look, you can charge anywhere from like $250 to $600 for 1 or 2 minute long VSL. And it doesn't take all that much longer to record. It is a little more involved. So I'm focusing on that, trying to do high-end VSLs so that I could kind of like, my dream world is I do 2 of those a day for $1,000 a day kind of thing, and then don't do much else because it's not all that much work. So let's see what this guy's got going on. So that's a hotel ad. So for this ad, this is something I charge between $40 and $75 more for, depending on the scene. I got booked today to do one with 2 different looks. So they want the mic in, so it looks like a podcast, except I'm going to be looking off screen a little more than him. You can't tell if he's just reading a script that's just off camera or if he's speaking to someone. But here this thing is, and like, you know, with a lot of views. At a decent click-through rate, it's working, and he's not speaking into this microphone because this microphone is the same microphone that I have, and it is So if I'm talking over here when it's off to the side, it doesn't sound anything like it does if I'm right here, because it's real made to just get what's in front of it. So he's got a mic in front of it, and this is only a prop. So he's kind of using the mic that he's got as a prop to show that he's on a podcast. And his background is just a wall. And nobody knows the difference, but this gives your advertisers authority. So having a mic, and I've gone through this before, but I have another one that lights up, like LED lights. It was $16 on Amazon. I don't actually speak into it because the audio is not good. I just have it as a prop so that I can always show that if I'm like in another room, I don't feel like moving this mic or whatever it is. I just have it in screen, and then I charge extra just to basically plug it into something, a USB charger. And then it just sits there and it looks like I'm on a podcast, and I talk off screen and I charge more for it. And advertisers like it because it gives them authority. Oh, somebody on a podcast is talking about my product. And it's still very, very popular format. I'd say the podcast, like besides somebody just sitting in their house speaking, the podcast setting is number one. Number two would be sitting in your car for things that people will want to hire you for. So I would say add that to your portfolios or anything that somebody's going to see so that they know that you can do like a podcast scene or setting. And it doesn't take a lot of extra time, money, or anything. You just get the cheap $16 mic on Amazon, and then you set it up in front of you. And I don't use a teleprompter for these because I'm looking off screen. I print out the piece of paper and I just have it sitting right off. And then I'll be like, so how did I get this? So how did I save up all that money? Well, it's funny you ask, because I started this account with such and such financial, and then they really did a good job, for my retirement fund. And then you just read the lines and you're looking off screen, and it's easy peasy. It's an easy way to upsell and make more money. Let's take a look. See, same thing. Got a mic in front of you. I don't think he's really wasted. All right. So this is on here. The stats aren't excellent, but somebody's spending money on it, and they were happy with his work. And you can see that he's looking at the script. He's putting his eyes down instead of just stopping and like editing, because they might have wanted a one take, or he decided. So he's making mistakes. It's obvious that he's reading a script and looking down at it, but it's still working, just to show the fact that don't let perfection get in the way of finished. I wouldn't put that on my portfolio. But here it is. It's in the wild, and somebody's spending money on it. So a lot of people get caught up and they're like, well, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. I just get started, and then you get better as you go. And then you'll notice that he's doing things like that. Like, did you guys notice that? That he was kind of looking down and stuff? Like, these are the things that I pick up on. But you don't need to be perfect. His audio is good, and he's got a good camera too, which I think kind of makes a difference. But you can make you guys might know this and you might not, but if you do a portrait video, I think it's called that in the iPhone too. You can blur the background, and on an Android, you can actually adjust how blurred the background is from like 1 to 10 or 1 to 7. And it'll give you a similar look as having that $800 Sigma 1.4 lens. The 16mm lens is what he's actually, I think, using a high quality mirrorless camera. But that ad's working for these people. So let's see what we got here. Oh, video not supported. Anybody got any questions as I go over these?
My only question would be, so earlier you mentioned like the CTR, like a percentage, and you're like, it's not great. But then I think another one was, what is like, I can't remember the exact value that you were looking at, but like, what would you say are good conversion numbers? Because, you search on Google, and like this platform says it's like 3 to 5%, and then this one will say like 1 to 2%. There's kind of inconsistency in my research. So I'm just like, as a UGC creator, what would you consider like even just like moderately successful, or I guess well performing?
As an advertiser, I'm really looking for sales and conversions, not the initial metrics. Now, the initial metrics will tell you how good your creative is, which I guess is important for UGC. But you could have a video that's got really high views and engagement, and it could have nothing to do with your product. because it's aimed at the wrong crowd, because it's something that's funny that doesn't necessarily have to do with your product or sell it. So it doesn't equate into sales. And also something that's organic and something that's a paid ad are going to have different ideal metrics, because a paid ad is going to be ignored mostly, right? So if it's organic and you're seeing it, that means that other people liked it and engaged with it. So then that's why you're seeing it. So you don't see the 99.9999% of just slop that's out there in your feed. You see stuff that other people enjoyed watching or hated watching but engaged with. And so the engagement rate on those is going to be much higher than an ad would be. So like, I think using YouTube's formula for like a video when they do impressions, anything above like 3.5% is probably going to cut the mustard for have them keep showing it somewhere. And if it's like 7%, you're going to get thousands and tens of thousands of views. So that's a high number. With these, it's kind of tough to tell. You ask a great question. So let's look at this. These seem to be the highest they have in this niche, which is a 1.9, 1.8. And I think the reason that the engagement rate is so high on these is because it's a 7-second video. So that's misleading. This is where Mark Twain had a quote about statistics or whatever, and it's basically like anybody could use a statistic to kind of make up what they want and lie whatever about. And so a 7-second video, if somebody watched it and they were slightly interested in, it's going to have a much higher engagement rate. And that's because you go back and you watch it again. Or you go, what did they say? I missed it. And then you kind of like start the scroll again. And then that's considered you rewatching and engaging with it again.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. That helped a lot, actually.
So you got to take things with a grain of salt. Like this is I want to go through this with you guys together because this is my first time using their new interface, and it's called TikTok One. And I'm looking at it with a skeptical eye of what I'm looking at. So it's also, this is the other one that's got the highest that they give us. I'm just going to,
the link will be 4-digit refer code.
Okay. So this is a successful ad. It's got 72,000 video views. It's got high engagement, much higher than all the other ones they listed here. And it's not 7 seconds long. It's 1 minute and 23 seconds long. It's in the top 5% for click-through rate. And so that percentage is just based compared to other videos that are ads. So that means that it's better than 95% of all the other ones out there. And then the 6-second view rate is high as well because people stick around. You can also see where the click-throughs are and the playback performance. So people are actually clicking on the promotion button during the video at a pretty high amount at different points. And I'm going to guess that these coincide with her posting either referral code or social proof or testimonial proof. Because when somebody sees a stat come up, people love statistics. They like to see numbers, and they like to see, all right, out of 100 customers, we had 65 that did this amount of sales, and then people were like, oh, okay, that's a hard number. I want to hear about that hard number. How can I get that number is what they're thinking in their head. And so this one's good. And this is a case of like true UGC because let's watch the beginning again. With her intro, she looks like when you
sign up, there will be a list.
She looks like somebody who might be your friend or you know them. And she kind of looks like she's stoned out of her gourd. And it kind of gives off the like a regular person look, right? She's just like that looks authentic, right? And that works. If that was somebody if this ad was this woman, I don't think it does as well. Now it could because she's like, like pretty in like the Instagram model-y way. And it's the same product. Look at that. Let's see what her and like, okay, so the editing on this is like cutting off half of everything. So it's like they're real close but here it is, right? And so it's just, you don't know here's the other thing. You don't know what's going to work, and everything that we're doing is trying to get the best case scenario, right? It's like if you want to be a successful business person, like there's a path but it doesn't guarantee you're going to be successful. You know, your best path is probably to get all A's in school and then go get a master's program and then go get an internship at a huge hedge fund and then meet the boss and play golf with them or whatever it is. Like that's the best case scenario, but it doesn't guarantee success. So you're only doing like the best you can with whatever you can work with. So you never know what's going to make a good ad, but there's a lot of different things that work in an ad. And then you just kind of use as much as you can to try and break through. And then you see what works. This week, I was contacted by now 3 clients. It was 2 yesterday. And then somebody contacted me today and they asked to whitelist me, which didn't really happen before. And they're like, your ad's been performing for us for 6 months. Really, really well. And we want to pay you to whitelist it. So that in whitelisting is when it doesn't show up on my social media, but when it shows up as an ad, it's my account that shows up. So it doesn't look like the brand is making an ad. It looks like I'm talking about something. So it adds one more level of authenticity to the video. And all 3 of the ones that these people told were doing well, I was kind of like, I hope they don't ask for too many revisions because this isn't my best work. That's what I was thinking. And so I see these ads and I'm like, oh my God, like that one did good. So there's only so much we can do to prepare to try and make our best effort. And then sometimes the ones that you don't think are going to be good take off. And I also had a situation where I had a client who was new to advertising and they're doing a mushroom mind tea. And the client thinks that their mind tea is a very new and novel product and he doesn't have a lot of competitors. And when I gave him the ad, he complained the next day, like within 10 hours of listing it, you claim to know everything you're talking about and you're some kind of guru and my ad didn't do good at all. And I could do a better job with an AI ad and this is terrible. And he was just like ripping into me and I kind of ignored him. And I was like, my response was, hey, I'm really sorry. Advertising is a numbers game and I did my best with what I had. And it's a very crowded field. And for the type of ad you're doing, I tried to make it stand out for the parameters you gave me. And then he's like, what are you talking about? I don't have any competitors. Mine is the best mind mushroom tea. And it was like, I don't think he understood that like I've done like 20 other companies' mushroom mind teas in the last like 8 months. And their commercials were like a little bit more snappy and entertaining. And so I didn't want to like insult him. And then 4 days later, he's like, I owe you a huge apology. I let the ad run and now it's overwhelmingly doing awesome. And I'm actually getting sales now. And so he turned after 4 days, like the algorithm found its home for his ad. So you just don't know what's going to do well. That person didn't really understand advertising because he thought he could put one ad online and then have it do well, which isn't the case. And all your largest clients understand that they go through multiple creators and they try multiple formats. And that's why they want to pay you a little bit extra to do 5 hooks or 3 hooks, because they're going to Frankenstein the hooks onto and see what works better. And then once they get a hook that works, and then they find the bodies that work, and then they do alternatives of all those. And their script writers keep making different reiterations of all those things that work. And then they try something new. So advertising online is not a science, but you try and get as close as you can. Like you're not gonna be able to send a spaceship and have it land exactly where you want on the moon, but you can put it into outer space and then try and aim for the spot that you want. And that's the best we can all do. And I think most advertisers understand that. Some don't, and they learn the hard way after insulting you. Questions?
I just had a question about that one audio clip with the credit cards.
Uh-huh.
Well, I had a couple of questions, but so that was a legit ad, and my only question, like I guess from like a music copyright standpoint, like no issues with taking that somebody else's audio clip, right? Because that's clearly like somebody's quote or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So there's no copyright, no issues with that. No licensing.
It depends on what that person chose to do in TikTok when they listed it. So that could be a user audio, and they could have a box check that said like, you're free to use people are free to reuse my sound and share it. And so that user literally could have just been somebody who made that and then never unchecked whatever box says they can use it for whatever they want. And so they're allowed to use it within TikTok. Anybody can use it because there's settings.
The box
there's
check
like
isn't...
there's settings you can do when you do posts and stuff that are like people are free to share this, people are free to reuse this, repost, re-edit, and then they also might have their sound listed up as something that you can reuse. And there's people that just make sounds for TikTok. And I'm not exactly sure how they monetize everything. But they're hoping to get paid like a couple cents if somebody uses it for, you know what I mean? So if it gets 1 million views, then they make $100 or something, or $50.
So the box check is not necessarily on TikTok. It's on some other app.
It's on TikTok because these are all within TikTok that they reuse the sound.
Okay.
It's also possible that sound isn't recognized by TikTok at all, and it was actually from off of TikTok, and that they have no idea that it's somebody else's copyrighted sound. And then, but that ad seems to have been around long enough to that where it would have gotten caught in the copyright checking. Sometimes it takes like 4 days. I'm famous for my personal TikTok account is I'll make, because my TikTok, I made it a professional account, which was kind of a mistake on my part for like my UGC and whatever. It's actually my largest TikTok. It's kind of my personal one too. And I make everything in Instagram because I can use pop music and like, put some Radiohead in it or something. And then I put the video on TikTok because if I make it in TikTok, I can't use anything except for like stuff that's agreed that you can reuse it. And it's like this selection's terrible. So if I want to have like Radiohead in or whatever it is, I put it on TikTok, and then I'd say 90% of the time it doesn't pick up on the copyright. If I were to place that as an ad, I think it would get picked up. So I don't know how they're getting around that, like you said. So there's got to be something that they're allowed to use it. Most of the ones you probably won't be able to use. It's also possible that for that ad, where'd you go? Is it on this page or is it another one?
Like I already know what I'm gonna try to get around any of this copyright craziness.
Well, the easiest thing to do is just reproduce the ad yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like just do the audio, talk into the phone, and just do exactly what that guy said in your own voice, and that's yours now, right? So
yeah, that, and I'm also gonna try and like make either a jingle or like a rap specifically about the product.
Yeah.
And like I won't use I'll use a pre-made instrumental from TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Like I won't make my own. I'll make my own lyrics, but
Yeah. So that's as long as it's available for use, then it'd be good. So let's see what this one has. This one, bad audio. It's got filter on too. It has really good stats. See, here's the. I would say don't put this in your portfolio, but here it is. It's got good stats. So it's kind of like you get the vibe, right? And I imagine if you did something like this that was slightly better done with like audio levels that were okay and without the filter on, and that gave the same level of authenticity, but was done in a manner where the edits didn't linger and things like that, I think the engagement rate would be a lot higher. And when you're getting 76,000 views, which means they're pushing it in front of a lot of people, that makes a lot of it. It could change everything by like 25%, and that could be the complete profit margin for the campaign. Because a lot of the times, the margin might only be, it might be a break even. A lot of these companies, what'll happen is maybe not for financial services like this, but for nutraceuticals and things like that, like, pills or whatever it is, or health things where you go buy a pill, whatever, they break even on all their ads. They don't make any money. And what they'll do, and I'm always, when I'm giving you guys this advice, what I'm doing is I'm giving you the bigger picture, because UGC is kind of a gateway to make a lot more money on the internet, because you're understanding how all these brands are working what they're selling, how they're selling it. And then when you look at their landing pages, you'll see, oh, well, they're just doing this. And so eventually when you get comfortable enough, you look at everything and you go, well, I'm already making their ads. And all they're doing is putting up a website, and then they're selling somebody else's product, maybe even, or like a sign up. So there's nothing stopping you from doing the same thing they're doing. Right. And so that's another whole avenue to make a heck of a lot more money too, is when you jump over and start testing as being like a product owner or an affiliate owner that's pushing these products, like a lot of these financial ads are. So it's always a way to look at it. So when somebody is selling like a pharma thing, when you go to the landing pages, I'll almost guarantee it. It's like buy one bottle for $65. And it's like, or we'll give you 3 bottles for only $80. And then it seems like, oh, well, I might as well buy the 3 for only $20 more, because that advertiser's main and only cost, it's not the pills, because the pills cost them $1 a bottle and they're selling it for $60, is advertising. So they have to spend $60 to maybe get a sale. So, and their math is already at, it cost me $60 to sell 1 bottle. So I'm breaking even, and I'm hoping a third of the people choose to get the upsell for $80 or $90, whatever it is, because they're getting the bottles for like half off each, if you do the math. And it seems like I can't turn that offer down. I'm already here. I'm going to buy it. So I might as well just spend a little bit more and get more money. They're counting on that profit margin. And they're also counting on the resale from their email list that you signed up for to get the bottle for any other products or to get refills. So their business plan is literally to break even on your ad and then monetize the customers the rest of the way. Does that make sense? So that's what they're thinking. And so every 10% increase of conversion or click-through makes or break them, because it goes to them losing. They spend $10,000 a month on the campaign, from them losing $2,000 a month to them making $3,000 a month or $10,000 a month, or the opposite way. And so that's why them having high converting ads and them spending money on a lot of ads isn't a waste of money to somebody who's a savvy advertiser, because they know that they have to find the ones that work, and then they really dig into the ones that work. And then the other ones, they kind of make a note that these didn't work, let's stick with these things, because it makes a big difference. Small percentages, they grow into a big loss or a big gain. And they don't know what's going to work either. They're just guessing the same way we all are.
Dave, I got to run, but thank you so much for the session.
You're welcome. It's 6:02, and I'm heading out tonight, so I'm going to end this too. Anybody got one last question or anything?
No, I just wanted to say thanks. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you guys. For next week's, if you guys chime in and tell me what you want to go over, I thought this was something that a lot of people don't look at, and we all learned something today. I think looking at these is that there's a whole lot of different stuff on here, and you don't never know what's going to work. And some of the stuff that's listed here as a top ad, most people would say is kind of a bad advertisement, but it did well. So who knows? All right. Bye, everybody. Take care.
Alex is a UGC creator who's 37 and owns a creative agency located in Atlanta. Alex was a previous stand-up comedian, rapper, and is currently a father of 2 sons. And in this class, he discusses Q4 specific UGC advice and how to take position yourself as a strategist. He revealed the exact strategies he's used himself to land 10K monthly retainers from brands. Yes, you heard that right. 10K monthly retainers. So enjoy this class from Alex.
Let's jump in to what we're going to do tonight. I'm so glad all you guys are here. As I mentioned a minute ago, if you feel comfortable turning on your camera, I would love to see all your beautiful faces. It helps me see if you're engaged, if you're having fun. No pressure at all. I want you to be comfortable. The point is for you to learn stuff tonight. But just sharing, we're a very friendly community. We all are just here to support each other. I'm here to share a lot of my expertise and knowledge with you. And I will be checking the chat throughout. So if you have questions, throw the questions in. If you have any follow-up comments on things, throw them in. And if you're just liking what I'm saying, throw a number 1. A 1 in the chat shows me, okay, you guys are digging what I'm saying. But let me pull up my slides here, and we're going to start diving in to what we're going to get on to tonight. So 1 second. Okay. Let me share my screen. Hold on. All right. So let me jump into slideshow mode. Okay. So this is how to take advantage of UGC's Q4, the biggest opportunity of 2025. Where we are at right now in UGC, in the creator economy, which UGC is just one very, very big piece of the creator economy. This is like discovering Bitcoin in 2010. Now, I don't know if you guys are crypto nerds or if you follow all that, but if you bought one Bitcoin in 2010, you will be able to retire right now. So just an FYI. But the good news is we're not talking about Bitcoin tonight. We're talking about UGC, and the stage that we're in now is effectively that. Okay. So jumping into it, Q4 is when all of the biggest events of the year happen. Halloween, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas. Buyers spend the most amount of money and brands spend the most amount of money. And UGC creators, we are set to make the most amount of money. Who wants to make the most amount of money this quarter? If you want to make the most amount of money, throw one in the chat. I would imagine all of you do, or you wouldn't be here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Awesome. Daryl, 4 ones. I dig it. All you guys. Yes. Okay. Well, guess what? The good thing is, before I even really get into it, I just want to let you guys know the fact that you're here right now and taking the time, we're all busy. You've got other things to be doing. Maybe you've got kids. Maybe you could be watching Netflix, whatever, but you chose to be here to invest your time to figure out how to crush it in UGC. So just remember that, if there are moments when you're like, oh, this feels overwhelming, or like, how am I going to do that? You're already here. You're already in the gym. We're just going to figure out which pieces of equipment you're going to start with your workout plan and then start adding to that. Okay. So anyway, here's some numbers for perspective. All right. 19.2% consumer spending increase in Q4 compared to the year. Again, we know this, right? $35 billion, billion with a B, Black Friday and Cyber Monday, online sales in just 2 days. $850 billion total holiday spending. What I'm saying to you guys is that this is the time that you are set to start making money with these brands, because there's a 40% brand ad spend increase. 40% from the whole year happens right in this last quarter. Okay. So anyway, here are why Q4 is such a big deal for creators. Okay. Trust is essential. We know this. Okay. Online, we are sold to constantly. People see things all the time. It's like, oh, you're trying to get me to buy this, you're pitching this, you're pitching that. If you can make authentic content that makes people trust you, that feels relatable, maybe it's funny, maybe it's heartfelt, maybe it's just like, hey man, here's a review of something that I actually use in my life. And it just sounds like the same kind of conversation if you were having a coffee date with a new friend and they're like, oh, you got to try this thing. It solved this problem for me. It's really good. That's what sells now. That's what moves the needle. The other thing about Q4, it's time sensitive, right? People are doing things right now. The holidays, we're about to hit Halloween. It means the sprint to Christmas and everything else, time sensitive. And of course, people are very emotional right now, good or bad. Holidays, it's a very emotional time. Maybe you're somebody, you've got your new boo, you're newly engaged, whatever, you want to spoil your better half. That's great. Maybe you're sad, maybe you're still looking for that special someone. Either way, people are very emotional and they buy things with heightened emotion in Q4. Okay. So, the creator success data you need to see. 73% of 6-figure creators make 40 to 60% of their annual income in Q4. I am one of those creators. Being transparent, I make over 10 grand a month doing UGC. I didn't start that way from day one. I worked very hard to get there, and it's very doable, and I'm going to teach you how you can do it. But I have retainers now. I have clients that are my regulars. I have new clients that find me all the time because I have so many examples of my work. It really does. It's a compounding thing doing UGC. That's one of the big differences here, is that it's not like, I can't think of a good example on the spot, but it's not like, you just go to some regular job, you do it and that's it, right? The more you do this, not only do you get better at the craft, but then you have another example to post on your socials, to use when you're pitching yourself, that brands can come across and see like, oh, this person is great. It's like we just talked about a second ago, there's 2.3%, or rather 2.3 times Deal value increase, 180% retainer growth. Retainer growth, that is huge. That is how you become a 10K a month UGC creator. That is how you become a 6-figure a year UGC creator. You lock in those retainers. You know how you lock in those retainers? You crush it when the brand is stressed. And the brand is stressed right now in Q4 because they're spending a lot of money. This is where they're hoping to make a lot of money. It's heightened emotion already. If you can give them good content, but also show up professionally, show up timely, don't make them chase you down, respond to emails in a timely fashion, give them what they ask for, do your due diligence where you read the brief thoroughly and deliver what they want, not needing a ton of revisions. Again, things that we're going to work up to. If you're brand new, don't be like, oh my God, I'm going to blow it. Dude, it's okay. Let me tell you put in perspective, okay? Let me do some real talk for a second. I have blown brand deals. It has happened. I still make 10K a month doing UGC. There's a lot of work out there. Those brand deals that I blew, it was always because I just was I took on too much at the time and I couldn't hit deadlines. And they were like, look, dude, this just isn't going to work. Best of luck. It's happened. Not proud of it. It's a learning lesson. You can bounce back from that, okay? I'm trying to teach you how to not make those mistakes. But what I'm also saying is you will make mistakes. Trying new things is hard. I own a creative agency and a content studio, and at my company, we have a saying. We say we only make new mistakes. Mistakes are fine. Mistakes are part of growing, but they have to be new. If they're not new, it's your fault, and you need to do some reflecting. But if it's a mistake that happens, it's okay. It is what it is, okay? So just remember that we only make new mistakes. All right, moving on. So you're going to learn the exact Q4 strategies today that are going to help you do that. Now, let me tell you a little bit about who I am and why you should listen to me. So I have a little bit, I would say probably a slightly different background than your average person jumping into UGC. Okay, so I mentioned a second ago, I own a creative agency here in Atlanta. By the way, if anybody is in Atlanta or coming through Atlanta, please hit me up. Please, shoot me a DM. My studio, we rent it out by the hour. If you're looking to do something more high level professional, I would love to work with you and I'll cut you a deal. But also I host events. I host creator events. I host workshops. We do a lot of stuff with podcasts. We put on live comedy shows, all kinds of cool stuff. So just anybody in Atlanta, let me know. I am a comedian, podcaster, and professional performer. So my background before UGC is as a professional comedian, podcast host, and producer. I've been doing stand-up for over 15 years. And I've had pretty much every job you can imagine. I've been a tour guide, I've been a bartender, catering, wedding DJ. I ran a photo booth at events and weddings. All the things when you imagine like a, entertainer trying to make it for themselves, the gigs that you do to survive. I did a lot of acting too. I've been in a ton of stuff, nothing you've ever seen. I was a guy in the background, or I had I did a ton of. There was a year where I was getting booked every week on. You ever seen on A&E or TLC? They're those crime reenactment shows where they're interviewing a real detective and they have actors playing the what happened. That was me. I was a detective and an inmate and a murderer and a gangbang, all the things. I just have that face. Whatever. But my point is,
Hey,
you weren't the dead body, right?
I actually have been a dead body. I was booked on that too. Listen, if it was paying, I'm laying, you know what I'm saying, on the ground because I'd be dead. My point is, I've had every kind of job you can imagine, but my professional background is as an entertainer, performer, etc. So I come into UGC from that world, and I'm going to give you guys a lot of examples how from my life experience has helped me be primed for success doing it this way. Not saying that you need to copy that, just because I did it the path of someone trying to make a career as a professional stand-up, just saying that I'm sure that you have things in your life that you are good at, that you have learned that you're not good at, that you know how to navigate, whatever. You can apply those to this journey. You can take your lived experience and find ways to insert it in. I mentioned I'm full-time UGC. So I also, in addition to running my business, my content studio and agency, I do UGC full-time. And then, fun fact, I'm a father, husband, friend. I find time to make it work. I've got 2 toddler boys. They are amazing. They are insane. It is like the WWE in my house every day. And we just, my wife and I tag. She does a little bit of UGC, not as much as I do because she's got her own career. But basically when I find a gig where they need both of us or something that's she'd be great for, she'll pop in here and there. So I share that as well. If you are oh man, I'm so busy. I've got 3 hours a week to start doing UGC. Great. Crush those 3 hours. Start with those 3 hours. I mean, even if it's the same thing, it's like trying to hit the gym or learn a new language. If you've got 3 hours to get on the treadmill or start speaking Mandarin, start with the 3 hours, because I guarantee you the next week you do those 3 hours, you're going to have that experience to make it a little bit easier to do those 3 hours. And maybe eventually you'll be like, okay, now it's cooking. Now we're rocking. Now I know what I'm doing. Literally the worst case, you spend some time trying a new thing and you have that skill now, or you at least know, hey, not for me, but I learned X, Y, and Z in the process. Okay. So speaking of my podcast, this is one of my podcasts here. This actually, I'm going to jump into this a little bit more later. I think I do have a slide that addresses this, but this is just a screenshot from one of my podcasts that I've done in a few seasons. It's on Spotify now. I'll throw the link in the chat later. And this is a great example of something I landed actually before I was a UGC creator, but I'll get into this when I talk about it more. The value of when you have an idea, when you have inspiration, when you have something creative that pops in your head, if you don't know what to do with it in the moment, just save it somewhere. So I have Google Docs and notes on my phone. I do take time a couple times a week to just sit and write on a legal pad. I do find that like just physically writing is actually good for your brain. Save those and once in a while pop in and just like remind yourself, oh, that would be like a cool YouTube show idea. Or like maybe that would be like a thing I could do at a restaurant to incorporate UGC in some way. Because there will be a time, if you do this enough, law of averages, there will be a time where there's opportunity to make money from that idea. And if you didn't take the time to like harvest it and have it quasi ready, you're going to, miss out on something that could have been great for you. So just, that's what this screenshot is here. My studio in Atlanta, like we mentioned. And fun fact, I am an ex-rapper. My brain literally thinks in rhymes. It's not a joke. I won a rap battle my senior year of college. Here's a photo to prove it. The school paper wrote an article about me. I retired. I don't do it anymore. It was like a fun little silly thing. But I did was like, dude, because before I was a comedian, I guess I was a comedian just doing like, silly rap battles. I was like, making people laugh is awesome. Like this is the greatest thing ever. So then I just pivoted to a different sport, if you will. And I still do stand-up. I don't tour so much now because I have little kids, but I do shows regularly in Atlanta. So if you come through, I'd love to have you at a show. I'll put you on the guest list. Okay, so here's what I was mentioning a second ago. I signed a 5-figure deal with a cannabis brand using the same Q4 strategies. So I'm going to pull this up super quick so I can show you guys my podcast and I'll talk about this in a second. I meant to have this ready to go, so bear with me. But just so I can have it as an example to share with all of you wonderful folks. I'm going to throw this in the chat if you want to go and check it out after the show. So the show is called Highly Unlikely. And the premise of the show is I bring on a guest, usually a professional comedian. I get them high and I teach them about something from history that seems highly unlikely, but it's all true. So we did an episode on Roman gladiators, on Nikola Tesla, the Russian mafia, like all these cool, crazy things. Every episode, my guest is getting stoned and just reacting. They're professional comics. So they're being very funny and like, ooh, that is crazy, bro. And then I'm just like feeding them questions and telling them things about, like, for example, Ben Franklin apparently was in like these weird like French sex cults and used to do like all these like, homeboy was a freak, dude. Ben Franklin was a freak. Anyway, listen to the episode. It's great. My point is, I had this idea in my head. I'm a occasional responsible THC user. I don't get high all the time, but here and there, I like to unwind, have a drink or a gummy or smoke whatever, and I really enjoy watching like cool, crazy history shows on YouTube and Netflix, like documentaries and stuff. And I just thought like, oh, this would be like a fun idea to like talk about this with somebody while we're stoned and just be like, dude, isn't this wild that like, what the ancient Egyptians used to do? And then my wife actually saw on a website, it's called, I think it was on Backstage actually, which is, now in the UGC world, but at the time Backstage was where like actors would get jobs. And that she saw that this cannabis company was looking for some kind of creative media as a way to plug in their products. Because as you can imagine, even now still, but especially back in 2020, when we first did this, very strict on Instagram, Facebook, everything about like actually promoting that stuff. So what I came up with was I was like, we're going to do the show. Like the episode will happen. The guest will be consuming the products from the brand. So we'll have like a plug at the top. And then at the end, I'll quiz them, see what they know. And the prizes are from the catalog. of the cannabis company. So it's like, let's see what you, so we did one in the Secret Service, and it was like, let's see if you remember who was the first president to be assassinated. Yeah, you won a bag of gummies from blah, blah, blah. So my point is, it was a combination of things. It was having some creative ideas that were ready to go because I had just been slowly fostering them. I didn't know when I wrote this down in a notebook that I was going to sell this project for 5 figures to do it with this cannabis company. I mean, I hadn't imagined anything like that. By the way, this was the first thing I like as a comedian, as an artist, that I like actually was like paid real money for. So for me, it was like, whoa, this, like, people really do this. This is incredible. The other thing, and this relates to UGC as well, I slowly started building up skills that helped me when the stakes got real. What I mean by that is I just started dabbling in podcast production for fun. I was like, I like talking, I like content. I had a couple different like fun shows with my buddies, just talking about like honestly nothing, just silly things, whatever. But I learned how to like engineer the audio. I learned how to edit clips. I learned how to like what works well on YouTube with the algorithm of podcasting and whatnot. So when this opportunity came and they were like, we're going to pay you to do the entire thing, top to bottom. You deliver the finished product and we'll put it on our channels. And I was like, I can do it. Now, had I done anything of this scale at the time when I said yes? No, I hadn't, but I knew that I could do it. You know why? Because I believed in myself. You know why I believed in myself? Because I put in my 10,000 hours practicing, putting stuff in the notebooks, ideating, staying in that mindset. So my point with this, right? It's like, preparation meets opportunity equals success. We all know this phrase. I didn't come up with it. I don't know who came up with it, but we all know it, and it's true. So that's the backstory on Highly Unlikely. I am recording a 3rd season here in Atlanta early next year. I have a couple of cannabis companies I'm negotiating with to sponsor it. So it'll be out if you guys like funny podcasts. Honestly, this is my favorite thing I've ever created, other than my children, obviously. So if you're a fan of this stuff, give it a listen. I think it's pretty funny. Okay, so enough of that. We're going to jump back into the slides. Let me pull those back up. And we will do Q&A, by the way. Don't worry. I want to keep rocking here, and then we'll get into the Q&A in a second. Hold on. Let me go back. Pull up my Zoom. When I go in full screen, it minimizes you guys. I want to make sure that I can see your faces in the chat at the same time as the slides. Okay. Why is it not? All right, hold on. Sorry, guys. Give me a second here. Okay, you guys can see the slideshow?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Okay, there we go. I had to have, doesn't matter. Point is, okay, so we did the cannabis deal thing. All right, we learned that. Okay, so jumping back into it, you've probably seen in the school group that's excuse me, let me catch my breath for a second. So you've probably seen in the school group that it's not just me who's winning. There are tons of UGC creators like Brian, who's making $2K a month in brand deals alone. Maya landed a $4K brand deal this past week. $4K in a week. Jared, $25K a month. $25K a month. I don't know about you guys, but $25K a month to me sounds pretty awesome. All right. So I would imagine you guys would also like to get $25K a month. Okay. But this class is about you and how you can replicate these same results in your strategies. And again, remember, okay, you might be at your first day in the gym. That is okay. All right. We're going to teach you how to work out. You're not going to be lifting weights every day. If you lifted weights every day, you would injure yourself. All right. So just again, I always say that because new things are hard. You know why new things are hard? They're supposed to be hard because they're new. That's how it works. If it was easy, excuse me. Oh man, my voice. If it was easy, it wouldn't be meaningful. All right. But here we go. So there are 2 things that separate the 6-figure UGC creators from the rest. One is that are they positioned as a UGC creator or a Q4 strategist? Because the latter is a lot more tactical, a lot more valuable. Second, are they using AI systems to assist their UGC business? That one is essential. Now, real quick, either just let me know, unmute yourself for a second or throw in the chat. Are you guys using any AI tools right now? Even ChatGPT, anything like the basics? Like, let me know real quick. Are you using any? Which ones are you using? Let me know. Let me hear it.
ChatGPT.
Cool. Anybody else want to share?
Yeah, I'm using ChatGPT and Claude for writing in that too.
Claude, cool. I use those, obviously. ChatGPT is the big one. It's interesting how ChatGPT became kind of like the Google of AI. Remember when like Google became the browser, or like Netflix kind of, became, it's always interesting when there's one company that just does it. ChatGPT is great. I'm going to talk a bit about how I use it. There's a lot of ways to use it. Another one, Perplexity. I also use Perplexity. I find Perplexity is great for research, like especially deep research. I don't know how you use Perplexity, but I've been putting case studies together. I'm in the process of building my own course, by the way. It's a little niche. It's called Make Money Being Funny, a comedy crash course in UGC. And it's specifically taking my background and teaching folks just how to make funnier content, how to level up humor with your material, because that's what sells. And so, I mean, we know that like intuitively, but also I'm using Perplexity to find me case studies. And I like taught it, like, I need you to build me like an in-depth case study of why humor is essential in like 90% of advertising. Like maybe not every, like if you're selling life insurance, you probably don't want jokes, but if you're selling like protein bars or something, probably could be better if it's funny. So my point is Perplexity has been great. It scans the entire internet with like case studies, in-depth reports, all this stuff, and put it into a thing for me. So play around with it. Even outside of UGC, I'm a big AI nerd. Like I listen to podcasts about AI. I try to keep up with AI, like to the point where like my wife had to put like a limit on how much I'm allowed to talk about it in the house. She's like, I love that you're excited. I know, I got it. Okay, I'm here for it, but enough. But I think even if you watch this workshop and you're like, you know what, UGC isn't for me, I'm gonna do something else. I hope you don't do that. But just like what I'm saying is for everyone, learning AI tools is so important and it's so valuable. Even if you start learning one that ends up kind of fizzling out, the ability to just kind of like learn how to learn, that's a thing in itself, right? Learning how to learn using these tools will be so powerful for whatever you do. Okay, so yeah, sounds like your wife, Kevin. Well, they should hang out, man. Let's have if you weren't so far away, I'd be like, dude, let's go on a double date. But Kevin's all the way up in Vancouver, I believe, right? Yeah, so that's only like an entire day flight. But one day, dude, one day. I will say we do talk about, I'll get back on track in a second, I'm sorry. But I will say we talk about when our kids are a little older, doing like a Canadian summer trip, go out into the mountains. So if you make it happen, I'll let you know. You gonna say something, Kevin?
I was going to say, sounds good. Come up to Vancouver. It's beautiful out here.
I would love it. Okay, but speaking of AI tools, all right, I love Motion. Now, there's a Motion you guys might have heard of that's like an advertising creative. I don't really know much about it, but I'm not referencing that one. Motion AI, this website here specifically, is a phenomenal tool. Full disclosure, just being transparent, I love Motion because they pay me a lot of money. They pay me and my wife. We do 6 videos. We're on retainer with them. I'm very big on transparency, just so you guys know. So we do 6 videos, 3 from me, 3 from her. Or sometimes we'll do like one is like both of us like chatting about Motion. We get $2,700 a month for those 6 videos. This one company. And that came, yeah, Jasmine, you're like, that's nice, right? We clear a weekend and just bang them out. Excuse me. We did a full weekend, honestly, like 2 half days. That came from building a retainer. How did I get Motion? Motion actually found me. They slid into my inbox, probably, I think, from Twitter. We'll talk about Twitter in a second. But they did, let's try one video. Your stuff's good. We'll see how it goes. Same thing. Professional, under-promised, over-delivered, crushed the job, got it in on time, really made sure I understood the product. I wasn't just like repeating lines off their website. Like I really understood how to apply it to my life. So Motion is an AI tool. It's a productivity tool. I'll talk about it more in a second, but I'm a busy guy. And the most valuable thing to, I think, almost anybody is your time and your energy, but especially if you have 2 little kids, because the most valuable time, like I'm acutely aware that they are only little right now. Like they're little this much longer and then they're older. Okay. So bedtime stories and all that like dad stuff, that is very important to me. So if I can even get back 10 minutes in my life a day, that's priceless. Motion helps me do that. And that is what I talked about in my UGC videos. And that is why they keep hiring me, because I made it authentic to me and personal and relatable. So my point is, whatever your life experience is, whatever's, natural for you, try and do more of that in your life. And yes, Jesse, boys turn 11 and 19. I know, man. I remember when they were newborns, and I don't miss the sleepless nights, but I do miss I mean, I miss some of it, but I will say they're like the most fun now because, I mean, they're two little boys, so like they're obsessed with like tooting and poop and just boy nonsense. So like we do like sing-alongs in the car, and I'll just like take out a word and say toots, and they just like, dude, easiest audience I've ever had. Like I crush with my kids when we do preschool drop-offs. But anyway, I will tell you guys while we're on the topic, I do want to encourage you, if you feel so inclined, to give Motion a try. So I actually do have a code I'm going to share with you. I'm going to throw it in the chat if you want to give, see, I'm going to tell you why it would be good for you, but let me just pull it up here for a second. You can try it free for a week, and then it's like 29 bucks a month, but there it is in the chat. Again, you can just look it up on your own, but like full disclosure, I get like a kickback if you sign up through me. So if you want to try it, it would help me out. But I'll give you some examples of why Motion's great, and then I'll show you a few quick videos. So what Motion does is it basically gives you AI bots, like agents, employees is what they call them, that you can plug into your workflow. So it does a few things. One, it auto drafts emails for you. And this is 100% real. So when I get inbounds or I have somebody following up on a job, it pre-writes the email for me, and it knows, it's like learned how I communicate and like my basic stuff. Now, I still go in and edit it, of course. Sometimes it's not great. 50% of the time, though, it's basically good to go. I would say about 5% of the time, 10% of the time, it's perfect as is, and I just hit send. And just those minutes throughout the day that I don't have to think about writing that response, I don't have to take the time, that's minutes back in my life. That's mental energy back in my brain. Another thing that it does is it will give you prep notes for an upcoming meeting. If you sync it to your Google Calendar or whatever calendar you use, it would say, oh, hey, Alex, you've got a sales call coming up with Kevin. And by the way, Kevin loves Vancouver, and you and Kevin could chat about Vancouver, before you talk about sales. It basically uses whatever public information is on the internet, whatever they're posting about on LinkedIn, their X accounts, etc., whatever they can find on this person, and it scrapes it and gives you a report of like, here's some stuff that they might be interested in hearing about. Now, let me ask you a question. If you were doing a call with a rep from a brand or an agency, would it be helpful to have an AI agent feed you all of the stuff that's probably going to be worth talking about with this person? I would say so. I would say it's pretty freaking awesome. The other thing that it does is that it will give you feedback on your conversation after the fact. So it will literally follow, like if the cameras are on, it will watch engagement and it will see what was spoken about and like use its like AI analytics to like study the person's reactions and be like, seemed like when you talked about, your kids having finite time, the audience or the guest was really interested in that. Maybe you could focus on that for your next follow-up because that was a part of the conversation that piqued their interest. We noticed that you started to lose confidence around this portion. Maybe beef up what you're talking about. You were mumbling a bit. It is wild. It is wild. And it's $29 a month to try. It's free for a week. So you can try for a week and cancel if you don't like it. And yeah, Jesse, see, you know what's up. Yeah. There you go. Now, so I have a VA too. I'll talk about VAs in a little bit. But VAs are very helpful as well. Virtual assistants, if you don't know about that, which I think when you start to get closer to full time, or even like maybe half time, it could be worth thinking about having a virtual assistant. I'll talk about those in a second, but I just want to share with you guys just a couple quick examples. I have a folder here with just some videos of like letting you see Motion live in action, just to like give you a little bit of an assessment. So here's one real quick. Okay, so hold on, let me get this prepped. I got to jump from screen share to screen share. So give me one moment. Okay. So this right here is just showing you a demo. It goes in, okay, the agent's drafting the email. There you go. Boom. Email drafted right there. Okay. I'm going to pull up another one really quick. Here we go. Meeting summary. Go to the calendar. Here's the meeting coming up. Here's some notes for your upcoming meeting, stuff you could talk about. This is really what it looks like. I know this is the demo, but it's just easier than me like running you through my personal stuff. You had a discovery call. Okay, it's watching the discovery call, chatting, it's taking notes, etc. It's doing all this after work for you to help you stay prepped. So again, that's a tool that I think is pretty cool. Just reading this comment. So you just ask about it. A company gives you all the deets. Like if you have what it does, the way it works is if you have it synced to your calendar and you have on the calendar, like that person accepts and it sees like their email address and like who's coming in, then yeah. And there's other ways you can like feed it information. It will. And also the other thing, you can build your own agents. I have not taken this step. I haven't had time, but like this is like the preset ones. Like it has these tasks that are pre-built, but you can teach these agents to like research cheaper flights for you, or like it's basically anything where there's like composite data on the internet or like data it can analyze. You can train it to take that data and feed it to you in a way that's valuable to you. That's what it does. So that's a plug for Motion if you were curious. And one example of an AI tool, there's a lot, by the way. That was just one I was sharing. Okay. So I use it for literally everything, like we just talked about. And I can tell you that those who aren't keeping up are going to be left behind, okay? This is the raw reality of the UGC market today in October of 2025. UGC is a rapidly growing market. We know this, okay? We all know this, all right? It is growing fast, but doesn't mean you have to get left behind, okay? Oh, sorry. Meaning that as demand grows, so does the supply. Everyone and their dogs are a UGC creator now. Literally, I know people whose pets are UGC creators. Maybe some of you guys have put your pets. I put my kids in my videos all the time. Another thing, I'm just going to interject this for a moment. Some of my information will kind of pop around. I am not a financial expert, okay? So I am not giving you official financial advice for legal purposes. I am just sharing with you a tip that I have learned, and I encourage you to look into it on your own time with someone who can give you official legal advice. If you are really doing UGC at a high level, you should look into forming an LLC or some kind of official business structure. And if you have children, you can put your children in your videos and pay them to work for you at a certain amount tax-free. I think it's like $14,000 a year or something like that. If somebody knows the number, you can tell me. But then you can take that money and pay for things in their life, like their medical bills, their school books, their whatever, like things. Again, this is me telling you do the official research because I'm not the finance guy. I just know the basic stuff. But there's a lot of ways that you can talk to a tax strategist and have it break it down for you. I actually learned this even before I was a UGC creator. My mom, she's retired now, but she spent her career as a realtor. And she figured out that she could put me and my younger brother on the payroll. So she used to have us put like stamps on her like mailers she would mail out and like help her hand out flyers, because we really did. We worked for her, and $19K, there you go. Who wouldn't want $19,000 a year tax-free, right? Think about that. And again, you can take that 19 grand and you can do whatever. I mean, you can legitimately pay your kids, put it in like, 529 education fund or savings account, or you can use it for day-to-day stuff. You really can pay for their food and their school supplies and everything else. So again, UGC, this is not, listen, if you treat it like a side hustle, you're gonna make side hustle money. Okay, if you treat it like a jobby, that's what it's gonna be. Do you know what a jobby is? It's a hobby that sometimes makes you money. That's not what you should be. Again, if you're busy and you're just dabbling, that's okay for sure. But if you're here on this call right now, you're probably interested in getting to that place where it is a legitimate business that you own and operate and run. 100% doable. 100% doable. And the good thing is, unlike most businesses, you have virtually no overhead. I mean, yes, you have to live, like you have to survive, obviously, but you don't have to. I mean, everything you need to just start is free. There's a free version of Canva. There's a free version of CapCut. You can use ChatGPT for free. You can get free trials for all of these tools to get your feet wet and learn. And then even when you're really in it at a high level, the overhead is still pretty reasonable. I spend about $2,000 a month on my VA and my editors. I do some of my editing. I outsource a lot of editing. I'll share some links to stuff if you want to check it out. I'm still making a huge profit after I spend that 2K. So the 2K, it's like, oh my God, like spending. And I totally understand this mindset for sure. Like I never had like a regular career. Like I was like, I'm going to be a crazy person and try to become a famous comedian and an actor. And I'll just like work odd jobs my whole life until that happens. But I can imagine if you're in a steady career and you have a steady paycheck, the idea of like spending $2,000 a month, and it doesn't have to be that to start, obviously, like even like a couple $100 a month, even like $50 a month. Like I'm just like spending $50 a month. You're building a business. You're investing it. It's not spending, it's investing. You know what you're investing in? Your time back, your energy back, your ability to be creative and authentic and not exhausted on camera. That is what you're investing in. And that is what you need to be able to level up doing this at the capacity that I know you guys all want to do it. Okay. Let's jump back into the slides because I could keep talking and I love talking to you guys, but I want to like keep us on schedule. And also, if you do, by the way, have like anything like as I'm talking about it, if you have a question that relates to the topic, like throw it in the chat. I am checking the chat every couple minutes to see if there's anything we definitely want to jump into. But you don't want to be like Buzz Lightyear lost in the sea of Toy Story 2. I have been watching Toy Story 2 a lot lately because I have toddlers. And if you don't know it or if you haven't seen it recently, there's the original Buzz, Andy's Buzz, the only Buzz that truly matters. And then there's all the other Buzzes that are the, you know, forgettable ones. You don't want to be the forgettable Buzz. You want to be Andy's Buzz, okay? That's what we're going to do with helping you level up in UGC. Okay. Let me go back to screen share. Yeah. So I keep jumping from the slides to you guys because I want to like see your faces. Let me jump back to slides. Okay, here we go. All right. Perfect. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Okay, here we go. All right. So how do you stand out in a market full of saturation? That's another thing that people always say. It's like, oh, but UGC is so saturated. It's so saturated. Yes, it is. There is saturation. That is true. Okay. I also want to remind you, they're still making new cooking shows. I say this all the time. How many cooking shows are there on TV? There's like more than we'd ever need. They're still making new ones. You know why? Because people are still watching them. So what that tells me is there's still room for you. Okay. There are new businesses entering UGC all the time. Hey, there's Woody. What's up, dude? Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Thank you, Jesse. Okay. So there's new businesses. Sorry, let me jump back in these slides here. There's new businesses entering UGC all the time, and it's totally doable to stand out, be unique, and carve your own lane. So you don't compete, you create. That is the secret. You see the creators who are winning are playing a different ball game. They're using Q4 strategies to target brands with huge budgets. They're using AI to assist them with running their UGC business effectively. Like I showed you with Motion, it helps me a ton. I use ChatGPT all the time. I use ChatGPT a lot for script ideation. What I have found, what helps my process is I come up with like a basic premise of what I want ChatGPT to help me do. So for example, you know, I don't always do funny videos, obviously, but I do like to do them when the brands want them. So I did one recently for Watchbox. It's like it like protects watches. Like if you're traveling, it's like a hard case that you can like throw in a suitcase with a nice watch. So I went into ChatGPT and I was like, hey, write me a comedy UGC script using this protection for my timepiece, but use innuendo like it's like my piece, like my you know what piece, and it's like wrap it up to be safe, protect your piece. And it gave me like a pretty decent script, and I went in and made it better, and I sent it to the client, and he's like, dude, this is hilarious. Yeah, thank you. It's on my, by the way, my portfolio. I'll throw that in the link if you want to. It's like right at the top of my portfolio. I have like my comedy videos are some of my strongest, so I put those to the top. So you want to check it out just as a reference, feel free. My point is, what I find with ChatGPT, it doesn't work well if you just say, write me a script for this, and you just throw in the link to the product. That's not how it works. Say, hey, I'm a dad. I'm almost 40. I've got 2 toddlers. I'm trying to be healthier. I have limited time, but staying fit and healthy and have energy for 2 young kids in my house, that's essential. Also, I love cheesy dad jokes. Throw some dad jokes in this script and make me a 45-second VO for men's, you know, wellness vitamins. That's how you do it. And then it gives you a specific script and you say, hey, do a couple more hooks comparing, you know, X to Y. Give me a CTA focusing on blank. Like you have to feed it like specific things. And then you take that and you craft it into your own voice. That's the way to do it properly. You also can use it for pitches too. Sometimes I'll do that as well. I'll have it write me a pitch email. Please, if you do that, please read through it and make it personal. Yeah. I see some of you guys nodding like, yeah. I know this. Yeah. You can just tell, man. You can tell. It's the same way if you're at a social event and somebody's like talking to you, but you can tell they're like not really in the conversation. They're thinking about something else, or they're just like checked out. That's what it is in email form. But it's okay to take it, save you, 5-10 minutes and be like, oh, good, you got the bulk here. Let me clean it up, add in some personality. Good to go. Okay. So back to the slides. Consider these following examples. All right. I'm Alex. I'm a UGC creator. I charge 60 seconds. I charge 3 6-second videos for $500. Like, imagine if that was my pitch, an email or a DM or whatever, versus I'm Alex. I specialize in Q4 performance, UGC for DTC supplement brands. Last year, your competitor used a similar approach to increase their Black Friday ROAS. If you don't know ROAS, by the way, that's return on ad spend. It's a big deal for brands. Learn these terms. Return on ad spend, KPI, key performance index. All these things are stuff you should be familiar with. How do you learn them? You just type into YouTube or TikTok or on podcast platforms. I want to learn more about basic sales techniques and marketing techniques, and just listen to experts and they'll tell you this stuff. There's so much free information out there. Not all of it's good. Not all of it's accurate. Be discerning. But everything I know of substance, I learned after college. I didn't really learn any. I mean, I went to college and I guess I learned stuff, but like, my reason of saying that is all of these things you can teach yourself from TikTok and YouTube. Anyway, let me go back. Sorry. Here's how I'd approach your Q4 campaign. So again, comparing this message to this message. Same creator, but the difference, you guys see it, right? 10x the pricing, 5K retainer instead of $500. Again, you are showing these brands, I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. People gladly pay me these rates because their investment in my expertise and skills is totally worth it. But I really want to emphasize to you guys, this is the biggest thing. You have to really believe that for yourself. This is probably the most, if you took anything out of this call tonight, I want you to understand that, like, you really have to understand this for yourself and believe it in your soul before the brands will believe it. Let me jump to some of these chat questions because I want to get to them. Yes, Jennifer, I do use my own voice about 90+% of the time. There's nothing wrong per se with the AI voice. Just the question, by the way, is do you use my own voice or the created voice? I just think like they're more impressed with, you as an actual person. Now, I will say, if you find that you are not comfortable in your own voice, maybe for whatever reason, you're just building up that skill or anything else, tons of brands do pay for content with the created voice. If it's shot well and it's telling a good story, that's what matters. You're effectively doing micro storytelling. But I do use it occasionally. Okay, so Kazuri, I hope I said that right. I'm sorry. I'm just starting. Should I do collabs or record products at my house for my portfolio? 100% yes. 100% yes. So I'm going to tell you something, and this might be a little bit different than some of your other coaches. Let me take a sip of water for a second. I've been talking and talking, excuse me. So I treated my early days of UGC similar to when I was just starting out trying to make it as a stand-up comedian. I'm pretty good now, very good. But in the early days, I sucked. Obviously, I was brand new. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do this all the time, everywhere, any way I can, and fine-tune this craft and do those 10,000 hours and get phenomenal. And there's a saying that a friend of mine taught me, and I think it applies to everything. It's be so good they can't ignore you. That's how she was telling me how to crush it as a comedian. You just have to be so good they can't ignore you. That is what it is with UGC as well. And how do you get so good they can't ignore you? You do it a bunch, man. You do it all the time. Now, again, in the very beginning, yeah, what I did is I just took a weekend and picked a bunch of stuff around my house and made a bunch of videos. I went on TikTok and YouTube and studied. And, you guys are in the academy, right? So like, or if you're not yet, you should be, because the resources there are incredible. I was doing it self-taught. I was doing it the hard way, just going on YouTube and TikTok, trying to figure out, like, is this good UGC content? But make that portfolio. Take that gifted collab in the beginning. That's important, okay? There's a window of time where that flips, and you're like, hey, no more gifted collabs, please. Now, listen, if it's like a computer or a refrigerator. I've done those. Yes, I would gladly do a gifted collab. But like I got enough protein powder, guys. I don't need any more. There's too much. I'm literally giving it away. Anyway, my point is with the content, you want to have a mix of niches and styles. Niches, think of like the stuff that you would do. You want to do stuff that you're authentically excited about, but also stuff that you just look like makes sense for you. Like I do a lot of UGC for products for bald guys, obviously. And it's made me a lot of money. I've done head shaver videos, lotions, skincare stuff, all that. I've also done a bunch of videos for life insurance. I don't know anything about life insurance. I mean, I do actually, I know a little bit. I mean, I have a policy, God forbid, but I don't know anything from like a professional salesperson standpoint, of course, but put on a nice collared shirt, look, kind of like whatever. And also they have me do the video as just a guy who bought a life insurance plan. My point is, think about not just like the classic flashy stuff, like food that you like or like fun workout gear. Think about the boring businesses because that's where a lot of money's at. And if you have examples of those, you're really going to stand out. Everybody wants skincare products. Everybody wants cool tech gadgets. Everybody wants, travel. And Jesse's shaking her head no. And everybody wants the cool travel UGC gig, and they're awesome, obviously. But if you can do one about like debt relief or auto insurance or a local contractor in your neighborhood or some, do you have a friend with this? Here's a great idea that I would encourage you to do. Do you have a friend with a small service business? Or just somebody that you know with a local restaurant? Maybe they clean gutters, maybe they groom dogs, whatever. Make them a UGC video and just say, if you're brand new, be like, hey, I'll do it for free. Just share it and tag me like, dude, this creator made me this video. It was incredible. Have them make a video testimonial and a written testimonial. That on your portfolio with, so-and-so, the owner of, cute dog grooming, saying, hey, Jasmine made me this video for my business. It was so authentic, so fun. I got so many customers in from it. That is how you get the brands on board. They want to see proof. They want to see results. I have a whole section on my portfolio at the bottom of just written testimonials from clients being like, dude, crushed it in, so many words. So you want to do, and I'm going to get to these questions again, because I know there's a bunch that are here. The other thing is you want to have different styles, meaning you want to have your talking head, which is like you in front of the camera, just talking, either being authentic, being funny, being whatever. And talking head could be so many things, right? It could be literally just in your car talking about something. It can be a long form product review. It can be an unboxing, whatever. It's good to have a mix of those. But then also it's good to have like heavy B-roll examples, like day in the life videos, or stuff. It's just showing your ability to diversify your skills in the kind of content you can make. I have a couple ASMR videos that I've made. I've had a few like get ready with me, like these different trends, come shopping with me. And then also it'll help you figure out what do you like doing. Like I love talking head. It's very easy for me. You could probably guess that. So it's my favorite. Some people do not like talking head. They don't like talking into the camera. I get it. And you're like, I really love the cool kind of like, time lapse, quick cut videos and stuff. Great. Make a bunch of those. Make them and make them really good. What is so beautiful about the internet, and all you need is this. This is literally all you need, and you can tell stories. All you need, a little bit of creativity in this, and you can tell fascinating stories to people in 15, 30, 60 seconds. And that's why brands will pay you money. Okay. Duran, by the way, I hope I say your guys' names right. So if we don't have any analytics of our own, can we give them ideas from their competition and say, hey, I can do this for you? Yeah, absolutely. I would say a great thing you can do, of course, it's like you kind of lean into that FOMO, right? Or just be like, hey, so-and-so brand, they spent, or whatever, use these tools to help you find stuff. Like they ran this campaign and it crushed for them. I could make something similar for you and do it authentic, and try and have in your pitch, whether it's an email or in the conversation, a few key points. Just think about this, right? When you are doing these meetings, when you are pitching, you are dating these brands, not romantically, obviously, I would think, but you're dating them. You're getting to know each other. Okay. If you're on a date with someone, I'm assuming we've all been on like at least a date at some point in our life. You can tell if the person is actually interested in you and is excited to talk to you, maybe, oh, I love that you love XYZ. We could talk about that. Or if they're just kind of phoning it in, like, I don't know, man, I'm here because I'm just my friends. Maybe he said, you got to get out there and I'm here. It's like, nobody wants that person. Nobody wants that person. If you're like, I just need to make some freaking money doing UGC. Can you please hire me? Like, they will smell that coming out of you. But if you're like, dude, I love what you guys are doing with, the skin lotion for bald dudes. I'm out in the sun a lot. I'm in a hot climate in Atlanta. Yeah, I do need something that'll kind of help, protect my head. Just referencing a company, Bald Bro. Kevin, by the way, Bald Bro, man, if you want to get on that, they're good, dude. They make good stuff. Keeps your skin hydrated, protects it in the sun. Okay. Let's see here. Daryl, I've been in sales, but these are things I need to learn right here. Terminology these businesses are looking for. Yeah, it's just good to know this stuff. Again, it's not like, don't get in your head like, oh, wait, I don't remember like this term, that term. But it makes you, it makes you look credible, but also two, like I've been in conversations where the brands will just throw that out because that's their lingo and they just assume that I know it because I'm making content that they use for ads. So they just figure like, of course, you know what like KPIs are and ROAS and all that kind of stuff. So I would encourage, I've been doing this too also. I would encourage you guys, to the extent that you have the time and interest, start listening to some just general marketing podcasts or YouTube shows, not even UGC specifically, but just how brands and marketing agencies are talking about the industry in 2025, because you're also going to learn the other ways that these brands advertise. A lot of brands, they do UGC as a part of their marketing strategy. So it's important to know like, oh, they're already doing high level stuff with running like ads on Hulu or, professionally shot commercials on YouTube, whatever. And just having that background of like knowing how all of this stuff works, it will just make you a stronger creator in UGC. I'm going to try and jump through all these. Yeah. Sample videos, portfolio finally done. Start pitching brands. So this is for Bad and Boogie. I love that. Whoever you are, great name. How many to pitch a day? That's up to you. I would say never too many. Now, never too many does exist when you start getting booked. Then you can definitely have too many, because the last thing you want to do, and I made this mistake early on, is you have like a floodgate come in at once and it's like, oh my God, how am I going to hit these deadlines? But you got to just put yourself out there. And also you can follow up, and if you don't hear back, like I have never been ghosted so much than I have by, brands where you just reach out and it doesn't, they don't give you a response. It's okay. You know what I mean? So I would say as many as you can get to. I will say, speaking of, I will share another thing with you guys if you are interested in this. Another affiliate I am part of, but I find this is incredibly valuable if you want to make the investment. There is a platform called Wovo. By chance, have any of you guys heard of Wovo? It's a little bit newer. Wovo, what it does, it's effectively a job board where it has all the UGC jobs in one place from across the internet. Everything from Backstage, LinkedIn, X, etc. Yeah. And what it does is right now they have a limited number of forever founder spots where it's one price and you are a member for all time forever. I bought one. I'm in there. WOVOO.ai. Of course, if you just want to go straight in, I do have an affiliate code. It would help me out if you use that. Of course, do what's best for you, but just being transparent, if you're already going to go there anyway, would really do me a solid. I put it in the chat. They're mostly US based jobs. There's a lot of international ones, but I don't know if I can give you an exact percentage. I don't remember, but from my experience, there's plenty. But there's also a whole community element. The two people who founded it, Ian and Paula, they lead like town halls where we like chat, and it's like similar to this in a way. And there's other resources on there. So right now, I believe there are 15 forever founder spots left, and then they're gone. They're not going to like have too many, because the whole point is like it's a privilege to get in early so that you have forever access, and it's not just everybody gets forever access. So it's $167 one time forever. Now that could feel like a big investment for some people, but I can tell you right now, my average UGC job pays for that 3 times over. So if you're already like, I'm in it, and you're already jumping around all day, LinkedIn, X, Backstage, whatever, this puts it all. They have also great filtering tools where you can, I do not know if it's available in India. I mean, I know that you could get on the platform. I wouldn't be able to tell you how many India-based jobs there are, but I do know that they are pretty responsive. You could for sure like reach out. Like if you go to the website and check it out. Yeah, Vidsy is great for Europe. I have gotten work off of it. I've gotten work off Wovo and Vidsy. I've gotten Vidsy work here in the States, but it's definitely more, more Europe focused. But yeah, so that's one I just recommend for fine tuning, again, saving yourself time and energy. You got one main dashboard you can go to and have all the jobs there. And then you use your AI tools to get your pitching refined. Golden. And I will put all these affiliate links in the chat as many times as you guys want. I'll also DM them to you, email them to you, just follow up. Because I want you guys to succeed, obviously. Like I want us all to win together. That's why we're here. 500, so hold on. Yeah, I saw 500 should be the goal, but how do you get something in place that would help me get that number every day? Because I wouldn't be able to do that manually. I have 2 toddlers too. There are tools. So I know there's one, I don't have an affiliate code for Bento, but I know Bento has an AI agent built in. You can also train things like Motion to do AI pitching for you. Excuse me. You can also, I'll do one more plug for you guys. You can also hire a VA, a virtual assistant. Anybody here by chance have a virtual assistant? Just throw in the chat. Let me know if you have one for any of your UGC work. Cool. Yeah. So you guys feel free to share. I have a virtual assistant. Her name is Ja. She's in the Philippines. She works for me at 40 hours a week for $5 an hour. And I don't know about you guys, but $5 an hour feels pretty reasonable to have a full-time employee helping me, because over there, $5 an hour is actually like a, livable wage. The average I'm repeating what I have learned from my research and chatting, but the average family in the Philippines makes like $13,000 a year. So what Ja does for me is she helps with all of my outreach. She helps with making sure I'm on top of my just schedule and organizing my briefs and my invoices. She also handles helping schedule my content output, meaning when I finish those jobs, then I have separate UGC. Wow, 3. That's even cheaper. Yeah, I went for someone who was 5. I felt like she was a little bit, higher level, but maybe I'm overpaying. I don't know. Train of thought. I just lost it. 1 second. You should have separate social accounts. I've been talking for like an hour, guys. Bear with me. I have separate social accounts just for my UGC content where I post them. And so people can see this is the work that I've done. We'll get it more into that content later, but Ja, my VA, helps me with the output. Yes, Wovo is 167 for the forever access. So that means you pay it one time, and then for the entirety of the platform, you have full access to everything. Okay, so I think I jumped through those questions. And so the VA, I'll answer this. My VA does the things I mentioned, where the main thing she helps me with managing my inbox, researching and sending outbounds to the brands when stuff comes in, making sure that like I'm getting responses out in a timely fashion. The simple answer is helping me stay organized, but also, helping with my client outreach, she does a little bit of video editing for me, not a ton, but some. I have other editors I use more so. She helps with posting it and getting it out. So I have a specific UGC account for my for all my content on TikTok, X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. So every video I make goes out there. Some of the boring I'm answering these questions here, by the way, Natalie. Some of the boring jobs come from Wovo for sure. There's a lot of like SaaS, software as a service, and tech stuff on there for sure that you can see. But some of the boring businesses also is just I started following. Like I'll just start. On one of my UGC accounts, I'll follow like insurance companies and things like that, and then the algorithm will feed me their content, and then I will have my VA go and try and find them. Where did I find my VA? I'm glad you asked, because I have. You guessed it, another code for you guys. Now, I will let you know that I use a company called Sphere Rocket. Sphere Rocket is a full service VA hiring and staffing company, meaning that it's not like some people hire a VA just from like Upwork or I have VAs that hit me up sometimes, like they reach out to me on X. They're like, hey, I could be a VA, I could work for you. And you could for sure do that route. There's a cheaper way to do it. I did that first. I had a VA that I got from, like, they just slid into my DMs and it was fine for a bit, but she couldn't do what I needed. This company, Sphere Rocket, has like an entire operation behind them. Then they have like trainings that you can have your VA take on, like social media output. Yeah, the link is right here. Sorry. So those links there's the landing page. They can learn more about the company. Justin Nelson is the guy who built it. So he's the founder of the VA company. He's a realtor who learned the values of VAs with his business and has a whole VA company. The Calendly link is if you're already ready to schedule a call with their sales team, you can just jump right in. So you've got the Calendly link. If you want to take a sales call, if you want to learn more about the operation, that bottom link there is that. Yes, you're welcome. Sphere Rocket is a bit more expensive. They have admin fees and whatnot. So just giving you that rundown. But I will tell you from my experience, I got a really good candidate. I got somebody really, really good. And for me, I was at the point where, like, my time is valuable. I need somebody who's on it, who helps me with these things. And her background was in doing social media for restaurants. So I was like, okay, great. So you understand the world of promoting a business. You understand making content. So she just, like, is in that lane and helps me with things, helps me, like I said, get all my invoices, all that stuff. But VAs can do all kinds of things. People hire VAs to take sales calls, to do their accounting sometimes, to do cold outreach for, like, client stuff, handle their phone calls. But for the UGC world, it's really helping with, also, you could even hire a VA to help you just, like, practice doing talking head to someone to just give you feedback. I'm saying, if you don't have somebody, in your network, you just want to have a random person. The thing about the Philippines is the other reason that it's a good place to hire from, other than the cost of living, is they have a pretty good how do I say this? Like their accent is easy to understand in English. Like when they speak English, it's one of the accents that just is, easier to comprehend. And the Philippines was a U.S. colony for like 50 years or something. So they're just more immersed in American culture. So there's like a little bit of an easier, like, understanding of, like, how things operate in the States. LT, how do you ask for case studies and use the studies to improve your UGC? So there's a few ways you can do it. It does not always happen. So just keep in mind that, like, if you ask and you don't receive, it's not on you. It's some brands are very particular, but it's literally as simple as you ask, like, hey, I would love to hear back. I would love to check in 30 days from now. How did the ad do? What was the click-through rate? What was the CPM? What were the KPIs? Also, yeah, there you go. Filipino, your medium of speech in school is English. Perfect. Yeah. So I highly recommend it. You can't put it in your contract for sure. Some brands will say, oh, we can't do it, blah, blah, blah. I'll say this. You're not going to put it, this scenario will not happen. It's not going to go in your contract and have a brand say, you know what, forget the deal. We're canceling, you're fired. I don't want to work with you. Lose my number. They might say, we don't share that information, for XYZ reasons. But sometimes they will. And sometimes they're like, well, I can't give you all this data, but I will give you that data. It definitely is one that is case by case, but if you can get it, it is valuable. All right, let me jump back into these slides. So, I'm a little bit behind, but that's okay. I think we're all getting valuable information here. All right, let me go back and make sure I'm sharing my screen properly. If you're just starting out, is Wovo worth joining? I would say it's worth joining. I mean, to me, you book one UGC gig and you pay for it. And I would say you have one website, one dashboard to go to every day that gives you all the latest. It's updated in real time. And I do believe the Academy will have this recording posted. So do what you got to do. No worries at all. Completely understand. Jade, tips for applying to Coley briefs. Yeah, I mean, just do your best stuff. I would say, now, are you trying to get accepted into Coley, or once you're in Coley, trying to land those jobs? They're kind of the same thing, I guess, but really just try and make it personal. Like I said, if the brand has something that you can apply to your life to make you stand out, That is what you want to include, in the pitch. Yeah, to land the job. Yeah, like don't just make it generic. And try and have an example. A lot of the Coley jobs you can link a video or upload it. You want to have a video that's in the same niche. If they want an ASMR video, don't put a talking head. If they're a company that sells potato chips, put a food video. If it's another chip, that's even better. But don't do like, well, this laundry video is really fun. Yeah, sure. But they want to see something, similar. If you're like, well, I don't have that content yet, maybe try making some, maybe take some time and add that to your portfolio. And then what would you say next step after completing your portfolio? Next step is apply everywhere. Apply everywhere. Apply everywhere. That is my advice to you. Pitching, email pitching for sure is a really great, really, really strong way to do it. It's kind of the best job because, you're not paying percentages to the platforms. Like some of the platforms, for example, like Join Brands, there's a lot of jobs on there, but they take 20% of what you get. The other ones like Coley jobs pay well for sure, but the brand is obviously paying you less than if you work directly because they're paying Coley a fee. But also if you do it via email, you own that relationship. Now I have also had jobs that I've landed from, I'm on all the platforms. I don't use them as much now because I'm so busy, but I'll dabble here and there. Like if there's a product that I want and I have free time, sure. But I'm on like Clip, Coley, Join Brands, Trend, Breakaway. I mean, all of them. I don't really do Billo. They're just, the rates are too low for me. But my point is I have had many jobs that I did on a brand and then we connected offline and, did jobs directly together in the future. Yeah, Join Brands can take forever. That's for sure to accept the job. Should you have contract for every deal or no? I would say you should have some kind of contract for every deal. Absolutely. I would say, I don't think, I understand that you might be like, it's unnecessary. It's just like a small thing, whatever. I don't think it's that crazy to just be like, hey, just have a standard contract. It's like a simple one page. You can have ChatGPT help you write one. But I think you're just doing yourself a better service to have something. And yeah, Billo is good if you're brand new. And emailing when I pitch to any brand that I'm wanting to work with, or Insta Twitter, all those, Bad and Boogie, all those. I would say if you really want to do this, just as much time as you've got to put into it. I say you want to cast a wide net and place a smart bet. What I mean by that, I know it's like I rhyme things, but it makes sense. I want you everywhere in the beginning, and then where you see where your momentum is coming from, double down on that. I want you casting wide nets and placing smart bets. Okay, get out everywhere, all the platforms, pitch everywhere you can, Instagram DMs, Twitter DMs, all that kind of stuff. And then when you see what's working for you, double down on that. Should we be the ones creating the contracts? Yeah, you can use one through ChatGPT. I mean, I'll be honest. I have a contract that an attorney wrote for me, but I own a creative agency. So I have contracts from back before I was even doing UGC, and I was doing more like high level podcast stuff. So I just applied the language to that. But I think to start out, you could just start with a like ChatGPT one. And then if you find that you're like, okay, you know what, like I'm getting busier, I'm booking a lot, you could invest in having like a formal one written up. Yeah, you can also, they send the contract, put in the chat, ask ChatGPT if there are any issues. You can also, there's another company I'll mention real quick called DoPay. I don't know if you guys have heard of DoPay or if anybody uses DoPay. I'll pull it up, dopayme.com. So this is one thing. I have not had to use it, fortunately, but what it does is they will send out demand letters on your behalf if you are owed money. It's from a real legal firm. So the demand letter is coming from a lawyer. I do have a code for you, AlexG25, all caps. I put it in the chat. If you want to sign up for a year, $25 off for the year. What is DoPay? What DoPay effectively is insurance, where if you're owed money, they'll send a demand letter on your behalf, but also they have an AI contract checking tool, and they will give you a report on the contract and note any red flags, anything you need to be aware of, anything that, they think could be concerning. And then lastly, they have an invoice tool as well. You can use Canva to make your invoices. You could even, I guess, use like Google Doc, but DoPay has a good invoicing tool that I like. Guys, I want to answer all of these questions. I do need to jump back into the slides because there's some stuff that we want to make sure we present. But I love the engagement. I love the enthusiasm. I'm so happy. And if you guys are just enjoying this, if you're having a good time, if you're getting value out of this, do me a favor, throw one in the chat so I know that you're taking a lot from this. That would make me happy to see. And then we'll jump right back in. Awesome. Okay, let's jump back into the slides. Okay, so talked about leveling up your pitching and going from $500 to a $5K retainer. Now, this is the same positioning I used to land that $10,000 deal with the cannabis company, all right? I stopped being a UGC creator and I became a Q4 strategist who uses UGC as a vehicle. Brands started seeing me as an investment. That is the key. See you as an investment, a revenue partner, an ambassador, an actual face of the brand. I became irreplaceable. And the 2025 Q4 secret: be so good that you can't be ignored. Again, what we talked about a second ago. All right. Stop being just a fixed cost. In the next 30 minutes, you'll have a 4-year marketing degree. First pillar: creating content that converts. I know we already kind of jumped into a lot of that about like authenticity, humor, make it personal to your life, all those things. That is what converts, okay? Brands don't want aesthetic content. They want content that makes them money. Now, sometimes it happens to be aesthetic and it makes them money, but the latter is what they care about. Obviously, we all know this. That means understanding Q4 holiday specific strategies, okay? What makes Q4 content different? Again, the urgency is built in. People have the FOMO. It's the holidays, emotional stakes. Visual context is very important around the holidays. You want to see that it's seasonal, fall, festive, social proof. People trust recommendations during gift giving season because they want the person to be able to receive that perfect gift. Now, last thing I want to make sure I don't gloss over, you guys see there at the bottom, the mistake that most creators make is they focus on holiday aesthetic instead of holiday psychology. Pretty fall leaves are nice, but understanding why people buy during differently in Q4 that's how you make the content that converts. So here are the 5 holiday content types that brands cannot get enough of. All right, we have gift guide testimonials, holiday transformation stories, behind the scenes holiday prep, holiday problem solvers, seasonal social proof. I'm going to leave this slide up for a second because I want you guys, if you feel so inclined, to screenshot or write these down. And when you're done, your homework is to go on TikTok, go on Twitter, go on YouTube, look up these terms, and you will start seeing examples of these jobs. You will see on TikTok videos that have hundreds of thousands of views that are doing this format. What are you going to do with that video? You're going to study it. You're going to say, hey, what did they do? How can I do something similar? Don't replicate it exactly. Make it your own. Use it for inspiration. Okay, so Black Friday psychology, why people buy differently, scarcity mindset, permission psychology, the gift justification loop. All of these things are essential to keep in mind for these Q4 campaigns. Go back one. Oh, we got that. Okay. So becoming a Q4 strategist, looking at this pillar, right? At the bottom, you're just a general creator, kind of the basics, moving all the way up. Seasonal creator, holiday specialist, the Q4 expert. That is where you're getting those 3K and 10K packages. And again, it's understanding the psychology of this content that's going to move the needle. Also, if you are in a position where you have a call with a brand or even an email exchange back and forth, if you have ideas you're excited about, pitch them. They might like it. Like I mentioned, I crush at podcast style content. That stuff is doing very well right now. So now with a lot of the brands I mentioned, by the way, I've seen a lot of clients of mine have a lot of success, have a lot of high ROAS, high return on ad spend when doing the podcast style UGC. I would love to add a second video. If they already had like a idea they want, for example, let's do a second one or even a third one with my wife and I can do a podcast conversation back and forth. Add that in. Here's an example of one I just did. And they're like, oh, yeah, great idea. So like see what you're already good at, you like doing, you're natural at, pitch it to them. They might not take it, but they'll be impressed that you are so confident in your skills and abilities that you already know enough to know that like this is content that has done well. You're going to show them I'm not just some run-of-the-mill creator. I am a strategist. Use the Google Ads library. Use the Meta Ads library. All of this data, or the gift holiday searches, of course. All of this data and information is available to you. You'll start to notice Q4 UGC ads that are proven formats. Save these ads and replicate them. Bonus surprise at the end, we're giving away free access to my personal library of 1,000 winning Q4 UGC ads. All right, look at this. This is just a couple of examples of winning ads. All right. The content conversion formula, the hook, there's pain. You're going to solve that problem. You're going to have proof of how you're going to solve that problem. Call to action. Okay. Very simple. Hook, pain, solution, proof, call to action. Another way to think of this, again, I think in rhymes, we talked about that. When I have my sales calls, when I have, intake or exploratory calls and meetings with brands, clients, whatever, I have a system in my head that I do. I say, I'm going to hook them, I'm going to cook them, and I'm going to book them. All right. Hook them, cook them, and book them. Hook them. Pretty straightforward, right? Get them engaged, get them interested. Okay. Yeah. Let's figure it out here. Cook them. That's when we're just doing the thing, the magic. That is the most important part. Okay. The sauce is being made. We're finding synergy. And then I've done everything to get them to understand they would be losing money by not working with me. That's how you book them. Okay. Same mindset with creating your content. Another thing I do, I call it the triple G method. Okay. First, you're going to grab their attention. This is what you're making your content, right? That's the hook. Then you're going to gain their trust. Again, that all comes from pain, solution, proof. Get the sale, CTA. Grab their attention, gain their trust, get the sale. Triple G. Brought to you by me. That's an Alex Getlin original. All right. Stop making content. Start making content that converts. So the next step is making sure our portfolio shows we're Q4 strategists. Your portfolio is not an art gallery. It should look professional. It should look nice. It is not your Pinterest page. I want you to understand that. These are very different things. All right. I don't really mess with Pinterest. I had a crash course in Pinterest when my wife and I got engaged because learned all about Pinterest in that window of time. Yeah, Jasmine, you see you smiling. You know what's up. Yeah. Engaged ladies love a Pinterest board. Anyway, my point is though, we're talking about the portfolio. Okay. It's your sales arsenal. Section 1, your offer. Hey, I specialize in Q4 performance UGC by helping maximize holiday revenue through strategic content. Section 2, showcase Q4 specific content, gift guide angles, holiday messaging, urgency, all of that stuff. Section 3, if you can put them together, case studies, any results or metrics from your work. As you do this more and more, again, anything, even if you can't get that hard data, but you can just get the brand to show that they hired you back twice, or they wrote you a good testimonial, anything, all of that is just social proof. Hey, other people think I'm great. Do you want to be the only one that doesn't know how great I am? Come on. You don't want to be that person, do you? Look at all them. Be like them. They're happy. That's what you're doing. If you're starting from zero, here's what you do. If hypothetically you are brand spanking new and you're just UGC curious and you're like, where do I go? This is exactly what you're going to do, okay? Use the psychology principles above to analyze a competitor. You still want to establish authority. For example, this UGC ad has been working really well for X brand and Y niche. I believe it could work really well for you because it's Q4 psychology. Would you be open to testing this out? So that is so much more powerful than I create content for brands. That is so much more of like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I'm not just some random hire. I'm a legitimate professional. Now, I can imagine many of you are probably thinking, yeah, Alex, I've heard the term fake it till you make it. I totally get all this, but like, I don't know. I just, and I don't like that term, by the way. I don't like saying fake it till you make it because it implies lying, which I do not encourage. What I say, another rhyme coming for you, I want you to fail it until you nail it. Okay. What that means is I want you taking that work, doing it. If you have free time right now, if you have spare hours in the day and you are not where you want to be doing UGC and you want this to work, Use those hours to get better. Make sample content for your portfolio. Study the ads that are working. Listen to podcasts and YouTube channels from sales and marketing experts about their world. Research brands that you are interested in and study their pages. See what kind of content they're making. Because the more that you do that, the more you will reflect and realize, oh, now I kind of actually really do know what I'm talking about. And there'll be kind of that moment where that flip switches and you're like, yeah, I'm a legitimate strategist. And I just know that mindset because for me, it was, I don't know, maybe like 13 and a half years ago when I was like a year into doing stand-up. And then there was just this like one moment where I like was doing a show and I was like kind of really in the flow state and watching the audience. And I was like, dude, these people are like really enjoying themselves. Wow. Like I'm okay. I'm a real comedian now. Like this is the real deal. And I made some money that night and I was like, okay. And all it took was like allowing myself to accept that reality. And it was like overnight, bam, floodgates open. Same with UGC. For me, for sure. I'll be honest. When I first started, it took me a couple months to really crack and like really get it going because I was going from doing something very different. Like I had some skills that I could do, but I had to like relearn how to present for UGC. And then there was this kind of a moment where I was like, no, I know what I'm doing now. I know what I'm doing. This is going to work. I'm going to make a lot of money doing this. And once I just took that in and like really, not just like, I'm just going to tell myself, but like really understand it, saying it out loud and believing it. I cannot tell you guys like how powerful that really is. Let me check the chat real quick because I know you guys have been throwing stuff in here. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, there'll be more time for Q&A. Thank you, Will, for just letting them know. Let's see. Yeah. Holiday content type also work in India. Listen, I'm sure that wherever you are in the world, India or any country, holidays are holidays universally, globally. Everybody loves their holidays, whatever you guys are celebrating over there. Look at, and the great thing to do is look at the businesses and industries in India and see how they tailor those campaigns and go around that. Is this more for DM pitching or does it work for email pitching too? I mean, I would say email pitching is definitely like more professional and stronger. I end up using DM pitching to get the email of who to talk to. Now, sometimes, so I keep the DM pitching a lot shorter, where it's just like, hey, I'm a content strategist and UGC creator. Here's my portfolio. I love that you guys do XYZ. I have so many examples with blank. Would love to chat. Then I typically get to like, oh, great, let's move it over to email. We have a team who will talk to you. Also, what DMs are great for are local businesses. Your small stuff or in your neighborhood or your community, contractors, vendors, restaurants, boutiques, whatever. Those folks need content for sure. And they will be exceptionally grateful. I will tell you this, the other thing I've learned about UGC creators from the brand side, UGC creators are a little bit, they're kind of like lawyers in the sense that like some people have had a lawyer that really screwed them over and some people had a lawyer that saved their freaking life. And some people just like, yeah, I don't know, there's like a bunch of lawyers, like whatever. And so I have met brands that have like, we hired some creators and it was a huge waste of money. And then it's like, look, I get that. You hired a different creator. And I use this analogy and I'm like, it happens to be that we do the same work. It does not mean that we're doing the same work. You know what I mean? Like different skills, different expertise. And sometimes if you, explain it that right way, they'll come around. If you're new, then you're new and you just, get that portfolio as good as you can. But I wouldn't say that you say, I am new. I would just say, I've got some great examples in my portfolio, even if it's like 4 videos. It's like, here's some videos. Don't even feel the need to justify it's only 4. They don't know that. For all they know, you have your 4 best, don't. And I will say, she's iPhone. Yeah, I don't know who is that. If that your name is she, what's up? Just I like to say people's names, makes it a little more personal. But either way, she's iPhone. I get it. You're new. Oh, Sherry Lou. Okay, awesome. Well, hello, Sherry Lou. It's good to meet you. If you, and I understand this 100%, if you're like in your head telling yourself, I'm new at this, I'm new, I'm green, I'm not, that will permeate. They will feel it. And it's okay that you're new. That's great. It means you've got, ambitions and goals and bright eyes and, you're excited to start this new thing and lean into that and remind yourself like you're doing the work. If you just keep doing the work, you will get better at the craft. I would say to put at the top your best stuff. So once you have somebody asked what to put at the top of the portfolio, and I think you should always act professional, even if you're new. You should always act professional. They will only take you as seriously as you take yourself, 100%. I don't get in the least bit political on these because I'm politically homeless and I don't want to talk about politics. But the one thing I will say is there are many people in positions of power in all aspects of anything that have no business being there, and they just believed in themselves. They just believed, I deserve this. I want it. I'm going to get it. Give it to me. Left, right, old, young, whatever. We know these people, right? They have no business being in charge of us, but they are. So why let them get to have that success, right? Okay. Excuse me. I am politically homeless. I didn't make that term up, but I am married to it. I think a lot of folks are at this point, right? But I don't even want to get into it. Anyway, so this back to the UGC, what to put in your portfolio. I would say once you have like niches, you can break it down by niche, but just to start, I would just have on there like your best stuff. Like on my portfolio, my 2 top categories, I have comedy videos and then podcast style because that's my special sauce. That's what I do better than anybody. And brands like that. Then below that, I have tech and AI. I do a lot of stuff with tech and AI. It's a very popular lane. That's what I have. And if I put my portfolio link in the chat, and if you go to any of my social profiles, it's on there as well. Okay, let me jump back into the slides. So let me go back. Yeah, so we talked about how this is so much more, it'll get you so much more respected than using that kind of like casual chat. Going back into this. Yeah, so it's night and day difference when you start learning just a little bit of Q4 strategy. However, the portfolio only solves the portfolio problem. We can have the best Q4 UGC content in the world and the best portfolio, but that's not going to help us if no brands actually know who we are. Truth, about 90%, 99% of UGC creators, nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows who you are. You need to consistently put yourself out there. This is essential. Consistently put yourself out there. I have so many talented and creative friends in the industry who are 10 times better than me at UGC, but they're making less income than me because they're not putting themselves out there in an effective way. So I think so we talked about this. I think some of these slides got repeated. Give me a second here. Yeah. So again, when you're putting yourself out there, you want to talk about, again, displaying knowledge of your Q4 strategy, using brand lingo that we talked about, name association, all of that. And where do you find the brands to pitch? That's what we all want to know. Before I get into that, I just want to mention one more thing I wanted to elaborate on. I didn't know if there's a slide on this, is that putting yourself out there means putting content on your socials. You don't have to put it on your own social. I have separate socials just for my UGC content. I have a UGC only TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. I put all of my content on there showing, hey, I made this ad for this brand. I'm really good. This is what I do. Brands see that and they're like, oh, these are great examples. I also engage, sorry guys, I'm losing my voice a little bit here. I engage with other creators on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, all the time. So, hey, that was a great video. I loved how you shot this. Oh yeah, good luck with that brand deal coming through. Always, always, always interact with other creators. That is how you stay active on the algorithm. Also, post stuff about your process. Hey, I'm trying some new shots for Get Ready With Me. I bought this little tripod I can clip onto my shopping cart. Here's the shot of me doing the thing. Here's the actual shot. Like all that stuff is just showing I know how to make cool content. I really do this at a high level. You can put your content on that you're making on your personal. That's fine. Yeah, there's nothing against it. I just personally like to separate the two. It really just depends on like If you don't really use your personal for much else, then yeah, go for it. I would say if it's like a mix of a lot of personal life stuff that is not related to the UGC, I would probably separate it just because you want, like when the brands and the marketing people find your pages, you want them to like see a lot of the same stuff. So they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to hire this person. Um, so you have on your portfolio food, eyewear, kids furniture, real estate, other niches. Yeah, I mean, anything that you're interested in, but I would say apps, tech, games, software, boring stuff like insurance, debt relief, all that's good. Okay, so back to where to find the brands. Apollo.ao. It is a AI lead sourcing system. Credit to Gloria. You guys know Gloria Stonelake, the genius behind UGC Academy. She helped me with my AI pitching system. You can filter by brands that are actively spending on TikTok or meta ads, meaning they have the budget. You can also see which brands are using UGC already, meaning that they're likely to be hiring more UGC creators. There's Gloria, of course, making pretty solid money, I would say. And if you're like me, you're not tech savvy at all, don't worry about it. We have a solution for you at the end, okay? But before that, do you see how everything we've discussed today will separate you from the rest of UGC creators? I think you guys are clearly understanding that. I've been kind of jumping back into the chat throughout. Some of these slides are here just to make sure that we got to these things if I didn't already naturally get to it in the conversation. So we'll keep rolling. And you want to be one of those 1% creators. You want a clear path to get you to that 1%. Okay. It's simple. It is not easy. This is important. There's a difference. It's simple, but it's not easy. Like fitness, go to the gym, eat clean. But if it was so easy, everybody would be in the top 1%. So what actually separates the real top 1%? The answer is systems. The truth is, every UGC creator wants to make six figures. So the difference between a winner and a loser isn't the goal that they set. The difference is that the system that they have. So look, setting your goals and focusing on your systems, do those two things and you will succeed. That is the secret sauce. Again, you have to do both. All right. If you want to be able to churn out, you have to make sure you don't burn out. Yes, another rhyme. I hit you with it. Okay. Again, if you want to be able to churn out that content, churn out those email pitches, churn out the engagement on social, you have to make sure you're not burning out. Systems in place, give yourself rest days. Find, you like build this as a business that operates. Have operational systems in place.
Yeah, for sure. That's not a bad thing. I always recommend students to start, and Deja, I see your chats in the chat there, to start creating UGC as soon as possible, even if it's not even actually for a brand, because the best way to get better at UGC, I always say it, is to create UGC, right?
Yeah, I have some videos on my portfolio. I have like 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and
Cool.
once you've gone through Deja's, I'm happy to like share a few examples of mine.
Yeah, for sure. I'd be very happy to review them. Missy, what wins are you kind of having right now?
Yeah, so for the one brand that I've been working with, I found them on SideShift. And it's super easy to go, I feel like, viral with them. So it's been like really exciting this month. I've had a couple videos over 1 million views, a couple over 10 million.
Wow.
Yeah, and the bonuses have been really nice. So
Wow. Oh my
yeah.
gosh. That's amazing. That is purely amazing. I feel like it'd be very beneficial to even break down why it went viral. Do you have an understanding of why they went viral?
So yes, it's a lot of it. It's for a cheating app. So like it's very rage baity. And so I think that is why it, catches so much attention. So I'm just trying to figure out like how I can apply that to my other jobs that I'm doing, because I'm like, there has to be more to it, I feel like, of why it's going so viral. I don't know, at least I hope.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure like that is one reason, but I'd love to even break it down more to see like what else? Get those links ready. Get like a few of your links ready of like your top viral videos, and I'm gonna review them after Deja's.
Okay.
Deja, I see your drive in the chat. Oh, it looks like I need access. Can you give me access?
Oh gosh, how do you do that?
I just requested. I sent invite to your email.
Okay.
You just accept it on.
Okay.
Look, there we go. Share my screen with you guys. Wow, that's so exciting, Missy. I'm like so happy for you. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. That's just the beginning, to be honest. Once you go viral once, it's very easy to go viral again and again and again.
It's nice once you start getting like more and more followers, because I definitely feel like it pushes out your content to more people.
Yeah, for sure. That's when the algorithm starts to trust you. I've gone viral on 3+ accounts so far in my career, and it's when the algorithm trusts you enough to just like shoot your content out to your ideal viewer.
Yes.
All right, let's jump in.
Stop lighting your candles like it's 2017 and stop burning your fingertips. I swapped my lighters for this candle warmer from Cupcakes and Cashmere, and I'm super satisfied with the results. No flames, no fumes, no burnt fingers, and way safer around kids. There's also no giant crater or ashes in the middle of my candle like you get from a lighter. The scent lasts longer and fills an entire room without the smoke smell. Just a clean, cozy vibe. Honestly, it feels like a huge upgrade for my home and absolutely worth it. Once you add this candle warmer to your home, you'll never go back to using lighters.
Wow, I like that video.
So I struggle with content a lot. So
in what way?
So a lot of ways. So like the idea, how do you say it? When you think of the idea, so it takes me a while to think of the idea, and it takes a while for me to script. And then, yeah, so it's just, I can't get a lot of content out because I'm stuck at the scripting and knowing what to even script about.
Yeah, for sure. I think you telling yourself that is the bottleneck. Because this video is good, and I think you're better than 80% of UGC creators out there. I'm going to be real with you. Your shots were very clean, Deja. I guess anyone else, Brianna and Missy, do you guys have any like advice for Deja on this? Like what review do you have to give her on this video?
Honestly, I thought it flowed really, really well. I liked how it was upbeat, and I liked how every couple seconds you were changing the view, or changing like the camera angle. And what you were saying matched what was going on behind scenes. Like I liked when you were like, when you like made that coffee, whatever. Like I really liked it. I would buy that.
I agree, and I really liked the point about like what it's paused on, like the no burnt fingers, and because honestly, that's so relatable. For the longest time, I literally would not light candles unless I had like the grill type of lighters because I was like afraid of burning my fingers and stuff like that. So I think you did a really good job of hitting on like real pain points, and that's what people look for. So.
Okay, yeah, I always think a lot about my content, and that one actually took a while for me to like script. So yeah, I think it's just the overthinking, probably.
Yeah, I think it's the overthinking. Overthinking is the art of creating problems from nothing. Seems like you're a really, really strong content creator. I'm going to be real with you. You put a lot of practice into creating content, and for you to tell yourself, hey, I'm not that good, and I feel like I'm not that good at creating content, what if you told that to your friend that made this video, right? Your friend would be offended, because the video genuinely, I think it's really good. I mean, like, look at the lighting. You have great lighting. You're centered, right? This is all centered. There's cool shots. There's a lot of movement. You're using like the 2 to 3 second rule, where every 2 to 3 seconds, you're bouncing in the next shot and the next scene, whatever. It flows very well. I mean, for you to tell yourself this is a bad piece of content and you're a bad UGC creator, That'd be very false because I think this is very well done, and deep down, I feel like you know that too. You know.
Okay,
But
thanks. Because yeah, I want the perfectionist is there because I don't know. I just feel like it can always be better, you know.
have you heard this? Yeah, have you heard this quote from Tony Robbins where he said perfectionism is the lowest standard on the planet? Have you heard of that before?
Yeah, and I've been trying to wrap my head around it and trying to understand it for a while. So
What it
yeah.
means is like, it means that nothing is ever perfect. If we look at ourselves as human beings, like we all make mistakes. I still, sometimes when I walk, I still trip on the sidewalk. Sometimes when I still, like, I'm imperfect, right? I'm not perfect at walking. I'm not perfect at speaking. I'm not perfect at anything. But we can get better at things. But at the end of the day, as human beings, we all will make mistakes, you know? And if we understand that we're always going to make mistakes, and it just, what really matters about mistakes is what we learn from them and how we get back up from them, right? If we truly
Right.
understand that, making a mistake is actually going to be a strength. Because back in school and college, I don't know if you guys noticed, but they programmed us to feel bad if we made a mistake on a test. If we got something wrong, if we got an answer wrong, they'd make us feel bad about it. They'd be like, no, you got it wrong. That's going to impact your grade, right? A percentage of your grade. So we were taught from a very early age, starting in kindergarten, to program our brain to think that mistakes are bad. Our brain is programmed like that. So right now we're all on a journey in business where we have to unprogram our brain and re-brainwash ourselves to understand that mistakes are actually a strength, you know?
Mm-hmm.
What's not a
Okay.
strength from mistakes, the only time a mistake is not okay is when you made the mistake already once and you didn't take time to learn from it, right? Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in this infinity loop of making the same mistake, you know? So we always write down, like, especially for UGC videos, if there's a couple mistakes in the videos, we write it down or we completely understand and learn it so we can move on to the next thing. Have you heard of Bloom's taxonomy? Has anyone heard of this before?
No.
What it is a framework for understanding how to learn certain objectives. And school is not going to teach us this. I will tell you that right there. But university, maybe school does talk about this. I never learned this in school. How to think and how to learn in school. But open image, a new tab. This shows us, this chart is going to blow your mind, guys. This shows us how to actually learn. All right, so say we make a mistake and we're just trying to improve and we're trying to relearn it so we don't make the same mistake again, right? Or we're trying to go viral again, right? And learn how to go viral again because we did it once. This can be applied in any area of your life to learn. But the lowest level of learning that barely is learning, is memorizing. Remember, back in school when we're doing our tests, we'd be out there trying to memorize, you know, the answers and memorize like the you know, the history stuff, right? Nothing's coming to mind right now for examples, but we're trying to remember history class and World War II and like all of that stuff, and we're trying to go home. I specifically remember going home and opening Quizlet to memorize just like and put pictures to things because I could not physically learn in that way, right? Another thing wrong with school, putting a bunch of different kind of animals into one cage, giving them the same test when we all learn differently, right? And the lowest level of learning is remembering. So if you were to tell me, if you're trying to memorize something, that's very low learning because you're not even understanding it. You're just trying to find a repeatable process. You're trying to find a way, a picture, something to bring it into your brain to memorize the words and not actually understand the meaning, right? So recall facts and basic concepts, memorize, right? And repeat. That's very low level of learning. But to understand is to explain ideas or concepts to other people, right? So if you understand, okay, I made a mistake, this is what I did wrong, and you can tell me what you did wrong, right? The mistake you did wrong, that's where you understand, you can describe it to someone or discuss it with someone. A deeper, as we're going up the pyramid here, the deeper level of learning we are getting, right? So apply. Okay, I made a mistake. I made a mistake on my UGC video. I did this. I put the captions wrong, whatever. I am going to apply that learning, that understanding into the next video. And that's a deeper level of thinking, which is applying. And then the next one is analyze. Okay. How can I differentiate this piece of content from my next piece of UGC content, right? How can okay, I went viral on this one. I didn't go viral on this one. I understand why I went viral on the first one. How can I go viral on the second one? Let's analyze the first one. Let's question it. Let's test it. Let's question everything about it. And let's come up with a hypothesis and a conclusion maybe around the next one and how we can do the same thing for the next one, right? Evaluate is just to appraise, defend. So if someone's like, no, like, I think you went viral for this reason, Missy. Or Deja, I think your video is, I think it's, very well done for this reason, right? You can hit them back with like being like, no, I think it was this other reason, because you fully understand it. You could argue, you could fully have a conversation back and forth, and defend yourself in that case. Is anyone following me so far on what this is? I know this is a very, I think it can be very confusing. When I first learned this, it was confusing. But the highest level of learning for anything in life, not just UGC, guys, the highest level of understanding and learning is creating. It's really beautiful that we're UGC creators, because once we understand and learn and evaluate and analyze and apply viral UGC concepts, it's going to be very easy for us to keep creating them. So it's designing, assembling, structuring, high converting viral content, right? We make a mistake and we can create from that mistake. We make a mistake once and we know exactly going tomorrow, and we're not going to make the mistake because we fully understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. Make sense so far?
Yeah, this reminds me of something a teacher like once said to me about like, you really understand and like know a concept when you can teach it to someone else. I feel like this like really speaks to that. Like you were saying, like have a conversation about it. Like, if I'm just like memorizing it, but I don't actually know the true foundations and like the actual concepts behind it, I can't share that information with anyone else.
100%. And I agree with that. It's like, if you don't fully if you're going through life on autopilot and you're not understanding like why you're doing things, a lot of people, I'm going to be real with you guys, and I don't want to offend anyone, but you guys deserve me just being honest and true and real with you guys on this call. A lot of people go through life on autopilot. They're drifters, right? They don't understand what they're doing, why they're doing it. They're just following society, and they've never ever questioned, right? Where's question up here? Right here. Question, right? They never questioned or analyzed why they're doing it. Why do I have to go to school? Why do I have to go to college? Okay, school will get education. Why do I have to go to college? School is pressuring me to go to college. Why? Right? Why do I have to get a job, a 9-to-5 job after college? Why is society and why are my teachers telling me to do these things? The average person doesn't question society. That's 99% of people out there. They do not question society. They do not question school, their teachers, nothing. A lot of students, they'll sit in class and they will not justify or they will not evaluate, right? They will take in the information from the teacher, but they will not question it because they are living life on autopilot. So I remember one time I was in history class. We're talking about World War II back in like 10th grade. And the teacher asked, is there any questions? And then there's one student, I remember he was the very smart kid. I knew him. And he raised his hand and he actually critiqued something that the teacher taught in a constructive way, in a very respectful, constructive way. He was like, isn't it like this though? Because this happened and this happened. He supported his claim. And I remember it hit me. I'm like, I've never heard a student ask that before. Why am I not asking questions like that? Right? He fully understood the concept. He was a very smart person. I remember him, a very smart person. But I remember I didn't understand the concept to the fullest. So I only could remember. I was at the lowest level of learning. And that's why back in the day, I got some C's. I'm gonna be real. Yes, I got A, B's, whatever. But your girl got some C's too because I didn't fully understand Bloom's taxonomy. The best way to go about life, and if you're in this group to learn, right, as all of you guys are, raise your hand if you're here to learn. I want to see. Awesome. I was like, if your hand is not up, okay. But the best way to go about life, if you're just learning throughout life, you're making mistakes, you're growing, which are both positive things. You're in this group here with us. The best way to go about life is to learn how to learn first before we actually start learning. And I think that's what separates the A students back in school from the D students. The D students just didn't learn how to learn. They didn't learn metacognition. Hey, how do I learn? Right? When I'm getting in this information, do I feel overwhelmed or is it actually all clicking? Which way does it click for me? Right? You're zooming out and you're looking at yourself like you're God, right? And you're looking at yourself like, okay, how is she learning? You're looking at yourself like you're in a video game, right? And once you zoom out and look at yourself like you're a Minecraft character and you zoom out and you're in just Minecraft and you're floating, right? But you're also same time the one behind the eyes, right? Minecraft. Does anyone play Minecraft? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Playing Minecraft on like the Xbox back in like 2016. I used to do that. And there's two settings on Minecraft where you would, zoom out and you could view yourself like from the very top. Like I could physically see myself, right? Like if I'm God up there looking at myself. And then I also can see everyday life and myself through my own eyes. I can see my physical body, right? And once we look at life like that, where we can see ourselves in two perspectives at once, especially when we're learning, that's where it gets really, really, really easy to go viral over and over again for your clients. That's where it gets really easy to hit 10K a month with your UGC business, because it's all taking in information, understanding it, so you can apply the information and create from the information. That's it. You can become a millionaire from this equation. You can become a multimillionaire by fully understanding Bloom's taxonomy. You are understanding information that makes people 10K a month. You're applying it, you're understanding it, analyzing it, evaluating it, and you're creating content from it. Why wouldn't you be able to hit 10K a month? Creative versus survival, LOL. Yes. I think I like how there's only 7 people on this call, because this is like, they don't teach you this stuff in school. School will shove you a bunch of information, most schools, I should say, but they will not teach you how to actually apply and understand the information besides just remembering, which is the lowest point of understanding, right? And I'm gonna be real, I went through school. I was the girl who went through school and I just remembered things. I didn't understand anything. I don't remember anything from school because I didn't understand it or apply it or analyze it or evaluate it or create from it. That's just me. I don't know if anyone else here ended high school with learning nothing. Like I literally was walking, grabbing my diploma on stage after high school, and I didn't remember a single thing, like on top of my head of what I learned from school. Maybe like basic like communication principles. Of course I learned things through school, the experience, but I couldn't remember a single thing about World War II, even though we're on it for a whole semester with a class, right? Like, I'm sorry, like I couldn't. And that's why I just didn't take even college. Yeah, that's a fact. Because I didn't understand. I just memorized it. ChatGPT degree, to be real with you guys. Between me and you guys. Does anyone have it? Like Becky, Brianna, Missy, Deja, and Natalie, does this make sense to you guys? What are your thoughts?
Yep. Yeah, this makes sense.
Awesome. Natalie, what are your thoughts on this? I know you jumped in a little bit late there.
No, it makes sense. Yeah, that's why I always tell people that's for me. That's why I enjoyed my college experience, because that's where I learned critical thinking, because high school does not teach it at all.
Oh, yeah.
So it definitely makes, yeah, like the whole idea of like, and that's why I've been trying to look at like my insights and I've like seen the graphic in a little bit better, like slowly each time, because you can't just output and not revise or review, because then the output just stays the same.
Wow, yeah, that's very good. So we need to apply those same skills into like UGC. It's the same thing. There's something I learned recently, and I've heard this quote so many times, but it didn't hit me until a week ago. I'm going to be real with you guys. Everything in this universe is connected. Brianna, have you heard this before?
I don't think I've like heard that specific quote, but I feel like I feel like the idea makes sense for sure.
100%. So everything in this universe is connected, meaning that literally, if we understand, and I don't want to go crazy on you guys here, this is a UGC virality call, but everything in this universe is energy, frequency, vibration. Is anyone with me on that one? Anyone familiar with that? I know this is very like off topic, but I think this could really help your content. I'll walk you through why. Everything on this planet is energy, frequency, vibration, including the content you create. If anyone has noticed my Instagram recently, I've been going hella viral on my Instagram. And the only reason, or one of the only reasons, is because I tapped in the frequency and what actually brings virality for a creator like me and the content I want to create. It's very top of funnel content, very mindset related. It's very generic or not generic, but very, it applies to many people, I should say. And I understand for my content to blow up like that, I now understand that everything in this world is connected. When I'm teaching you about Bloom's taxonomy, it connects to every single thing in your life. The fact that if you fully understand Bloom's taxonomy, and you can even teach it and apply it and create from it, right? It's going to connect in every single other thing that you do. Everything is connected. When you learn discipline as a child, say that your parents, when I was a naughty kid back in like elementary school, I'm going to be real with you guys, my parents used to tug my ear a little bit. Like that's how I was disciplined, right? It's just like a thing that they did, and I respect them for doing that. And now I do. Back then, no. But I understood discipline. I learned discipline as a child. And that discipline, everything is connected. It's connecting into every other area of my life. Everything that we process is carrying with us on an energetic level. It's adjusting our frequency. So everything else that we do, our brain, we understand that information, we collect it, and we can adjust from there, right? So every single thing in this world on a vibrational level is connected. So what we're learning in class today, it's going to connect to the dinner that you possibly make for your husband, for example, tonight. Like everything is connected, and it's so interesting because I could talk about this stuff all day. I love energies, frequency, vibration. I'm very into that stuff because I'm tapped into my own energy. I can tap into the frequency of money, the frequency of virality, it's all the frequency. And the frequency, I know it sounds very woo-woo. Frequencies, energies, woo-woo, crystals. It's actually, it's very easy to comprehend it once you actually do it. Because you understand information that puts you on a frequency. For me, I'm very logical about it. When I understand certain information, when I take action on things and I get a result, I'm on a virality frequency because I understood what action brought me to that result, which helps me become on that frequency and vibrate on that frequency to continue with that result. I've gone viral. I went viral for the first time about 2 weeks ago, almost 1 million views on my reel. And it's an organic reel that I'm very, very proud of. And I've been going viral over and over again because I tapped into that frequency. I unlocked it for myself. I know what it takes to go viral. And I'm still on that frequency as I create content to this day to continue doing that. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about acting in the reel. I'm not just talking about, clip farming, whatever on the reel. I'm talking about the frequency of the music around it as well. The frequency, the energetic charge I'm putting in my content. There's a very big difference. I'm going to go back to your reel, Deja, or your UGC video here. There's a very big difference between putting energy, and this is my exact thought watching this. This is a beautiful video. I love it. This is amazing. This is a 9 out of 10. But for me to make it a 10 out of 10, we need to energetically charge the video. My videos are going viral right now online because, I'm going to check the comments here. Makes so much sense about what you think, the fact that we're floating on a rock. Yeah, for sure. We're all floating on a rock. But my videos are going viral because they're energetically charged. You can feel energy that I'm trying to transmit through the actual video. So my videos are energetically charged, and I look at my past viral videos and they're all energetically charged. I put energy, I put raw, authentic, loving energy into these videos. I wasn't waking up and I wasn't editing the video and creating the video and planning the video in lack. I wasn't creating it, planning it. I wasn't on the frequency of, I have to do it, right? I wasn't on the frequency of, I'm doing this just to make money, right? I was on the frequency of a raw authenticity of wanting to impact people. Imagine the power you have as a creator to wake up, create content, and actually put love and actually put a high vibrational energy into the content. Every single thing on this planet is energy, frequency, vibration. And if you put an energy into the work that you're actually doing, that will transmit to other people. And if you're new to this concept, you might be like, Laura, you sound like a witch right now. I don't blame you for thinking that. I'm gonna be real. But I charge my content with an emotion, with raw energy. What is emotion? Emotion is energy in motion. Emotion, right? What is spelling? Spelling and speaking, the words we speak are very powerful. And we can cast spells with our words. Spelling is actually spelling, if you know what I mean. So once we have that understanding that our words are very powerful, our energies and emotions we're feeling are extremely powerful, and school doesn't want you to know this, right? Society and the government doesn't want you to understand and tap into how powerful frequencies are. You can take over the planet, right, with the right frequency. And not to say that I'm doing that. My frequency and my goal is to make the biggest impact in the world. UGC, mindset, teaching, everything. And I want you guys to understand that that's a frequency I'm on every day. That's why I'm talking to you guys with passion right now. Instead of being that teacher that's monotone, like that professor back in like college, that would be monotone. They hated their life, their job, they're making $60K a year, blah, blah, blah. They talk like this, right? There's no energy in it. There's no energy in motion. There's no emotion in it. But when you're aligned with your true self that God gave you, that mission, right? And maybe a mission for your day, you have many missions a day, many side quests, right? Maybe your side quest for the day, your mission for the day, or one of your multiple missions for the day is to make the best UGC video ever for your client. How can you charge yourself up for that? How can you make sure that you're in a mindset where you can put amazing energy into the actual content? Deja, I can sense good energy from this video. I told you it's a 9 out of 10. But we can do a little bit better, you know. When you're speaking, right here.
Longer and fills an entire room.
I feel energy from this. Again, don't leave this call thinking I'm a psychopath. But it is energy I'm feeling. I got really good energy from your shots. There's a lot of effort in there. But when you're speaking to the camera like that,
Entire room without the smoke smell.
you're doing it because you have to, not because you want to. I can feel it from you. I can see your facial expression. It's kind of forced. And I don't mean to like tear on you or rip on you. This is just constructive criticism. Awesome.
I see that in myself when I watch my videos, and that's what I really try to figure out how to come more naturally and like speak as if I'm speaking to somebody else. So it's just something I have to switch. I'm trying to figure that out.
I think it's because of what we talked about. Have you ever talked about your favorite book with someone? Like you read the same book as someone else and you're like, oh my gosh, like what do you think about it? Like, oh my gosh, like this is amazing. And like, what did you like think of like this chapter and this chapter and this character died? And like, have you ever had that moment like about a movie or a book with someone?
Um, I probably have, but I'm not sure if I can remember on the top of
When was
my
the
head,
last time you
to
got
be honest.
passionate about something? Like with someone? Like passionate about a
Well,
topic. What was the last topic?
well, I always get passionate about investing whenever I talk to my mom about it. So
Investing.
that's something, yeah. Whenever we talk about like Halloween or like festivities, the holidays, I love talking about that. Um, when I talk about church, because I just started going to church like or at least reading the Bible and things every day since for about a year now. So I feel like I can talk about that more, especially with kids. Yeah, things like that.
I like that. So you're passionate about certain things. And that's where passion meets income, right? We need that passion, that same energy you're talking about when you talk about the Bible and you read the Bible and you feel that energetic charge from God, maybe speaking to you when things are, clicking in your brain when you're reading the Bible, right? And we need that same energy. We need that God-like energy into your content. And Maya, guys, does anyone know Maya in the group? Anyone know Maya at all? If you're new, you might not know her. Natalie, I know you know her. But Maya, she also has, I know I don't want to speak on her behalf, but she has a very good energy in her content. If you watch her content, you know it's energetically charged. Who knows from what, right?
Very energetic.
Very, very energetically charged. And that's what separates a monotone creator that's just doing it to make money, and a creator that actually hits 10K a month 3 to 4 months after joining the program. I met Maya when she was making barely 2K a month. She was very stagnant. She had systems that didn't work. She started to imply, she probably subconsciously put Bloom's taxonomy onto everything that I taught her, right? And we mentored her to 10K a month a few months later. And now she's on the road to 20K a month. She said, Gloria, probably next month, 20K. Like, wow, like, how do you feel about that? I feel amazing. She's jumping on the She was like, I feel amazing, right? She had energy in motion. Her emotion was excitement. She was so happy, right? She was feeling energy there. And I know for a fact that's the same energy that's going into her videos. That's the same energy she's transmitting into her videos. That's the same energy that she's putting into every single call, every single thing in life. Maya, she's a great person. And I'll only have great things to say about her. And I can say that. I don't typically say that about people that I haven't met like in person, But I know over Zoom, she's such an authentic, natural at UGC because she's natural with her energy. Again, everything is an energy, frequency, or vibration on this planet. And she's energetically aligned with herself when she's creating. The power in her content, she's gone viral several times. She hit 10K months, 3 to 4 months after joining our program. She's crushing it out there. She's starting different companies in businesses alongside it. She's aligning brands. She's doing events. This girl has abundance. She has abundance. Things are just multiplying in her life. And they're multiplying because she's on the frequency of abundance. And she did that without telling herself and reciting in the mirror every day, I am abundant, I am abundant, I am abundant. She did it by taking action, getting on a right frequency with herself, not program. What she did is she programmed her mind not to dread waking up every day and try to crack the UGC algorithm, right? Not dread waking up every morning and feeling lack, right? Oh, I'm not making enough money. She woke up grateful every day. I'm going to be real with you, Deja. The Bible probably helped her with that. And for me, I'm going to speak for myself. The Bible helps me with that as well. Prayers and asking God, guys, and this is a lesson for everyone, asking God for guidance. Asking God for help. God, I pray that you energetically charge me today. I pray that you shift my energy today. Pray that you help drain that demon of dread in my stomach every time I wake up and try to create UGC for the first time or second time or third time, whatever. And I pray that you put me on a godlike energy when I create content today. I pray that you help me carry myself in a way that's like Jesus. Help me carry my way in myself in a way, excuse me, where my words come out clearly and they're hitting everyone else. They're in the video, right? And they're going to hit people in a way where it makes an impact. And impact always goes viral, guys. Impact always goes viral. We're on this call today about going viral with content, whether for clients or UGC clients, CPM clients, whatever. But that's the key to going viral, is energetically aligning yourself and charging yourself with authenticity when you're creating the content. And my question to you, Deja, back to your video here, is how, now that we're having this conversation, how could you have energetically charged this script in this A-roll that you're filming right here to make it more authentic to you?
Honestly, I do not know how I could make it more energetically charged. I guess like speak more. I don't know. I feel like if I were to speak more like with energy, I feel like I would be like acting and it won't come off as more energetic or
I like that.
I don't
I
know.
like that. That's a good objection. Remember, every single problem in this world is actually solvable, right? Solvable, excuse me. So every problem is solvable, meaning if you don't feel energy when you create videos like that and you're just acting in a way where you don't feel it, make the script you. Do you ever get an obvious AI generated script from your client and you're reading it like, wow, nothing makes sense, but I have to read this, and you're like trying to make yourself like feel it, but like, there's no feeling from this because it's freaking AI, right? Versus writing your own script in your own way that you speak, in your own thought processes. There's a big difference there. Because the words that you write, because you understand it, Bloom's taxonomy, you understand you can create from what you understand, which is writing, right? And creating copy from it. So if you, Deja, if you create a script yourself in your own way and align your energy with it, it doesn't have to be crazy, happy energy. I'm not telling you to bounce around like I do, right? Or Maya does. Just get in a better mood, you know? And if that can't raise your mood, go on a run, listen to some music, change your energy, laugh for 30 seconds, force yourself to laugh for 30 seconds. Think of the funniest thing that's happened to you, right? So you can put energy into the script.
All right. Yeah, I definitely need to go. I really can't remember, honestly. I'm pretty sure I did a mixture of both. So, because every time I write a script, it's not the same way. I sometimes put my own input. I might get a hook from somebody else from like your school community.
When
So
you
it's
write
like
it and
always
like put things together,
different.
yeah, it's always better.
Yeah, but yeah, pretty much it was me and ChatGPT. So sometimes if ChatGPT, if I gather all the information and then I put into ChatGPT and then I change the script after ChatGPT gives me the script.
Okay. What I like to do is I like to do the opposite. I like to write the script out and I use ChatGPT's Grammarly.
Okay.
Because if ChatGPT AI, a robot, is creating the script, there's not going to be any energy from that. Do you guys ever run into those like AI videos and like there's like something is so uncanny about it. Like those AI videos online and people like cloning themselves with AI and like they think they got under, you know, they think they can slide right under my nose, you know. They think they can do that. They think I wouldn't notice that they're putting AI instead of themselves because they're too lazy to film content, right? They think that. But really, there's something so uncanny and unreal about AI I know I'm biased, I'm a UGC coach, but it turns me right clean off. You know? Turns me right clean off. And if we're using the same AI like ChatGPT into a script and we're just having it scripted, plan it, whatever, that's cool, right? But there's probably not going to be any authentic energy in it. The way that we speak, the way that we are, the information we have in our brain to actually create the script. I give you guys frameworks to create all your scripts in school. And if you guys need more, if you guys need more help, you guys need to understand it at a higher level so you can create from it. Something's just not making sense. I want you to question and analyze it. I want you to come to me and be like, Laura, this doesn't make sense. Laura, can we adjust this framework? I would be flattered if you did that, because it shows me that you're learning and you're taking time to evaluate and judge. Constructive judging my work that I'm giving you. I know it's proven. I know it can make a difference, but if it's not making a difference for you, ask yourself why. Guys, it's metacognition. Zoom out, right? Look at yourself like that video game character. I talked about Minecraft. Zoom out, look at yourself like that Minecraft character from the very top. Also, ask the character, playing the character, why is my character, right, stuck? Why is my character not moving? Oh, she's feeling overwhelmed from taking in this information. Why is she feeling overwhelmed? Oh, because it's a lot of information. Okay, let's take it sentence by sentence. Let's take it bit by bit. Oh, I'm overwhelmed by the course. Why is my video game character overwhelmed by the course? She's consuming too much information at one time and not taking action on it, right? You know yourself the best. You know yourself the best. If I went back to high school now with what I know, and my history teacher gave me a 10-hour course around the World War II and told me to take it, take notes, and there's a big, big test at the end, right? I could get an A+ on that. I'm very confident I could. 10 out of 10 confidence. Because I understand Bloom's taxonomy now. I understand how I learn. I am a visual learner. I learn bit by bit, step by step. So I can just break the course down step by step, fully learn it, understand it, and I give myself worksheets. And I give myself Quizlet tests so I can create and apply it, right? I would create a project on it so I can create, right? We've all done the school projects. We've all done all of these things in school, and there are definitely ways to learn, and you should know, you should have a general understanding at this point in your life, like what helps me learn. And if you don't know that, figure it out. Go backtrack. How was the last time in school that something really, really clicked, or the last time in this course that something clicked? Why did it click? We should be, anytime we do that, we should be always asking ourselves, zooming out, why is it clicking? So I know I'm going off on a tangent here. This is not the mindset call, but I do want to review any questions, comments, concerns on that, guys, before I jump into the next thing.
Thank you. That helped a lot. Thank you.
For sure. Yeah, I'm going to jump into, Missy, I know you've been waiting so patiently, so I'm just going to jump in here. I'm going to unmute the site first. That'd be. When did you post this?
So that was the beginning of, or a couple weeks ago at this point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is this on your account or like a separate account for the brand?
So it's a separate account for the brand.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Let's take a look. Waiting to see how long it takes before my husband realizes I'm across from him on his first date. Oh, so it's like a fake.
Yeah, which is why it's so easy, I feel like, to go viral with these. Yeah, and so, like, I don't know, like, part of me is conflicted because I'm like, is this even really UGC? I don't really, you know, because
UGC. Any
okay.
UGC is such a broad term. User generated content. You generated this as a user, right?
Yes.
UGC,
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a crazy product video. It doesn't have to be a video kind of like Deja's, right? It doesn't have to be, there's many different forms of UGC, and UGC also comes from posting organically for brands as well. That's a version of UGC.
Yep. Yeah, and honestly, like doing work for this brand is so much fun. I know they're always looking for creators, so if anyone's ever, interested. But yeah, the bonuses too, just from them alone, I will have made 5,000 this month just from them.
Wow.
So
Wow. The power. And
yeah.
congratulations.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
Thank you, Natalie.
How do you feel?
Honestly, like it feels kind of surreal, just because like I don't know, like they give you the framework and whatnot, but I don't know, like it's a really great feeling to know that like what we're doing is working. And I actually just got Chris into it, and so now he's gonna start posting on Thursday, so I'm excited.
Wow, that's amazing. Have you connected with us on our creative agents? Yes, you're working with Cloud9, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so that will definitely, like, I think you'll crush with Cloud9 too. I mean, it's a frequency, right? Like we talked about, you're going viral here. You can take a few jobs, right? And you can go viral with Cloud9 too, So yeah, you can do anything with this. The fact that you went viral once, you understand like now what goes viral in this sense. It's a frequency. You can transmit that into the next batch of content that you create. This is a wonderful video. Like I love it. I have literally like no feedback because it's great. Like the results speak for itself. Like 800.
I was so nervous filming in public and like the people behind me, I wanted to make sure you couldn't see them because like I didn't ask them for permission to film, which I don't know if I should admit that or not, but you can't tell who they are. So I was really afraid, but
no, you're fine. I think that's just fine. I don't think anyone would ever like if he saw this video, he would not know it's him. I feel
right, exactly.
Plus his face is not on there as well. And I think it's just
right.
fun. I would 100% do that as well, to be honest. Not an option. But yeah, very, very well done video. Very well done.
Thank you.
Sometimes guys, the 11-second videos go freaking viral. It's just how it is. Let me go. Is there any other videos on this page you'd like me to take a look at?
Yeah, let's see.
Ask Gloria, the 11-second videos, is that because they're short, so people are watching all the way through, so it like counts more in analytics?
It's very interesting because I have videos that are 3 minutes on my Instagram right now, and they're going viral, almost a million views. So it's actually not dependent upon the length of a video. Any video of any size can go viral. Even 3 minutes, the most your video can be on Instagram. But it depends if the concept is so deep and interesting, it hits, right? The reason why that went viral, Missy, is because it put an emotion. It was energetically charged, and it put an emotion in everyone. They're like, oh, right? Maybe some fear, maybe excitement, whatever these people were feeling when they're, watching that video in awe, to be honest.
Yeah, no, a lot of people said they wanted part 2.
Yeah.
And with this brand, they like you to do skits as well. So we had a skit a little bit further down that I think it got like 2 million views. So I think you're right. I think it's a lot of people can relate with it. And so yeah, there's also a lot of people out there that like do not agree with this content, and I just block those comments.
The controversial content always freaking wins. Controversial always wins. On my Instagram, I'm posting my raw opinions. I don't think a girl should drink a Starbucks Frappuccino every single morning. Like I went through that. I was that girl not even too long ago. I'm going to be real. And I used to have like ADHD anxiety attacks from that BS, right? From the sugar and the bad like chemicals inside a Starbucks Frappuccino, right? And I'm very vocal about it. And some people in my comments, they don't like it. But the reason why I'm going viral and the reason why is because I have such a strong, authentic opinion about it from my experience. It's going viral because it is controversial, and that's okay. We're always going to get controversial when we go viral to get results.
Right.
It's just how it is. There's always going to be trolls and haters online that take offense to everything. They're literally scrolling. They're saying your video on your account, your piece of content, and they're finding the audacity to take offense onto themselves.
Right. Yep.
It's the lowest of the low, and honestly, should not consume our mind at all. But I see a 10 million view one. Let me
Yes.
check.
Yes. No, they actually remade a song for this because Chris is like doing a little bit of a rant in the back. It's so they have a, yeah, it's kind of funny.
That's really funny. Let's say.
Yeah. Grinder actually commented on that post.
Oh my gosh. That's
Yeah.
so funny. Oh my god.
Yeah. That one was a lot of fun.
That's really funny. So I like the video's 10 million views. Of course, I knew it would bring out a strong emotion in myself, and I knew it was gonna be funny. I knew it because 10 million views, 10 million people really, really had a strong emotion, and people make emotional decisions. What does that mean? People are making emotional decisions to click the like button, the share button, the save button, and to tag their friends.
Yep.
And drop a comment. Those are all decisions, and all of those decisions are emotional because this video was so funny and they found emotion from it. Whether it was rage, whether it was humor and laughter, whatever it was. If you have a video that makes someone giggle even a little bit, that separates you from everyone else. You made a solid video. That video deserves to go viral if it hasn't already, because you drew out a positive, amazing emotion from someone, you know, even though it could be controversial.
Yep.
Very well done. Very well done.
Thank you.
Let's do one more with you. I want to watch. You have that page, that type of page where it's like dangerous, because I could be scrolling on it all day.
Right, going through a rabbit hole. I think my most favorite one recently was it was like part 3 of I think it's that one right there, the 91,000, the second one.
Oh, the second one. Okay.
Yeah, because he actually falls on camera, which is hilarious.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Somebody took
Think you're funny? Yeah.
What are you doing? Oh, sorry, I'm really
He's
loud.
doing it's funny.
Oh my gosh. That is insane. It gives me the same energy as that one creator that's gone viral. His name is what's his name? He's out there making like very authentic, like 10-second clips.
Okay.
But he makes funny videos like that where he's just in the moment, like
Yep.
raging. I forgot his name. I follow him on Instagram, but he's so funny. I just like had to follow. But he reminds me of that authentic creator. Like, you're very blessed to have a partner that can help you with these videos.
Yes, I'm very thankful for
This is amazing. I love it.
Thank you.
And oh my gosh, look at the comments. He's falling over, memeing him.
Yes.
That's crazy. But yeah, this is a very well done video. And there's a lot
Thank
of
you.
funny energy in here. I know I could tell you guys had a blast filming this. And,
Oh, yes.
keep it up. Oh my gosh, like
Thank you.
this client, if you made 5K from this client so far?
Yes.
Or how much? This month?
Yep.
Girl, you can make 20K from this client. 30K from this client. And if your partner is with you on this as well, make a goal of 40K each, or 40K total, right?
Yeah.
And go just viral over and over and over again for this client and keep that energy and momentum. You can make 6 figures from one client, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a beautiful thing. So Yeah, that's awesome. We're running a little bit over time, guys. Almost. I do have to hop in a second. But I would like to ask, like, Deja, what was the biggest thing you learned on this call?
So I took a few notes here. The biggest thing that I learned on this call was to energetically charge my videos, to make sure that before I even script, that I get into the mindset that I need to be in order to produce content on a frequency that'll that I can, ride on. So yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway that I had. Oh yeah, and then script myself first. Don't use ChatGPT and the research, and then so script myself, and then yeah.
That's a good lesson for everyone, guys. Script your stuff out, because we're creating UGC. If they wanted an AI creator, right? They'll go out and find an AI creator from a marketing agency and like a software, right? But they're hiring real human beings to create these videos for them. Okay, let's put human in it. Let's put that frequency of human in there. And yes, it's cool to use ChatGPT AI. I use it all the time in my videos, but don't drown it out. Don't drown your authenticity out. Everyone's like, AI's taking over, AI's taking over. Yeah, it is. I can see that. There will always be a market of companies that see the value of working with authentic, real people. Nobody can replace people. Not AI, not cyborgs, not aliens, nothing. Nobody can replace the authenticity and the real energy human beings have. Nothing can come close. So we need to have that mindset of like, okay, I need to cherish my own energy because these other companies are using AI. I need to bring my authentic energy in here because these companies are sleeping on my energy I'm bringing. That's unique. That's charged. That's powerful. It's so powerful, I can get up and run a freaking marathon, right? That's the energy that we need. And what charges me is my mission in helping you guys out, right? That charges me. That's my mission. I love creating UGC too. It charges me to make an impact. UGC clients, your lives, anything. Make an impact. What is your charge? And how can you charge yourself every single evening so when you wake up, you have a full battery? You can wake up and you can film UGC at 7 a.m. The typical person would be groggy. Past you would be groggy. But you're waking up, you're ready to go at 7 a.m., right? And you're so lively where the world is yours. Guys, I hopped on this call at 7 a.m. Did you see me sleeping? 7 a.m. I woke up at 6 this morning to get here. And I think that we all need to have that mindset where tired is in the mind. Not putting energy in things is in the mind. And it comes down to laziness sometimes as well. And it's just a wake-up call for everyone. Like, the second that we choose and understand that being lazy is not okay. It's not okay. We need to get it together, right? Being lazy is not okay. Not putting energy in our content is not okay. And Deja, I know you know that now, right? Not being authentic to our true self is not okay. We need to have abundance and ask ourselves, how can I be authentic in my content? How can I wake up energetically charged every day? Do I have to look at my vision board every morning to just feel more charged, right? I'm the type of girl that doesn't depend on coffee. I don't need coffee, and I convince myself and I brainwash myself every single day. I don't need coffee. And I've been always like unattached from coffee. A lot of people need that buzz in the morning, right? To wake up, and no hate to coffee drinkers at all. But I carry myself with an understanding where I can make myself not tired with my energy. I can make myself feel alive with my own energy. I don't need energy from coffee. I don't need energy from energy drinks. I don't need that fake energy they put in a can in China in color, right? I don't need that energy. God made me divine. God made every single person divine here. I'm going to use my own divine energy. And I'm going to wake myself up every morning. I'm going to be excited for what I do. And I'm on a freaking mission and nobody is stopping me. Sometimes I tell myself I'm taking over. I'm taking over the world. I'm not. But I'm taking over my world, my mission. And if you're not thinking like that here, something needs to change. You need to figure out your blocks. You need to figure out, why am I not feeling energetically charged every day? Every single thing you do, you should have energy. Do you ever wake up and go wherever you're going for the day and you meet some people that are so high energy? They're like sunshine, right? Like a sibling, parent, something, right? And then you maybe run into someone that's the opposite. They're just down, playing, and we all have those moments too, right? I mean, I still do sometimes. But be that person that flips the switch every morning as you flip the switch on to turn on the light when you wake up. Turn on the energy. Turn on that system in your brain. A system is a repeatable process that works no matter what you feel. No matter if you feel motivated, tired, sad, whatever, it's not dependent upon emotions. It's dependent upon logistics. This needs to be done today. I'm going to do it. Right? We need to have that system every time we wake up. This needs to be done today. I need to have energy. I'm going to fucking do it. It's the same thing as waking up and brushing your teeth. Did everyone raise your hand if you brushed your teeth this morning? Raise your hand. So, if you don't raise your hand, Missy? Okay, awesome. I'm like, girl. No, I'm just kidding. I know it's getting late for you, Missy. But it's a system. No matter what we're feeling in the morning, tired, groggy, happy, we are going to the bathroom and we're brushing our teeth. No matter what we're feeling, we're not missing a day. Morning, evening, afternoon, sometimes for me. Because it's a repeatable process, and I show myself every single day I can do it even when I don't want to. I can make my bed every morning even when I don't want to. I can clean my room every evening even when I don't want to. I can plan my next UGC day even when I don't want to. Right? But having that energy of charging yourself, you can force yourself, or you can even have that system in your brain to convince yourself that you want to. When we have the mindset in life where we're like, hey, I get to, right? I get to wake up and do things. I get to work on a UGC business instead of going to college for 10 years to become a doctor instead to get the same salary, right? I get to live life like this. I get to just hop on Zoom every day and just build a business with my coach for an hour. I get to do these things. I get to learn how to become a better person in business. I get to learn and level up myself, level up the video game character. I get to, in the word get to, that sentence, I get to wake up, right, and be energetically charged. I get to wake up and follow God and Jesus every day, right? Those sentences are charged themselves. Those words, everything's energy, frequency, vibration. Those words are energies. Those are energies that you're putting emotion into yourself with those words. Emotion, energy in motion, right? We speak good words and cast good spells on ourselves. Spell, right? We can brainwash and teach ourselves to take back control, take back reality by simply speaking energetically aligned and high frequency words on ourselves. If you're telling yourself you're stuck in a box, Deja, right? Or if someone else is telling themselves they can't go viral, or you're stuck and you can't create quality, you just say you're bad at creating content. Would you ever tell that to a friend? They're bad at creating content? Shake your head yes or no. No. I would never either. If I told that to my friend, it would make sense for my friend not to be friends with me anymore. I wouldn't even be friends with myself anymore. What I'd tell my friend is, hey, we need to lock in and we need to stop boxing ourselves with these words. Guys, we are our own cage. Free will exists on this planet. If I want to right now, I could book a flight to Japan and hang out in Japan for the day. If I want to right now, I can go get a smoothie. I want to right now, I could go call my mom, right? I understand I'm on the frequency of free will, right? I can do whatever I want to do. I could go to bed at 3 a.m., right? Or I could go to, Target at 3 a.m., right? And just do a trip. Or I could go to the grocery store at 3 a.m. I have free will. So once you stop caging yourself in a mindset where I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to wake up at this time, I have to figure out what works for you, right? And free will exists. You can do whatever you want, whenever you want. And that's a frequency in itself. I'm in Thailand right now. I'm 19 years old. And I've been traveling Asia for the past 3 months without any family. And my mom's like, Blair, what the heck are you doing? And she's a mom, and I understand her. I understand fully, and I sympathize with her. I have God conscious, and I can see her feeling her emotions, and I can't blame her for it, right? But I'm on my own mission. I'm taking over. So I have to be here for my mission. It's true to me. So I'm texting your mom, I love you to death, but I'm on a mission, girl. Come on. And she's trying to understand. She's doing her very best to stay positive, even though she's probably freaking out that I'm in Thailand right now with my friends. And I don't blame her. As someone, she hasn't traveled much in her life either, so it's new to her as well. And I have free will, and I can glitch, and I can jump, and I can spawn like a video game character, Minecraft. Talk about Minecraft a lot because I played, that was my life back in the day. I am a Minecraft character. I can fly anywhere. I can do whatever I want to. Because I'm on the frequency of taking back control and fully controlling my minds. Nothing can control my minds. I'm not letting society or the government or negative frequencies, negative lack emotions that are telling me, negative words that are telling me, negative thoughts that are telling me I'm not good enough, right? Oh, I'm not a good creator. I'm not as good as Maya and these other creators. I'm not going to box myself with that because I have the choice to think positive or negative thoughts. Remember, my friends, I know I'm going crazy right now, but I'm going to flow. So remember that we are not our thoughts. We are the spiritual being behind our thoughts. Thoughts that come in there are from an external dimension. They're from a consciousness, a different consciousness, God, whatever you want to call it, the universe, whatever you guys want to call it, consciousness. These are ideas, these are thoughts coming in. Once we separate ourselves from our thoughts, like a roommate, like you live with a roommate, you guys live in the same apartment, 2 separate bedrooms, right? You are not your thoughts. You are this roommate, your thoughts are this roommate. And positive and negative thoughts are coming through our brain every single day. But we have the energetic choice and we have control over our thoughts. When people say control your reality, control your thoughts, what the hell does that mean? Right? What does that mean? That's nothing. What it means is that you are one roommate, your thoughts are another roommate, and you can tell your roommate to skip out. You don't even have to look at your roommate. Right? If your roommate's in a bad mood, sending you bad thoughts and bad energy, you don't even have to look at your roommate. You don't have to associate with them. You can close your door. You can close that door. Because we have control. Government doesn't want you to know that. Society doesn't want you to know that. We are not our thoughts. When we meditate and sit down for a minute, I know meditation is woo-woo, everyone does it, blah, blah, blah. It's crazy in the self-help development world. But once we understand and try it for once, just sit alone with our thoughts. Plug out the earbuds, right? Stop listening to the music for a second and overstimulating yourself. Be alone with your thoughts. It's okay. And try to focus on letting your thoughts go. Okay, thoughts coming in the brain. What am I going to cook for family this evening? Blah, blah, blah. Dinner, blah, 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 blah. Work tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. UGC. Let it go. And focus on that depth of yourself and your true self. And you will practice. Meditation is the practice of not identifying yourself with thoughts. Honestly, I'm going to be real with you guys as a coach, and I need accountability too from you guys. I'm a human being. I'm flesh like you guys. And sometimes I don't meditate when I should. Sometimes I do identify with thoughts that are not from my very best self. But once we get cognizant of like, hey, this is a bad thought, this is a good thought, and I can choose to believe, I actually can choose to believe that I'm going to be a winner. I can choose to believe that I'm going to become a millionaire. and I am a millionaire already, maybe, right? Whoever you are. So you can choose to wake up happy. Wow, the sun's shining. This is a beautiful day, right? Through the curtains. Or you wake up and be like, oh, the sun's shining on me and it woke me up from my sleep. It's all perception. It's like a bottle. Do you see this half empty or half full? Or it should be like 1/3 at this point. But half empty or half full? You see it half empty, kind of shows a lot about how you view money and view everyday life and view everything. Life is happening to you if you view this halfway empty. But if it's halfway full, you are happening to life. Yeah, wow, it's halfway full. Wow, right? I really get to experience this life. It's the word get that we need to add this to our vocabulary. It's get. Get. If we add that to our vocabulary, imagine the different frequency in the spells, that positive spells you can start casting upon yourself. It's when I always say this, Becky, Deja, and Missy, I always say this. You versus you. It's a you versus you game. Does that make sense? Becky, does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And you are a great motivational speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's because my words are energetically charged. That's why.
Yep.
But has anyone heard the quote? Raise your hand if you've heard the quote, winners win and losers lose. Anyone heard that before? It's a term in business as well. It's a word or a quote in business. What it means is winners win, or I'll start with losers lose. Losers lose. You say you're going to do something and you don't do it. You say you're going to go to the gym, right? And you don't do it. You say you're going to wake up and start UGC at 7 a.m. and crush it for the day, but you don't do it. You say you're going to find a way to get energetically charged for your videos, but you don't do it, right? You say you're going to help your kid with their homework in the evening, but you just, Netflix is on and you don't do it. You say you're going to spend more time with family, but you don't do it. You say you're going to travel and take back control and take back reality, but you don't do it. You say you're going to start making 10K a month from your UGC business, but you're not doing it. You say you're going to make the best UGC in the world, but you're not doing it. You're not doing it. Winners win and losers lose. You're a loser only if you don't do it. You say you're going to do something, you don't do it. Losers lose. Raise your hand if that's making sense right now. Okay. Winners win. Hey, I am going to wake up tomorrow at 6 a.m., go to the gym, and then get started early, fresh, happy, energetically charged for the day. And you do it. Winners win and losers lose. You said you're going to do it and you did it. The power in that. Nobody does this anymore. Nobody wakes up and actually completes the goals that they set for the night before. Nobody does that. If you're in the 1% in this community, right? And you actually do that, you're automatically going to win because winners win. You say you're going to do something and you do it. You're not lying to yourself every day. Everyone's waking up and they're lying to themselves. They don't trust themselves. That's why they have to ask for a second opinion when they're looking for an outfit. Maybe they put an outfit on, they have to ask for 5 opinions before they trust themselves to buy it or trust themselves to wear it out for the night. Because they're seeking external validation from other people because they don't trust themselves to make the right decision for themselves, right? Another scenario, you have to, even some students in here, not anyone here, but in the past, students I've mentored, asking me a million questions that I've answered repeatedly. Yes, I told you. Yeah, like I told you this is the answer 4 times. We're at a level where I'm a little bit concerned about you at this point, right? It's because they always put these little commitments on their life. They always say they're going to do it, right? They always say they're going to do it, but they don't wake up and do it. I know that person that always does that. I know every other area of their life. They say they're going to do it, but they don't do it. They say, I know they don't wake up on time. I know they don't get to work early. I know they don't complete all their tasks. I know they don't have a to-do list for the next day. I know they snooze their alarm 5 times before they wake up. I just know that because winners win and losers lose. And it shows up in every area of your life. Again, lesson of the day, moral of the story. Everything in this universe is connected. Everything is connected. So if you're a winner in business, it's going to connect to personal life. You just have to connect the dots. If you're a loser at the gym, it's going to show up in other areas of your life. You're a loser at the gym, you can't finish your rep, right? You leave early, or you don't even go. You don't get your ass to the gym, right? Whatever your deal is, right? No, hey, if you don't go to the gym, but I'm just saying if you said you would, right? And it's going to show up in other areas of your life. It's going to trickle into the way you speak to your children, or the way that you have conversations with your partner, or the way you speak to your parents, or the way that you carry yourself in business in UGC. It's going to show up in your UGC videos. Becoming a high earner and becoming someone that's respected and looked up upon. Oh, no worries, Deja. I'm just ending off here in a second too. To become that, you have to commit to what you say you're going to do. But I'll wrap it up there. I know it's getting crazy late for you guys, and I know I respect you guys and your time. But yeah, hopefully you guys learned something. Thank you guys so much, and you guys have a good night.
Thanks, you too.